The young man instantly snatched up the pen that had just appeared right in front of his eyes. Then, without the slightest hesitation, he drove it straight into his own leg. The scene around him felt so real it was downright chilling. The blackboard, the classroom, his classmates, every last detail was as vivid as if it had all happened only yesterday. And there was no doubt about it. This was not a dream. This was reality. He had gone back 10 years, to the exact day the nightmare of school violence began, dragging in its wake the hellish years that followed. Faced with a classmate being bullied, the boy he had been back then no longer chose to stand by and watch. Kim Hyun-sung did not say another word. He strode forward and slammed a punch straight into Park Min-chun's face. Because this very moment 10 years ago, the main character had been thrown off the rooftop by Park Min-chun's gang, and afterward he became a vegetable. He could still hear and still feel everything, but all he could do was lie motionless on a hospital bed. When his father got the news, the man collapsed in despair, unable to believe the tragedy unfolding before his eyes. He had kept telling himself that his son would surely wake up soon, but in that pitch-black world the young man could not do a single thing. His consciousness screamed for his body to move, yet those deadened cells betrayed him completely. The nurses urged the family to give up hope, but his grandmother, who had raised him since his parents died, refused to abandon her grandson, even if he could only lie there like a vegetable. Even crueler, his younger brother had now become the new bullying target in his place. To keep up with the hospital bills, his grandmother had to take extra shifts at a restaurant despite her battered body. His younger brother sobbed and begged him to just die already, because if he died, the family would not have to suffer like this. The main character was in such agony he felt himself going insane, yet he could not even stand up, and not even a single tear could fall. He tried to deceive himself that this was only a nightmare. If he endured a little longer, if he waited a little longer, he would definitely wake up. 3 years passed, and even his younger brother, Kim Hyun-jin, had long since stopped coming to visit. Beside the hospital bed, a nurse whispered that his grandmother had collapsed while working. In utter helplessness, he came to hate everything. If a miracle could return him to that moment, he swore he would crush every last one of them. He would plan it all down to the root, leaving those bastards with no chance to ever crawl back up. He would make them taste a pain even worse than what he had suffered, with a perfect plan that would destroy their entire lives. But from beginning to end, that so-called miracle never once appeared. 5 years, 6 years, then 7, and finally 10, until all that remained was despair. The main character still lay there, while everything around him was calm in a way that felt terrifying. 2 streams of tears silently slid down as he helplessly begged anyone at all, please, just let him die. Back in the present, the main character was like a feral beast. He offered no explanation and charged straight at Park Min-chun. He paid him back with punch after punch, every blow packed with years of bitterness and rage. This was the man who had sent his entire life veering straight into hell. Even now, he still remembered every single detail of what happened that day. Back then, Park Min-chun had been sitting in class with a bored expression. He was the textbook bully type, someone who loved tormenting his classmates and was obsessed with the game Legend Online. To upgrade his items, he forced the top student in class to grind the game for him. From that day on, Lee Dong-min was turned into Park Min-chun's personal gaming machine. Lee Dong-min's grades plummeted without end, because every day he had to log in, buy items, grind quests, and shoulder pressure that pushed him to the absolute limit. This was the first time the main character had seen violence happen right in front of him, even though he had never wanted to drag more trouble onto himself. But remembering that Lee Dong-min had once kindly helped him with his studies, he could not pretend not to see it, and he stepped in. Even when people tried to stop him, he stayed confident, because he had always been athletic. In the pecking order of the boys' strength rankings, he had never been left behind, so back then Park Min-chun was not frightening enough to make him back down. But the mistake began when the teacher showed up, and the whole matter was handled carelessly and crudely. From that point on, Park Min-chun's gang went insane, targeting the main character. Every single day, he was dragged off and abused, never given even one day to recover, beaten until his whole body felt like it was falling apart. Even after school, there were days when he was not allowed to sleep, because they forced him to run errands, grind games, and do whatever else they wanted. There was no better way to describe the main character's situation back then than with 2 words: pure hell. That was why, the instant he woke up and saw the man standing in front of him, he did not hesitate for even a moment. He immediately threw himself straight at him. Park Min-chun's fighting style relied on raw physique, but he was not used to being countered, so he went down the moment the main character struck first. When Park Min-chun tried to push himself back up after the punch, he grabbed his hair and smashed his face into the desk, because he had already predicted the other boy's every next move long ago. This feeling had been carved deep into the main character's mind. Throughout 10 years in a coma, he had never stopped simulating this exact scenario and studying every one of his enemy's fighting habits, and now he could finally unload on him without restraint. The main character kept punching, then kicking the thug square in the face, leaving him no chance to fight back. He had waited far too long for this moment. Whether that bastard ended up beaten half to death did not matter. If he raised his head, he got kicked in the face. If he lifted a hand to block, his arm got broken. Just when Park Min-chun was about to get beaten so badly he could barely breathe, his gang came rushing over. Kang Chang-seok, the strongest one in the group, stormed forward aggressively and got ready to jump in. But right then, classmates shouted that the teacher was coming, forcing them to retreat after only managing to spit out a few threats. "We'll deal with you later. Remember this, you son of a bitch. I'm coming for you the second school's out. Don't even think about running." At last, class ended. Park Min-chun rose to his feet in a fury, ready to get revenge on the class president who had dared to hit him. But before he could even understand what was happening, the main character lunged forward and coldly, mercilessly drove a kick straight into his face. Then he grabbed him by the head, his gaze ice cold. "We should finish what we started earlier, shouldn't we?" Right at that moment, his gang came running over too. But the scene in front of them made the whole group freeze in shock. Park Min-chun was covered in blood, limp in the protagonist's arms, his body drooping like a leaf about to fall. Seeing his friend beaten so badly he barely looked human, Kang Chang-seok didn't even stop to think and charged in at once. Even though he was the strongest one there, the protagonist had already simulated this exact situation countless times in his head. After running it over hundreds of times, he knew that with his current strength, there was no way to take that guy down easily in a fair fight. With the memory and mindset forged through 10 years of hell, the simplest solution he came up with was something his past self had never dared to do. Revenge didn't require fair play, so the young man grabbed the iron key without hesitation and smashed it straight into the bastard's face. The moment the other guy hit the floor, he lunged forward and used his full body weight to slam him hard into the hallway. Kang Chang-seok never got even a single chance to fight back, taking a relentless rain of punches until he finally collapsed for good. Yu Young-taek tried to use the chaos to sneak in a cheap shot from behind, but unlucky for him, not a single movement escaped the protagonist's eyes. At that moment, he was like a crazed beast hunting prey. In the blink of an eye, the entire group was taken down, leaving only Dong Min-ho standing frozen in the distance. One look at the protagonist's bloodthirsty expression was enough to make him instinctively back away in fear. Sweat poured off him, his limbs went numb, and he was completely unable to move. The protagonist looked like a beast unleashed as he slowly walked toward the last one left standing. It was time to end this, wasn't it? Just as his fist was about to crash into the enemy's face, a voice rang out from afar. "Hey, what are you kids doing?" The fight, which had seemed moments from ending, was forced to stop. It turned out the homeroom teacher had shown up just in time to interfere. Dong Min-ho felt like he had grabbed a lifeline, smugly thinking the protagonist was finished this time. With 3 students headed to the hospital, this was bound to blow up. Even as the teacher berated him nonstop, he remained strangely calm, stared the man straight in the face, and fired back. "Don't overreact like this, sir. This isn't the first case of school violence, and what you're best at is using it to protect yourself, isn't it? If you keep this buried like always, then I won't get into trouble either, right?" The second he finished speaking, the young man was rewarded with a sharp slap across the face in front of the other teachers. The protagonist remembered it clearly. In the past, he hadn't become a vegetable just because of the bullies. It was also because of the cowardly adults, always busy, always choosing not to step in. If no one was going to save him, then he would save himself. He leaned close to the teacher's ear and threatened him in an icy voice. "Do you really want to keep this up? You should lower your voice, sir. Otherwise, I'll have no choice but to tell everyone about the gifts and bribes you've been taking from students' parents, especially from Dong Min-ho's parents. As far as I know, you're still in regular contact with them, so should I just shout it out right here? And if that still isn't enough, I've got more, like the thing you fear most involving the English teacher." Back in the past, when he could no longer endure their bullying, he had once gone to a teacher to beg for help. But in the end, all he got back were a few meaningless, evasive remarks from that old homeroom teacher. And the result was that the protagonist got beaten half to death by Park Min-chun's gang. He had once thought the teacher would stop it if he saw what was happening, but no, the man ignored it like nothing was wrong. Only after that incident did he realize Kim Yang-chun was rotten to the core. The man had taken money from parents before, and Dong Min-ho's family was one of his steady sources. From the very beginning, he had never intended to solve anything. Then when everything finally boiled over, even knowing he couldn't win, the protagonist still chose to throw his fists and carve out a way to escape that hellish reality. But after that frenzied fight, along with the adults stepping in, he became the weaker party because he had no parents left to back him up. Even before the school violence committee, he was the only one punished, while Park Min-chun's gang went on with their student lives without facing any consequences. Only long after falling into a vegetative state did the protagonist truly understand that reality couldn't be avenged through brute force alone. Even adult interference had to be dealt with at the root, if he wanted his revenge plan to be truly complete. Kim Hain-sung returned to the present and coldly faced the filthy teacher standing right in front of him. The protagonist didn't bother beating around the bush and dragged every sin the man had hidden straight into the light. From taking cash envelopes and accepting bribes, to having an affair with the married English teacher who had 3 young children. The man went pale as soon as he heard it, his face drained of color, and he no longer dared raise his voice at him. The young man was confident because in his previous life, when he reached his 3rd year, Kim Yang-chun's private life had been exposed. His wife stormed into the school, slapped him in utter humiliation, and forced him to sign divorce papers on the spot. From the outside, everyone thought his family was well off, but in truth, most of the assets were actually in his wife's name. That was why he feared his secrets getting out more than anything. So this threat was guaranteed to work. Struck right at his weak point, Kim Yang-chun immediately changed his tone and gently asked what the protagonist wanted. What he wanted was simple. If the man wanted him to stay quiet, then he could keep living like the trash he was, still turning a blind eye to students suffering even while knowing it was wrong. Except this time the target had to change. From now on, the teacher had to do everything for his benefit. No matter what method he used, he had to stop this incident from exploding. As long as he obeyed until the day the young man graduated, his secrets would remain buried forever. After dealing with the teacher, the protagonist went back to the classroom to settle the score with the last enemy left. Dong Min-ho had assumed that as long as the teacher obeyed his parents, he could do whatever he wanted. He sat in the classroom at ease, confidently thinking the protagonist had no way out this time, even leisurely imagining how miserable his end would be. But reality didn't care about his fantasy. The next moment, the classroom door slammed open, and the young man appeared like a grim omen. Dong Min-ho, when you leave something unfinished, you should see it through to the end, right? Before the other boy could even understand what was happening, a fist had already crashed straight into his face. And it didn't stop there. He took a brutal kick to the stomach next, followed by a relentless barrage of blows. Every strike was vicious and completely merciless. Dong Min-ho looked around in panic, hoping someone would step in and save him. But reality slapped him hard across the face. Even the teachers who saw it pretended that nothing was happening. All he got now were repeated slaps from the protagonist, along with words so cold they cut straight to the bone. Don't expect anyone to save you. In a situation like this, not a single person in this school is going to stand on your side. He poured every ounce of rage he had bottled up for years into each blow he brought crashing down on him. This was revenge for all the pain of being bullied throughout his high school years. Rong Minghao's face was swollen and warped, like he had just been stung by an entire swarm of venomous bees. His whole body trembled uncontrollably, miserable and pathetic, like a dog cornered against a wall. The main character understood very clearly that if he let Rong Minghao off, what happened with those other 3 would be covered up somehow. But if he had truly wanted to choose his revenge targets in order from the very beginning, then this young man would not have punched Park Min-chun straight in the face the instant he came back. Instead, he could have chosen a quiet life, staying far away from the bastards who ruined everything he had. After enduring a living hell trapped in a vegetative body, the only thing the main character craved was revenge, and this was the first result. Everything was about to be turned upside down. 3 of them had already been taken away, and now 1 more had dropped. The principal would definitely come down on him hard, because the old man wanted to turn this promising high school into a prestigious institution. On top of that, there were far too many witnesses who had seen what the main character did, so the incident could not be buried easily. That was why everything that had just happened was only the opening act. The principal declared that the main character had not only sent the victims to the hospital, but had also shown brutal violence toward them. Even after counseling with teacher Kim Yang-chun, he showed absolutely no remorse. Worse still, right after that, he continued to attack student Rong Minghao without mercy. This was a grave offense too serious to overlook, so disciplinary action had to be taken immediately. The other teachers standing nearby chimed in as well, making the meeting room feel as tense as a drawn bowstring. Even the English teacher spoke up, demanding that the main character be expelled on the spot. The moment Kim Yang-chun heard his lover beside him raise her voice, he jolted in panic, cold sweat breaking out all over his body. At this rate, if the boy was truly expelled, everything he had been trying so hard to hide would come crashing down too. He could not let the situation fall apart, so he had no choice but to step in and admit that the main character was indeed at fault. But from my observations as the homeroom teacher of District 1, this incident started with the so-called victims, including Park Min-chun. There have been plenty of rumors that Park Min-chun's gang regularly bullies other students. I had planned to catch them in the act and discipline them myself, but it seems this student could not endure it any longer, and that is why this unfortunate situation unfolded the way it did. He was a victim before he ever struck back. If we punish him just like this, wouldn't that go against the very spirit of being educators? Hearing the homeroom teacher say that, the principal's displeasure showed on his face immediately. No matter what, Rong Minghao's parents would never let this slide. But since that man had stepped up to defend him, the principal had to back down for the moment. After thinking it over for a while, he decided that 1 week later he would convene the disciplinary review committee to determine the punishment. And until the disciplinary hearing was held, the main character character would be suspended from school. Before he left the school, that homeroom teacher still trailed after him like a shadow, desperately trying to flatter him so this young man would not expose his filthy secret. He really was a pretty interesting piece of work. He switched faces faster than lightning, and he was nothing more than a pile of trash that had abandoned a teacher's honor long ago. Ignoring him, the main character turned and threatened him, saying he knew the teacher had already done everything he could. But it seems you knew from the start that Park Min-chun was constantly bullying other students, didn't you, teacher? Burn this into your mind until the day I graduate from this school. The only way you can stop me from revealing everything is to use every trick you have to make sure things always go smoothly for me, no matter what it takes. If you cannot even do that, then it will not just be your life. I will grind Limmy Yang's entire future into dust as well. I swear it, I guarantee it, and I have never once broken my word. After getting rid of that annoying pest, from this moment on, the main character had exactly 1 week left to come up with a survival plan. At the same time, he would take revenge one by one on every person who had dragged his life down into the mud. This young man began laying out a meticulous plan, setting his sights on swallowing up the surrounding territories within 2 years. He would build a foundation for himself while wiping out the enemy's strongholds at the same time. To do that, he needed to satisfy 3 conditions. The first condition was personal strength. If he wanted to bring down those school violence thugs, the main character had to become strong enough to face them head-on without a hint of fear. The second condition was understanding the current landscape. His future enemies were actively recruiting people, like a faction in a system world preparing to expand its territory. If he wanted to deal with them, he needed to find people who shared the same goal. And finally, the most important condition of all was backing. At the same time, at police headquarters, Go Changbem, the eldest son of the Myeonjin construction group, was causing a full-blown scene there. He had been detained on suspicion of assaulting someone without cause, even though the police still had no solid evidence. Recently, his father publicly announced the start of a succession race within the family. The goal was to choose the one with enough ability to take over the entire business empire. Go Changbem had nothing in his hands except a high school diploma. Meanwhile, his younger brother had graduated from a prestigious university and married a well-known woman in Daejeon 3 years ago, so his position was incredibly secure. Go Changbem would be pushed into a weaker position if his younger brother learned that he was involved in a brawl and had broken the law. He tried to explain the truth to the police officers, but they deliberately played dumb and kept insisting that he was the one who struck first. He was so furious he wanted to smash the whole place to pieces, then forget that damn succession war altogether. Just when he had been pushed into a corner, it felt like he had grabbed hold of a life-saving raft. The main character suddenly showed up and said he had come to testify on Go Changbem's behalf. He acted like everything was pure coincidence and launched into a syrupy performance. I just happened to see it while I was passing by. I figured it might get complicated since that area doesn't have CCTV, so I borrowed the dashcam footage from a car parked nearby and brought it here, because testimony from a minor like me definitely wouldn't be convincing enough on its own. This man did everything he could to avoid a conflict, but those thugs held him back and attacked first, leaving him with no choice but to defend himself. This wasn't his fault. He's just so strong that he dropped them all in a single blow. Thanks to the main character's timely appearance, Go Changbem's trouble was resolved with shocking ease. He accepted the thank you money Go Changbem offered him. After that, the young man explained that the brawl had never been random to begin with, just like his decision to bring the evidence here wasn't random either, because Go Changbem was fairly well known in Daejeon. During the time he had been unconscious, the main character still remembered a few things about his family, how they lived, and how they ultimately ended up. He asked Go Changbem to give him 1 hour to explain the whole truth. The young man handed Go Changbem the original copy from the dashcam, then began his psychological manipulation. 30 minutes before the accident, 3 men had gathered in front of the convenience store. At first glance, they looked no different from ordinary customers. But after 30 full minutes, they were still standing there like statues without moving an inch, clearly waiting for someone to appear. The second they saw him approach, they rushed in to start trouble. They had clearly been told in advance to take the beating, so they shoved their faces forward to provoke him while hurling insults. He held back as long as he could, but in the end, he still became the one who struck first. With one disaster after another piling up lately, none of it looked like coincidence anymore. It looked like a game board someone had quietly set in place. The moment the succession battle began, calamity kept crashing down on his head. What if all of it was Go Chang-seok's scheme to kick him out of the race? After hearing that, Go Changbem felt the theory wasn't unreasonable at all. He had suspected as much for a long time, but he had never wanted to believe his own younger brother would go that far. That a man raised in luxury could stoop to tricks this filthy was almost hard to accept. The main character said it outright. He would help him take revenge on that bastard little brother. More than that, he would put him in the chairman's seat of Myeonjin Construction. To make Go Changbem trust the words of a high school student, Kim Hyun-sung kept breaking everything down in a cold tone, like a system analyzing a mission. Someone is definitely backing you in this race. But don't you see it? The people around you only pour sweet words into your ears and flatter you so they can control you. Meanwhile, a high school student like me can see through Go Chang-seok's script as clearly as daylight. The people beside you are very likely Go Chang-seok's eyes and ears. I don't need you to trust me immediately. I only need one chance for us to build trust from absolute zero. Go Chang-bem had always been an extremely cautious man, because he was the eldest son of the Myeongjin construction conglomerate. In Daesan, he was infamous like a walking bomb, the kind of man no sane person should ever provoke. The main character approached him not because he was kind, but because he was rotten enough, ambitious enough, and willing to crush even his own younger brother to seize power. That was exactly why he was the perfect chess piece for the plan Kim Hyun-sung was building. Go Chang-bem still hesitated, unsure whether he should believe what the main character had just told him. Even though the other party was only a high school kid he had just met for the first time, every word out of his mouth pierced straight into the truth. Compared to his younger brother, he understood very clearly where he himself stood. If things kept going the way they were now, the hearse seat would definitely slip right through his fingers. Suddenly he remembered something his father had once taught him. If you don't have ability, then find someone capable and keep that person by your side. Don't discriminate based on age, gender, or status. As long as you can keep the person who has the skills you need, you can still lead Myeongjin construction. The more he thought about it, the more his head spun like it was about to explode, with every calculation crashing violently through his mind. In the end, Go Changbem ignored all his doubts and took the gamble of placing his trust in this young man just once. The main character immediately began laying out each step of the plan in precise detail. He clearly pointed out the gap between him and his younger brother, while also exposing every tactic the other side was using. To win this power struggle, there were three conditions he absolutely had to seize. First was pedigree, and in that category Go Changbem had practically already lost outright. While Go Chang-seok was busy building an alliance through marriage with a powerful family in Daesan, Go Changbem had been wasting his time on cheap relationships in the red light district. Second was reputation, and Go Changbem's nickname, Daesan's Bastard, needed no further explanation. Finally, there was competence, and while he was still drowning in women and alcohol, Go Chang-seok had been steadily proving his worth through clear and tangible business achievements. He didn't even need to be exceptional, because doing almost anything already made him look better than anything Go Changbem had ever done. So from this moment on, they had to overturn all three of those factors. First came pedigree. They couldn't instantly marry into a powerful family the way Go Chang-seok already had. Power isn't some kind of magic that falls from the sky. What they needed to do was sever the link between him and his wife's family. Once the backing from his in-laws, his key trump card, was shattered, Go Chang-seok would be dragged back to the starting line just like them. And of course, that was far too easy for the main character. He had already sent a message to Go Chang-seok's wife about the hotel where his mistress was staying, setting him up for a brutally painful ending. Their father was none other than the chairman of Myeongjin Construction Group. Gao Mingzhen summoned both of his children in front of him, then launched into a harsh lecture. But this time, everything unfolded completely differently from whatever happened before. He walked over, patted Gao Changbin on the shoulder, and said he had done an excellent job. He even said he was truly proud of him. It was the first praise he had ever received from his father in his entire life. That cold, strict man made Gao Changbin so happy he could barely keep his emotions hidden. From that moment on, he decided to follow every instruction the main character gave him. But the main character did not let him stay lost in that brief burst of happiness for long. He said it bluntly, this was only the beginning. The only thing they had accomplished was dragging Gao Changxi back to the starting line in terms of backing and support. If he wanted to sit in the chairman's seat, the road ahead was still long and full of monsters blocking his path. So the next step was for him to enter the company as an ordinary employee, observe with his own eyes how the machine operated, and wait until the main character told him when to make his move. Gao Changbin froze after hearing that, and at first he had no desire at all to accept it. But when he thought about the bigger picture, he immediately swallowed his pride and agreed without hesitation. Of course, nothing in this world comes free. If you take something, you have to give something in return. The main character stated his demand plainly. He wanted Gao Changbin to become his guardian so he could borrow his authority. If you want to defeat an enemy who already has everything, then you have to gather every card you need for yourself. On the day of the disciplinary committee hearing, Kim Yangchun got slapped several times by Rong Minghao's mother because he had taken her money and still failed to protect her son. And that was not even the end of it. The main character also put him in his place and forced him to do everything possible to bury the case. Because the second he exposed either the embezzled money or the old man's affair with another woman, his life would be over. It served him right. Kim Yangchun clutched his head and groaned, unable to understand how he had ended up this miserable. Whether he was exposed as a cheating husband or a corrupt teacher, he would lose every bit of standing he had at Daesan. At this point he had no idea where else he could drift next. But in the instant he glanced over at the main character's guardian, he immediately realized that Man was the eldest son of Myungjin Construction Group. So he took a gamble. Ignoring all his previous ties, he turned around and started defending the main character instead. He slammed the table and shot to his feet, his face filled with righteous fury, as if he were some mage sent to represent justice. This was an outrageous case, where the attacker had been twisted into the victim. Wasn't the cause of all this already painfully obvious? The school bullies, including Rong Minghao, were the ones who had started trouble with their classmate first. After hearing that, the principal was so stunned he could not react in time. Even Rong Minghao and his mother could not believe their own ears. They honestly thought he must have eaten something weird to dare flip sides that boldly. Kim Yangchun continued, laying out every detail with careful clarity. I have received many complaints about the 4 students in Park Min-chun's group. Since the start of the school year, they have continuously bullied the students around them. I warned them sternly before and demanded that they stop causing trouble, but their behavior only kept getting worse. And just before this, Park Min-chun had also been bullying Lee Zhangmin. The main character's student could not keep standing by and watching that scene of school violence, so he stepped in. He only wanted to stop it out of the good heart of an ordinary student, but Min Cheon brought several others over to attack him. Just think about it, if someone comes at you trying to hurt you, are you really supposed to sit there and wait to be beaten? Everything that student did falls within the bounds of legitimate self-defense. Of course, I admit that his method of self-defense may have been a little excessive, but after fully reviewing the circumstances and the cause, if we punish only the main character, then how are we any different from the trash adults who help cover up school violence? Kim Yangchun switched sides faster than a sheet of rice paper flipping over, leaving the principal, who had been on the same side as him, completely frozen and unsure how to handle it. Even though he had already made promises to Rong Minghao's mother, the principal still stubbornly insisted on defending him to the very end. He put on a hypocritical show, acting as if he cared so deeply for the victim. Then he allowed the so-called victim, Rong Minghao, to speak and recount the entire incident. Naturally, after finally getting the chance to open his mouth, he immediately pretended to tremble in fear. Playing the role of the victim, he dumped all responsibility and blame onto the main character. His mother beside him added even more exaggeration, making the whole performance so fake it was nauseating. The crowd began to whisper among themselves, and the tide of public opinion slowly shifted toward condemning him. Finally fed up and unable to hold back any longer, Gao Changben, acting as the main character's guardian, slammed the table and stood up to start the fight. And you too, tell the truth about what really happened, you foolish woman. Are you seriously trying to make everyone believe that pile of lies? How much do you actually know about what happened? Don't you think the human-shaped monster sitting over there is the real reason this whole thing exploded? I personally investigated Park Min-chun's gang. They bully people, rob them, and steal belongings from other students. Their reputation is so notorious that almost no one around the school is unaware of them. Why are you trying so hard to cover for them? Are you really that stupid? Or did they pay you a pretty enough price? I know the ambulance came to the school because Park Min-chun's gang was injured, but this entire incident happened because that student was forced to act in legitimate self-defense. You all should be honest. If you were really just victims beaten by thugs, then why are you still strong enough to stand there like that? The moment she heard her son being insulted, the mother instantly lost her mind and screamed like an out-of-control monster. Who are you calling a thug? Why would my son be a thug? Who the hell do you think you are, talking to me like that? I heard Kim Hyun-sung is an orphan with no father or mother, so what gives you the right to stick your nose into this? It sounded just like those gang bosses who love asking, do you know who my father is? Go Changbyum didn't dodge the question at all, and immediately revealed his identity in front of everyone. I am Kim Hyun-sung's legal guardian, at the same time the eldest son of Myungjin Construction Group. Go Changbyum kept pressing the room, saying that he had originally planned to use the company's name to sponsor the Bright Prospects program. But given the situation now, that decision would probably need to be reconsidered. He truly never imagined that this school had rotted to such a disgraceful degree. The moment those words fell, the whole room felt like it had been struck by lightning, especially the old principal. He had no idea what was happening, or since when the eldest son of Myungjin had become someone close to Kim Hyun-sung. The more he thought about it, the clearer it became that if he kept siding with Yong Minghao, he would lose any chance of building ties with the conglomerate for good. Not to mention, if he went against Go Changbyum's warning, he could be kicked out of Dun City at any moment. For the sake of his own interests and the Bright Prospects funding, the old man instantly did a complete 180, declaring that Yong Minghao was the real ringleader, while Kim Hyun-sung had only tried to stop him. He is the real victim, so Kim Hyun-sung should be allowed to tell the truth first. His skin was thicker than a fortress wall, saying whatever shameless thing he pleased. The main character, after waiting all this time, was finally allowed to speak, and the feeling was impossible to describe, because in his past life no one backed him up and no one listened. The rules for the rich and the poor were never the same, and that was a cruel truth no one could change. This time he was going to exploit that truth to the absolute limit. The young man began a speech that ran like a formal indictment, and to sum it up, he first tore into the teachers for their utter irresponsibility. Then he sealed it with a true knockout blow, smashing it straight into the faces of the bullies. That's right, I hit Yang Minghao, and I also put Park Minchian and the others in the hospital. But why am I the one sitting here today? Just because I fought back against them a single time? Is it because I hit too hard? No, it's because the adults believe that someone powerless like me has no right to resist. Even if I was bullied so badly that I fell from a rooftop, if I had no power behind me, everything still would have been covered up. This school has had a full-blown bullying gang for a long time, so punish them first. If not, I will expose everything to the outside world. Then everyone will learn the truth about Chianal High, and it will become the shame of all Dezen. The only way to make me stay silent is to deliver a final judgment that is truly fair. Seeing that her son was about to step into the jaws of death, his mother instantly went hysterical, screaming in every direction as if she wanted to overturn the entire board. Furious beyond reason, she immediately called her husband to tattle and beg for help. But she was wildly delusional, like a stagnant pond trying to challenge the ocean's waves. The moment her husband heard Go Changbiam's name, he tore into her without the slightest mercy. I don't care whether our precious son is right or wrong, let him take the punishment and get his ass home immediately. Stop digging your own grave and then scooping filth into your own mouth. It was the first time in her life she had been humiliated without being able to fight back, and she nearly choked on her own resentment. But no matter how bitter she felt, there was nothing else she could do. In the end, the disciplinary committee ruled that Kim Hyun-sung would receive 100 hours of community service for school violence. Meanwhile, the other 4 students, including Yang Minghao, were all expelled. Just when it seemed like everything was finally over, Yang Minghao still could not believe it. He never imagined that someone like him would lose to a lonely kid with no family. His anger exploded on the spot, and he ground his teeth so hard it looked like he was losing his mind. Completely out of control, he charged straight at the main character, ready to pour all his hatred into his fists, roaring that this was all your fault, you bastard. But life was never as simple as he thought, because above every mountain, there is always a higher one. Before he could even touch a single strand of Kim Hyun-sung's hair, his own mother stopped him cold, then forced him to kneel and beg right there in front of everyone. Even though the humiliation made his whole body tremble, he still could not defy the pressure coming from his mother. For the first time in his life, Yang Minghao had to throw away his pride and kneel in a shame so crushing there was no escape. It might have seemed like that should be enough, but no. Compared to the pain the main character had carried for years, this was still far too light. He coldly bent down, moved close to the other boy's ear, and whispered like he was laying down a curse. But what should I do? Even this still doesn't make me feel any better, so from now on, you'd better start praying, because from this day forward, your future will be nothing but black. That night, after learning that he had been expelled, Park Min-chan took the initiative to text the main character and beg for a meeting. Ignoring all greetings, Kim Hyun-sung told him not to beat around the bush, and to say whatever he had to say right away. Park Min-chan lowered his head and apologized, admitting that he had been wrong, begging for one chance to be forgiven, and promising he would never do it again. He had asked the teacher and was told that as long as Kim Hyun-sung agreed, he would not be expelled. If the main character would just nod once, he was willing to work like an ox or a horse, and would even climb a mountain of blades or dive into a sea of fire. Being expelled had clearly hit him like a truck. Even if they had acted like little murderers in front of the younger kids, they were still only 17-year-old students in the end. They were still high school students with dim futures ahead of them, and after this, no school in Daejeon would dare accept them. Once you are expelled and branded with a school violence record, your life is basically stamped as finished. To keep persuading him, Park Min-chan nervously looked around, then lowered his voice and said that this situation had put them in danger too, because someone had been backing them and ordering them to bully Kim Hyun-sung. Before he could finish, the main character cut him off at once. I know who's backing you, and I know exactly who it is. It turned out that while he was in a coma, the nurses kept neglecting him so they could watch TV all day. And through that, the main character learned that after his vegetative state began, another bullied student had jumped from a building and left a suicide note. In that letter, the entire truth was laid bare, and it mentioned Golden Garden, infamous organization in Gangnam. The director of Golden Garden saw how students destroyed by school violence were left in ruins, then turned that pain into a highly profitable business. He He recruited bullies, or children whose strength in the school environment was equal to that of monsters. After that, they targeted students with wealthy and powerful parents, offering a service to protect their children right there inside the school. It was a twisted system where the students under their control had to maintain top rankings, and if someone else surpassed them, the new number one would become the next target. The recruited students would be dispatched to wipe out high-priority targets. In the future, he remembered, a few outer ring members of the Golden Circle were exposed, yet before long everything faded into silence again, and their true identities stayed hidden until the very end. To complete his revenge against the one who had shoved him into hell, he decided to investigate the Golden Circle and crush that organization down to its roots. Kim Hyun-song squeezed information out of Park Min-cheon and learned that the one who had hired them was senior student Shin Young-min. He was a third-year thug, and he also attended the same school. He did not think that guy was a core member of the Golden Circle, because the organization always passed its orders down from somewhere above to its disposable lackeys. Shin Young-min could not find private clients on his own, but at the very least he had a line of contact with the Golden Circle. Through him, the main character could drag that organization into the light. The problem was that Shin Young-min would never give up information easily, and on top of that, he was strong enough to debut in the future as a professional MMA fighter. If the main character rushed in with only his current level of skill, he would definitely be crushed. So his top priority right now was finding a way to deal with that monster. But before he could start planning around Shin Young-min, he still had to deal with Park Min-cheon, who was kneeling right in front of him. The young man stepped forward, raised a fist overflowing with killing intent, and started hammering it straight into the other boy's face again and again. "You want me to forgive you, right? Then let me show you what is going to happen from now on every single time we cross paths." In his previous life, Park Min-cheon still went on to become a good father, and Du Minghao and the rest were the same, all of them successful and living in peace. So in this life, the main character would make them repay every ounce of the karma they had sown with their own hands. He kept punching the boy's face over and over in vengeance, telling himself that no matter what happened, he would never forgive any of them. In the days that followed, the main character still went to school like normal. On the surface, nothing seemed different, but his mind was packed with carefully calculated plans. To bring down the Golden Circle, this young man had to become an even better student, because their targets were always the students who stood out more than members inside their system. At the same time, to prepare for the worst situations waiting in the future, the main character sought out an old, run-down fitness club. It looked shabby from the outside, but the trainer there was Jong Do-cheon, the first Korean MMA fighter to ever become a UFL world champion. But at the moment, he was nothing more than a remnant abandoned by his era, and he was also the missing piece the main character desperately needed. Meanwhile, at the high school, because the plan to eliminate the main character had failed, the third-year thug Shin Young-min called up the first-year bully Park Jin-woo and ordered him to cripple the boy so he could never live like a normal person again. On this side, brushing past the gym owner's introduction, Kim Hyun-song got straight to the point and asked the man to teach him how to fight until he could stomp every bastard who had ever bullied him. Jeong Do-cheon was the first Korean to win a UFL title. The reason a man who should have been living in comfort off his fame ended up running this tiny rural gym was a doping scandal. During the doping test before the third defense of his belt, he was found to have used anabolic steroids, a banned substance that rapidly boosts muscle growth in a short period of time. Jeong Do-cheon admitted his mistake without making excuses. And just like that, his glorious career ended in the most anticlimactic way possible, like an arena going dark. So when he heard the main character say he was willing to give up everything for revenge, he immediately refused to train him and told him to leave. He kept trying to persuade Jong Do-cheon, promising to hire him for 100 million won. Even if he gave up halfway through, that money would still belong to him. Seeing that the other man still had not budged, the young man immediately struck at the weak point of someone society had once thrown off the martial arts stage. Taking advantage of his financial hardship, he began a full-on mind-break speech, like a system skill built to manipulate psychology. "You must have known the consequences, but you still chose to use the drugs, and in the end, that result came from your own choice. The same thing applies to me. After learning how to fight from you, I might go around brawling everywhere, and the consequences could be even worse than I imagine. In the end, I might even become a cripple, get locked up in juvenile detention, then spend the rest of my life going in and out of prison. But I came here because I have already prepared myself for all of it. Just like the moment you decided to go back to drugs, I am also standing at the edge of absolute despair right now. I need you. Things that cannot be solved with money can usually be solved with a whole lot of money." Looking into the main character's eyes, blazing with determination, Jeong Do-cheon finally wavered. He told him to get in the ring, and if he could last at least one round, he would acknowledge that resolve and accept the request. He promised that as long as the boy could prove he had an unbreakable will, he would train him into the strongest fighter of all. Kim Hyun-song took hit after hit without getting even a single real chance to strike back. He was nothing more than a living punching bag for Jung Do-cheon to unload his full power on. In just the first 10 seconds, the main character's body was already close to its limit. Blood ran everywhere, and his arms and legs were bruised so badly it hurt just to look at him. There were still 3 full minutes left before the match would end, and the man advised him to give up before he suffered even more serious injuries. If this kept going, he would definitely collapse for good. But at that exact moment, Kim Hyun-song still forced his arm up and threw out a desperate counterattack. Sadly, a rookie was still no match for a veteran. He did not land a single clean hit, and instead got beaten even more brutally than before. It looked like the main character had already dropped motionless and was ready to meet his ancestors. But in the final second, he still used every scrap of his survival instinct to force himself back up and stand there, taking the punishment. Kim Hyun-song roared in despair, forcing his body to rise no matter what. This was the very moment he had been waiting for long years trapped in a coma. The prayer he had repeated over and over, begging for time to turn back, was still burning inside him, so the main character absolutely refused to let himself fall at this decisive moment. After 10 years of lying motionless, this young man had finally become the true king of endurance. Even a broken nose was not enough to make him back down. Teeth could fall and blood could pour, but the main character still clenched down and endured it to the bitter end. And in the end, Jung Do-cheon had no choice but to acknowledge him, even leaving behind his bank account number. Because of that, Jung Do-cheon refused to use drugs ever again, and decided to enter a tournament organized by a broker from the MMA Association to pull attention back toward himself. That night, Jung Do-cheon dragged his battered body home, and the moment his grandmother saw him, her face went pale with shock. To keep her from worrying, the main character had no choice but to lie and say he had only gotten into a minor scuffle with a few guys at school, nothing serious. During dinner, he advised her to try putting money into Myungjin Group's apartment purchase project. Maybe a life-changing stroke of luck would finally come to the two of them. When he saw her worrying about not being able to come up with the money, the young man explained that they could take out a bank loan or sell their current apartment to cover the cost. They could even transfer the purchase rights to someone else. The main character knew for certain that Go Changbyam would definitely put them on the winning list, so he was extremely confident. He badly wanted to hand his grandmother 100 million won directly, just as simply as he had transferred it to Jung Do-cheon. But if he did that, she would definitely question where the money came from, so he had to hold himself back. The next morning, the main character went to school with a bruised and swollen face as if nothing had happened at all. The moment Shin Young-min saw him looking like that, he assumed Park Jin-woo had already taken care of him, and he was thrilled inside. He even allowed that first-year punk to openly brag to the whole school that he had close ties with him. Park Jin-woo, meanwhile, had no idea what was going on. He had only planned to go check the situation, yet somehow he ended up being mistaken for the one who had done it. But with an opportunity falling right into his lap, there was no way he was going to pass it up. So Park Jin-woo kept his mouth shut and did not bother explaining a thing. Looking at the main character's face covered in injuries, Park Jin-woo guessed that someone outside school must have beaten him into a pulp. Seeing him in that condition, he became even more convinced that the main character was nothing special. Park Jin-woo loudly swore that if the boy dared lay a hand on him, he would beat him to pieces and teach him a lesson he would never forget. Park Jin-woo even threatened all the first-year students, banning anyone from talking to the main character or hanging out with him. Anyone who disobeyed would be dealt with mercilessly. To defeat Shin Young-min, a man who had trained for years, the main character had no choice but to complete every single exercise his coach assigned. He trained 2 hours every single day, gritting his teeth through every second and every minute, forcing his body past its limits. On top of that, the main character's enemy wasn't just one lone bully, but the entire Golden Circle organization. That meant he had to get stronger, strong enough that no one would ever dare lay a hand on him. Seeing how determined the main character was, Jung Do-cheon felt the boy had real potential, so he decided to put him through the special training method he had spent years developing. He had poured an unbelievable amount of time into creating it, hoping that even after he stepped away from the ring, his students would still be able to see the path ahead. If the main character could keep up with that brutal program, he would become so powerful that any opponent in his path would be forced to kneel. A week later, while the main character was diligently studying at school, a friend suddenly showed up and took the initiative to ask how he was doing. It was Kim Se-woo, a first-year student and also the childhood friend who had been by the main character's side since they were little kids running wild together. From Kim Se-woo, the main character learned that Park Jin-woo had gone from class to class threatening the first years, declaring he would kill anyone who dared get close to him. Unwilling to stand with that trash, Kim Se-woo ignored every warning and chose to stay friends with the main character anyway. In his previous life, when Kim Se-woo found out the main character was being bullied, he threw caution to the wind and protected him no matter the cost. Because of that, the main character managed to escape Park Min-chun's group for a while. But after that, those bastards switched targets and began dumping all their cruelty onto Kim Se-woo instead. After being beaten so badly that one of his legs was broken, he started pretending not to know the main character. Then one day, while the boy was still lying in a hospital bed, Kim Se-woo came and offered a sincere apology. He blamed himself for failing to protect his friend to the very end. Crying as he poured his heart out, Kim Se-woo admitted he couldn't endure being beaten every break, that he had thought he was brave, but when the time came, he couldn't do anything. If there were a next life, he swore he would never leave the main character alone again. Not wanting that old tragedy to repeat itself, the main character coldly rejected that friendship. He brushed Kim Se-woo's hand aside and harshly told him not to act like they were that close. He told Kim Se-woo to stop sticking his nose into other people's business and just do what everyone else was doing. He could handle this himself, so there was no need for Kim Se-woo to get involved. Kim Se-woo couldn't take it and shot back, asking if he really had no idea how serious this situation was. Right then, the bell rang for class and Kim Se-woo had no choice but to leave. But before stepping out, he still shouted that he would do what he wanted, that he would not the main character be alone, and that he would come back during the next break. A fight against Golden Circle was bound to bring wounds and pain far beyond anything anyone could predict. That was exactly why the main character could not let Kim Se-woo get dragged into this swamp. Otherwise, his friend would suffer the same misery he had in the previous life. He couldn't abandon his family, but he absolutely could not drag anyone else into this fight to the death either. After waiting and waiting without seeing Kim Se-woo return, the main character thought he had finally given up. Then he overheard the students around him whispering that Kim Se-woo was pitiful, that his luck was unbelievably terrible. Some said they had seen Park Jin-woo talking to him and wondered whether they should tell a teacher. But the second they thought about retaliation, every one of them chose to pretend they knew nothing. Realizing his friend was in trouble, the main character shot out like an arrow, hoping he could still save him before it was too late. On the other side, Park Jin-woo approached Kim Se-woo with murder in his eyes and delivered a cold warning. He snarled that he had already forbidden anyone from associating with the main character, yet Kim Se-woo still refused to listen. Maybe the guy had lost whatever nerve made people feel fear. Kim Se-woo only smirked and said he had heard upperclassmen liked people with guts. Well, he was living proof, because he would mouth off no matter who was standing in front of him. He declared that he didn't care who Park Jin-woo was. The main character was his friend, so Park Jin-woo had better cut the dirty games. And if he wanted to fight, then come on. The moment he finished speaking, Kim Se-woo didn't hesitate and drove a kick straight into Park Jin-woo's face. Humiliated in front of his lackeys, Park Jin-woo's eyes turned red with fury as he screamed for all of them to rush in at once. True to the nature of school thugs, they had no shame about fighting dirty. The whole pack ganged up on one weaker kid and still somehow acted like they were impressive. The situation flipped fast. Kim Se-woo couldn't hold off the entire group by himself, and he was quickly beaten to a pulp, then slapped over and over by Park Jin-woo. At that exact moment, the main character arrived in time. He kicked the door open with a bang and stepped inside with the kind of presence that said this beatdown was about to teach them some manners. But wait, he stopped cold for exactly 2 seconds. A smart man uses his head, not just his fists. He had originally gone looking for Park Jin-woo, but instead the bastard had delivered himself right to him. Even though Park Jin-woo's physical strength far surpassed the main character's, his brain was hardly worth mentioning. The plan was already set. All he had to do was provoke him and force a one-on-one fight. The shrimp-brained thug took the bait instantly when the taunt hit his sore spot. He told his underlings to back off so he could deal with the main character himself. The main character sneered inwardly. What an impulsive idiot, jumping straight into a trap that had already been laid out for him. Even as the leader, Park Jin-woo had nothing but brute force and no brains to speak of. He charged straight at the main character without a shred of calculation. His movements were already slow, and his anger made them even worse as his oversized body slipped further out of control. All Park Jin-woo could think about was taking the main character down. But things were different now. The main character was no longer the weak little bookworm he used to be, because he had been trained in real combat. In no time at all, he beat his opponent into a miserable state. One hit, then another. Park Jin-woo had no strength left to resist, looking like he was on the verge of blacking out, clutching at the main character's pants and begging for his life. He stammered out an apology, admitted he was wrong, and claimed he had never wanted to do any of this. According to him, it had all been forced by Shin Young-min. He said the main character knew who Shin Young was, and a subordinate like him couldn't refuse an order. All those rumors going around were fake. There was no way he could actually beat the main character. Park Jin-woo begged him to believe him, saying he had only followed orders. If not for Shin Young-min, none of this would have happened, and he swore up and down he would never do it again. After hearing that, the main character didn't bother arguing any further. He threw Park Jin-woo to the ground and warned the the whole group that if they ever touched Kim Se-woo again, he would hunt them down to the ends of the earth and wipe them out one by one. Kim Se-woo had come terrifyingly close to ending up as a memorial photo hanging on a wall. Fortunately, he was taken to the infirmary right afterward. The moment he woke up, Kim Se-woo was forced to hear harsh warnings from the very friend he had risked his life to protect. To put it plainly, the main character only acted that cold because he wanted to push Kim Se-woo out of danger. Better to hurt his friend once than drag him into suffering 100 times worse. Once he finished dealing with his friend, the main character immediately set off with killing intent blazing in his eyes to find the true ringleader, Shin Young-min. Meanwhile, that bastard had no idea disaster was closing in on him. He was still leisurely dreaming about a future of wealth and the commissioner's seat in Golden Circle. The instant he saw him, the main character rushed straight in and lifted his leg to kick him in the face. Shin Young-min was damned lucky he managed to react in time. He had no idea what was going on. Out of nowhere, someone had charged in and started beating him senseless, so he was rattled and kept demanding to know who the hell the main character was. The main character answered in a voice as cold as ice while raining down punches and kicks. He was the very person Shin Young-min had been looking for. If he lost the advantage of the opening strike, the main character knew everything would be over. He tried to dodge every counterattack, but events refused to unfold the way he wanted. It wasn't long before Shin Young-min caught hold of him and immediately drove forward with overwhelming power. He was like a wild beast on the hunt, charging in madly and mercilessly overwhelming the younger boy. Even though he was getting beaten badly, this pain was still nothing to the main character, compared to the hellish training Jung Do-cheon had put him through. He knew full well that he couldn't beat Shin Young-min yet, but he had still gone to face him on purpose. This was a desperate trial, one where the main character wagered everything on a razor-thin chance. Then, when he was finally pushed to the brink, the young man saw a sliver of hope inside the pain. Sometimes whether the future cries or laughs depends on how reckless the past is willing to be. Seizing that instant, the main character wrapped his arms tightly around his opponent and hurled both of them toward the window. The impact was so heavy that the glass shattered in an instant. Shin Young-min desperately tensed his body to hold on and asked in a trembling voice what the hell the main character wanted. He clenched his fist, every word coming out sharp and clear. The main character wanted to know, between him and that bastard, who would die first in the end. It looked like the main character was about to embrace the whole letting go brings peace philosophy on the spot, but before he could do anything, Shin Young-min's lackeys rushed in and dragged him away. Even as they hauled him off, the main character kept struggling and shouting in vain, demanding they let him go. He cursed Shin Young-min to his face, warning him not to think this would end so easily. He swore that from the moment that guy laid a hand on his friend, this would not be over until he paid the price. The main character told him to be ready, because he would beat him down every chance he got. He even declared that he would dig every piece of trash out of that bastard's head and make him see for himself just how miserable the end would be for anyone foolish enough to provoke him. People do not fear the strong as much as they fear the reckless. Watching the main character leave, Shin Young-min felt a chill crawl down his spine and, for the first time, questioned his whole life. The friends standing beside him were no less shaken. Looking at Shin Young-min's back, still stuck with shards of glass, not one of them dared to open his mouth and say another word. 30 minutes later, the fight had blown up so badly that the school had no choice but to step in. The first-year homeroom teacher looked at the chaos in front of him and felt nothing but a miserable, pounding headache. The last incident had not even been settled yet, and now the main character had stirred up another major mess. The old man genuinely had no idea how he was supposed to handle this cleanly. Principal Oh Dae-hwan was definitely not the type to let something like this slide, especially when he was trying to turn the school into one of the most prestigious institutions in the country. But unexpectedly, it was the principal himself who said they should let the matter go, leaving Kim Yang-chun frozen on the spot after hearing it. He explained that Go Changbem was making major progress in the succession battle inside Mainjin Construction Group. More importantly, Go Changbem had agreed to become a sponsor of this high school, and once he took the chairman's seat, the benefits flowing in would be even greater. Sponsorship was completely different from a normal donation or contribution. People only spent that kind of money when there was something worthwhile waiting for them in return. What he wanted was simple, special treatment for the entire time the main character studied at Chianan High. No matter what kind of trouble that kid caused, Go Changbem wanted the school to bury it all, as if nothing had ever happened. In exchange, they would receive enormous benefits, from performance-based pay and school perks to priority apartment purchase vouchers from Myeongjin Group. Faced with such a tempting basket of profits, the old fox Kim Yang-chun immediately nodded with delight and promised to do everything in his power to protect the main character. The two old men were still enthusiastically swearing to protect their top partner when someone suddenly rushed in with news that the main character had just been attacked. The moment they heard it, both men turned pale and ordered the mastermind brought in at once. Shin Yongmin tried to explain that he was the real victim here, and that he was even the one who had nearly been killed. But no matter how hoarse he got from talking, the two teachers ignored him completely. Worse, they turned around and lectured him as if those two pieces of trash were somehow the righteous side. The pair played off each other perfectly, constantly fabricating a story that he was the one who struck first and had deliberately bullied a younger student. Even having witnesses meant nothing. Ask any random person on the street who they would believe more, an exemplary student or a thug who only knew how to solve things with his fists. After getting chewed out nonstop, he was so furious and wronged that the words caught in his throat. The adults in front of him were just as rotten as the students they were protecting. In that moment, he finally realized that going up against the main character was no different from provoking a deranged monster. With no way left to retreat, he had no choice but to lower his head and admit fault. Graduation was close, and he could not let this incident become chains that dragged him into the abyss. So he sought outside help, namely the broker in charge of the rural district, Gang Taegu of Golden Garden. The next day, Gang Taegu came to see the principal, claiming to be his guardian and demanding a full explanation. He brought up the case of the 4 students who had once been expelled, then added the matter of his own underling getting beaten, pressuring the principal to deal with everything fairly. Gang Taegu even threatened to call the police. The principal dared to favor the main character. Hearing crooks who took bribes and bullied others preach about fairness was honestly laughable. Faced with that threat, Odaiwan did not tremble in the slightest. He calmly replied with complete confidence that in Daisen, there were rules that belonged to Daisen alone. We have already discussed it with the police, so do whatever you want. This is Daisen. Threats like that do not carry any weight here. After failing to get anywhere at the school, Gang Taegu dragged himself over to the police station to file a report. But in Gimseo, he might have been a shark, while here in Daisen he was nothing but a small fish. Even the police concluded that the main character had acted in legitimate self-defense. There was no wrongdoing here at all. If he wanted to punish the main character, he would first have to send himself to prison for his own actions. So enraged, he felt ready to cough up blood. He threatened to expose the whole thing online and let the entire world know. But he was wrong again. The police officer reminded him bluntly that this was Daisen, not Gimseo. In this region, no matter how loudly he stirred things up online, everything would sink without a trace after a few days, as if it had never existed. Gang Taegu tried every trick he could think of, but in the end, he still could not do a thing in this remote backwater called Daisen. He could not understand why Odaiwan was so confident. The reason was the principal's local network, a form of hidden power far more tangled and formidable than Gang Taegu had imagined. Sometimes the emperor's law still loses to the village's customs. Personal interests were easy enough to meddle with, but the moment local sentiment got involved, everything changed instantly. It was territorial instinct, the natural urge to reject outside interference. And because of that, Gang Taegu could not truly threaten anyone at all. He sat there in frustration, staring blankly as he weighed his options. If this mission failed, Golden Garden would definitely send another broker to finish the job in his place. But if that happened, his life would effectively be over. Golden Garden had never once forgiven a failure. Gang Taegu forced the boy to drag down the main character's grades at any cost. Use underlings, use lowerclassmen, use anyone at all, as long as it made his scores drop. He even threatened that if the boy gave up or failed, Golden Garden would not only deal with the main character, but would eliminate him as well. It did not matter what method he used, the result had to be success. But before he saw even a hint of success, the main character appeared right behind him like a nightmare, his presence enough to freeze the blood. I told you to watch your back. Looks like the mission matters more to you than your own life. I heard that broker already went to see the principal, so I know exactly what is going on now. But you should start thinking straight for once. You already know, do you not? The eldest son of Myunjin Group is my guardian right now. I never intended to end this as some simple fight between students. Do not think messing with me ends with you getting expelled. No matter what, I will drag you into criminal court and make sure you walk away with a record. And when you get out of prison, people from Myunjin Group will be waiting for you. They will do everything they can to make sure you never use your fists in Daisen again. If you still want to live like a human being, your only option will be to leave your hometown. But even if you run, do you really think I will let you go? What do you want, fairness? No, there is only one thing I want, to ruin anyone who dares to lay a hand on me. You had better accept that if you still want to attend school like a normal person in the future, if you still want to go on living like a human being in Daisen, then from now on, you will taste every bit of what your victims once suffered. He was so terrified he nearly pissed himself, as if he had just come face to face with a genuine madman. He could not fight back at all and could only lie there, taking the main character's relentless barrage of blows. He was beaten until his face was bruised and swollen, reduced to a pitiful wreck that barely looked human anymore. He might have been able to fight the protagonist head-on, but the real problem was the Myung-jin conglomerate backing him, and that was what forced him to swallow the humiliation. No matter which path he chose, it led to death. If he let the protagonist run wild, Golden Circle would come for him. But if he abandoned the mission, the ending would be no different. For a brief moment, he secretly thought that getting expelled and facing punishment might actually be easier to endure than what he was going through now. Now, there was nothing he could do except bang his head against the wall and regret ever accepting this damned mission in the first place. All he could do was pray to heaven and every god he knew that the protagonist's exam score would somehow drop, giving him a little more time to find a way to survive. He desperately wanted to avoid the worst possible ending, but the protagonist did not. He had been waiting for the moment he scored high on the midterms, when everyone's true feelings would erupt. On one side was a man struggling to survive, on another was Golden Circle, determined to complete its objective at any cost. And behind all that stood someone who could not bear to see the protagonist fail. When all of those emotions finally converged and exploded, that would be the exact moment the protagonist reached his goal. For an instant, the malice in the protagonist's heart surged up and left him strangely calm. Whether he used the principle or the Myung-jin conglomerate, whether it was cowardly or cruel, none of it mattered as long as he achieved his goal. Everything was still moving exactly according to plan, and at this point, no one would be able to lay a hand on him for the next 1,000 days. After every class, the protagonist threw himself into training at the gym. He had already started to strike back, and a few times he had even managed to land solid hits on his own coach. Just as he was getting ready to leave, a familiar voice suddenly rang out beside him. "I'm Kim Si-woo. I scheduled a consultation for today." After the day the protagonist viciously lashed out at him in the infirmary, Kim Si-woo began to feel certain that he must have gone through something horrific to become this hardened. One question kept circling in his mind. Why had a boy who used to smile so easily and dream of giving his grandmother a happy life changed this much? They had once been best friends, but now even Kim Si-woo could no longer recognize the protagonist he used to know. And yet, the instant he saw him rush toward Shin Young-min and prepare to jump down with him, Kim Si-woo understood that he could not abandon this friend. The moment he learned his friend was about to train with him, the protagonist immediately objected. He even offered the coach a full refund of the money Kim Si-woo had paid, as long as he was turned away. Jung Do-cheon saw it differently and thought this might actually be a good thing. If the protagonist had even one friend standing beside him, he might cause less trouble. So Jung refused the offer and bluntly said that accepting students was his decision alone. "Now then, handsome guest, come over here for a moment, and you go home already. Don't push your luck." To convince Jung Do-cheon to let him join, Kim Si-woo revealed the injuries the bullies had left on him. "You see these wounds? I got them because I stood up to the punks who were targeting the protagonist. School violence is happening for real, and it is nowhere near as simple as adults keep imagining it to be. If the protagonist hadn't saved me back then, I probably would have ended up crippled on the bathroom floor. Now he's risking his whole life to protect me, and I can't ignore a friend like that. Please don't make me look for another place. I'm sure there has to be a reason the protagonist chose to come here." Jung Do-cheon's head was spinning as he listened. It had been a long time since he had a consultation, and somehow it had turned into a lecture on school bullying. He really had dug his own grave. Kim Si-woo handed over every bit of money he had and said that if it still wasn't enough, he would get a part-time job and keep paying the rest. He insisted that even if Jung Do-cheon refused to help, he would still do whatever it took to stay by the protagonist's side. Suddenly dragged into the mess between the two best friends, Jung Do-cheon felt a little lost and wondered whether it was really right to tell kids they had to live in hell without ever fighting back. After thinking it over, he decided it would be better to give the boy a little courage to fight back against violence. In the end, he agreed to let Kim Si-woo come to the gym the next morning, but warned him that if he couldn't keep up, he would be kicked out immediately. It seemed like everything was settled, but it wasn't. His closest friend was still waiting outside with a cold expression and hurled a pair of gloves straight into Kim Si-woo's face. "Judging by that look, I guess the director said yes, but I haven't got it. So prove it. Prove that even if you fall into the bottom of hell like I did, you still have the guts and endurance to crawl back out on your own. Prove that you're strong enough to hold on to this small, fragile friendship." The protagonist kept throwing out the cruelest words he could, hoping only that Kim Si-woo would finally give up on the idea. He ignored everything else and charged in with relentless attacks, trying to win so overwhelmingly that he could cut off their relationship for good. But the protagonist had nearly forgotten that Kim Si-woo was a former taekwondo athlete, a boy with multiple gold medals who had once been seen as the real deal. The only reason he quit was because, at a national tournament, he faced the association chairman's son and lost due to a deeply controversial ruling. Carrying that doubt in his heart, Kim Si-woo eventually gave up taekwondo. But the will forged during those years had never vanished, and with the aura of a true lead surrounding him, it felt like nothing was impossible. Very soon after that, Kim Se-woo was completely pinned down by the protagonist and forced to take a non-stop barrage of painfully affectionate punches from his best friend. The protagonist grabbed his collar with one hand and drove his other fist straight into Kim Se-woo's face, shouting in despair the whole time. Do you know a move in mixed martial arts called the dick claw hold? A technique like that can bring an opponent down too. Say you lost. Say you want to quit. Hurry up and beg me to stop. Helpless, the protagonist collapsed to the floor, tears spilling out at his friend's stubbornness. You psycho, why do you have to go this far? You're so sincere as a friend, it's terrifying. Kim Se-woo was beaten to a wreck, bruised all over, but he still refused to say a single word of surrender. He smiled with quiet satisfaction at his friend, then slowly brought up the unforgettable memory of the day the protagonist saved him when they were children. For a child who had lost both parents, been raised by his grandparents, and was mocked and beaten by thugs every day despite doing nothing wrong, the protagonist's appearance that day was something Kim Se-woo could never forget. That was why, from this moment on, he would never regret what he was doing, what he would do, or what he was about to do. After watching the two boys fight long enough, Jung Do-cheon finally couldn't take it anymore and stepped in. Instead of wasting time on something pointless, the two of you should train with me, because I'm willing to bet my life on taking both of you to the top of the UFL. He had realized that both of them possessed rare talent. As a former UFL athlete himself, he had seen plenty of promising faces in his time. But kicks packed with that much power, along with such absolute spatial awareness at their age, were incredibly rare. He had never seen anyone display as much raw skill as Kim Se-woo. As for the protagonist, he was a genius born with a will of steel and razor-sharp judgment, someone who could seize the upper hand the instant an opening appeared and spot every gap in an opponent's defense. If Kim Se-woo was as a natural-born talent, then he could absolutely succeed on the path of professional competition. Then the protagonist was the one with the potential to rise all the way to the very top of the rankings. Ignoring everything they had discussed earlier, Jung Do-cheon boldly urged the protagonist to quit school, break free from the chains of the classroom, and devote himself completely to sports. Even though he himself had once been buried and cast aside, he still promised that he would definitely take the boy to the very summit. It seemed like the protagonist might think about it for a while, but he refused at once. I'm not interested in fighting at all. It hurts so much that I always want to give up, but I feel like if I don't give everything I have, I'll die. That's the kind of agony I've been struggling through. Please be careful with this. The one who needs to make that decision is you, not me. If our thinking doesn't align, you can take back your offer and go do whatever you want, but don't drag me into it. After that brutal fistfight, it seemed the protagonist and Kim Se-woo were finally able to talk to each other more comfortably. He accepted that his friend would remain in his life, but he still laid down a few conditions, if they were going to keep associating with each other. Basically, he warned Kim Se-woo never to fall behind and never to stick his hands into problems that were beyond his ability to handle. For example, if it was a fight he couldn't win or anything involving legal trouble, then he had to leave immediately. In the end, Kim Hyun-song would receive a monthly stipend from the Myeongjin Construction Group, and he was absolutely forbidden from asking any more questions. More importantly, he told Kim Se-woo to study hard. If nothing unexpected happened before the day he escaped this hellish reality, he only hoped his younger brother would have a brighter life than his own. After a long, exhausting day, the main character returned home, took off his cold mask, and smiled with genuine happiness as he slipped perfectly into the role of the ideal older brother. Looking at the little brother in front of him, he felt warmth spread through his heart. The kid was obedient and adorable, never once giving him a headache by slacking off or causing trouble outside. To seize a better life than the one he had before, this young man swore he would crush anything that dared stand in his way. A few weeks passed, and the second semester midterm exams for high school finally began in earnest. If the main character failed to score exceptionally high on this exam, his entire plan would collapse right at the starting line. But there was no need to worry, because he was sharper than a blade right now. Even after being bullied to the brink, he had kept studying in silence, and every old memory was engraved into him like cold forged steel. It was his hunger for revenge against those bastards that had shaped him into who he was now. He remembered every answer on the test perfectly, without missing a single one. When the exam ended, the whole class was still anxious about their scores, but he sat there calmly, quietly taking in everything around him. A pretty first-year girl named Haiji walked over to talk to him, gently asking whether he wanted to compare answers with her. She was fairly popular for being both pretty and cute. She had confessed to the main character before, but back then he turned her down out of insecurity, thinking he couldn't date and still focus seriously on studying. But things were different now. Even as she sat beside him excitedly checking his answers, all he wanted was to use Haiji's popularity to make his own name spread farther. It didn't take long for her to finish checking all his exams. Haiji's expression instantly shifted from surprise to complete shock, because the main character had scored a perfect 100 in every single subject. The next day, the news that a student who had never even cracked the top 10 was suddenly sitting at number 1 left students, parents, and teachers all stunned. Parents kept calling the principal to demand answers. They suspected the school might be giving this kid an unreasonable amount of favoritism, or that he was studying at some miraculous cram school. Everyone was curious, because this exam had been so difficult that earning a perfect score was practically impossible. The principal and that homeroom teacher wanted to turn the main character into a stepping stone, using him to push Bright Prospect Academy into becoming one of South Korea's top elite schools. Even so, one issue still made them hesitate, and that was just how much trouble he tended to cause. The principal instructed Kim Yang-chun to keep a constant eye on the main character, and turn him into the finest product the school had ever produced. He set down a thick stack of cash, his eyes brimming with ambition. Your class has the #1 student in the whole school, so starting next month the school will increase your subsidy, and this is just a small reward. Enjoy it. Until the main character graduates, and even after that I'll keep backing you up, as a partner of this school. Kim Yang-chun hugged the stack of money in his hands, grinning from ear to ear. From that moment on, he saw the main character as the golden ticket of his life, one worth far more than young Myung-ho. Right then, to set his revenge plan in motion, he called Kim Yang-chun up to the rooftop to remind him of a few important things. The moment he saw him, the man turned excessively warm and eager. "My dear #1 student, what do you need this time? Just say the word, and I'll do everything I can to help." The main character told him about Golden Garden, then coldly warned that if anything happened to him, the man would be dragged down into the mud right alongside him. Kim Yang-chun asked curiously what he wanted him to do, and whether he was supposed to step in and stop Sin Young-min. Hearing that, the main character only gave a mocking laugh and replied in an excited voice, "What I want isn't just one thing, and all you need to do is keep pretending you don't see it. As an adult, ignore everything. No matter what happens, keep your eyes shut and act as if nothing exists. That's enough, so prepare yourself mentally." In that very moment, Kim Yang-chun understood that the phrase "no matter what happens" was no longer something he could dismiss as a joke. On the other side, Sin Young-min was still trapped in the mess of troublesome tasks he had accepted earlier. The people from Golden Garden kept pressuring him, demanding that he deal with the main character no matter what, or else he would be chopped to pieces himself. His lackeys suggested they should just beat the main character outright. Once classes were over, the teachers wouldn't care what happened anyway. But Sin Young-min refused. In his eyes, they had only one chance to act. If they made a move outside school grounds, Myung-jin would definitely get involved, and when that happened, every last one of them would be screwed. He would not allow failure, only success. They had to make the main character feel unsafe inside the school campus itself, where Myung-jin couldn't easily extend its reach. A lackey named Bae Song-ho, ranked Bonin 52nd and nicknamed the Godzilla Monster, proposed an idea to stir up as many incidents involving the main character as possible. No matter how shameless the principal was, he couldn't punish 30 students all at once. Since the old man cared obsessively about academic results, he would never dare do anything outside the rules and risk damaging the school's polished reputation. And so, exactly as proposed, they began carrying out their dark scheme to harass the main character during lunch break. A crowd came over and surrounded him, pretending to bump into him before rushing him all at once. "I heard you're really into interesting things, so let me be a living example for you. 1 punch leaves you dazed, 2 punches make you spin, 3 punches send you reeling, and the 4th drops you flat on your back." One by one, each of them took sledgehammer-heavy punches straight to the face from the main character. He still wasn't done. After beating the whole bunch down, he coldly walked over, kicked the leader once, and warned him, "Go tell your boss that if he's brain dead, he should stop scheming, and if he's got more lackeys, send them all." The plan had gone completely off course, because the first years were barely enough to scratch the main character. Right after that, Bae Song-ho appeared with a swarm of followers, ready to gang up on him. He stormed straight to the main character's classroom looking for trouble, but as if he had already anticipated the situation, the young man didn't waste words and calmly cut him off. "Fighting here wouldn't look good, senior. Why don't we move somewhere more suitable instead? Somewhere the teachers can't find out about." So the whole group headed up to the rooftop to settle things. Before making a move, the upperclassmen's gang started off with a round of intimidation. "You're seriously looking down on us too much. You little bastard, you'd better know your place and back off. To be exact, you're the one who crossed the line by ignoring the hierarchy and attacking your seniors." Without waiting for them to finish, the main character cut right in with a blunt reply. "Enough crap. All this circling around is a waste of time, so get to the point. I know why you keep picking at me, and those cheap excuses still won't save your brain-dead little plan. See those guys watching up there? You must feel ashamed yourselves, needing to drag a whole crowd of lackeys here just to deal with one person. Come at me one by one and fight me solo. Bae Song-ho, you can go first if you want, or wait your turn and get your skull smashed like an idiot." Faced with that provocation, they still took the bait. The most aggressive one in the group charged out immediately. "One-on-one, right, fine, but let me make this clear. I'm enough by myself, I don't need anyone else. In a place called school, where children gather in packs, raw power has always carried an enormous voice. The main character had recklessly taken down many stronger opponents before, but the dirty tricks he used to win had also made others misjudge his true strength. They thought that if he didn't use a belt or a chair as a weapon, and if he didn't ambush his opponent while they were off guard, then he wasn't actually all that strong. If he wanted the plan to succeed, the main character had no choice but to change the way they saw him with one clean, fair fight. He needed a crushing victory so overwhelming that no one would ever dare doubt him again, then turn bright prospect high into the palace of Chalung, a private kingdom beyond the reach of the Golden Circle. They thought Kim Jang-hyun was some terrifying monster, but it turned out he was all talk. Looking closer, he was nothing but a tiny shrimp clinging to a bigger one, roadside grass dreaming of touching the clouds. Before long, he took several hard slaps straight to the face, right in front of the entire student body. More importantly, that humiliating scene was witnessed by the leader of the first years, Baek Jin-yu. Watching his upperclassman get beaten left the kid utterly shaken, his heart trembling. That madman had knocked him out in a single blow, so that meant his own earlier defeat had not been luck after all. I'd better never mess with him again. Why did I ever think about fighting that rabid dog in the first place? I never should have gotten involved in this mess. Just as fear had Baek Jin-yu on the verge of wetting himself, someone suddenly interrupted him. He turned around in irritation and snapped, "What now? Who the hell is it?" But before he could even collect himself, a fist crashed straight into his mouth. So that was it. Kim Sayu had come to settle the score from last time. After all, there was still unfinished business between them. A few minutes earlier, when the main character was about to leave with those upperclassmen, Kim Sayu had stepped forward to block him and offered his help. However, as he had already said, he did not want anyone dragged into his personal fight, so he asked his friend to prove he was not alone by taking revenge on Baek Jin-yu with his own hands. And that was exactly why that unlucky brat suddenly ended up getting beaten senseless. He thought being bigger meant he could crush people with brute force, but Kim Sayu was nothing like his former self anymore. He slipped past every attack with clean precision, chaining together knockout blows before driving a knee straight into his opponent's face without the slightest mercy. On this side, after a fierce exchange, the main character had already taken down a good number of enemies. Baesong, who had been watching the whole time and was clearly unnerved, but there was no way back now. Even if he took over Shin Yong-min's place in the school's golden circle after graduation, no one would truly accept him. If he only beat the main character after the man was already exhausted, then that victory would mean nothing. If he wanted real recognition, he had to step in right now. Baesong-ho did not want to, but for the bigger picture, he forced himself to look calm and walked forward. "Stop there. That's enough. I'll deal with you myself." Burning with momentum, Baesong-ho charged in and threw a straight punch without another word. At the exact moment his fist connected with the main character's face, the main character broke into a bizarre smile, neither blocking nor dodging, and simply kept fighting him head-on. In terms of weight class, Baesong-ho was nothing compared to the main character. By now, he was a true king of endurance, taking punches like rain without even changing his expression. After a brutal back and forth, the main character claimed a commanding victory, relying on the absurd toughness he had learned from his master Jongdu Cheon. He casually wiped the sweat from his face, looked at the rest who were trembling in fear, and shouted, "Hey, stop standing there shaking and go bring Shin Yong-min here." Of course, none of them dared disobey. Just 30 seconds later, the news reached the boss. Brother Yong-min, Baesong-ho's group got wiped out. 3 first years and 6 second years. 9 guys in total were taken down. One would expect Shin Yong-min to explode with rage, but instead he looked rather pleased, and told them to continue with the original plan. Even if the principal and Kim Yang-chun were trash, this was still a school, and they could not hide 9 students getting beaten. Even if they did choose to ignore it, that was not what mattered. All they had to do was keep repeating the process until the plan finally worked. They moved quickly. One of them ran to the teacher's office and reported that the main character had gone berserk and was assaulting second-year students. He claimed the situation was extremely serious, and that the police needed to be called immediately. Another one directly called the Daesan police station to report the incident. They were utterly confident in their move, but they had no idea the main character had already read every step in advance and prepared to shut everything down from the very beginning. As for the teachers, Kim Yang-chun had already briefed them on the Golden Circle during a meeting held a few days earlier. Although a few of them disagreed and wanted to call the police to expose the group, there were also many voices pushing back against that idea. In the end, after weighing their personal interests, their livelihoods, and their daily lives, they agreed to act as if they knew nothing at all. They chose to stay out of it so they could keep living in peace, showing no sympathy and offering no resistance to the Golden Circle. At this school, it was as though nothing had happened. And naturally, the police chief was a friend of the principal, so the exact same mindset had taken root on the police side as well. When they heard the accusations that the main character had attacked upperclassmen, the teachers treated it like a minor issue, and even told those boys boys not to make such a scene. The police station responded even more harshly, scolding them and warning them not to keep calling to harass the police, or they would be held legally responsible. The plan failed miserably, and Shin Young-min ground his teeth in fury. His blood boiled all the way to his head, and he stopped caring about the consequences. He decided he would crush that bastard main character with his own hands. Just as he was fired up and ready to head out for a fight, Shin Young-min unexpectedly received a call from the gangsters. From the other end came a cold voice heavy with pressure. Shin Young-min, right? This is Go Chang-byam. Listen carefully, because from this moment on, it won't be long before your house gets sealed with red foreclosure notices. That was the very thing your father desperately tried and failed to stop. So how should I deal with this now? No matter how much you struggle, your family's debt is still right there. And that debt is going to fall squarely on your head, giving up your inheritance. Do you really think loan sharks care about something like that? To put it simply, your life is basically over. Of course, there is still one way out if you want to keep living. Let Kim Hyun-sung beat you like a dog. Most importantly, do not let anyone realize you are taking the hits on purpose. So, can you do it? Remember this well, I am not making empty threats. Just try laying a finger on the main character's face, and you'll learn exactly how easily I can turn your life into hell. At that moment, Shin Young-min nearly broke down. It felt as though he had been thrown straight to the bottom of society, with no path left to retreat and no choice but to bow his head and compromise. Shin Young-min rushed up in front of the main character and raised his fist, but he did not dare strike directly. He only pretended to swing, deliberately letting the punch veer off to the side. The main character immediately grabbed him by the head and slapped him again and again while speaking in an icy voice. So you got the call, didn't you? Why do you keep dodging like last time? If you're gonna do something, then do it properly. Every time, you should choose only one thing. Just one. Either kneel down like an idiot, or throw away your entire life to protect that cheap little scrap of pride. You choose. His words sounded sweet and calm on the surface, but every sentence stabbed straight into Shin Young-min's pride. Those taunts made him explode instantly. For a hot-blooded 19-year-old, there was no way he could stay rational while all those eyes around him were locked on him. He ignored every consequence and roared as he lunged forward. Damn it, all or nothing. I'll throw away my whole life if that's what it takes to kill you. He thought staking his life like that looked fearless and impressive, but he had no idea everything was unfolding exactly according to the main character's calculations. Only this kind of fight was worth having. Because Shin Young-min had participated in several amateur tournaments, the main character had easily broken down both his movements and Jongdu Cheon's through their match footage. The main character saw through the entire rhythm of his attacks. Whenever Shin Young-min countered with a left punch, his guard always dropped at that precise instant, and whenever he was about to unleash a finishing blow, he always took one long step forward and poured all his power into that final strike. That was the perfect moment to counterattack. A flawless read, and a victory so perfect it almost felt excessive. In the end, the main character proved his absolute strength before every student in the training hall. Shin Young-min's condition was miserable beyond belief. His entire body was covered in injuries, and his right arm was broken so badly he could not move it at all. The pain twisted his face out of shape, and he frantically begged old Kim Yang-chun to take him to the hospital for an immediate examination. But his luck was awful. That bastard teacher was too busy figuring out how to clean up the battlefield the main character had created, and he had no mental energy left to care about a pack of troublemaking students. Once the spear has been thrown, it cannot be called back. He could not keep stepping in as a witness forever. At this point, only two choices remained. Let the main character graduate in peace, or spend the rest of his life unable to live peacefully himself. Pressured by Shin Young-min, Kim Yang-chun played dumb as if he were deaf and mute, then coldly threatened the whole group. Listen carefully. Shin Young-min did not break his arm fighting the main character. He broke it while hanging out with friends and slipping down the stairs. And not just him. If anyone here dares mention the main character's name at the hospital, I will stop covering up every filthy thing you all have done. Understood? If you want to ruin him, make sure you can protect your own life first, though chances are you will be the ones who suffer. Shin Young-min refused to accept it and shouted right in the teacher's face, demanding justice. But once again, he was wrong. In this world, justice has never stood on the side of the weak. On top of that, he got another vicious lecture. Listen here, you little parasite on society. You used the exact same trick before to hide your own crimes. I do not care about anyone else. But you in particular had better remember this well. If I say I will do it, then I absolutely will. 1 week later, on the very day Shin Young-min was discharged, the main character deliberately texted him to ask about the mastermind behind everything, while also promising not to pursue the matter with him any further. Shin Young-min desperately wanted to answer, but he truly did not know who that person was. Even the middleman had left behind only a single message, telling him to end everything here before vanishing as if he had never existed. Exhausted by the mess he had created with his own hands, Shin Young-min dragged himself home in despair, hoping only to sleep and forget everything. But life does not run like a fairy tale. The moment he stepped inside, The wrecked scene before his eyes shocked him into frozen silence. His father suddenly rushed out, slapped him across the face again and again, and screamed that the family had fallen into this disaster because of him. He had warned him not to touch the main character, but he refused to listen. And now, all of them had no choice but to bear the consequences themselves. At that exact moment, the main character called again. Shin Young-min immediately left the house and went out to meet him. No small talk, no asking about his health, and no pointless beating around the bush. He dropped to his knees and apologized, begging the main character to spare him. He truly did not know who was giving the orders, and the same was true of the middleman. Even if he had to live like a subordinate from now on, he would accept it. As long as he was spared and his family was spared, that was enough. Looking at the tears rolling down his face, it seemed like the main character might soften. But no, what he had gone through was many times crueler than this. The main character told him to obediently endure it for 1 more month. If he used that time to prove his sincerity, then maybe he would consider letting him off. Shin Young-min had no idea what he was supposed to endure. He asked again in confusion, but the only reply he got was cold and indifferent. Take your time and feel it for yourself. You will understand soon enough. The next day, Shin Young-min dragged his battered body back to school as if everything were normal. But everything around him had changed. Everywhere he went, people were gossiping about how he had lost to a transfer student, along with endless rumors that stripped away every last shred of his dignity. And that was not the end of it. Shin Young-min was even bullied in return by the very people who had once been his victims. One person walked over, dumped milk straight onto his head, spat into his food, and forced Shin Young-min to lick it clean. Shin Young-min trembled with rage, yet he could do absolutely nothing. Only then did he realize that the main character's words had been pointing to this hell. A few days earlier, the main character had stood in front of the whole class and declared that from now on, he would punish Shin Young-min, not just for this incident, but for every filthy thing he had done over the years. For 1 full month, everyone could treat Shin Young-min however they wanted. Whether they spat on him, smacked the back of his head, or humiliated him, he was not allowed to fight back. They could take revenge, or they could choose not to. But if no one dared to make a move, then he would be allowed to live quietly until graduation, as if he had never existed in that school at all. To make sure his classmates had enough courage to act, this young man kept manipulating their emotions. Anyone who hated him, anyone still haunted by memories of being bullied, remember this well. No one in this world can act in your place. And of course, with the chance for revenge placed right in front of them, who would not want to pour out all the resentment that had been building for so long? It was not just Choi Myung-hun, but every single victim he had ever trampled underfoot. The whole school quickly realized that what Han Myung-hun had done was only the opening act for an even more brutal chain of events still waiting ahead. Shin Young-min kept sinking deeper, getting jumped, set up, humiliated, and branded a coward, exactly the way he'd once treated other people. There were moments when he was almost driven insane, ready to give up on everything and come back later just to slaughter everyone who had trampled him. But reality cruelly slapped him in the face. Without money, influence, or strength, all he could be was a lowly pawn pushed around by others. Even after taking down Shin Young-min, Ming still had no clear idea who the client behind all of this really was. Even the broker vanished without a trace, leaving behind only a message saying the mission was over before disappearing into thin air. The main lead tried piecing the clues together, guessing that the person behind it had a score on par with his, and enough money to hire Golden Garden to act. He narrowed it down to a few suspicious students, but he still could not identify which one was the true mastermind pulling the strings. He decided not to rush. Sooner or later, Golden Garden would reveal itself, and for now, he would focus on dealing with the problems right in front of him. Those who had taken pleasure in tormenting Shin Young-min, along with the teachers who looked the other way, had now all been dragged onto the same doomed boat. The plan kept escalating when Kim Hyun-sung made his move, ordering Shin Young-min to do one thing and promising to erase everything if he succeeded. Like a drowning man grabbing a lifeline, he nodded immediately without a second thought and threw himself straight into the task. He went to Park Min-chun's group and prepared to beat them down just as he had been instructed. But when things crossed the line, Park Min-chun, in utter desperation, pulled a knife and stabbed him directly. Only then did he realize Kim Han-sung's scheme was to make everyone destroy each other, with the only question being who would be eliminated first. The next day, news of Shin Young-min being stabbed spread through the school like a storm. Strangely, the entire group responsible was arrested and willingly confessed, even begging to be sent to juvenile detention as soon as possible, as if they wanted to escape Daesun. Dong Mingho's family also gave up hope and left Daesun for another area to prepare for the entrance exam to a public school. When someone suggested sending him to reform school alongside Go Changbem's group, the main main lead refused because he wanted to give him time to forget everything. He waited until the guy believed a new life had finally begun, then struck, making the despair sink even deeper. At the same time, Kim Hyun-sung also asked Go Chang-bem to make sure the other 4 would be sent straight to prison once they were no longer minors. Go Chang-bem started losing patience after spending an entire month stuck in a low position with nothing changing. He did not have enough patience to climb step by step through this brutal society. Kim Hyun-sung reassured him, telling him to wait just a little longer because the right opportunity was almost here. Even though he was exhausted and wanted to give in, Go Chang-bem still forced himself to believe in Kim Hyun-sung's plan. While daydreaming about his younger brother kneeling and begging for forgiveness, he suddenly heard screaming as the construction floor collapsed. Go Chang-bem immediately rushed out to check and asked at once about the condition of the victims. Even though the manager wanted to cover it up, he still demanded that an ambulance and rescue team be called right away. The workers were afraid the accident being exposed would halt construction and cause major losses, so they tried to stop him. But he remembered Kim Han-sung's words: if something went wrong, he should use the authority of Myungjin's eldest son to handle it thoroughly. He stepped up and took responsibility, putting saving lives first instead of worrying about the damage. The cause of the accident was sloppy construction. They had removed the support frames before the concrete had dried, causing the upper floor to collapse. Thanks to the rescue arriving in time, most of the victims suffered only minor injuries. Even so, social media quickly exploded with wave after wave of harsh criticism. The incident immediately reached the chairman of the Myungjin group, and he called his son directly. Go Chang-bem was flustered and did not know how to answer, so he could only wait for his father to hang up before asking his strategist for help. Kim Hyun-sung analyzed that the chairman took enormous pride in the construction business, almost like a true craftsman. He believed the chairman would try to uncover the full truth, so he advised Go Chang-bem to obey him and move forward without hesitation. Reassured and filled with confidence, Go Chang-bem stood before his father and younger brother and proposed tearing the project down and rebuilding it from scratch. He stressed that what needed protecting was not money, but the reputation and sense of responsibility they had built up over the years. If they honestly admitted fault and restarted the project transparently, they could win back their clients' trust. Even though Go Chang-seok objected out of fear of the losses, he remained firm in defending the group's core values. In contrast, Chairman Go Myung-jin looked at his eldest son with pride because at last the man had truly matured. He praised him and admitted that his son had finally shown the same qualities he himself possessed. He declared that Myungjin was a family-run conglomerate that valued construction quality above all else, and promised to pass down the legacy if he kept this up. A few days later, most of the victims had recovered from their minor injuries, and only one person still needed surgery. Kim Hyun-sung analyzed that there were 2 groups they needed to deal with after this accident. First were the potential clients. Extending debt payments, offering discounts, and being transparent about the restart would be enough to calm them down. Second were the injured workers, who needed to be treated sincerely so they could still feel proud of having worked for Myungjin. Following the plan, Go Chang-bem set out to resolve every remaining issue, determined not to disappoint his father. Go Chang-bem and the company's managers personally went to the hospital to visit the victims, bowed in apology, and accepted full blame on Myungjin's behalf. They agreed to cover all medical expenses as workplace accident compensation, and also offered 500 million won in cash to the most seriously injured victim. On top of that, the company promised to take care of his job situation after the surgery, allowing everything to be settled smoothly just as planned. This way of handling the crisis satisfied the victims and pushed him one step closer to the chairman's seat he had always dreamed of. But a week later, a butterfly effect suddenly erupted, opening a new round of the game that even Kim Hyun-sung had never anticipated. After the accident at Myungjin Group's construction site, something unusual began to happen. Honestly, it had only been a small accident in a rural area, with no deaths involved, so barely anyone should have paid much attention to it. And yet the media moved in all at once, and old incidents that had once been buried were dragged into the light, spreading a nationwide wave of outrage. On one television channel, a live program about worker accidents aired, and during it, a young man tearfully recounted the tragedy that had befallen his father. He was Oh Jong-hyuk, the son of a worker who had been permanently disabled after a construction accident in Incheon. Oh Jong-hyuk said that day at the construction site, materials were being lifted by crane, and that was when everything started slipping out of control. But what enraged people the most was the way the construction company responded after the accident. When someone was injured, they should have called an ambulance immediately, but the supervisor blocked the call to wait for orders from above, causing his father to lose a full 2 hours before reaching the hospital. Even worse, the hospital they chose was an hour away from the site, just so they could squeeze more out of the insurance payout. While while his family did not receive a single cent in support. It was all done to bury the incident, so the project could keep moving and the company would not have to face any consequences. Oh, Jang Hyuk slammed his fist onto the table in anger and said that was the reason he had gathered all his courage to stand before the cameras today. He only hoped that no other victim would ever have to suffer the same fate as his father. And the next thing Jang Hyuk said was what truly sent shockwaves through the entire studio. I am currently working at a construction site too, and by coincidence there was just an accident there. But the way the company handled it was completely different from what happened to my father. So this young man's story was told in detail on live television, while in real life he had already been appointed manager of the reconstruction site and was heading to work at dawn every single day. After that incident, everyone's attitude changed noticeably, and little by little, people began to look at him far more favorably. But the young man himself was utterly worn out, constantly groaning about having to act like a director while waking up early for work every day. Just when he was happily slurping instant noodles and savoring a rare moment of peace, trouble came crashing down again. The manager rushed in, out of breath, to report that the television crew had arrived to film, and the head office had already approved it. He told the manager to handle the arrangements and guide the crew himself, but the answer that came next left him frozen, because the person they wanted to interview was him. What? Why me? Did I do something wrong? He fired off questions nonstop, like someone who had just been dragged into a death dungeon, without the slightest clue what crime he had committed. That evening at Chairman Go Myong-jin's mansion, he had watched his son's entire interview, along with the accounts given by those connected to the accident. His son's attitude and the way he handled the crisis left the chairman deeply satisfied. I only followed what my father taught me since I was young, that what we build is not just money, but a family-like business that must be protected for generations. That answer on television made the father beam with pride, and the satisfaction in his heart was almost impossible to hide. After the broadcast, a flood of calls started pouring in from companies looking to get close to him or arrange matchmaking ties. Even high-ranking officials kept reaching out, leaving the chairman flustered over which side he should align with. More importantly, construction requests began surging in like monsters spilling out of a dungeon. The major projects included the S-Group headquarters in Jongno and a reconstruction plan for 3,000 apartments in Gangnam. Then came the new Gangbuk Tower and an employee housing complex for a chemical conglomerate. On top of that, the housing supply project, once proposed for 5,000 households, now wanted to officially launch construction no later than the first half of next year. This was nothing less than a massive level-up strike. The jackpot ticket Go Myong-jin had been waiting for all this time, and he benefited too, unexpectedly rising to executive director of Myungjin Group, a position he had never even dared dream of before. Those who had once looked down on him treated him like dead weight and mocked him behind his back. Even Go Chang-seok's faction immediately changed its tune, putting on friendly smiles and pretending to welcome him warmly. Not only that, his father even suggested that he join the Daesan City project, saying it might be a little early, but real-world experience would teach him a great deal. He was shocked enough as it was, but Kim Hyeon-song was 10 times more stunned, because the 5,000-unit public housing project was supposed to appear in the future, not right now. This unexpected twist made him wonder whether it was the result of a butterfly effect. According to the original plan, he only needed to solidify his position in Myungjin through this incident, then use that footing to intervene and push forward the 5,000-unit public housing project. But now, thanks to the chairman's decision, the main character practically no longer needed to carve out the path himself. It was obvious that his promotion to executive director would give Kim Hyeon-song an enormous advantage in his future plans. Even so, everything had already gone beyond the original script, so from here on he had no choice but to calculate every variable with extreme care, or failure could strike at any moment. No sooner had they mentioned his benefactor Kim Hyeon-song than Go Chang-byom came driving straight to his school. The very first person he went to see was the principal. His purpose was to subtly remind the man that he needed to take very good care of the main character. Of course, a favor like that had to come with benefits. So Go Chang-byom immediately threw out an offer that made the old principal's eyes light up. He wanted to work with the city to build a brand new athletic center. The facility would include every modern amenity, and it would even come with a swimming pool. The moment the principal heard that, he was so delighted he nearly started drooling, and the excitement on his face was impossible to hide. He promised to give it everything he had, making sure all of John in high school supported Kim Hyeon-song, both materially and emotionally. But even perks like that were not enough, so Go Chang-byom called in a few more people as well. One of them was the teacher who had been dragged into that earlier mess. He praised the teacher a few times to put him at ease, then casually dangled the bait. It was an all-out night of fun at Miracle with friends, with absolutely no need to worry about money. Just hearing that was enough to make the man so ecstatic he nearly lost his mind. And that was not all, because the bonus gift was a box of vitamins stuffed with greenbacks. That gift made the teacher look at Go Chang-byom as if he were the god of wealth descended to earth. After dealing with that whole group, he went up to the rooftop to meet the main character, thank him, and admit that he had truly come to recognize his worth. Bringing down Go Chang-seok before was something anyone who dug deep into Myungjin's internal affairs might have known about, but this time was on a completely different level. He had read the chairman perfectly, predicted the gains from the reconstruction decision, and turned him into the future executive director. Go Changbyam did not know what kind of future the main character was sketching out, but it was obvious that plan required far more power. So much power that he had to push him all the way into the chairman's seat. He accepted it, thanked him frankly, and said that if he ever needed anything, he should just say the word and not stand on ceremony. Since he was short on resources, at exactly that moment, the main character paused, studied him for a second, and calmly fired back with a question. So how much money can you spend on me? From that point on, a scholarship fund was established, and teacher Jin Gangchun quickly announced that Mingzhen would become its primary sponsor. The scholarship was worth 10 million won, had no limit on applicants, and would be awarded to hardworking students with promising futures. The very first student selected was the class's main guy, and the students below immediately erupted into noisy whispers and speculation. They thought it made no sense, because if someone really wanted to back him, they could have just funded him directly instead of staging such a roundabout stunt. Jin Ganchun then continued the announcement, saying that the next scholarship recipient would be Kim Si-woo from Class 8. The more they heard, the more the students felt something was off, and rumors began spreading through the school like magic running wild. It got so bad that even John In's resident loudmouth was spreading word that the main character himself had created the scholarship fund. Since Kim Si-woo was nobody special and still got picked, everyone figured it would be smartest not to mess with him from now on. Right in the middle of his gossip session, he suddenly noticed the main character standing in the distance, waiting for him. Remembering how brutally that guy had beaten down the school thugs before, his face instantly went pale. He cursed himself for being an idiot, wondering how he had dared badmouth Jonin's mad dog, because this time he was probably dead. Before he could scare himself even more, the main character waved him over and calmly lifted his chin. "You're Chu Jae-jin, right?" The loudspeaker of Jonin High. "Don't be scared. I don't care who talks behind my back. If anything, I like people like you, the kind who talks a lot and knows everyone." Chu Jae-jin felt his hair stand on end, but he still swallowed his fear and said that whatever he wanted, he would do it no matter what. The main character gave him a mild smile, then brought up how unfair the scholarship selection process was, using himself and Kim Si-woo as examples. He told Cho Jae-jin to spread the story around, so everyone would know just how unfair Mingzhen's scholarship really was. He stressed that all Cho Jae-jin had to do was add a little spice, turning the rumor into one massive explosion. The very next day, a strange rumor exploded across the campus from Cho Jae-jin's mouth, claiming that Mingzhen created the scholarship fund to reward people who treated the main character well. That was why Kim Si-woo, the only person who had spoken to him during the Park Jin-woo incident, had been chosen. And since there was no limit on the number of recipients, anyone who treated him well could earn a chance to be under his protection. Cho Jae-jin even added fuel to the fire, saying the main character planned to sweep the trash out of Daesun, starting with John and Hai. At the same time, he would accept anyone who wanted to join this operation. It sounded suspicious on the surface, but not a single student could ignore a rumor that tempting. Bae Sung-ho was the first to grow restless, wondering whether he might become the next scholarship recipient if he performed well enough. If the main character needed someone to crack skulls for him, Bae Sung-ho was confident he could handle it cleanly. Thinking that, he immediately summoned the loudmouth Chu Jae-jin over to get the full story. From Chu Jae-jin's mouth, Bae Sung-ho heard that Kim Hyun-sung intended to turn Jonin into his own kingdom with his new power, and wipe out the surrounding schools. In the process, anyone who proved both strength and loyalty would definitely be rewarded accordingly. The rumor hooked Bae Sung-ho harder and harder, and the bastard decided to place a gamble on it. Money always hits people where it hurts most, so he blocked the main character on his way home and struck up a conversation. The moment he saw him, the guy didn't waste words and only told him coldly to follow. After that, he told him to get straight to the point. To his credit, Bae Sung-ho knew how to act, so he apologized first and then bluntly said he needed money, and if they needed a strong, obedient thug, he would not disappoint. The fish had taken the bait, and Bae Sung-ho waited nervously for his response. The main character agreed to take him in, but only on the condition that he pass a test set by him. A little while later, Bae Sung-ho called together all the school thugs from first years to third years and assembled them in one place. Bruised and battered, he stepped forward under everyone's curious stares and declared in a cold voice that from today on, he would follow Kim Hyun-sung, and anyone unwilling to submit should raise a hand. The moment they heard that name, the whole crowd instantly stirred, their displeasure written all over their faces. Bae Sung-ho ignored it and continued in a growl, saying that anyone who opposed him would be dealt with right there on the spot. Earlier, the main character had already beaten him down, then ordered him to bring over a few obedient dogs, men who would fight when told, bark when told, and obey without question. After pounding him into the ground, he looked down at his collapsed body and said that from now on he was his dog, that tomorrow he would let him receive the scholarship, and that if he performed well, the rewards could be limitless. But betrayal was never an option, because if that dog ever crossed the line and turned around to bite its master, he would tear him apart without the slightest hesitation. After the beating and that spine-chilling warning, Bae Sung-ho's phone chimed with an extra 5 million won in his account, and it made him shudder. Humiliating as it was, he still held his head high, because money this easy was a whole lot better than getting worked like a dog at Golden Garden. And so Bae Sung-ho obediently carried out his first order, using his massive frame and heavy fists to kick things off. He charged straight into the third years and beat them until they were half dead. He grabbed the leader by the head like he was hauling around a puppet and forced him to remember that from now on, he was to serve Kim Hyun-sung as his lord. Throwing punches and threats at the same time, Bae Sung-ho said that if Kim Hyun-sung told them to take a slap, they should offer their faces, and if he ordered anything, they were to obey like a system command, and anyone at John-in who resisted would get a personal visit. No one had better be stupid enough to think about turning their back on him, because if anyone resisted, Bae Sung-ho swore he would snap every bone in that person's body until they could no longer breathe, and after saying that, he brushed the blood from his hand and turned away. Before leaving, he also confirmed that the scholarship rumor was real, and that anyone who obediently served their lord would be rewarded properly. It sounded so ridiculous it was almost funny, but when money can't solve something, a lot of money usually can, and right now the main character was anything but broke. From that moment on, the tide inside the school turned completely, and no one dared even think about standing against him anymore. That also meant he had officially stepped onto an entirely new tier of advancement. At the same time, the Golden Garden group, which had taken him a job to deal with the main character, was running into serious trouble. Their client was tearing into them nonstop, even threatening to report the matter to the Gold members, leaving the man in charge too anxious to sit still. To put the other party at ease, he confidently promised to finish before November. By then, the main character would be writing a leave request instead of sitting for the final exams. The plan sounded convincing enough, so the new guest reluctantly nodded and ended the call. That confidence came from the fact that they were about to plant a real thug inside the school. Choi Tae-jun, age 17, a killer from Golden Garden who had never failed a single mission. Choi Tae-jun went to meet the principal to confirm his identity, introducing himself as the son of an old friend of education director Kim Si-woo. Even if he had to show some respect, the principal was no fool. He could not help wondering why the education director would force a transfer student into John-in over nothing more than a favor for an old friend. It clearly had the smell of something illegal, and if they pushed it too far, even the director himself could end up in trouble. He began to wonder whether this kid was a hired blade planted by Golden Garden. Because of that, the principal decided he would not let him do whatever he pleased at Daesun. He warned Choi Tae-jun that if he broke school rules, he should not expect any special treatment, no matter how close his father was with the education director. After that, Choi Tae-jun was assigned to Class 5 of the first-year division. There, he ran into an old acquaintance, Park Jin-woo. The two had not seen each other in a long time, yet they looked surprisingly familiar and friendly. 6 months earlier, Choi Tae-jun had already been well known in the Sungrong area before joining Golden Garden. Back then, he had roamed everywhere building connections and had viewed Park Jin-woo as nothing but a useless loser. Remembering that Park Jin-woo had once said he attended this school, he immediately started asking about a few things. The moment school was mentioned, Park Jin-woo visibly tensed up, but he still tried to act normal and warned him to be careful of one person, the main character. He told him not to pick a fight with that guy, because the kid was insanely good in a fight and also had ties to several major figures. Park Jin-woo said it with a dead serious expression, but Choi Tae-jun barely listened. To him, it all sounded like nonsense, because he had never feared anyone. He figured that if he picked fights with a few people, he could drag the main character all the way to the bottom of this school's social hierarchy. He had done this kind of thing countless times before. All he had to do was turn the school into a nightmare dungeon for the target. Choi Tae-jun had that much confidence because he held a B-rank title, placing him among Golden Garden's top combat forces in the entire country. Thinking it, he acted on it. Choi Tae-jun immediately looked for a chance to crush Kim Hyun-sung, then manipulate the second years and third years in completely isolating him. He asked Park Jin-woo to show him the other classrooms so he could get a clear read on the power structure inside the school. Rarely having anyone ask him for help, Park Jin-woo enthusiastically guided him around, and their final stop was the main character's classroom. He gave a quiet introduction, then pointed inside. The instant he saw the main character, Choi Tae-jun could not hold back his battle lust. He strode over at once to start trouble, demanding to know why he was staring at him with such an irritating look. The boy did not back down at all. He calmly lifted his head, met his gaze head-on, and answered like someone about to step into a martial arts match. "But are you really sure you can bear the consequences of what you just did?" The moment those those words fell, Choi Tae-jun suddenly took a punch straight to the face from Park Jin-woo, before he could even understand what was happening. When he turned around, he saw his friend already kneeling on the floor, muttering over and over as he begged the main character for forgiveness. Choi Tae-jun froze like he had been hit with a control spell, completely unable to make sense of the ridiculous scene unfolding before him. When he first reunited with Park Jin-woo, he had actually been happy to see someone who knew about his glorious past, and he had even planned to treat the guy decently. But the instant he provoked the main character, only one thought flashed through Park Jin-woo's mind: this time I am completely screwed. So Park Jin-woo did not hesitate for even a second. He dropped to his knees and apologized immediately, even with Choi Tae-jun standing beside him in utter confusion. A week earlier, after Ba Sung-ho declared that he would follow the main character, the atmosphere at Jonin had completely changed, as if a new king had just taken the throne. Ba Sung-ho would not allow anyone to challenge that new order, nor would he allow school violence to keep spreading through the campus. It sounded absurd, because the same guy who had once hurt others now wanted to silence the bullies. After being chosen to receive a scholarship, Ba Sung-ho became Jonin's loyal gatekeeper dog. He punished bullies and protected the weak, making school violence disappear, and ushering in a false era of peace under the rule of a benevolent king. That was why the moment Choi Tae-jun dared to provoke the man who had created that order, the outcome was practically already decided. Even so, Choi Tae-jun stubbornly got back on his feet and counterattacked immediately after taking the surprise punch. In just a few moves, he beat Park Jin-woo down and left him sprawled across the floor. After dealing with one pest, Choi Tae-jun angrily turned toward the main character, throwing away every plan and excuse he had. Right now, all he wanted was to smash that guy first and worry about the consequences later. But before he could make a move, the class bell rang and cut the fight short. Choi Tae-jun had no choice but to return to class, though he still pointed right at the other guy and threatened him, saying next time he had better be ready because he would not even know what hit him. Sitting in class, his mind circled around nothing but the next break period and the image of sending the main character crashing to the very bottom. He suddenly noticed that the whole class was staring at him, which made him think he might have gone a little too far. Right then, the teacher told everyone to form groups of 4 for practice, but every student avoided him like he was some kind of monster. Everyone kept their distance from Choi Tae-jun and absolutely refused to be in the same group as him. When break time came, he angrily dragged out a bookish classmate and tried to pick a fight just to vent his frustration. He was just about to throw the first hit when another sudden incident crashed into the scene. Jonin's gatekeeper dog showed up in all his looming glory. Ba Sung-ho roared out, asking which new student had the nerve to start trouble with the main character. Choi Tae-jun stared at him in confusion, unable to understand what kind of nuisance had appeared, then snapped in irritation that this was only his first day at school. Had they all completely lost their minds? Ba Sung-ho did not bother arguing. He simply cracked his knuckles and spoke with his fists, declaring that this was Jonin and no one was allowed to touch the main character. Hearing that made Choi Tae-jun's head start throbbing. The situation was getting far more intense than he had expected, and his original plan had basically gone straight down the drain. Without wasting another thought, he decided that for now he would deal with all these annoying small fry first. And just like that, Choi Tae-jun grabbed Ba Sung-ho by the head and started beating him without holding back. Then the rest of the punks were dragged into beating too. But even after getting pummeled like a human punching bag, Ba Sung-ho still refused to back down, because all he could think about was the money Go Chang-byom had already transferred to him. He believed that if he could just take down someone from Golden Garden, the reward would be many times greater. Even if he lost, he figured he would still walk away with a payout worth having. Ignoring the pain, Ba Sung-ho roared and ordered the whole group to rush in and beat him down. Even if they got trampled like dogs, they had to keep charging at him without stopping, tear him apart and grind him into pieces. Yet even with Ba Sung-ho and 10th year students attacking at once, Choi Tae-jun dropped every one of them like a high-rank hunter. From the very first moment, Ba Sung-ho was already sick of this one-sided slaughter. The situation kept slipping further out of control, and even after letting his lackeys handle it, Choi Tae-jun still could not force Kim Sung to submit. Now there was only one path left. He had to personally clean up this mess, no matter how troublesome it was. As long as he could cripple one of Kim Han-sung's arms, he would have something to report upstairs and a way to protect his position. But reality was never that kind, because before he could even leave the classroom, Kim Han-sung's bastard homeroom teacher came sniffing around. 10 minutes earlier, Park Jin-woo had secretly informed him that the transfer student Choi Tae-jun was targeting his favorite student. Park Jin-woo even passed along Kim Han-sung's message, saying the teachers should handle this matter themselves. The moment he heard that, Kim Gang-chun understood right away that the main lead was giving him a signal to seize this chance. And to that old teacher, this was a golden opportunity to prove his value and strengthen the backing behind him. So Kim Gang-chun immediately went looking for him. Then he dragged Choi Tae-jun straight into the faculty office to deal with him brutally. Being Yang yanked away without warning, and then taking several punches to the face in a row drove him completely mad, and he started talking back. But the kid had no idea that the old man was a master actor, because he instantly slipped into the role of a model teacher and began psychologically manipulating him. He even brought up how Park Jin-woo had once collapsed and lost so much blood from Tai Jun's beating that everyone thought the student was going to die. And he did not stop there, piling on one fabricated charge after another, from hitting upperclassmen to bullying the entire class, before cursing him out to his face as an idiot. After that, he even told him to go ahead and tattle to his father's powerful friend if he wanted to. Kim Gang-chun kept shouting that he had seen far too many trash students like him already. No matter who he went to complain to, nobody would believe him, because the teachers had complete control over everything. The old teacher even sneered and said no one in the faculty office would ever testify for him, so he had better stop hoping for some miracle to appear. As Kim Gang-chun kept rambling on, he also continued landing slaps and punches straight into the student's face. Choi Tae-jun was utterly helpless, and all he'd do was call his guardian and complain that both the teachers and students here were bastards he could not handle. Hearing that from his nephew, the guardian understood that if he failed at John-in, his own career was basically finished, so he immediately went to Kim Se-woo and asked him to step in. Kim Se-woo quickly met with Moon Chang-jo, the city's education director, and asked him to put pressure on John-in High's administration. Golden Garden had an organization called the Gold Members, a gathering of people with deep ties in official circles who operated a powerful symbiotic network together. Moon Chang-jo had also profited enormously from those connections when he bought thousands of square meters of land in Gyeonggi before redevelopment and made 10 times his money back. And the man who had brokered that lucrative deal back then was none other than Young Chang-soo, who was now sitting right in front of him. Moon Chang-jo immediately called Jo Jong-jin, the Daesan education director, and got straight to the point. He said he had heard many ugly rumors about John-in, like teachers taking bribes from major corporations to favor certain students, along with all kinds of other shady dealings. But the moment Jo Jong-jin heard that, he flew into a rage and demanded to know why someone from Kim Se-woo's side dared interfere in Daesan's affair. And just like that, the two sides launched into an extremely heated argument. In the end, Moon Chang-jo could only helplessly tell Young Chang-soo that he had done everything he could. The reason Jo Jong-jin reacted so fiercely was because Principal Dakwon had already moved one step ahead. He had proactively sought him out and fully explained that Golden Garden was trying to force its hand into this matter, because to Dakwon, what mattered more than director Kim Se-woo was Myeongjin Construction. The side they truly prioritized protecting was the corporation that had poured a mountain of money into the new John-in High. In the end, Go Chang-byom, Myeongjin's future heir, was the one who was truly feeding all of them. That was why Dakwon was completely confident as he reassured Jo Jong-jin that there was nothing to worry about. He insisted that the person backing them was incredibly cunning, so their current positions were in no danger at all. Back on Choi Tae-yeon's side, he got a message from his uncle saying the situation was very difficult, so he should ignore whatever the teachers or principals said and just avoid conflict. If he really got expelled, his uncle would try to find a way to bring him back to Kim Se-woo. Hearing that only made him even more furious because he realized his guardian still had not been able to solve this mess. Trapped in a deadlock, he knew that if he gave up halfway, both his ties to Young Chang-soo and his own future would be finished. And from that day on, Choi Tae-jun, the guy who had once shattered the peace at John-in, tasted for the first time what it felt like to be abandoned by the entire world. He officially became an outcast, someone isolated, used, and then discarded. That only made the young man even more bitter and determined to complete his mission no matter the cost. Not just Kim Hyun-sung, but all the bastards at John-in too. He would make every one of them pay for daring to look down on him. After saying that, Choi Tae-jun immediately texted his underlings at Kim Se-woo to gather their forces and head down to Daesan. A few days later, at lunchtime, while he was trying to choke down the terrible cafeteria food on an empty stomach, his phone suddenly vibrated with a message saying his friends were ready, and all that remained was the right moment to make their move. But right as he unlocked his phone to read the message, a familiar voice suddenly rang out from behind him. The moment he looked up, he did not even need to guess who it was. It was Kim Hyun-sung, his sworn enemy, the one who made Choi Tae-jun freeze on the spot, while the main lead casually asked if the food here suited his taste. Even though he wanted nothing more than to rush over and kill the man in front of him, he still had to swallow his rage, because he knew making a scene now would only leave him worse off, so he stalled for time and waited for backup. But before he could know whether his people would make it in time, Kim Hyun-sung had already begun to move, and right after that, an unexpected disaster crashed down from behind. Choi Tae-jun's head was pinned in place by two underlings, then slammed straight into a lunch tray in the middle of the cafeteria. Kim Hyun-sung coldly asked what made him think he could live peacefully on someone else's turf without fear. Before Choi Tae-jun could even understand what was happening, he was already restrained and dragged straight up to the rooftop. After that, he was forced to kneel at the other man's feet like a defeated dog. Kim Hyun-sung immediately ordered his lackeys to step on him, making it impossible for him to break free. Even while being pinned down, he tried to stay calm, thinking that if he could just take one of them out, he might be able to carve out a path to escape. But before he could fight back, Kim Hyun-sung appeared behind him and locked his arm in place. The main lead smiled with murderous intent, then asked whether, if he only had one arm left, crushing him would become even easier. Without giving him time to think, Kim Hyun-sung twisted hard with a sharp crack, making Choi Tae-jun scream in agony. And that hellish torture was still far from over. He ordered them to drag him back to his feet, then began an incredibly cruel round of psychological manipulation. Listen carefully. From this moment on, you only have two choices. First, keep serving as Golden Garden's attack dog, and if you choose that, I will crush your left hand right here and turn your life at Kim Sae-woo into a living hell. The second choice is to go back, report that the mission was completed, and from now on become my spy. At the same time, the main lead would track down the person who hired him from behind the scenes, no matter the cost. Seeing that Choi Tae-jun was still being stubborn, Kim Hyun-sung immediately laid all his cards on the table. He pulled BC Oldho closer and asked with an icy stare, "Want to stab him and take 100 million won? If you do not have the guts, I will find someone else." Hearing that, BC Oldho instantly turned pale, because the amount was so huge that he hesitated, unsure how to answer. Kim Hyun-sung kept tempting him, saying just stab him and he would call an ambulance, as long as he did not kill him. Kim Hyun-sung's words had crossed every moral line, leaving all the underlings completely silent, but he kept bringing up that 100 million won, a sum they might never earn in their entire lives. The main lead even added that if the police asked, they only needed to say the whole group had gone too far while fooling around. After all, in Daesan, no one would believe Choi Tae-jun's words anyway. At this moment, Kim Hyun-sung was no different from a living demon, swallowed by the darkness after 10 years of accumulated hatred. He had calculated everything carefully, because Golden Garden's rash move showed that they were far too confident in their victory. But as long as Choi Tae-jun failed, every one of those people would understand just how serious the situation really was. If his opponent had been an A-rank or S-rank monster, then even Kim Hyun-sung could not have been sure this plan would succeed, not to mention the countless other variables, from Kim Sae-woo to the butterfly effect caused by Oh Jong-hyuk. After going through one unforeseen incident after another, Kim Hyun-sung realized that his plan had always been nothing more than a fragile shell, because he had no way of seeing every danger waiting ahead. That was why the main lead had no choice, but to keep the situation under tight control and calculate every move carefully, so he could deal with every possible variable. Back in the present, Choi Tae-jun had completely lost heart and could only stare blankly ahead, waiting for the fatal stab to fall. After being psychologically manipulated for a long while, BC Oldho finally decided to accept. He picked up the knife, then coldly charged straight forward. Faced with death at point-blank range, Choi Tae-jun finally snapped awake. Sweat poured off him like rain as he hurriedly shouted that he would choose the second option. After hearing that, Kim Hyun-sung only let out a sigh and said he should have spoken earlier and saved them the trouble of wasting 100 million won. He immediately ordered them to stop, then threw all of Choi Tae-jun's family information in his face to crush any thoughts of betrayal. The main lead warned him in a cold voice that anyone who dared stand in his way would be hunted for the rest of their life, then ground into pieces. Under that horrifying threat, Choi Tae-jun understood that he had no road left to retreat on. Every filthy thing he had ever done for Golden Garden flashed through his mind, making him realize that he had traded human lives for money. In the end, Choi Tae-jun lowered his head in despair and accepted becoming Kim Hyun-sung's hunting dog. Only after hearing the answer he wanted did Kim Hyun-sung finally let out a genuine sigh of relief. After that, he had them release him, then told BC Oldho to remember to check his bank account sometime today, and the reward waiting for them would definitely be extremely generous. The main lead also added that they had to capture Joe's in immediately and absolutely could not let anyone notice. It seemed Kim Hyun-sung had planned it in advance, deliberately spreading rumors that he was at odds with BC Oldho, in order to set a trap for the enemy. Meanwhile, at Myeonjin Construction Group, Go Changbem's younger brother was secretly meeting with the shareholders from his own faction. He was afraid the chairman would hand the director's seat to his older brother, so he kept complaining and objecting without end. Executive Director Kim Jong-jin quickly sensed that something was off, because a useless playboy could not suddenly turn his life around without someone backing him from the shadows, and someone had definitely leaked that entire scandal in secret. Just when the company was in chaos, Go Changbem suddenly changed completely, showing up to work consistently, and even handling the mold casting incident, leaving the chairman extremely pleased. Kim Jong-jin simply could not believe that Go Changbem was capable of coming up with such a brilliant solution. In his eyes, there was no such thing as coincidence in this world, so everything had to have been arranged in advance. Kim Jong-jin immediately stressed that, no matter the cost, they had to uncover the person backing Gao Chang-fan from the shadows. It sounded reasonable enough, so Gao Chang-shi ordered men to tail Gao Chang-fan day and night. But the more they watched him, the worse his headache became. By 6 in the morning, Gao Chang-fan was already at the construction site, working hard like a legitimate employee. In the afternoon, he went out to eat with the project manager, and by night, he was showing up at the Pork Belly restaurant with familiar regulars. Everything looked so normal that they could not find a single suspicious detail, and that made Gao Changxi furious enough to slam the table. Digging deeper, they also discovered that Gao Changfan had transferred a huge amount of money to John in high school. That money was used for scholarships, the construction of a swimming pool, and a whole list of other facilities. But Gao Changxi thought none of that was worth his attention, so he dismissed it immediately. Right when his frustration was peaking, he suddenly received an anonymous call, and he hung up at once in annoyance. But right after that, a strange message appeared, claiming to be from the person supporting Gao Changfan, and asking to meet him privately for a talk. The moment Gao Changxi finished reading it, he was badly shaken, because the target he had struggled to find had walked straight into his trap. Earlier, it turned out Jin Xiancheng had already been told by Gao Changfan that someone was secretly keeping tabs on him. Because of that, the main character asked Gao Changfan to prepare a phone and a fake identity for him so he could handle the matter personally. After that, Jin Xiancheng called Gao Changxi directly. He got straight to the point and opened with a dangerously tempting proposal for cooperation. He even kept comparing the knowledge and ability of the two Gao brothers without letting up. He went so far as to insist that Gao Changxi was actually the one better suited to sit in the chairman's seat of the conglomerate. However, Jin Xiancheng showed no greed for the top position at all, asking only for the role of internal director. After hearing that, Gao Changxi believed every word and hurried off to report the news to his faction. But the instant he heard the title internal director, Kim Jong-jin flew into a rage, because that seat had always been his. Even after he tried explaining every angle, all he got in the end was a cold order from Gao Changxi to shut his mouth. Gao Changxi brushed aside both the company's contributions and its long tradition, caring only about the profit right in front of him. He even declared that if he became chairman, he would richly reward everyone in that room. After that conversation, Kim Jong-jin began looking at Gao Changxi with completely different eyes. A man like that, all bragging and no loyalty, had only ever received his support because he was the chairman's second son. Kim Jong-jin had once thought Gao Changxi was better than Gao Changfan, but now he realized that anyone who scorned tradition would split the conglomerate apart sooner or later, so he decided to meet the chairman and discuss the company's future. But at that exact moment, Jin Xiancheng unexpectedly called him. The moment he picked up, the main character asked how he felt about Gao Changxi's decision, and whether he truly liked what he had heard. Without giving him a chance to answer, Jin Xiancheng continued, saying he had never cared about the director's seat, and only wanted him to clearly see the difference between the Gao brothers. He analyzed that Mingjin was a tradition-bound conglomerate, so not just anyone was qualified to take the leadership seat, even if that might be normal elsewhere. After a long round of persuasion, Jin Xiancheng told Kim Jong-jin to stand on Gao Changfan's side, because Gao Changfan was no longer the useless thug he had once been. He even said that this was not betrayal, but simply the choice to follow the conglomerate that truly had a future. Hearing that, Kim Jong-jin thought so hard his head hurt, and a few days later, he personally arranged to meet Gao Changfan. At first, Gao Changfan thought he was about to receive a bitter rejection. Instead, Kim Jong-jin laid bare all of his thoughts and decided to stand on his side. That left Gao Changfan so shocked that he could not even speak. Meanwhile, Jin Xiancheng's grandmother was still diligently working at the familiar restaurant. She kept getting calls from real estate brokers who wanted to buy out the contract for the noblesse apartment, and it irritated her to no end. When she got home that evening, she immediately grumbled about everything to the grandson she cherished most. Jin Xiancheng looked at her with firm resolve and advised her that she absolutely must not sell that apartment. After the earlier concrete scandal, Mingjin's reputation had skyrocketed, and Noblesse was a luxury apartment in Dazen's prime location, so renting it out alone would be enough to recover the investment. That was why the main character refused to lose this place at any cost, because it was the home of all three of them, and he intended to protect it no matter what. While he was doing his best to persuade her, he suddenly got a call from the cram school saying that Jin Xianjin had skipped classes for several days in a row. It turned out his younger brother wanted to prove he could succeed without cram school, so he had been going to the library every day to study on his own. But the moment he stepped out of the library, he came face to face with Jin Xiancheng, who had been looking for him. Unlike the hot-tempered older brothers people usually see, Jin Xiancheng did not get angry or hit his younger brother at all. He simply pulled him down into a seat and spoke seriously with him, like two grown men having an honest conversation. Kim Hyun-jin sadly confessed that his brother came home covered in injuries every day, so he did not want that money spent on school, and he believed that if only one of them could keep studying, then Jin Xiancheng deserved it more. Those words ended up stabbing straight into Jin Xiancheng's pride. In the past, after 5 years of living like a vegetable, Kim Hyun-jin had once resolved to become a police officer and avenge his brother, but the burden of hospital bills and daily survival caused him to fail the exam. In the end, it was their family's circumstances that shattered his dream, so this time Jin Xiancheng refused to let that tragedy repeat itself, and he handed his younger brother the phone to show him the message about an apartment in Dazen's richest district. Before Kim Hyun-jin even had time to grow suspicious, a luxury car suddenly pulled up right in front of them. Gao Chang-fan stepped out with overwhelming presence and introduced himself more smoothly than any CEO from a drama. He even revealed that he was the one supporting Jin Xiancheng from behind the scenes. After hearing that, Kim Hyun-jin was so stunned that he did not dare argue another word. Afterward, Gao Chang-fan personally drove the two brothers all the way home, then took the chance to speak privately with Jin Xiancheng. He handed the main character all the information on the people he had been targeting. At the same time, he reported that Kim Jong-jin had already joined their side, and asked what the next move should be. Kim Hyun-sung immediately brought up the real estate project in the Sang-a district, then told Go Changbem to get close to the brokers there and report to him the moment sales opened. A few days later, John in high school turned incredibly lively, and the entire campus buzzed with excitement. The students could not stop talking, cause Kim Hyun-sung had scored a perfect mark on the 11th mock exam, and even ranked first in the entire country. With a level of difficulty on par with Kim Si-woo, the main lead quickly became a rising star chased by reporters everywhere. And of course, Principal Do Deok-won had his hands all over this from behind the scenes. If that old fox wanted to go big, then Kim Hyun-sung was ready to answer in kind. Standing before the press, he declared that he only studied hard at school and never attended any private tutoring. Every word he spoke was like a blade stabbing straight into the heart of the person who had set him up. Right after that, the Golden Garden moved at once when the broker sought out Choi Tae-jun to ask about the situation. Since he had already become Kim Hyun-sung's hunting dog, Choi Tae-jun had no choice but to keep acting. He sent back a fake report claiming Kim Hyun-sung and Bae Sung-hoo were at odds and that he was close to forcing the other side into a corner. However, since only a month had passed, Choi Tae-jun asked for more time to finish the mission. It sounded reasonable enough, but that vagueness left Rong Chang-soo getting pressured by clients every single day, so he narrowed his eyes and threatened him on the spot. In a cold voice, he said this was the last chance before the holiday break. No matter whether it took broken arms or total chaos, they had to satisfy the client. After finishing his report to Rong Chang-soo, Choi Tae-jun immediately went to find Kim Hyun-sung, but the moment they met, the main lead barked at him for being late. He hurriedly explained that he had to shake off whoever was tailing him before coming here. After hearing that, Kim Hyun-sung did not blame him any further. He simply took a wooden stick, drew a circle on the ground, and began to analyze the situation. He said that ever since learning the Golden Garden had targeted him, he had spent a long time thinking it over. He could not understand why those people had to go this far, or why not a single adult was willing to step up and take responsibility. But what concerned Kim Hyun-sung most was still the identity of the person who had hired Choi Tae-jun, so he had kept narrowing down the suspects. The first was Eugene Yang, a privileged rich kid whose ranking had been crashing hard. The second was Lee Jin-jung, the guy Kim Hyun-sung had defeated at the start of the semester and then cut ties with ever since. The last was Choi Seona, the daughter of a high-ranking official who had once been overtaken by Kim Hyun-sung on the rankings. Kim Hyun-sung had used Choi Tae-jun and Cho Jae-jin as bait, and after the information he received today, he had narrowed it down to just one person. Before setting the final step in motion, the main lead reminded Choi Tae-jun to brace himself, because by tomorrow he and the Golden Garden would be completely cutting ties. And just as planned, everything began to unfold the very next day during gym class. Kim Hyun-sung kept stealing the spotlight, then launched a direct attack at the person who hated him most. Even Choi Seona, watching the whole scene, could not help blurting out that he was seriously so cool, which made her close friend tease her right away. When her friend asked why she did not try dating Kim Hyun-sung, Choi Seona only smiled and said she would think about it. Her friend instantly got goosebumps, because she thought loving someone like Kim Hyun-sung would only drag a girl into endless trouble. But Choi Seona paid that no mind. She walked straight over to Kim Hyun-sung and handed him a carton of milk. Everything went exactly as calculated. Kim Hyun-sung flashed a strangely alluring smile, then invited Choi Seona to the storage room because he had something private to tell her. The 15-minute break had already ended, yet Kim Hyun-sung and Choi Seona still had not come back, leaving Huiji too restless to sit still. Right then, her phone vibrated with a panicked text message from Choi Seona begging for help. Inside the storage room, Kim Hyun-sung laid out everything he had been forced to endure during this entire stretch of time. At the same time, the main lead also revealed the trap he had set to uncover the mastermind behind it all. He cornered Choi Seona and said in a cold voice that his spy had seen how one of the three suspects reacted after hearing that Kim Hyun-sung had been pushed into a dead end. The main lead went on to explain that the mastermind would definitely pressure the underlings to use every possible method to destroy him once and for all. Hearing that, Choi Seona was so shocked she went completely blank and could not say a single word. Then she immediately called Huiji to the storage room. The moment Huiji stepped inside and saw her best friend looking completely shaken, she panicked and rushed over to ask what had happened. Standing behind her, Kim Hyun-sung spoke in an icy voice, telling Choi Seona to go outside while Huiji had to stay. Forced into that sudden situation, Huiji instantly turned pale with fear. Not giving her any room to dodge the issue, Kim Hyun-sung slammed the door shut and went straight to the point after having Go Chang-bem investigate the backgrounds of the 3 suspects. The main lead said he had uncovered a secret no one knew about Choi Seona. Her older brother had once suffered such brutal school violence that he did something horrific, forcing the whole family to move to Daejeon. Kim Hyun-sung stepped closer to Hui-ji, then stated with certainty that a family like that would never hire someone to ruin another person's life over nothing more than grades. He continued analyzing the case, saying that Choi Seona had once admitted that even though she did not know who was behind it, she still hated the person who came up with such a filthy scheme. That left only one possibility. As he spoke, the main lead suddenly pulled Hui-ji into an embrace, leaned close to her ear, and whispered that she was the bitch behind everything. Hui-ji still tried to play innocent, then frantically lunged for the door as if she knew nothing at all. But Kim Hyun-sung had already locked it beforehand, so that innocent little Do finally had no choice but to reveal her true face. Trembling, Hui-ji insisted that Choi Seona had to be the one who hired the Golden Garden, because her grades kept rising higher and higher, but in her panic she accidentally blurted out the name Golden Garden. And at that moment every possible escape route disappeared. Kim Hyun-sung let out a cold laugh, then asked when exactly he had ever mentioned the name Golden Garden in front of her. Realizing she could no longer deny it, Hui-ji immediately dropped the mask and screamed that all of this was Kim Hyun-sung's fault. In her eyes, if the main lead had not been so cold and distant, things would never have gone this far. Hui-ji raved that Kim Hyun-sung was handsome, brilliant in school, and insanely good at sports on top of that. A guy that perfect had made her fall for him at first sight. But with so many girls chasing him and Kim Hyun-sung constantly rejecting everyone, she was terrified that she would be rejected too. So instead of confessing to him directly, Hui-ji decided to get close to him first and test his reaction. She blindly convinced herself that Kim Hyun-sung not avoiding her was a clear green light, and that was exactly what made Hui-ji firmly believe she still had a chance with him. She even thought the ideal type Kim Hyun-sung had once mentioned was actually her. Hee-jae started preparing a gift, then wrote a confession letter with complete confidence. But she never expected that this would become the first time in her life she was ever rejected. Born into a wealthy family and never having lost anything, that shock drove her completely insane. Her despair turned into hatred, and Hee-jae decided to hire Golden Garden for revenge over that childish, twisted reason. She broke down crying, saying that after being rejected, her life became a living hell, while Kim Hyun-sung only kept getting more famous and more successful. Choking back tears, Hee-jae admitted that even she never thought things would spiral this far out of control. The only thing she ever wanted was to make Kim Hyun-sung feel the same despair she had once suffered through. After her tearful breakdown, Hee-jae dropped to her knees and begged for forgiveness, promising she would never do it again. After hearing everything, Kim Hyun-sung only let out a mocking laugh. The main lead reached out a hand as if to forgive her, then said that back then, he did not reject her because he hated her but because he was too poor to anyone. Hearing that, Hee-jae became emotional and thought she still had a chance, so she immediately grabbed Kim Hyun-sung's hand. Through sobs, she begged for the two of them to go back to how things used to be. But Kim Hyun-sung coldly replied that it was already too late, then declared that he would destroy her entire life along with her family. The moment he finished speaking, the main lead delivered a brutal slap that sent Hee-jae crashing to the floor. The fury he had suppressed for so long finally exploded as he followed up with a barrage of merciless blows. Kim Hyun-sung even told her that after today, she should find a decent plastic surgery clinic. Just as Hee-jae was being beaten into a miserable state, the homeroom teacher finally opened the door and walked in. Kim Hyun-sung immediately stated outright that Hee-jae was the one who had hired Golden Garden to target him. After that, he told the teacher to take her home immediately, and the moment her parents saw their daughter in that pitiful condition, everything truly started to explode. Her father instantly started screaming like a madman the second he saw what had happened. The mother beside him also lost all reason, constantly urging her husband to take revenge on the one who ruined their daughter. Oh Chun-sam, burning with rage, swore he would throw Kim Hyun-sung, Kim Rang-chun, and even Go Chang-bem into prison for the rest of their lives. But first, the old man had to call Rong Jiangsu and demand the full story. Ironically, no matter how many times he called, all he got back was a busy signal. Only after a long while did the broker finally answer, and by then the old man was so furious he was on the verge of losing his mind. The instant the call connected, he started cursing and threatening to drag Rong Jiangsu's life down into a bottomless pit of mud. But the man on the other end responded with eerie calm, saying he could do whatever he wanted. That single line made the old man tremble with even greater rage. Rong Jiangsu knew perfectly well that sooner or later he would end up dead, but before dying, he still wanted to drag someone else down into hell with him. So he handed over all the evidence of collusion between both sides to Kim Hyun-sung. And as if that were not enough, he even mocked the old man for being far too naive in a society filled with schemes and traps. Oh Chun-sam was instantly left speechless and unable to deny a thing. All he could do was scream that he would call the police and wipe out Golden Garden. Rong Zhangsu only found that laughable. He could not be bothered to argue any further, so he hung up at once and left the old man to deal with his own fate. The reason the broker was so confident was because earlier, Im Han Sung had already revealed every client's identity, along with Choi Tai-jun's betrayal of the organization. But the main lead did not just provide information. He also offered a deal, demanding that the broker report the mission as a flawless success, that everything had been handled smoothly, that the client was extremely satisfied, and that Choi Tai-jun had to be withdrawn back to Kim Se-woo as well. In exchange, Rong Zhangsu would be allowed to keep his life. The moment he heard that, he agreed without the slightest hesitation and abandoned Oh Chun-sam to live or die on his own. Oh Chun-sam's karma came faster than he ever expected. Before he could even think of a countermeasure, the doorbell rang, and the person who stepped inside was none other than Kim Hyun-sung, looking completely at ease. The main lead casually walked into the house as if it were his own territory. He coldly told the old man to shut his mouth and sit down so they could talk properly. Kim Hyun-sung then laid out two choices. First, the old man could continue seeking revenge, call the police, and ask Golden Garden to deal with him. But if he did that, all the evidence Rong Zhangsu had turned over would be exposed for the whole world to see. At that point, Golden Garden might still survive, but he and Rong Chansu would definitely be finished. He would go to prison for years, while his daughter would only be locked up for a few months. But once she got out, without her father backing her, could she really live in peace? Even after being cornered this far, Oh Chun-sam still refused to submit and kept shouting more threats at him. But Kim Hyun-sung was no fool. He calmly reminded him that Go Changbem was still backing him, and if he gave the order, breaking Hee-ji's legs and gouging out her eyes would not be difficult at all. The woman standing nearby heard that and broke into terrified sobs, her whole body trembling uncontrollably. After that spine-chilling warning, Kim Hyun-sung gave the old man one final chance. He told him to personally cut the tendons in his beloved daughter's legs, so that little she-devil would never again be able to go outside and hurt anyone else. After saying that, he slammed the door and left, while the man collapsed and sat there in stunned silence inside the room. His wife kept screaming and crying, while Oh Chun-sam seemed to have lost his sanity completely as he picked up a knife and moved toward his daughter, muttering like a madman. The moment Hee-ji saw that scene, she panicked, sprang to her feet, and ran out of the house. But by then it was already too late. In only a moment her father caught her, leaving her with nothing but desperate screams. This was the fitting end for someone who had always looked down on other people's lives. Meanwhile, Kim Hyun-sung went to meet the broker again to discuss the next step of the plan. The main lead said it plainly: he would gradually expose every illegal operation tied to the man's company. Once the other side was pushed into a corner, all the secret documents would be dragged into the light. And if the old man really did cut Hee-ji's leg tendons, then he would report him to the police for domestic violence. At that point, she would become a cripple with nowhere to turn. It was the perfect case of killing two birds with one stone. However, the most important thing was that Golden Garden would sooner or later get involved in this matter. So Kim Hyun-sung wanted Rong Chansu to become his undercover piece on the board. At first, Rong Chansu was still planning to refuse, but the instant he heard the words heavenly beings, his expression changed on the spot. The other side directly revealed that in just 2 more years, he would be put in charge of managing the highest tier members. They were all politicians, infamous tycoons, and a long list of business elites at the very top of high society. The higher the membership rank, the greater the rewards for the intermediary. And an intermediary who served the top echelon would also rise into a top-level existence. Rong Chansu's heart pounded wildly after hearing that, because that level had always been a secret not just anyone was allowed to know. In any case, he had already gambled with his life on the line, so he decided to go all in, because maybe Kim Hyun-sung really could defeat Golden Garden. After that, the main character told him to stay put for the time being and keep a low profile through the rest of the month. He confidently promised that by the end of the month, the man would finally receive the very thing he had always craved. And now this was also the moment Kim Hyun-sung began setting the next phase of his revenge plan into motion. He went to meet Senator Kim Ban-ho of the Prosperity Party, a powerful figure, to propose an entirely new deal. Back when he was a professor, Kim Ban-ho built connections by supporting the children of the elite. That network was exactly how he climbed all the way to a Senate seat. But just when it seemed like everything had faded into the past, his corruption scandal was suddenly exposed by Senator Kang-ho, in from the opposition camp. This was the once-in-a-lifetime opening Kim Hyun-sung had been waiting for. It was the moment Kim Ban-ho needed him just as much as he needed Kim Ban-ho. So the main character sent an anonymous letter and patiently waited for the other side to make contact. Just as expected, Kim Ban-ho was too curious about the contents of the letter to ignore it, and immediately agreed to a meeting. Kim Hyun-sung then got straight to the point, saying that someone was pulling the strings behind the entire incident. That person was Senator Kang Minggu, the man currently serving as the leader of the Prosperity Party Kim Ban-ho belonged to. He wanted to crush a senator whose influence inside the government was growing stronger by the day. But targeting someone from the same political faction would definitely bring an endless stream of dangerous complications. That was why Kang Ho-in was nothing more than a puppet being used as the public spearhead. An attack from the opposition would seem far more natural. On top of that, the mastermind left no openings, making retaliation nearly impossible. After hearing that, Kim Ban-ho found the logic fairly convincing and immediately asked what Kim Han-sung planned to do next. Kim Han-sung answered only with a few cryptic lines, almost like he was lecturing on philosophy. If you cannot attack the event itself, then target the character and motives of the one behind it. The main character revealed that a scandal involving overseas students using drugs would soon explode. Among them, only one identity would be concealed. Coincidentally, Senator Kang Ho-in's son was also studying abroad. Kim Ban-ho pretended not to understand what the boy was implying. Even so, he listened carefully to every single word, not missing even the smallest detail. Once he finished speaking, Kim Han-sung rose to his feet and left without the slightest hesitation. Before leaving, he reminded Kim Ban-ho to call him back once he felt he could trust him. The main character would only wait 1 week. A few days later, exactly as he had said, headlines everywhere exploded with news that the senator's eldest son was involved with drugs. In the end, Kim Ban-ho could no longer sit still and had no choice but to call him in for a face-to-face meeting. Kim Hyun-sung only gave a vague answer, saying he knew because of Go Chang-byam. After looking into his background and the string of recent scandals surrounding him, Kim Ban-ho realized this young man was definitely plotting something big, so he decided to ask directly. But the main character did not answer right away and instead suddenly asked whether Kim Ban-ho was aiming for the presidency. After that, he began a cold, brutal analysis, saying Kim Ban-ho's chances of winning were actually incredibly low. His life had been too perfect, so perfect it had become dull. He was born into a prestigious family and educated at schools reserved for the elite class. Then he became a professor before stepping into the National Assembly. It was the textbook life of someone in Korea's top 0.1%. But precisely because he had been given too much, he was destined to fail in the presidential race. Kim Hyun-sung stated that with absolute certainty, because in his previous life, that exact outcome had already happened. Looking his counterpart straight in the eye, he declared that he would be the one to decide Kim Ban-ho's political future. A few days later, rumors began spreading through the school that Oh Hui-ji had been injured so badly she could no longer walk and had been hospitalized. When he heard that, the main character only let out a cold laugh, guessing that her dear father had finally severed the tendons in his beloved daughter's legs with his own hands. Now all he had to do was patiently wait for the power-crazed Kim Ban-ho to accept his offer. He laid out one condition. Myunjin Construction would step in and handle every funding issue. In the construction world, money was never the hard part. Not only that, they would also build the perfect narrative for his campaign, a political legend grand enough to make the public admire him. Kim Ban-ho would become the hero who rose up to bring down the Golden Circle organization. Once the issue exploded into a full-blown social scandal, he would appear at exactly the right moment, resolve everything, and rise like a star overnight. He would not need to bear any risk at all. Kim Han-sung had already prepared the entire feast. Even if something went wrong, the one taking the hit would be him. The only thing Kim Ban-ho needed to do was support the main character whenever he asked. On the surface, this was clearly a deal with far more upside than downside. But Kim Ban-ho still hesitated, because all of this was coming from the mouth of a 17-year-old student. Kim Han-sung did not back down in the slightest and emphasized that Kim Ban-ho was free to keep investigating him. He had never been just an ordinary teenager. The main character was also the very person Go Chang-seok, the second son of the Myungjin group, had been desperately hunting ever since the Go Chang-byam incident. Even though he looked completely confident on the outside, he still felt a trace of unease while waiting for the answer. If Kim Ban-ho refused, then everything would have to shift to plan B. That meant eliminating him, the man who already knew too much about his identity, and finding a new pawn to replace him. And if that happened, Kim Hyun-sung would very likely have to face an even greater enemy. The worst-case scenario would be Kim Ban-ho joining hands with the Golden Circle. Kim Hyun-sung could only pray that future never came to pass. Just as he was weighing every possibility in his head, the final answer finally arrived. Kim Ban-ho had someone personally escort the main character to meet him. After learning that he was the one behind everything connected to Go Chang-byam, Kim Ban-ho became intensely interested. At the same time, Kim Ban-ho curiously asked why he was so determined to drive the Golden Circle to total ruin. The moment that name came up, the fire of hatred inside Kim Hyun-sung surged violently. His face darkened as he asked whether Kim Ban-ho had ever experienced the helplessness of standing before senseless malice. A powerful man like Kim Ban-ho might have been able to fight back, but from the very beginning, the Golden Circle had never targeted people like him. They only hunted the poor, the voiceless, the powerless, those who could not resist and did not dare give up school just to run away. Kim Hyun-sung went on to describe the endless humiliation and pain the victims had to endure. It was a true living hell born from school violence. He swore that he would destroy that cruel cycle. The main character knew perfectly well that the Golden Circle survived because of its absolute secrecy and its record of never once failing. Then he revealed that he had already pulled one of their brokers over to his side. That man would submit a false report claiming the mission to deal with Kim Hyun-sung had succeeded. Once that happened, the whole organization would collapse for manipulating results and deceiving its clients. Then when senior year ended and the qualification exam began, he would switch over to Kim Sayu and continue holding the position of the #1 student in the entire nation. And in Gangnam, where academic achievement was treated like life itself, once the truth came out, everything would turn into an unprecedented disaster. After hearing the entire plan, Kim Ban-ho felt that the young man before him was remarkably similar to his younger self. Both of them carried an overwhelming desire to change the world, so in the end, he agreed to cooperate. But Kim Ban-ho still gave a cold warning that if Kim Hyun-sung failed even once, he would abandon him immediately without a second thought. When that time came, he would offer no further help and would personally destroy every piece of related evidence. If you truly believe you can handle all of this, then I will accept this offer, Kim Ban-ho declared in a low voice. And it was not only Kim Ban-ho. Even Choi Seona took the initiative to seek out Kim Hyun-sung and propose working with him, because Choi Seona absolutely despised people like Hee-ji, the kind who lived to bully the weak. They were the very reason her older brother had died in agony, even though he knew that girl's parents were high-ranking officials who could have brought him tremendous benefits. But on the blood-soaked road of hatred and revenge he had chosen, there was never any place for ordinary people. So Kim Hyun-sung coldly turned down the offer without a second of hesitation. And it was not just Choi Seona. Even Kim Se-woo, his only true best friend, was no exception. They should only cross paths at Daesun, not as part of Kim Se-woo's life. It was more than enough for the main lead to walk into hell alone. Even so, he still wanted to make sure that his friend would be fine without him by his side. Many days had passed, yet his rank as the #1 student in the entire country was still a blazing hot topic everywhere. One elite academy after another kept coming to recruit him, eager to use him as the face of academic excellence. Among them was one particular woman who caught his attention. She introduced herself as Lee Mi-so, the manager of the upper-class parents cafe group in Daeki District. The moment he heard that name, Kim Hyun-sung became interested and followed her to talk. It turned out this was where wealthy families exchanged education intel, and right now his name was the hottest subject there. Lee Mi-so frankly proposed that he become a private tutor for the children of the group's members, including her own son. The job was simple. He only had to share his study methods in 1 session a week, 4 sessions a month total, with a fee of 2 million won per student. Money was never what he lacked. What the main lead truly needed was information, so he did not reject her on the spot, and instead asked for time to think. After returning home, he immediately logged into the parents' group's internal website. This guy even used someone else's 10 million won VIP account to dig through the data. And just as expected, he finally found exactly what he needed. In his previous life, when the Golden Garden scandal exploded across all of South Korea, it was those parents obsessed with their children's futures who became the strongest driving force behind everything. Instead of raging over Golden Garden's crimes, they worried that their children would fall behind everyone else. And to exploit that mindset, Kim Hyun-sung decided to open a cram class right there in Daesun. But his very first day of teaching did not go smoothly at all. Those pampered rich kids, spoiled since birth, were unbelievably uncooperative. The ringleader, Kang Min-gu, even urged the whole group to skip class. The brats ran off to party hard like they did not give a damn about anyone. Meanwhile, Kim Hyun-sung also received news from Dong Chan-soo. The man reported that he was about to break into upper-class circles thanks to Kim Hyun-sung's help. The main lead did not forget to remind him to keep sharing important information and never push clients into a corner. If you want to control people, you have to leave them room to breathe. After waiting and waiting without a single student showing up, Kim Hyun-sung started to get genuinely angry. Based on what he knew, those brats were definitely gathered somewhere, fooling around and having fun. So he set out at once to teach those spoiled hares a lesson they would never forget. Kim Hyun-sung brazenly walked into their hangout spot, then charged straight at the ringleader and beat him down on the spot. Kang Min-gu still had not learned fear and kept shouting, asking if Kim Hyun-sung even knew who his father was. One phone call was all it took to crush someone's life. But the main lead only let out a cold laugh and tossed him the phone. If he wanted to call someone, he could do it right then and there. Too bad for that young master, because the moment his family learned that their son had dared to skip even 1 extra class, his mother completely lost it and screamed over the phone as if she wanted to devour him alive. Only then did Kim Hyun-sung cut in, pretending that he himself was entirely innocent. After that, he reminded them of the disciplinary authority clause that had already been agreed on in advance. The mother immediately confirmed that she would not interfere with any punishment he imposed, no matter how harsh it was. And the other children's parents agreed as well. Hearing that, those pampered boys and girls looked like they had just been struck by lightning. Faced with either getting beaten or obediently going to class, they could only lower their heads and comply. Even so, these kids were still not fully subdued. They started plotting revenge by seeking out the man who was considered Dazen's top street boss. Too bad those idiots had no idea they were marching straight toward their own deaths. 2 days later, one of the girls in the group brought along a notorious gangster to start trouble. But the instant he saw Kim Hyun-sung, the guy turned around and ran like a dog spotting its master. Before disappearing, he trembled as he warned the girl to keep her mouth shut and never contact him again. Her best option was to focus on studying and stay out of trouble. Unless she wanted to get beaten badly enough to end up hospitalized, she should act like she was already dead and obediently listen to Kim Hyun-sung. It turned out the so-called king of this area was actually Park Jin-woo, an underling who had been beaten senseless by the main lead so many times it was practically routine. And from that day on, those students got an extremely high-quality class session. They were so obedient that none of them dared utter even half a word of resistance. The atmosphere was stretched so tight that everyone in the room trembled like frightened dogs. Kim Hyun-sung said it outright. If their final exam scores did not improve, he would cut their schedule down to just 1 class a week. And if they followed exactly what the main lead taught them, this entrance exam would be enough to get them into the same 4-year university track as Kim Si-woo. Whether they wanted a full week of brutal cramming or just 1 day with him followed by self-study, for the rest was entirely their choice. The result was that after only half a month, Mingu's scores had risen by 2 points in every subject. The others also improved by at least 1 point or more. Lee Mi-so was so thrilled that she immediately offered to pay him 10 million won per month for each student. Time passed quickly, and before long, winter break officially began. After reminding the students to work hard and keep reviewing their lessons, the homeroom teacher then called Kim Hyun-sung over for a private talk. He even emphasized that if anything happened during the break, Kim Hyun-sung should call him anytime. Hearing that, the main lead could only force a wry smile and let it pass. Before long, that man would taste the bitter fruit of his own actions. The day his plan is complete, that teacher's life will be covered in thorns from end to end. Not wanting to waste winter break, Kim Hyun-sung and Kim Si-woo decided to hit the gym and reassess their current strength. In the coach's judgment, Kim Si-woo's offensive skills were nearly flawless. His weak point, however, was grappling, which was still far too raw for him to face real professionals. By contrast, the main lead possessed incredible instincts for real combat. His sharp observation and sheer grit let him handle punches and even submission holds with surprising ease. Even so, at his current level, he was only capable of taking on lower-tier fighters. His potential was enormous, but his body still had not fully matured. Once he clearly understood where he stood, Kim Hyun-sung immediately asked the coach to help both of them build up their physical conditioning throughout winter break. After getting approved, the main lead and Kim Si-woo began a hellish training cycle. They woke up at 5 every morning, started with a run, and then threw themselves into strength training. It ranged from brutal weighted drills like the barbell push press, all meant to boost explosive muscular power, and it went all the way to pull-ups, along with a series of leg workouts so ruthless they left him gasping for air. It was not just the training either, because Kim Hyun-sung and Kim Si-woo's diets were placed under strict control. Greens, eggs, and fish became mandatory meals. The coach demanded they clean every plate no matter what. They trained 3 times a day and ate as many as 5 meals. The intensity was so insane that Kim Hyun-sung ended up becoming best friends with the toilet after those deranged sessions, day after day. Even though he acted fine on the surface, the truth was that the main lead was already close to his limit. He began wondering whether overtraining or force-feeding himself was what kept making cold sweat pour from his body. Every inch of him ached like he might explode at any second. But Kim Hyun-sung still hit it, afraid the coach would lower the intensity. He knew he was improving by the day, and he could not stop now. If he still could not even beat B-rank Choi Tae-jun, then this was only the beginning. At last, he could see a chance to crush the Golden Monkeys, so there was no way he would let weakness make him miss it. Just remember every tragedy he had ever lived through. Those dark memories from the past kept resurfacing in Kim Hyun-sung's mind without end. He remembered the moment he had desperately begged fate to give him just one more chance. If he could get revenge and drag those bastards down to hell with his own hands, then even death would be worth it. Kim Hyun-sung had sworn to achieve his goal at any cost. He was the very image of a legendary madman with nothing left to lose. While Kim Hyun-sung was still vomiting his guts out, Kim Si-woo noticed and immediately went to tell the coach. He worried they had to stop the main lead before his body completely broke down, but the coach only sighed and said he already knew that. The problem was Kim Hyun-sung had never intended to stop in the first place. Kim Si-woo could not understand why the coach still planned to continue the training, so he immediately asked for the reason. The coach explained that he did not know what kind of past Kim Hyun-sung had, but he understood one thing clearly. that man would never give up. If they stopped the main lead now, he would definitely find someone else to keep training him. That would be far more dangerous, so the coach would rather supervise him personally. He had no right to change the path Kim Han-sung had chosen. And so time slipped by quietly amid those harsh, punishing days. By the 5th week of training, Kim Han-sung was still overflowing with energy as he hammered the heavy bag again and again with his Adidas gloves. He threw each punch with savage force, as if he were crushing the person about to steal everything from him. After a while, the main lead stopped and asked the coach what level he had reached by now. The coach commented that Kim Han-sung's muscles were developing incredibly fast, so his body had not fully stabilized yet. Even so, he believed Kim Han-sung was already strong enough to spar with professional fighters. Hearing that, the main lead immediately asked with interest what would happen if his opponent were the coach himself. The coach laughed in amusement at Kim Han-sung's challenge and agreed right away without the slightest hesitation. He said the fastest way to know the answer was to test it with their own bodies in the ring. The two of them quickly stepped onto the ring and prepared for an extremely tense sparring match. Kim Han-sung even asked the coach not to hold back, and the man agreed at once. The moment the match began, the main lead unleashed every movement he had honed over all this time. The coach immediately realized that his reaction speed was exceptionally sharp. More than that, Kim Han-sung's ability to focus had been far more terrifying than before. But to the coach, it was still too early. Right now, the main lead was far too confident and dangerously close to overestimating his true strength. So the coach kept countering with both hands and feet, forcing Kim Han-sung back to reality. He wanted him to understand his limits before doing something reckless. But the main lead was not being overwhelmed either, and he fired a low shot into the coach's stomach that forced the man to retreat several steps. At that moment, there was only one thought in Kim Han-sung's head. No matter what situation he fell into, he had to create his own opening and never waste it. Because no matter who his opponent was, or how hopeless the circumstances became, he still had to win at any cost. Enemies being too strong or too numerous could never serve as an excuse for defeat. If he stayed this weak, then nothing would ever change. Kim Han-sung had just spotted the coach getting ready to throw a straight punch at his face. But in that very instant, the main lead suddenly countered with a brutally clean lead hook. Even after taking the hit head-on, the coach stood firm like a monster and calmly praised him, saying it was good, but still not enough. The moment he finished speaking, he answered back with another hook, one faster and several times heavier. The blow left Kim Han-sung reeling before he collapsed to the canvas. A perfect display of the seasoned master's overwhelming power. The coach coldly left him with a lesson that he would surely have to carve deep into his memory. He had improved tremendously, but there were still limits he could not yet overcome at this point. That was probably the last thing he heard before his consciousness gradually blurred, and then sank completely into darkness. When he woke up after getting completely wrecked, the first thing he saw was Kim Si-woo frantically calling his name and asking if he was okay. Kim Si-woo quickly reassured him that he was not weak at all. It was just that the coach was basically a monster. There was a reason that man could tank so many hits, stay standing, and still win. But after a brief daze, the main lead suddenly laughed, leaving Kim Si-woo staring in confusion and asking whether he had been hit so hard his brain broke. Kim Si-woo could only chuckle and call out to his friend. He said that the first time he sparred with the coach, he had not even managed to touch the man once. But today was different. Even though he still lost, this time the coach had truly been forced to get serious. There was still 1 year left, which meant he could become much stronger. The scene then shifted to a quiet place with barely any people passing through. The main lead met Go Changbem to discuss something in private. The moment Go Changbem saw how wrecked he looked, he jumped and asked what happened. Kim Han-sung only said he had trained a little too hard. Hearing that, the other man shuddered and said he looked so terrifying that he had not even dared to start a conversation. Go Changbem then brought up the house Kim Han-sung had asked him to buy, saying it was finally up for sale, and asked what exactly he needed it for. Go Changbem pointed out that the surrounding area was too deserted, so building either a villa or a shopping center made no sense. If it were going to be a factory, there were plenty of better locations. The main lead understood that if he wanted to convince him, he had to play a truly heavyweight card. So he said that this information came from Senator Kim Ban-ho, not from some baseless guess. The main lead then recalled that when he had met that senator, the man had told him he had made a very wise decision. He had even worried that the parcel would be hard to sell, despite listing it at only 500,000 won per square meter. Yet Director Go Changbem unexpectedly offered double that amount, leaving him thoroughly satisfied. Go Changbem said a massive industrial complex would be built between Sejong and Daesan. Part of this land would be cleared for a direct road connecting to the highway. So many people would see it as prime real estate, and might consider having Myungjin develop a villa complex there. But but with only about 1,000 pyong of land, how much profit could a few villas really generate? The moment he said that, he suddenly realized something. The main character thought to himself that, in his previous life, this 1,000 pyong parcel had once gone to auction at a price nearly 2,000% higher thanks to a string of favorable developments. But the real reason mattered even more, so he asked whether Go Changbem had already checked the cadastral map. The 1,000 pyong lot would take up part of the road footprint, which meant the land itself was heavily restricted in terms of development. But right behind it lay about 20,000 pyong of landlocked property with no road access, making it almost worthless for now. If the land they bought could be used to connect to that area, then everything would change completely. Even though the current price was only around 500,000 won per square meter, if it rose to 2 million, the land value increase alone would bring in roughly 3 billion won. And that did not even include whatever profit Myunjin could make from construction. At that point, the returns would far exceed anyone's imagination. This was not just a personal achievement, but also a chance for Go Changbem to prove his ability as the heir to a construction company. Go Changbem laughed, then casually asked whether he happened to know who owned the land behind it. It was unclear how the main character responded. All that was certain was that, after the meeting, he walked out thinking that relentless training would push his combat ability closer to perfection. With Go Changbem's money and Kim Ban-ho's influence, he now had solid backing, but even that was still not enough. There were still problems in his plan that he could not handle alone. That was when he needed his own gang, pieces on the board like Dung Chan-soo, and the monster gorilla Bae Sung-ho. Everything had to be in place before his second year. There were still countless things left to do, but he would prepare them one step at a time and make every move count. The snow slowly melted, spring returned, and flowers began to bloom. March had arrived, and with it came the time to head back to school. While the main character was thinking about what he needed to do in the future, he overheard a group of students smoking nearby. They were gossiping about a second year from the same school who was insanely tough and had apparently picked a fight with Shin Yong-min. One of them asked in shock whether Shin Yong-min had not already been sent away to juvenile detention. Another immediately cursed him out, saying only an idiot would believe a ridiculous rumor like that. The group asked whether anyone had actually seen Shin Yong-min fight with their own eyes. The one speaking was Jang Hyuk-jin, a rising first year at Cheonan. Brimming with confidence, he said he had never seen anyone fight as hard as his boss, and that the main character was just an overhyped nobody who had already lost. He was still bragging with a cigarette in his mouth when a young man walked up and told him to put it out. Being ordered around in front of his friends, Hyuk-jin turned back in irritation and asked in a mocking tone just who the hell he thought he was. He was even about to throw his father's name around as a threat, but the friends beside him had already gone pale, grabbed him, and frantically apologized to their senior. Hyuk-jin only grew more annoyed, unable to understand why they were so scared, while all they could do was urge him to calm down. The instant they saw the name tag on the person in front of them, everyone fell silent. The main character had shown up at the perfect moment, right after hearing their entire little backtalk session, and the atmosphere froze on the spot. Hyuk-jin, who had been acting fierce just moments earlier, immediately swallowed his bravado and obediently said, "Yes, I'll put out the cigarette right away." After that, the main character went up to the rooftop to meet Bae Sung-ho, Kim Si-woo, and several other students. He said that back when the hierarchy in Daesan was being divided up, there had been an agreement to preserve their turf without bloodshed. But he hated thugs like Shin Yong-min, so he had cleaned out Cheonan, and now he wanted to expand their territory. Bae Sung-ho broke into a sweat and asked whether he was seriously planning to go through with it. The main character coldly declared that within the next 6 months, he would turn every school in Daesan into another Cheonan. The others were stunned, because his target was not just one school, but all of Daesan. Someone immediately warned him that he was digging his own grave. If he started wars recklessly, then Cheonan would become the target of all Daesan. But even ordinary students had a sense of factions and order, because they knew about the secret system of Golden Garden. Thanks to that, they could receive outside support whenever necessary. If he wanted to break the cycle, he had no choice but to wipe Golden Garden out of Daesan entirely. If it was too difficult, then he would solve it with money. Anything that could not be bought with money could be bought with a whole lot more money. The main character pulled out a thick stack of cash and said he was not forcing anyone to follow him blindly. For every school they brought down, he would pay 500,000 won for them to split, and whoever performed best would get an extra 100,000 won. He asked them point blank whether they were in, or whether they were too scared, and clearly, they found it nearly impossible to resist the pull of raw capitalist cash. Just a few days later, a brawl broke out inside a classroom, and the whole group beat each other until heads were split and faces were bruised. Hyuk-jin ground his teeth and cursed, saying that since yesterday, "You have really been pissing me off." He had one student by the collar, looking as though he was about to crush him on the spot. Kim Hyun-sung stared at the scene before him with a deeply satisfied look, like a predator that had just finished crushing its prey. The savage pressure he gave off made the whole class shrink back in fear. Then the young man arrogantly declared that from now on every freshman would bow their head to him. According to him, starting today, the entire first-year class would fall under his control. Right then, a group of students stormed into the classroom and openly declared war. Hyuk-jin even played dumb, asking what exactly he had done. The main lead, Kim Hyun-sung, heard that and instantly rushed forward, driving a punch straight into his face. Yeah, this bastard was exactly the one he was looking for. Hyuk-jin was sent flying like a punching bag, then slammed hard against the edge of a desk, his face twisting in pain. Kim Hyun-sung frowned and asked why he was always so obsessed with picking fights and causing trouble for other people. The guy could only clutch his face and groan, stammering in disbelief at how that slap had felt like being hit with a sledgehammer. A teacher had just stepped inside, but the moment he saw the all-out brawl, he turned right around. Pretending he had forgotten some documents, he immediately slipped back out of the classroom. Kim Hyun-sung kept pressing him, asking if he even knew why he was getting beaten. The other guy could only answer with a blank, clueless expression. He coldly warned him that he normally hated sticking his nose into childish nonsense, but people who used senseless violence to bully others were absolutely unforgivable. That was why the main lead had come here in person, to teach him a lesson and make an example out of him for the entire school. After saying that, he unleashed a flurry of punches without missing a single hit, leaving the guy with no choice but to cover his head and endure the beating. The students watching nearby were scared out of their minds. They came to school, yet every day felt like they were witnessing a live-action martial arts movie. After getting utterly wrecked, Hyuk-jin could only curl up in a corner and cry. One student even muttered that all this happened just because he chose to bully someone. Others swore they had seen the whole thing with their own eyes. They had heard rumors that Kim Hyun-sung absolutely hated school violence, but they never expected it to be true. Hearing that, Cho Jae-jin stepped forward and dropped a bombshell, saying Kim Hyun-sung was preparing to sweep through every school in Daesan. Anyone interested could follow him. On top of that, anyone who made a major contribution could expect rewards worth hundreds of thousands of won. Meanwhile, up on the rooftop, Sung-ho was discussing the plan with Kim Hyun-sung. Once they started taking over Daesan, they would have to face countless other schools. Among them, the most dangerous was Jung Ha-min from ICT High School. He had once defeated Shin Young-min in an amateur fight. Sung-ho worriedly asked if he really intended to wage war across the whole district. Without a solid reason, the other schools would join forces and crush them, but Kim Hyun-sung had already thought everything through. Thanks to information from Go Chang-bem, he knew Jung Ha-min was also just a hired thug working for Golden Garden. A dark and oppressive aura seemed to surround that guy, as if he were slowly turning Daesan into another Gangnam. At this rate, it would not be long before Gangnam's filthy reality spread throughout all of Daesan. Kim Hyun-sung said in a cold voice that wherever trash appeared, victims would inevitably be born. Light and darkness had always existed side by side. Meanwhile, in the teacher's office at Daesan High School, a teacher was interrogating Sung Dae-han, suspecting that he had stolen money from a classmate. The teacher had just picked up his phone to call the parents when Sung Dae-han panicked, apologized, and promised that he would never do it again. Hearing that only made the teacher angrier. He shouted that this was basically an admission that the boy had stolen 500,000 won. Trembling all over, Sung Dae-han confessed that he had actually lost the money, shocking the teacher so badly that he shot to his feet. Furious, the teacher demanded to know what kind of game he was playing. First he lied about stealing it, and now he was saying he had lost it. Did he think adults were fools? The teacher was so disappointed that he told the boy to lie down and prepare to take a few lashes as a lesson he would never forget. As soon as he came outside, Sung Dae-han was immediately mocked by his classmates. They laughed at him and even insulted his family, treating it all like entertainment. They also sneered that he was poor, so of course he had turned to stealing, and now he had stained the school's reputation by acting like a thug. Off in the distance, a few other students joined in on the ridicule too, as if they were watching some ridiculous little comedy show. Even though he was constantly insulted and branded a thief, Sung Dae-han could only lower his head and endure it in despair. The red-haired punk even kicked him hard in the leg and forced him to take off his pants as a joke in front of everyone. Trembling, Sung Dae-han begged them to stop, but the red-haired guy kept tormenting him. He brought up that rainy day years ago, when Sung Dae-han had knelt down and promised to obey every order he gave. With no strength left to resist, Sung Dae-han could only grit his teeth and do whatever they demanded of him. The students gathered around watched that humiliating scene and laughed in delight, like they had just been handed the most entertaining show imaginable. The red-haired guy kept pressuring Sung Dae-han Han to hand over more money, but he could only bow his head and apologize, saying he truly did not have a single one left. Hearing that, the bully burst out laughing mockingly, as if he had just heard the funniest joke in the world. The next second, he flew into a rage and brutally punched and kicked Sung-dae Han, convinced that the boy had dared to embarrass him. He did not stop there either. He even suggested that they all go trash his mother's candy shop for fun. The moment his family was brought into it, Sung-dae Han finally snapped and shouted at those bastards to stop right now. That outburst made the whole group freeze for a few seconds, because none of them had expected him to fight back. And Hong Jin clenched his fist and turned back, asking if the boy had really just called them bastards. Sung-dae Han instantly shrank back down and hurriedly apologized. But to school bullies, an apology meant absolutely nothing. In their eyes, once you made a mistake, the price had to be paid in pain. Before he could even finish his sentence, an incredibly powerful punch came crashing straight into his face. The one who appeared was none other than Kim Hyun-sung, his eyes cold as ice. His sudden appearance left the entire group of bullies frozen stiff, overwhelmed by shock and fear. Seeing that, two of the lackeys immediately charged forward, screaming in fury. They could not believe some outsider dared interfere in their business. Kim Hyun-sung calmly brushed each of them across the cheek, then said in a chilling voice that he was Sung-dae Han's friend. That one line alone made the main lead look insanely cool, like a villain straight out of an action webtoon. That night, Sung-dae Han lay under his blanket and sobbed, unable to understand how his life had turned into this. The resentment boiling inside him even made him think about grabbing a knife and killing them. But from childhood until now, the young man had never once been in a fight, so he simply did not have the courage to actually do it. While Sung-dae Han was still crying, his phone suddenly vibrated with a notification announcing something new. He immediately sat up and opened the notification that had just appeared on the screen. A strange system popped up with a message about accepting reports of school violence. The site even promised to take revenge on the perpetrators all the way to the end on behalf of the victims. The sound of crying disappeared completely, replaced by the frantic clatter of fingers pounding across the keyboard. The next morning at the park, a young man bluntly asked Sung-dae Han if he was the one who had sent the desperate email. Kim Hyun-sung then let out a sigh and said this world was truly rotten. He coldly reminds everyone that Sung-dae Han had to endure every absurd thing simply because he was weak. Outsiders always say kids know nothing, but they never understand how painfully the victim actually lives. The main character goes on to explain that school violence has never been a joke. The victim carries psychological scars for life, while the perpetrators keep living freely without the law ever laying a hand on them. If the victim fights back, the bullies only become even more vicious. Sometimes the despair gets so deep that the victim can end up turning into a real criminal. Looking at the system interface on his phone, Kim Hyun-sung feels deeply satisfied. He despises this school life hell so much that he created a website dedicated to hunting down bullies. The next day at Geo High School, a muscular guy with a six-pack named Hong Ryun kicks open the classroom door and loudly demands to know which one is Sung-dae Han. And Hong Jin immediately points toward Sung-dae Han, who is sitting inside the classroom, then aggressively warns that there is no way they are letting this slide. And Hong Ryun walks straight up to Sung-dae Han with murderous intent in his eyes, looking like he wants to throw a punch that very second. Without wasting another word, he drives a punch straight into the boy's face just because he did not get the answer he wanted. And he does not stop there. The thug grabs Sung-dae Han by the hair and yanks his face in close to threaten him even harder. But this time, Sung-dae Han does not lower his head like before. He coldly asks why the other guy is hitting him. Then he lifts his phone in front of Hong Ryun and says someone wants to talk to him. It is the number of the person pulling the strings behind all of this. Even though he has no idea what is going on, and Hong Ryun still takes the call. A calm voice quickly comes through from the other end, and it belongs to Kim Hyun-sung. The main character lets out a mocking laugh and corrects him, saying that his younger brother was the one who struck first. Getting beaten in return was completely deserved. Kim Hyun-sung then lists every single crime and Hong Jin committed over the last 4 years, from beatings, extortion, and forcing errands, to making Sung-dae Han strip in front of girls. Hearing each accusation laid out so clearly, even Hong Jin, standing in the back, starts breaking into a cold sweat. Even knowing his brother was in the wrong and Hong Ryun still refuses to back down, he even fires back with a challenge, as if he is declaring war on Kim Hyun-sung. As Sung-dae Han listens to the exchange, he feels more and more thrilled. He truly hopes the man on the other end will keep his promise. As afternoon slowly falls, Sung-dae Han leads a group of people toward the meeting spot, where Kim Hyun-sung's crew is already waiting. The two sides stand facing each other in a tense standoff, like they are about to unleash a full-scale school war. And Hong Ryun tries to act conciliatory, saying this is no longer a personal issue, but a conflict between two schools. He suggests both sides apologize and end it there. Sung Dae-hyun only laughs to himself, because he knows full well the guy investigated Kim Hyun-sung's background first. That is why he is suddenly acting scared, but this young man refuses to accept such an easy reconciliation. In his eyes, the one who should bow his head is An Hong-jin, not him. Their gazes collide fiercely, and neither side is willing to give even half a step. Just when it seems like an all-out war is about to erupt, and Hong Ryan suddenly turns and orders his younger brother to apologize immediately. Even though he is unwilling, and Hong Jin still has no choice but to bow his head for the sake of the whole group's future. He mutters out an apology, but Sung Dae-han deliberately pretends he cannot hear it, forcing the guy to repeat it again. Even after getting what he wanted, Sung Dae-han still does not feel satisfied. He remembers the two choices Kim Hyun-sung once gave him. The first option was to end everything if An Hong Jin promised never to cause trouble again. It was the safest path for Sung Dae-han's life. The second option was to return every bit of suffering he had endured. It would feel amazing, but the hatred would never truly end. And Sung Dae-hyun gives his answer with a punch driven straight into the other guy's face. He excitedly declares that he has chosen the second option, and Kim Hyun-sung will carry it out for him. And Hong Jin takes the full force of the punch and gets blasted backward. The moment An Hong Ryan sees his younger brother get hit, he panics and rushes over to catch him. The situation, already stretched tight as a wire, now spins completely out of control. The atmosphere instantly turns into a chaotic battlefield, exactly like something out of an action manhwa. Everything begins with a direct punch packed with killing intent. After that comes a string of breathtaking brawls, no different from a school martial arts movie. With every exchange of blows, more and more punks keep getting knocked to the ground. One guy from Kim Han-sung's group even excitedly realizes that each school is worth 500,000 won, so this fight is a seriously sweet deal. The battle grows more chaotic by the second, especially when even more people start charging in from behind as reinforcements. Kim Hyun-sung does not even need to make a move yet, because Kim Se-woo charges in first, one beat faster, to punish the bastard who dared to throw a cheap shot. In that very moment, he swears to himself that no matter what, he has to prove his value. One kick follows another in a relentless chain like a martial arts combo straight out of an action webtoon. Kim Se-woo wants to show the main character that he can absolutely be useful in the plan going forward. He excitedly turns his head back for a glance, then vows to follow that man all the way to the end. Before the battle is even decided, talk of splitting the money is already breaking out on this side. 500,000 split 15 ways, and whoever drops the most gets an extra 100. Right after that, the sound of fists colliding rings out across the battlefield once again, and Hong Ryan is furious to the point of boiling over. He shouts while punching down everyone who rushes at him, yet still cannot understand how everything became such a mess. Seeing Kim Hyun-sung still standing calmly in the middle of the chaos, and Hong Ryan immediately thinks he needs to call in more backup. Otherwise, the fastest way is to take down the leader on the other side first, and Hong Ryan feels like he is finally reaching the end button of this game. But just as he gathers his strength and lunges forward, a sudden punch slams into him and leaves him dazed. Sung Da-han looks like he just activated a system buff as he throws a blow that sends An Hong Ryan flying backward. And that is not all. The guy gets pummeled so badly that his face ends up horribly disfigured. After the brawl ends, the main character plays the recording back for An Hong Ryan and coldly surveys the scene around him, like a judge passing sentence. He threatens to send all this evidence to the school for disciplinary action, because the recording alone is enough to ruin them. The main character reminds him that today was simply GO students beating each other up, but if this gets exposed outside, every filthy thing his group has done will come to light too. When he sees the other side stay silent, he loses patience and clamps the guy's mouth, forcing him to answer immediately. His face looks more vicious than ever at that moment, as if the other guy clearly has not been beaten enough if he still dares to keep his mouth shut. His finger slowly slides across each of the guy's teeth, silently warning that if he does not open his mouth, he is going to lose one right away. That scene scared everyone standing nearby so badly that all they wanted to do was turn around and run straight home. A shrill scream ripped through the air, while An Hong Ryan's whole body went rigid, his veins bulging from the strain. Blood sprayed everywhere, and the loudmouth from a moment ago could only clutch his mouth and tremble in pain. After forcibly pulling out his teeth, he stood up and left An Hong Ryan writhing on the ground without a second glance. With the coldest, most ruthless expression possible, the main lead reminded him that he had waited far too long for this answer. On his way to class, Sung Dae-hyun suddenly bumped into a blue-haired male student. The guy's face twisted with irritation the instant someone crashed into him. He was about to turn around and teach him a lesson, but the second he saw Sung Dae-hyun's face, he remembered Hui Sung showing up before and hurriedly apologized. He even ran off in a panic, leaving Sung Dae-hyun stunned that one of An Hong Jin's lackeys would actually bow his head to him. At that moment, Sung Dae-hyun realized the world around him had changed. He lifted his head high as he walked, thinking school was supposed to feel this peaceful. After the incidents with An Hong Ryan and An Hong Jin, talk of school violence spread everywhere, along with evidence that left everyone in shock. As a victim who had been brutally abused at Yale High, Sung Dae-hyun had once read a post on Daisen asking whether he wanted the person who ruined his life to taste the same hell. At first, nobody believed that website could actually do anything. The bullies only worried for a moment, then went right back to acting arrogant like death would never come for them. One brown-haired punk even smugly declared that if the guy showed up, he would beat him so badly his own parents would not recognize him. But right then, a hooded figure appeared behind him and called his name. He jolted and turned around, his face going pale, because he had no idea who the person calling him was. The hooded man, his face hidden from view, only let out a cold smile and said he knew plenty about him because someone had provided every last detail. Karma came faster than expected. The guy's veins bulged as each of his crimes was listed one by one, from violence and isolation to extortion and theft. Fingers slowly clenched into fists, signaling that the punishment was about to begin. His underlings charged all at once, planning to take down the hooded man and erase the source of the trouble. But with the main lead standing here, there was nothing to fear. He pulled off his hood and coldly reminded them that they were living exactly like the trash they were known to be. The sound of savage blows echoed out. In the end, all three punks were forced to kneel and take their punishment, while Sang Hyun's side barked at them to hold their hands up properly. From then on, Sung Dae-han's social media posts only grew more and more famous. The main lead side also kept grinding through the work like a machine. One bullying group after another was dragged out and punished, bringing in countless desperate emails begging for help. Kim Si-woo stared at the guy in front of him and coldly asked if he could feel the pain. But this was karma for someone who beat people for fun, stole kids' money, and pressed lit cigarettes against victims until they burned. The guy's blood stained his hands, and Kim Si-woo furiously cursed that scum like them did not deserve to live in peace like normal people. At the same time, over at Daisen Information and Communications High, in the corner of the classroom, one student was curled up with his head covered, trying to protect himself. But no one cared how badly he was being beaten. They only talked about how Jung Hae-min would respond if the main lead's side really set its sights on their school. Jung Hae-min folded his arms with complete confidence, thinking Shin Young-min was already troublesome enough without going around stirring up all of Daisen instead of staying put in Chunin. Kim Hyun-sung only made Jung Hae-min more interested. He told his underlings to bring An Hong-ryan over right away, since he could hardly sit back and watch his friend get beaten to a pulp. The whole group quickly gathered at the stadium, where Jung Hae-min had gotten information about the website that accepted revenge requests from victims of school violence. Jung Hae-min found the whole thing pretty interesting, because at the very least he never laid a hand on weaklings, so An Hong-ryan must have suffered a brutal backlash. But An Hong-ryan stood there trembling like he had been hit by an icy wind. He said the main lead would spare no one who had ever been reported, hunting them down all the way to the end. Hearing that, Jung Ha-min put on the air of a senior and said they had to strike first before the other side came for them. That was why he needed An Hong-ryan to do one thing. That one thing was to report everything about the beatings and bullying to the teachers. Jung Ha-min wanted to turn this into a school discipline issue and drag the main lead into the mud, but An Hong-ryan immediately objected because he understood that fear better than anyone. Jung Ha-min did not understand what it felt like to be utterly crushed, so he only thought An Hong-ryan was a coward and brutally grabbed his mouth shut. He raised his fist and coldly said that if An Hong-ryan feared someone else more than he feared him, then he would personally set that order straight. In the faculty office, Jiang Won-ji held the report and burned with disbelief that someone had accused Sung Dae-hyun of hiring GEO students to beat people. The air was suffocatingly tense. Jiang Won-ji insisted that no matter how An Hong-ran or An Hong-jin had bullied Sung Dae-han, it was still unacceptable for outsiders to attack students. She kept pressing Sung Dae-han with sharp, relentless words, saying that what happened looked no different from a crime movie unfolding inside the school. After a long silence to think, Sung Dae-hyun only lowered his head and apologized, but firmly stated that the main lead had absolutely nothing to do with it. He also said he did not think he was wrong, because after 4 years of horrific abuse, when someone finally reached out a hand to help him, all he wanted was to seize the chance for revenge. That answer drove Jiang Won-ji furious, because Sung Dae-hyun still believed what he had done was right, but he quickly let out a cold laugh and corrected himself, saying he was only speaking hypothetically, and had never actually admitted anything. No matter how anyone looked at it, the main lead was still not directly involved, leaving Jiang Won-ji speechless, because that was as far as her knowledge went. Meanwhile, Jung Ha-min began to move. He called a group of people over, and they immediately guessed this was connected to the main lead in Chunin. Jung Ha-min explained that the main lead was building a system at each school to take revenge on those who had committed school violence. After hearing that, Yu Jong-eun's side ground their teeth because GEO High still had not made a move. In his view, the main lead was using victims as an excuse to swallow up all of Daisen, like some master manipulator. The more Hae-min thought about it, the angrier he got, because he could not accept Daisen falling into someone else's hands, especially when his comfortable life was under threat. Yu Jong-eun thought the plan made sense, so he asked whether Jung Ha-min had already already prepared the next move. Jung Ha-min had never liked the main lead, and this time he had prepared a trap vicious enough to drag him all the way down to the bottom of society. In a dark warehouse, a voice rang out in interrogation, asking Ho-jun why he thought this was unfair to him. Jang Yun grabbed Ho-jun by the collar, furious that a single careless post had turned his image into garbage in everyone's eyes. Gritting his teeth, he said that back in freshman year he had only been messing around a little, and Ho-jun was the one who struck first, so all this suffering now was just karma. The beast inside Jang Yun surged to the surface as he raised his fist and demanded that Ho-jun take responsibility for the pressure he was under. Ho-jun could only shut his eyes and surrender to fate, bracing himself to take the next punch head-on. At that critical instant, a sudden voice rang out and asked if he was Ho-jun. The newcomer looked around the warehouse, then started confirming the identity of every person present one by one. Ho-jun was being pushed so hard he was on the verge of tears, trembling as he turned to look at the person who had just walked in. He could only whisper a weak apology, but the main lead had no intention of accepting it. In despair, Ho-jun confessed that he had no other choice, because if he refused to follow their plan, they would kill his younger brother. The moment Jang Yeon realized Ho-jun had let it slip, he punched him straight in the face to shut him up, and the brutal move worked exactly as intended. Right after that, every door around them suddenly swung open at once. Groups of people came pouring down the stairs, their pounding footsteps sounding like monsters rushing in from a dungeon. Jung Ha-min stood at the center, greeting them with excitement and introducing himself as the one behind this little surprise. He laid out the main lead's entire plan, then mocked him for thinking he was being welcomed. This whole place had been a trap built just for him, but he did not panic at all. He calmly estimated there were about 100 of them, then sneered that this pile of trash looked like it owed the world far too much. Even facing that setup, the main lead simply asked Jung Ha-min if he wanted to hear an interesting story, making him hesitate for a brief second. It was a story about the real owner of the Daisen site, and who was truly pulling the strings behind everything. That person was none other than Jo Yejin, the administrator in charge of the site's posts and comments. To satisfy the main lead, Yejin had willingly cooperated and become a key link in this entire plan. Because he had a close relationship with the site owner, he knew exactly what kind of people were hiding behind the mask of anonymity, and Jung Ha-min began to break into a cold sweat. At that exact moment, the main lead's crew entered the warehouse, bringing along the people whose comments had helped Ho-jun expose the truth. The instant Sang Hee-yoon's side appeared, the opposing group panicked, shocked that the other side had brought that many people. The twist hit even harder when several people Jung Ha-min knew personally were also standing with the main lead. He called out to Ho-jun and asked if he regretted getting involved with Yu Jeong-hyeon to help a friend, only to become their plaything from that day on. The main lead calmly said Ho-jun did not need to apologize, because he had known everything and still came anyway. The one caught in the trap was not him, but Jung Ha-min's side, and Hong Ryan went pale the moment he heard that threat. The main lead asked if he knew Sin Young-min and the Chunin kids, then coldly demanded to know who had sent them to the reform camp. Kim Hyeon-song lowered his voice and threatened him, asking how he should deal with an Hong Ryan, since his rotten nature was no different from the rest of that scum. Faced with that killing intent, and Hong Ryan was so terrified he barely dared breathe, stammering out apology after apology. Then, out of nowhere, and Hong Ryan screamed and begged, saying that as long as he could graduate, he would accept anything else. But the main lead was never going to let him off that easily. Since he still had some use left, he ordered him to gather every contact he had in GL starting tomorrow, and to show up instantly whenever he was called. As time passed, every piece was fully prepared, and he even brought Bae Song-ho, nicknamed Gorilla, along with Kim Singu to the scene. Jung Ha-min showed up leading a large group, and when the Daisen side saw only around 20 people on the other side, they looked down on them at first. But once they learned those few had all been beaten by the main lead alone, he coldly cursed his own men for being so useless. Jung Ha-min immediately shifted his focus to Hong Ryan, grinding out that he was an idiot for not thinking about what would happen if Daisen fell into the main lead's hands, and Hong Ryan refused to back down and shouted back that he did not know what else he was supposed to do. If Daisen was going to fall, then the weaker side would die first anyway. He kept cursing and snapped that Jung Ha-min was the one who had lost his mind, because he was not Dasen's top dog and had no right to order him around. Jung Ha-min's eyes darkened. He suppressed his anger, then lowered his voice and asked Hong Ryan if he really dared handle this mess. And Hong Ryan immediately pointed straight at him and declared that only the strongest deserved Daesan, but he was not sure Jung Ha-min was strong enough to beat the main lead. He taunted him, saying that if Jung Ha-min truly cared about Daesan, then he should fight the main lead one-on-one right here. Hearing that, Jung Ha-min said nothing, but his rage was so intense his teeth ground together. Standing off to the side, the main lead cracked his knuckles and watched, deeply satisfied because this provocation had been planned from the start. If Jung Ha-min took the bait, the main lead would crush him in front of everyone. If he refused, then he still had another plan ready. Jung Ha-min went rigid like a statue, because he knew anyone who had defeated Sin Young-min could not be ordinary. Even so, Seeing how few people stood on the other side, he kept trying to reassure himself. When he saw Jong Hae-min thinking for too long, the main lead cut him off with a mocking remark, then suddenly rushed forward and kicked the thug behind him right in the chin. He muttered that while Jong Ha-min was still making up his mind, he might as well take care of the whole pack first. In the blink of an eye, two men were already knocked flat before they could even react. Jong Hae-min's eyes widened and his teeth clenched in fury, stunned that the other side dared to strike first. He turned to look at the main lead's side, and realized they were still standing still, with no intention of joining the fight. That was when Jong Ha-min finally understood in horror. The main lead intended to take on his entire side by himself. Unable to hold back any longer, he roared and ordered all his men to charge in and swarm the main lead. In a flashback, he had once admitted to Kim Singu that he could not truly defeat a full 100 men on his own. But if he'd not step onto the battlefield himself first, those people would never truly submit. Instantly, he took a stance like Zhang Duqian and drove a straight punch into one thug's face, determined to force them into submission with his own fists. Blood sprayed through the air, and the atmosphere in the hall turned chaotic at once, like a dungeon gate had just burst open. First came a hammer-heavy punch, then a martial arts combo savage enough to belong in an action movie. He wanted to prove that Gangnam was nothing like Daejeon, a place where gangs even more terrifying than Choi Taijun existed. Suddenly, one thug lunged in and threw a punch straight at his face. That exact instant, the main lead's eyes went wide with killing intent. He grabbed the guy by the hair, yanked him down, and drove his knee into his head, because he needed to bring them under control so that later, one command would be enough to make them all obey. Only then could his revenge truly succeed. The bloodshot face and the savage smile on it sent a chill straight down everyone's spine. In the back, Kim Singu watched in silence. His face showed nothing, but he was more worried than anyone else there. Beside him, Bae Song-ho asked if they should rush in and help, but Kim Singu only replied that the main lead had told them to wait, so they should trust him. Back in the fight, one thug, furious to the point of madness, shouted and asked if he really thought he could take on everyone, then urged the whole group to charge. At once, the crowd roared in unison and surged toward the center of the battlefield. At first, he focused only on defense, watching carefully to read the rhythm of their attacks. But right in front of him, one thug immediately ate the full force of a punch and crashed to the ground. His face darkened as he rushed toward the next target and drove another punch straight into the man's face. By then, Jong Hae-min had gone deathly pale, eyes bulging and teeth clenched tight as he realized his opponent had truly gone insane. Even with one cheek knocked crooked by a punch, the main lead still lifted those murderous eyes toward Jong Ha-min, as if he had been waiting for exactly this moment. One thug suddenly looped around from behind and locked him in a chokehold, making the situation look briefly rough. But the main lead's gaze still seemed to be daring Jong Ha-min to rush in and finish him. Right after that, he opened his mouth and bit down hard on the arm of the guy choking him, drawing blood and making the bastard scream in agony. He instantly threw two attacks back to back, dropping both thugs clinging to him at once, then sneered as if to say these idiots were nowhere near enough to bring him down. Jung Hae-min's face grew paler and paler, sweat pouring down all over him because he simply could not believe the scene unfolding in front of his eyes. At that moment, in his eyes, the main character looked no different from a deranged monster ripped straight out of an action webtoon. Jung Hae-min immediately turned to run, because he knew he could not win. If he stayed any longer, his ending would be no different from Shin Yong-min's. Just when the Daejeon crew thought he had vanished, the main character suddenly appeared behind them and coldly asked what exactly they were staring at. He threw a punch that sent a white-haired punk flying backward, then said that if this had already started, it needed a proper ending. Seeing the situation spiral further out of control, Yoo Jong-hyun roared in fury and shouted for everyone to get out of the way. He poured all his strength into his fist, then charged straight at the main character. He thought this time he could send him straight to the memorial table, but the main character only gave a cold smile, as if warning him not to underestimate him. The moment Kim Hyun-sung saw Yoo Jong-hyun's punch coming, the main character immediately tilted his body and slipped aside cleanly, like he had already read every move his opponent would make. The instant he realized the other guy had exposed a fatal opening, he rushed in within a split second, wrapped both arms around the man's waist, and slammed him hard onto the floor. The terrifying impact drove the man's head straight into the ground and left him writhing in pain. Kim Hyun-sung did not hesitate for even a second. He raised his fist and demanded to know whether the man really was Yoo Jong-hyun. But before the guy could even open his mouth, he went berserk and started hammering his face with one punch after another. Every blow landed like a sledgehammer, twisting the man's face until it was practically unrecognizable. The remaining underlings panicked and rushed over, trying to pull Kim Hyun-sung off Yoo Jong-hyun. But the sight of the main character losing control like a monster made every last one of them falter. Only after the air turned thick with the smell of blood did Yu Jong-hyun finally wheeze out a plea for Kim Hyun-sung to stop. Kim Hyun-sung, his face drenched in blood and sweat, widened his eyes and stared straight down at the man lying at his feet. Yu Jong-il, with barely half a life left in him, finally had no choice but to bow his head and surrender. Only then did Bae Sung-ho and Kim Sang-gu finally show clear looks of joy, as though they had just witnessed a horrifying action scene come to life. The two of them immediately rushed in to stop the fight that had gone far beyond anyone's control. At the same time, Kim Hyun-sung slowly got to his feet and declared that from now on, days in school would follow group leader Jong-in's orders. If I call, you show up immediately. If I tell you to go somewhere, you go. Got it, you worthless bastards. In the blink of an eye, 2 weeks had passed at ICT school. Jung Hae-min was still bitter over that fight, constantly hearing people gossip that he had run away when facing Jong-in's group, and it made him grit his teeth and hate himself for being so cowardly. But only seconds later he started justifying it to himself, thinking that if he had really fought that lunatic, Kim Hyun-sung might have come after him. It was better not to get tangled up with someone that out of control. Unable to stand the whispers any longer, Jung Hae-min slammed the desk, shot to his feet, and bellowed for the entire class to shut their mouths. But before he could finish threatening them, a bone-chilling voice suddenly rang out. "So this is where you've been hiding." Jung Hae-min instinctively turned toward the window, then froze stiff when he saw a pair of eyes staring directly at him. Hearing his name called so suddenly made Jung Hae-min's whole body lock up. Trembling, he stammered out why Kim Hyun-sung was here, and the only answer he got was a cold reply saying he had run too fast earlier, so there were still a few questions left to ask. Kim Hyun-sung appeared with a completely different aura now. In an ice-cold voice, he asked Jung Hae-min if he knew Moon Byung-sin, because that guy had sent him a video. The moment he heard that familiar name, Jung Ha-min went pale and realized it was the very target Hwang Kim had hired him to deal with. He could not understand how Kim Hyun-sung knew, and immediately thought about silencing him. In an instant, Jung Ha-min clenched his fist, charged forward with all his strength, and shouted, "Kim Hyun-sung, who the hell do you think you're threatening?" He thought that this time, with every ounce of his explosive strength, he would personally send the male lead to his death. But before he could show off anything, Jung Ha-min took a full-force punch to the face that left his features badly warped. Sometime later, Jung Ha-min slowly opened his eyes and regained consciousness. The moment he woke up, he heard the principal of Daesan ICT speak up and ask, "Awake now?" which made Jung Ha-min cry out in shock. "Principal." Jung Hae-min immediately accused Kim Hyun-sung of causing everything and demanded that the school punish the one who dared stir up chaos on another campus. But before he could finish, the principal coldly cut him off and said that Jung Hae-min was the one who had attacked Kim Hyun-sung first. Folding his arms, the principal sternly explained that Kim Hyun-sung had only come to talk, and that fighting back was simple self-defense. Hearing that, Jung Ha-min jumped up and shouted that the principal was talking nonsense. But the man calmly insisted that every witness was on Kim Hyun-sung's side. On top of that, Jung Hae-min was already notorious as a troublemaker at school, so the principal was convinced every statement was true, leaving him grinding his teeth in rage. He pointed straight at the bruises on his face and screamed that he would take the school to court. But at that exact moment, the principal's voice suddenly dropped. He leaned close to Jung Ha-min and asked whether he knew someone named Moon Byung-sung, making him go completely still. The principal seemed to have already pieced everything together. Clearly, Kim Hyun-sung had intervened while Jung Hae-min was unconscious, and Oh Daewon had even stepped in to cover for him. Not only that, there was also a secret agreement between Kim Hyun-sung and Nam Jeon-seo, one that Hwang Kim-vian was not supposed to know about. It all showed that the main character was steadily building a power base of his own. Afraid that Jung Ha-min's incident might damage his own interests, the principal immediately turned cold and warned that if he did not want his life destroyed, he should shut his mouth and disappear. He even called Jung Ha-min human trash, then declared he would devote everything to dragging Kim Hyun-sung down into hell, leaving him no choice but to swallow his hatred. Evening slowly fell as Jung Ha-min walked along in fury, cursing nonstop under his breath. He had been expelled, and in his mind, every last bit of it was Kim Hyun-sung's fault. Even Jung Hae-min's father, working at a construction site, flew into a rage and shouted at him after losing his job because of the trouble his son had caused. Jung Hae-min simply could not believe that, in the end, Kim Hyun-sung had cornered him to this point. Just then, his phone suddenly rang. Jung Hae-min had barely answered, and was about to greet the caller when a man's voice came through from the other end. It was Moon Byung-sung. He called to check on Jung Hae-min, said he had already heard everything, and even revealed that Jo Jong-jun's whole family had just been dealt with too. Before Jung Hae-min could even process that, Moon Bang-song went on to reveal that Jo Jong-jun had once hired Hwang Kim-vian to deal with him. He also said Kim Hyun-sung had declared that he would utterly destroy both Jung Hae-min and the one backing him, then mockingly asked if his dream had been to become a fitness trainer. But before Jung Hae-min could ask anything back, someone suddenly called out his name from behind. The moment he turned around, Jung Hae-min saw Bae Sung-ho and Kim Sing-gu walking toward him with cold smiles. At the same time, Moon Byung-song declared over the phone that his dream was over forever, because starting today, Jung Hae-min would no longer be able to use either of his hands. The scene immediately shifted to Daesan Science High School. Two students at the school kept gossiping about how Jung Hae-min had been beaten to a pulp after the fight the day before. Right then, two of Sakana's lackeys accidentally slammed their shoulders into someone who was passing by. The other boy immediately bowed and apologized first, but the punks refused to let it go. The blonde thug was just about to start yelling when the boy calmly replied that he had already apologized. Hearing that, the two instantly mocked him in dripping sarcasm, then started whining that the collision had supposedly dislocated their shoulders. Even so, the teenager still tried to explain that they were the ones who had bumped into him first. It turned out he was Kim Hyun-jin, Kim Hyun-sung's younger brother. But the blonde guy only smirked and sneered. So that means you're not planning to apologize properly, huh? The moment he finished speaking, he slapped Kim Hyun-jin hard across the face and roared viciously, asking if he had a death wish. Flashing back to last winter, while the two brothers were eating dinner, Kim Hyun-sung suddenly asked his younger brother which high school he wanted to attend. Without the slightest hesitation, Kim Hyun-jin said he wanted to go to John-in and later attend the same college as his brother. Hearing that, Kim Hyun-sung quietly tightened his grip on his chopsticks. Unlike his previous life, he was now strong enough to protect his brother even at John-in, but he still believed it would be better if Kim Hyun-jin chose a different path. Right after that, Kim Hyun-sung softened his expression and gently asked what his brother thought about Daesan Science High, even placing a piece of meat into his bowl. After hearing that, Kim Hyun-jin smiled obediently and said that as long as he could be with Kim Hyun-sung, he would accept any school. Back in the present, everyone had gathered in the teacher's office. With a bruise on his cheek, Kim Hyun-jin recounted the whole incident, saying he had only been walking down the hall when he bumped into Byung-soo, and even though he apologized first, he was still provoked and beaten. The instant Han Byung-soo angrily turned and smacked Kim Hyun-jin on the shoulder while denying everything, homeroom teacher Lee A.K. Bell immediately barked at him to stand properly. After that, Han Byung-soo put on an innocent act and claimed that Kim Hyun-jin was the one who started the trouble. But in his mind, he was cursing, knowing he would have been screwed long ago if not for his family's reputation backing him up. As for Mr. Lee, he had already grasped most of the truth, but he still did not know how he should handle the situation. In the end, he said that both Kim Hyun-jin and Han Byung-soo had to bring their guardians to school the next day because a fight had occurred. Kim Hyun-jin tried to explain further, but the teacher cut him off and told him to follow his instructions first. Though he was unwilling to accept it, Kim Hyun-jin could only bite his lip and endure it. Meanwhile, Han Byung-soo saw his expression and smugly replied that he would definitely bring his guardian. The moment he stepped out of the teacher's office, Han Byung-soo instantly dropped the act, flipped off the office, and kept mocking Kim Hyun-jin by saying he really was an expert at causing trouble. Kim Hyun-jin stayed silent and walked away until the other boy mentioned his grandmother. Only then did he turn back and warn him not to insult his family. At that point, Han Byung-soo suddenly revealed that the only reason the homeroom teacher had demanded guardians was because his father owned an influential construction company, so every teacher had to be careful around him. Then he leaned close to Kim Hyun-jin's ear and threatened him, saying his older brother was the future boss of Daesan School. "Your school life is over, you orphan mutt." Those vicious words made Kim Hyun-jin tremble in fear, but he still forced himself to swallow the rage boiling inside him. The next day, Mr. Lee personally stepped outside to greet Han Byung-soo's guardian. But no one knew how much Byung-soo had twisted the story, because the moment the man arrived, he immediately pressured the teacher for an explanation and exploded in anger, claiming his son had been insulted and beaten. Han Chun-ho came with Byung-soo's older brother as well. The two kept pressuring the teacher and tried to blur the line between school violence and self-defense. A few other teachers, afraid of the Han family's influence, also stepped in to mediate and suggested ending the matter by punishing only Kim Hyun-jin. Hearing that, Byung-soo's family looked openly pleased. Deep down they wanted to dump all the blame on Kim Hyun-jin, but on the surface they pretended to be generous, saying it would all be settled if his guardian simply apologized. However, before Mr. Han could finish, Mr. Lee cut him off in a stern voice and said that a teacher's duty was to guide students onto the right path, and that was the real reason he had called the parents in. After that, he coldly asked the entire Han family to follow him to the counseling room, while informing them that Kim Hyun-jin's guardian had already arrived first. Seeing that Mr. Lee was still determined to stand his ground, Han Chun-ho could only click his tongue in irritation and follow behind behind him. On the way there, Han Chun-ho turned to reassure his son that no matter how stubborn the homeroom teacher was, he would not be able to change anything. Bang-su's older brother also chimed in, saying that if his little brother had reported it sooner, they could have cleaned this up more easily. With his family backing him, Han Byung-soo grew even more confident and secretly thought that Kim Hyun-jin was definitely finished this time. But the instant the counseling room door opened, all three of them froze in place. The person waiting inside was none other than Kim Hyun-sung. At the same time, Mr. Lee explained that because Kim Hyun-jin's grandmother was unwell, his older brother had come in her place to handle the matter. The atmosphere instantly turned suffocating. The people who had been acting so arrogant moments ago all lowered their heads and did not dare say a word. Only Han Byung-soo still failed to understand the situation and secretly cursed Kim Hyun-sung, thinking he had to be insane to show up here. Not wanting to waste time, Mr. Lee quickly summarized the incident, saying that Han Byung-soo had been the one to start the conflict and had used violence against Kim Hyun-jin. But before he could finish, Han Chun-ho immediately bowed and apologized. The man kept admitting fault for failing to raise his son properly, leaving Han Byung-soo standing beside him completely stunned. Then he turned and shouted at his son to hurry up and bowed to Kim Hyun-sung for lying. But Han Byung-soo stubbornly denied it and even looked ready to complain. In the very next second, Han Chun-ho angrily grabbed his son by the head. Grinding his teeth, he forced out every word and ordered Han Byung-soo to bow his head and apologize to Kim Hyun-sung immediately. In the end, Mr. Lee declared that the school would hand down formal disciplinary action against Han Byung-soo. Hearing that, the two guardians trembled and nodded their agreement. After everything was over, Kim Hyun-sung was about to leave when Mr. Lee suddenly asked him to stay for a few minutes to talk, and the main character agreed at once. Mr. Lee slowly shared that the whole school saw him as a rigid teacher, but in truth, he only wanted his students to study in a decent environment. He also frankly admitted that he had heard the rumors about Kim Hyun-sung being backed by a major power in Dasan, and honestly, he did not like that kind of influence. But if that power could help a good kid like Kim Hyun-jin attend school in peace, then he was willing to regard Kim Hyun-sung as the school's protector at any time. After hearing that, the main character felt even more certain that sending his younger brother here had been the right decision. That was because, according to the memories of his past life, Mr. Lee had once been fired simply for daring to protect a target connected to Golden Garden. Even so, the thing he cared about most had always been his students. Kim Hyun-sung smiled in satisfaction, because he believed this man would never bow to money or power, and would always make fair judgments. The young man placed a hand on the desk and rose to his feet, declaring that he would never let something like today happen again, while also asking Mr. Lee to punish his younger brother strictly if he ever did anything wrong. After that, Kim Hyun-sung bowed deeply and offered his sincere thanks to Mr. Lee aka Bell, because for a true educator like that man, no matter how many times the main character bowed, he felt it was worth it. Meanwhile, Han Byung-soo angrily blamed his father for promising to take care of everything, only to change his attitude the moment he saw Kim Hyun-sung. His older brother immediately shouted back that he did not understand their father's situation, because this time the Han family had provoked the wrong person, someone backed by Mangjin Construction Group. Han Myung-soo still did not understand and blankly asked who exactly was being backed by the Myungjin Group. His older brother held his head in frustration and growled that the kid he had messed with yesterday was none other than Kim Hyun-sung's younger brother, and Kim Hyun-sung was the figure currently stirring up a storm across Daesan. Han Byung-soo's face instantly turned pale when he realized the person who had just walked in was the infamous student from John and High. Right at that moment, the door swung open and someone called his name, telling him to come outside. Han Byung-soo turned around and broke out in a cold sweat, while the main character merely said in an icy voice that he wanted a few private words with him. Han Byung-soo had no choice but to obediently follow, but the moment he turned his head, he saw the Han father and son still standing there frozen stiff. Kim Hyun-sung immediately shot them a razor-sharp look and ordered all of them to follow him at once. The three members of the Han family silently followed him all the way to the area beneath the overpass. Sensing the ominous atmosphere, Han Byung-soo hurriedly dropped to his knees, clasped his hands together, trembled as he apologized, and swore that he would never touch Kim Hyun-jin again. Han Chun-ho also lowered his head in panic and admitted fault for failing to teach his son properly, repeatedly promising that he would discipline him once they got home. Byung-soo's older brother also begged awkwardly for mercy and guaranteed that he would keep his younger brother on a much tighter leash. The main character enunciated every word and said that with just one phone call from him, the chairman of a construction company could go bankrupt for failing to teach his son. and a man who could not control his younger brother could end up crippled for life. After hearing that, all three of them trembled as if they had just come face to face with a dungeon monster. He looked down at them with murderous intent blazing in his eyes, coldly warning that from now on, anyone in Daesan who dared stand against him would be crushed as easily as turning over a hand. The father and son instantly went pale, hurriedly dropping to their knees to beg forgiveness, while Han Chun, who even smashed his forehead on the ground and pleaded for his life. He still vividly remembered his younger brother coming home clutching his wounds, and that memory tore open the protagonist's buried trauma all over again. He grabbed Han Byung-soo by the collar and furiously demanded to know how Trash-like had dared lay a hand on his little brother. His hand tightened around the other man's throat, and in an icy voice he said that right now he wanted nothing more than to rip him apart, but he had to hold back for his brother's future. His eyes were bloodshot as he warned that if Han Byung-soo wanted this to end, he needed to go find Kim Hyun-jin himself and beg the boy for forgiveness. Terrified out of his mind, Han Byung-soo ran to Kim Hyun-jin's classroom the very next day, dropped to his knees in front of him, and kept apologizing for starting trouble, even swearing he would reform and never bully anyone again. Kim Hyun-jin and the friends around him were completely stunned, because the thug who had acted so arrogant just yesterday was now kneeling in the middle of class to apologize. Kim Hyun-jin lowered his head and softly told him to stand up, leaving Han Byung-soo startled as he looked up and asked if he really meant it. Unlike his older brother, Kim Hyun-jin slowly stepped forward and said he understood how hard it was to apologize in front of everyone, so he would accept the apology. Kim Hyun-jin even smiled and reached out his hand to him. That innocence only made the protagonist more determined to protect him at any cost, and it was also why he sent his brother to Daesan Science High School. From that day on, Kim Hyun-jin's world completely changed, and the boys in his class started hovering around him after realizing there was a terrifying force backing him. Even during breaks, upperclassmen came over to chat and shamelessly curry favor, like they had just encountered a hidden boss in the school system. Kim Hyun-jin could only accept it in confusion. He knew his brother had a huge reputation, but he never imagined it was big enough to make the entire school wary. From that moment on, Daesan truly sat right in the palm of the protagonist's hand. Students all over the school kept whispering about that frightening name, and countless rumors spread that he could do anything with the power he held. Yet as time passed, the protagonist still had not made a move. In the blink of an eye, June arrived, and the weather was finally starting to grow warmer. Inside the executive office, while everyone was locked in a tense discussion, a man suddenly burst in and shouted that they had succeeded. The man pushed up his glasses and announced that the government had officially revealed its redevelopment plan for Sejong Street. This was exactly the opportunity the protagonist and Go Chang-byam had been waiting for all this time. A few months earlier, in a meeting room at Mangjin Construction Group, someone had objected that they did not even know what would happen with the industrial complex or the highway line, so buying 66,115 square meters of land in the middle of nowhere was no different from gambling. Another person worried that if their prediction was wrong, the losses would be enormous, because business was not a game of luck. But others argued that if Go Chang-seok's project succeeded, that land would become an unbelievable bargain. Go Myung-jin stayed silent and weighed everything, while Go Chang-byam spoke up and said that the villa complex at that location was the real prize, especially now that the Daesan City Road project had already broken ground. Hearing that, the others gradually agreed, saying the investment was absolutely worthwhile, because the location alone had enough potential to generate massive profits. Go Chang-byam deliberately asked whether Go Chang-seok still thought it was a reckless gamble, but Go Chang-seok held firm, saying the real estate market was unstable, and the company should focus on safer projects with guaranteed returns. Grinding his teeth, Go Chang-seok said that thousands of people were lining up to buy homes built by Myung-jin, yet Go Chang-byam wanted to pour manpower into a cheap villa district. He slammed his hand onto the table in anger, veins bulging as he loudly denounced it as the least efficient project possible, saying that Go Chang-byam, as executive director, should have seen that clearly. But Go Chang-byam was not swept up by that fury at all. Instead, he calmly smiled and said that land did not have legs, so it was not going anywhere. He only needed to wait for the right moment, which was why he bought the land first. Every calculation had already fallen into place, and only Go Chang-seok still failed to understand. He even mocked him, saying that if he wanted to be executive director, he should learn to speak less. Go Chang-seok angrily slammed the table and was about to argue back when a stern voice rang out and cut through the tension stretched tight as a wire. Go Myung-jin coldly said that once a project carried someone's name, that person's only duty was to produce results. Success or failure, he would bear it himself. Then he asked Go Chang-byam if he could handle the consequences. Go Chang-byam immediately stood up, placed a hand on his chest, and with unwavering eyes declared that he would never disappoint the chairman. Back in the present, during the second meeting, an employee reported that the land alone had already increased in value by at least 3 billion won. And if the industrial complex and villa district were completed, the profits could explode even further. Go Myung-jin's gaze shifted slightly as he pushed himself up with one hand and praised Go Chang-byam for an entirely new branch of business for the company. Even though he had always been seen as the rebellious son, Go Myung-jin slowly walked up to his son and reminded him that he had once said, whether the project succeeded or failed, all of it would be his burden to carry. Now that everything was clear, Go Chang-byam stood frozen, sweat breaking out as his father moved behind him and declared, the successor to the chairman of Myung-jin Construction Group would be executive director Go Chang-byam. The moment those words fell, Go Chang-seok immediately slammed the table and shot to his feet in protest, saying that changing the company's internal structure now was too risky, and this success meant nothing. Looking at his son's arrogant attitude, Go Myung-jin finally lost patience and sternly asked what he had accomplished a few months ago when Go Chang-byam first proposed the plan. In front of the shareholders and directors, Go Chang-seok was instantly exposed as a complete failure. From the very beginning, he had only been obsessed with whether Go Chang-byam would fail and had never once cared about the company's profit, while only someone who truly put the group's growth first deserved to become chairman. After saying that, he swept his gaze across the entire conference room and coldly asked everyone for their opinion. Of course, not a single person in the room dared object, and they all immediately nodded in support of the chairman's decision. From that moment on, Go Chang-seok was officially kicked out of the Myung-jin group, and his father coldly declared that the company only needed capable people, while he could go find his own way to survive. Go Chang-seok stormed into the hallway in a rage, unable to understand why his own father had so heartlessly thrown him out. Choking on the hatred swelling inside him, he slipped a hand into his coat, pulled out his phone, and told himself that he was the true heir to the group. Go Chang-seok immediately called a reporter and arranged a private meeting. In another development, after becoming the heir apparent to the chairmanship, Go Chang-byam quickly invited Kim Han-sung to the old cafe and asked whether he still remembered this place, the place that had once given him a chance to change his life. Go Chang-byam admitted that when he heard the plan, he had thought the protagonist was insane, then asked why he had still dared trust this young man back then. The protagonist took a sip of coffee and said it was because Go Chang-byam had believed in his plan. Go Chang-byam recalled the look in his eyes that day, the one thing that made him place his faith in him, because there had been no attempt to hide his ambition. Go Chang-byam understood that the protagonist would absolutely do whatever it took to help him climb into the chairman's seat. Go Chang-byam let out a hearty laugh, thanked him, and promised that they would pursue this goal together all the way to the end. Seeing how sincere he was, the protagonist said that as long as Go Chang-byam kept his word, he would always put his interests first, which only made the other man laugh even more delightedly. Right at that moment, Go Chang-byam suddenly received a call from director Kim Jong-il. The instant he heard what was coming through the phone, he shot to his feet, his face filled with panic. It turned out the media was exploding with reports that the heir to Myung-jin Group was an illegitimate son. One headline after another shot to the top of search rankings, claiming the chairman had registered the love child he had with his mistress, and was preparing to hand that person the chairman's seat. Meanwhile, Go Chang-seok read the online comments with smug satisfaction, thinking that if anyone deserved blame, it was his older brother for not knowing his place. By pure chance, he had once discovered an unusual flow of money leaving the chairman's account. That was how he learned that Go Myung-jin had a mistress, and he immediately told his mother, warning her never to let Go Chang-byam find out. That was because he had also discovered that the woman had given birth to a son several decades earlier. Go Chang-byam angrily growled into the phone that he did not care whether they had to bury the reporters alive or buy them off, but every part of this mess had to be cleaned up. After that, he drained his coffee in one gulp, slammed the cup onto the table, apologized to the protagonist, and hurried off. Because that bastard Go Chang-seok had personally cut off his own path of retreat, even though he knew perfectly well that Go Chang-seok had done it to seize the chairman's seat, there were lines that absolutely could not be crossed, and this time, Go Chang-byam was definitely not going to let him off. Right then, the main character spoke up and asked what he was planning to do. Was he going to track him down and beat Go Chang-seok half to death? He took a calm sip of coffee and said coldly that doing that would change nothing. If anything, it would only wash away every effort they had made so far. Go Chang-byam clenched his fists, imagining how much his mother would suffer when she read those articles. Even so, the main character calmly told him to be a little more honest. The real illegitimate child was not Go Chang-byam at all. It was actually Go Chang-seok's younger brother. In the previous life, Go Chang-byam had once beaten Go Chang-seok until his face was smashed up. That left Chairman Myung-jin deeply disappointed in both sons, and he ended up hiring an outside management expert, which sparked the whole illegitimate child scandal. Back then, the main character did not pay much attention to Go Chang-seok's violence. Instead, he focused on the Myung-jin family's baffling move. Even though the succession battle was leaning in his favor, Go Chang-seok chose to expose the truth because of his own twisted convictions. Everyone knew he was better suited for the chairman's seat, yet Go Myung-jin still backed Go Chang-byam. At the time, Mangjin Construction Group chose to stay silent about the illegitimate child scandal. On top of that, Go Changbyam's mother had always handled his problems for him, yet he chose to study abroad on his own, and he had never once seen that motherly love extended to her husband's bastard child as if he were her own son. After digging into every layer of the mystery, the main character reached one conclusion. Go Changseok was the true illegitimate child, not Go Changbyam. After hearing that, he suggested that Go Changbyam use the truth itself, that Go Changseok had been the imposter all along, to crush him completely. Go Changbyam stood frozen for a long while before dropping into his seat. He did not even bother asking how the main character knew. In a low voice, he simply said that Go Myung-jin had never been a good father, always drunk, and always beating his wife. There had once been a truly vicious fight between his parents. At the time, all Go Changbyam could do was hold his mother and try to comfort her. Maybe because she was too emotional, she let slip the secret buried at the very bottom of her heart. Go Changseok was not his real younger brother, and even she did not know who his biological mother was. Holding her son as she cried, Go Changbyam's mother said she had no choice but to raise him because he was her husband's child. But every time she looked at him, her heart felt torn apart, because that face only reminded her of the man who betrayed her. When he heard that as a child, Go Changbyam angrily grabbed his mother by the shoulders. He told her to divorce that man, take a huge settlement, and live with him instead. But she only wiped her tears and choked out that no matter what happened, they were still a family. Looking out the window, Go Changbyam admitted that competition was competition, but family was still family. The chairman's seat no longer mattered as much as making sure his mother would not be hurt again. Right now, Go Changbyam's heart was overflowing with hatred. He hated him so much that he wanted to tear that younger brother apart with his own hands. At that moment, the main character calmly cut in and said he had a way to resolve everything without anyone getting hurt. His face was full of confidence, like he had already mapped out the entire move. The next day, in the press conference room of Mangjin Construction Group, Go Changbyam stepped on the podium as the heir. Countless reporters and industry figures below watched his every move. Go Changbyam introduced himself as an executive director of Mangjin. First, he offered an apology for the family scandal, then declared that he would answer every question. He admitted that his father really had once had a mistress, and that woman had become pregnant with Go Myung-jin's child, but that did not mean he was the illegitimate son. In front of the entire media corps, Go Changbyam reached into his jacket and pulled out DNA test results. He firmly declared that both his father's and mother's blood ran through his veins, proving he was their biological son. At that exact moment, one reporter suddenly raised a hand and asked whether there was still another illegitimate child. Without changing expression, Go Changbyam slowly replied that the child had unfortunately died in a miscarriage. He explained that his father had felt guilty, which was why he had sent money under the name of support payments. As he watched the press conference, Go Changseok was jolted speechless. His face went rigid because he had never expected things to turn this way. The reporters below instantly erupted into chaos, all raising their hands and fighting to ask more questions. Go Changbyam gripped the microphone tightly and issued a cold warning. From this day on, if anyone dared insult his family ever again, Kim Hyun-sung would swear, in the name of Mangjin Construction Group's future chairman, and as the family's eldest son, that anyone who insulted them would be made to suffer a fate worse than death. At the same time, on the other side of the press conference, Go Changseok was so furious that he punched his computer screen. He clutched his head and screamed in despair, tears and sweat running down his face as he kept telling himself that it was all a lie. Just as the main character had predicted, once the press conference ended, Go Myung-jin was extremely pleased. His son had calmed public opinion despite having no direct fault, and he had shown that he could think of the bigger picture. He patted Go Changbyam on the shoulder with pride, and said the papers transferring the chairman's position were already prepared. He hoped his son would live with his head held high as the one leading Mangjin, something he himself had never managed to do. After that, he told Go Changbyam to step outside first, because he wanted to speak with Go Changseok alone. He admitted that he knew everything Go Changseok had done to seize the chairman's seat, but this time he would not blame him. There had been a time when he truly believed Go Changseok was more worthy of that position. That was why he had always treated him like his own son. And yet in the end he had dug his own grave with his own hands, leaving Go Changseok collapsing to his knees and begging for forgiveness. A worn, bitter look crossed his face as he muttered that bloodlines were terrifying, cruel and ruthless, just like his mother. She had worn him down for years over a child she gave birth to but could not even raise herself. Even so, he was still his son. Even so, the company would not keep indulging him anymore. He would be given enough enough money to live on, so he would not need to worry about finances, and no further responsibility would be forced on him, which made Go Chang-seok clutch his father's leg and beg. He shouted in anger that the reason his older brother had kept that secret and refused to use it to destroy him was because Go Chang-seok was family to Go Chang-beom. Go Chang-seok froze, his eyes hollow as he realized his older brother had done all of that because he truly considered him family. If fairness were the standard, he could have simply handed the chairman's seat to the legitimate eldest son, Go Chang-beom. Even so, he had still given his illegitimate child a fair chance to compete. And it was not only Go Myung-jin, even Go Chang-beom's mother had done the same. All of them had once treated Go Chang-seok as a real member of the family. At that moment, he seemed to finally understand the twisted yet heavy family affection that had surrounded him all this time. His empty eyes brimmed with tears as he stammered out an apology. Then he bitterly realized that the one who had truly been loved here was him. Standing outside the door, Go Chang-beom heard everything. A flood of emotions he could not put into words rose inside him. At Incheon International Airport, Go Chang-beom came to see his younger brother off. Go Chang-seok said that marriage had only been for profit, with no real feelings involved, and since he also had someone else, they could not keep living together. Then he handed Go Chang-beom a USB drive and said the files inside were the materials needed to run the company. After saying that, Go Chang-seok turned away and waved goodbye to his older brother. He even joked that he had already left someone behind to help the future chairman. But right after that, he suddenly turned back and asked who exactly had helped him. Go Chang-beom barely noticed the question, because what truly occupied his mind was that Go Chang-seok had just called him brother. After thinking it over for a while, the name that surfaced in Go Chang-seok's mind was a completely ordinary-looking high school kid. The moment Go Chang-beom heard that, he looked distinctly displeased. Seeing that reaction, Go Chang-seok panicked and rushed over, demanding to know whether that kid had really helped him. Go Chang-beom blamed himself for letting his guard down, while Go Chang-seok felt like he had been played by a mere high school student. Folding his arms, Go Chang-beom warned his younger brother never to lay a hand on the main character. Otherwise, even if they were family, he would show no mercy. Go Chang-seok admitted that his older brother was better than he was at using people, and that was also why he had climbed to the chairman's seat. After all, he would never have trusted the words of some high school kid like that. After saying goodbye to his older brother, Go Chang-seok was standing on the escalator when he received a call. The voice on the other end said they already knew exactly who he was. Before Go Chang-seok could even ask another question, the caller cut in and said he had only called to give him a warning. It turned out the caller was the main character himself. He made it clear that unlike Go Chang-beom, he had no intention of settling this peacefully. So even if Go Chang-seok got to keep living in luxury, he would no longer hold any power and had better not cause trouble. Curious, Go Chang-seok asked whether the two of them had planned all of this together from the start. His older brother had just warned him not to touch the main character, and now the main character was calling to warn him too, all for his brother's sake. He was genuinely jealous of that bond. Then he admitted his brother's capability and quietly offered his thanks. Hearing those words through the phone, the main character let out a faint sigh of relief, then lifted his head and looked up at the sky. A plane roared overhead, cutting across the air above him. At last, he had taken care of one crucial piece. Now only a few months remained before the official launch of the plan to bring down Golden Circle. Right at that moment, his phone suddenly started ringing. On the other end, Dong Min-ho was crouched under a desk, trembling as he clutched his phone and cried nonstop. His face and body were covered in injuries of every size, leaving him looking pitiful, like he had just been tortured by a monster. On the main character's phone screen, the incoming call from Dong Min-ho lit up. When the phone screen went dark again, it revealed 44 missed calls. That was all the sign he needed that it was time to clean up the remaining trash before moving on to the next phase of his plan. The principal received Go Chang-beom with cautious respect, politely greeting the acting chairman at his own school, while the other man merely replied in a flat tone that this really was not such a big matter. Go Chang-beom sat down with calm ease, radiating pure CEO energy, then announced that next year the main character planned to transfer to Kim Se-woo Academy. The moment he heard that, the silver-haired principal nearly questioned his entire existence. The main character was the ace card that had helped John in rise toward prestige, but he also knew all too well what would happen to Myung-jin's funding if he blindly refused. Seeing the principal's shaken expression, Go Chang-beom gently suggested that since the main character would graduate eventually anyway, it would be better to build a long-term cooperative relationship than cling to him, and he added that he also wanted to help John and become a prestigious school for the student's future. The principal knew this offer was insanely tempting, but he could not show his true feelings, so he only forced out a polite response. saying that of course someone on the main character's level should swim in the open sea, not remain circling around Daisen forever. At the same time, somewhere else, message after message was being sent, urging the main character to answer the phone, but when no reply came, the sender messaged again more than 10 minutes later, saying he deeply regretted everything he had done and wanted to apologize and make amends. When silence continued, he sent yet another message, saying he would accept any punishment and do anything the main character wanted, not to beg for forgiveness, but only in hopes that it might make him feel a little better. As it turned out, Kim Hyun-sung had not missed a single message. He read every one from start to finish, then simply laughed because the whole thing was too ridiculous. It was exactly like watching someone make a total fool of himself. He had been sitting in the cafe all afternoon, clutching his phone. Then, when the ringtone finally sounded, Kim Hyun-sung smiled with clear delight, because the person he had been waiting for had finally appeared. Dong Min-ho showed up looking so miserable he was hard to look at. The young man kept bowing his head, begging Kim Hyun-sung to give him one more chance. Thinking back to the time after he left Daesun, the main character had once dreamed of a new life in a strange city, at a school completely different from the old one. Standing in front of that new school, he believed his family had gathered every last bit of money to wipe away his dark past. From then on, he thought he would live like an ordinary student. At the new school, Dong Min-ho tried as hard as he could to seem friendly. He generously told his classmates to order whatever they wanted, leaving everyone shocked that someone they had just met was already treating them to food. He even volunteered to lock up the classroom and told everyone else to go ahead to the internet cafe first. His classmates cheerfully called him a living bodhisattva. Dong Min-ho only gave an awkward smile and thought that if he kept helping others, then he would surely get the peaceful high school life he wanted. But life was nothing like some rosy fantasy story. One day, on his way to the internet cafe after locking the classroom and returning the key to the teacher, the main character was suddenly called out to by that nickname, Living Bodhisattva. Park Min-gu appeared with an infuriatingly punchable face, then casually asked Dong Min-ho to carry something to his house, saying it was right nearby. Before he could even agree, Min-gu tossed his bag straight down in front of him. Just from that attitude alone, the main character understood that this was exactly the kind of thug who turned other people into errand boys. Even though he knew he might get beaten half to death, Dong Min-ho still forced himself to gather the courage to refuse and express his discomfort. But Min-gu did not care in the slightest. He immediately drove a vicious kick into Dong Min-ho's stomach, leaving him gasping in pain. Clutching his stomach in agony, Dong Min-ho still told himself that if he gave in after just one hit, then he would definitely be bullied forever after that. With that thought in mind, the main character rushed forward to fight back. He wanted to say that nobody had the right to hit someone whenever they felt like it. But Park Min-gu was no pushover. He casually blocked the punch, then mocked Dong Min-ho for being pathetically weak. Right after that, Min-gu landed another brutal counterattack that left the main character dizzy on the spot. And he still was not done. He even flicked a lighter in front of Dong Min-ho's face like a threatening warning. Seeing the young man sprawled on the ground, unable to resist, Park Min-gu immediately called his lackeys over to introduce them to his new toy. From that fateful day on, Dong Min-ho's school life turned into hell as the bullies constantly tormented him and sent him out to buy things for their amusement. The main character kept trying to believe things were not that bad, at least until he tried speaking to the people he had once helped. Every last one of them avoided him like he was some kind of monster. Only then did Dong Min-ho realize that he was completely alone. Reality was far crueler than his dream of a new life had ever been. On his way home, he even ran into a bunch of punks smoking together and bragging about stealing 50,000 won, even though they were the same people who usually saw Dong Min-ho treating his friends to food and drinks. While squeezing Dong Min-ho's cheek, Park Min-gu asked why the living bodhisattva looked so angry. He even sneered that if Dong Min-ho wanted to tell his parents or come at him with a knife, he was welcome to try. As if that were not enough, Min-gu pointed at the people standing behind him and revealed that all of them came from powerful families. If their parents spoke up, even the principal would have to bow his head. Min-gu kept provoking him, asking whether Dong Min-ho really dared to report anything, because he had friends backing him up and lawyers ready to crush the main character's future whenever they wanted. Dong Min-ho could only break down and cry in despair. He could not understand why he was being treated so cruelly when he had done nothing wrong. That was when Min-gu said someone had paid him to do this. He even said that Dong Min-ho should have lived a better life in the first place. The moment he heard that, the main character instantly thought of one person, and a chill ran down his spine. Kim Hyun-sung had once waited for Dong Min-ho on the stairs, hoping they could start over. But all he saw in the end was the other guy changing his number and abandoning every friend he had. In Kim Hyun-sung's eyes, that was the most pathetic kind of cowardly life. Kim Hyun-sung made a call to ask how the job he had assigned was going. The one handling it was none other than Park Min-gu from Dong Min-ho's current school, a B+ rank top-ranked thug who had been notorious since middle school. Kim Hyun-sung was willing to put down 1,000 up front and pay another 5,000 after the job was done, as long as it forced Dong Min-ho to quit school and understand that no matter how hard he tried to start over, it was hopeless. After hearing that, Dong Chan-soo thought Kim Hyun-sung had gone insane, but to Kim Hyun-sung it sounded more like a compliment, and a deeply satisfying one at that. Back in the present, the bullies were playing rock, paper, scissors, and Min-gu won, so he called Dong Min-ho over just to flick him on the forehead for fun. The main character wanted to run, but he also understood that running away would solve nothing. They even forced Dong Min-ho to kneel down and act as a horse for them to ride. Park Min-gu went so far as to advertise that the seat was incredibly comfortable, then charge 1,000 won for a 10-minute ride. Dong Min-ho could only grit his teeth and endure it. He told himself that life was just like this, and if he could just bear it a little longer, then maybe all of it would eventually pass. One day, Min-gu called the main character over and bragged that he had left a carton of milk sitting outside for 3 full days. With one little shake, anyone could tell it had fermented into something absolutely vile. Pretending to be considerate, he held the spoiled milk out in front of Dong Min-ho. If he drank the whole thing and managed to hold out until class ended, the bullies would let him off. Hearing that, Dong Min-ho felt like he had seen his last ray of hope, so he hurriedly asked if Min-gu really meant it. Min-gu even put on an act and asked whether Dong Min-ho had already lost faith in people. Seeing the main character gulp it down without the slightest suspicion, Min-gu immediately broke into a twisted grin of pure delight. Only a few minutes after class began, Dong Min-ho's stomach twisted in savage pain, like it was about to explode, and he realized that disaster had arrived. But if he could just hold out for one more hour, he would finally be free. That thought kept looping through the protagonist's mind like a curse. Rong Minghao desperately begged his body to endure a little longer. His longing for even a moment of peace kept him from giving up halfway through. Then his stomach suddenly let out a thunderous growl, and in that instant the protagonist knew everything had truly gone to hell. Rong Minghao clutched his stomach and bolted out of the classroom, while the bullies roared with delighted laughter. The whole class even mocked him, asking if he had just done his business right there in the room. Sitting in the bathroom, the protagonist felt this humiliation had gone far beyond what he could bear. He no longer wanted to keep living in a hell like this. Right then, Rong Minghao remembered the dirty gym clothes, the clearest proof of what had happened. He believed that if he showed them, the truth would finally come to light. But life was never that simple. Park Min-gu suddenly threw an arm around Rong Minghao like they were best friends and told the teacher they had only taken their joke a little too far. Under Min-gu's threatening stare, he loudly insisted he had never bullied anyone. He even told the teacher to ask the class how close they were, then turned and forced the protagonist to confirm it. After that, Rong Minghao went right back to being tormented by Min-gu. With a sneer, Min-gu said those civil servant teachers only wanted to work in peace until retirement. Even if a few teachers sincerely wanted to protect their students, the rotten system meant everything still ended up before a disciplinary panel. Min-gu also warned the protagonist to be more careful about who he trusted. And it did not stop there. Rong Minghao took another brutally heavy punch, one that left him reeling on the spot. 2 other guys stood nearby, laughing with open satisfaction. Min-gu introduced them as witnesses who would swear that everything that happened today was entirely Rong Minghao's fault. Min-gu kept performing his little act with absolute confidence. He was even hoping the protagonist would fight back, just to make the game more entertaining. After that round of bullying, Rong Minghao returned in despair. He felt like a complete fool for ever putting his faith in the teachers, but before he could gather himself, someone from class called him back. A group of students came over and asked whether the rumors were true, but the protagonist had no idea what they were even talking about. It turned out the rumor that Rong Minghao had once bullied children in Daesan had spread across the entire school. From a living bodhisattva, he was now treated like a disgusting hypocrite, and with all hope shattered, the protagonist decided to quit school yet again. A few days later, at home, the doorbell kept ringing over and over until an irritated Rong Minghao finally went to answer it. The moment this young man unlocked the door, a wave of dread crashed over him at once. Min-gu did not even bother to wait. He kicked the door hard and burst out laughing, like he was greeting an old friend after a long time apart. The moment he saw the face that had haunted him all this time, Rong Minghao panicked. He could not understand how this bastard knew his home address when he thought everything was already over. Min-gu only gave a faint smile, knowing the protagonist had already figured it out. He said that sometimes clients like to request a few especially sick and twisted games. The person who hired him wanted Min-gu to torment Rong Minghao for an entire month. He was supposed to beat him until he was half dead and carve that pain deep into his very bones. In the present, Rong Minghao knelt before Kim Hyun-sung and begged for forgiveness. The protagonist said he was willing to do anything, as long as he was given a chance to make up for his mistakes. After hearing that, Kim Hyun-sung only found it amusing and asked Rong Minghao how it felt after tasting the malice of truly evil people. He even mocked him, saying he wondered whether the protagonist had enjoyed it. In the end, Kim Hyun-sung decided to give Rong Minghao one more chance. If he could find Han-sung and defeat Park Min-gu, then everything would be over, because the one truly at fault was Mingyu. But when he heard that, Rong Minghao could only sink into despair, because the task felt almost impossible. The protagonist burst into tears, grabbed Kim Han-sung's leg, and begged him to show him how to bring Mingyu down. He had neither money nor power to stand against that group. Kim Han-sung coldly told Rong Minghao that he had nothing left now. If he wanted to bring that school down, he needed to cause an incident so massive that the police would be forced to step in. Kim Han-sung kept pressing right on the protagonist's weakness. If he wanted freedom, then he had to prove his own worth with his own hands. Meanwhile, in the meeting room, Mingyu leaned back with a bored expression. Nothing around him seemed entertaining enough to relieve his crushing boredom. Park Mingyu secretly thought the Golden Ape crowd were completely insane. All they had to do was bully Rong Minghao, and just like that, they had 6,000 troops in their hands. With monthly bonuses on top of that, the main guy even started thinking about taking a vacation with this dirty money. Right then, the door was suddenly kicked open with brutal force. A strange man flashed a police badge, then coldly asked for his identity and demanded his cooperation before things got worse. The young man still had no idea what was going on when he heard that Rong Minghao had jumped off a building in a suicide attempt yesterday. The officer continued laying out the details of the case. Rong Minghao had fallen from the 4th floor to the ground. He had somehow survived, but even now, he still had not regained consciousness. Hearing that, the main guy immediately started trembling, unable to understand why this had anything to do with him. The only response he got was a look of contempt, followed by a curse calling him shameless. It turned out that in his suicide note, Rong Minghao had directly named Mingyu as the reason he wanted to die. That was not all. There were also multiple witnesses confirming the main guy's school violence, along with camera footage clearly showing him barging into the victim's home. Mingyu was about to open his mouth and explain, but the officer cut him off first and said he wanted to see what excuse he could still make up now. One look into the officer's eyes was enough to tell that every piece of evidence was pointing straight at the main guy. Only then did the young man begin to realize that he was truly finished. The cop even deliberately taunted him, saying that with that mountain of evidence, Mingyu was guaranteed to be thrown into juvenile detention. Rong Minghao's family was also preparing to file a lawsuit, which left him bitter, because he had never meant to push things this far. But those people clearly intended to dump all the blame on the main guy. Refusing to submit, Mingyu immediately brought up the Golden Ape organization. The officer's face changed on the spot, and he barked at him to shut up. The atmosphere suddenly turned terrifying. The interrogator switched off the microphone and turned the camera away, leaving the main guy panicked and unsure of what he was about to do. The officer coldly asked Mingyu if he really did not understand why he had been paid so much money. He had always thought it was simply payment for a job well done. But when he heard that Golden Ape controlled all of Korea, the main guy began to realize the rumors might actually be true. The officer suddenly moved behind Mingyu and let out a crazed laugh. That money had not just been for hiring someone to do a job. It had also been the price for stepping up to take the fall if something ever went wrong. Even if Mingyu kept screaming about Golden Ape, no one was ever going to believe him. From the people inside the police station to the ones sitting in the courtroom, every last one of them had already been manipulated. The officer even reminded the main guy that if he wanted to know what happened to people who liked to resist, then he should keep showing off his attitude. With a faint sneer, he said that now that he knew the truth, the smartest thing he could do was stay quiet and let it all pass. Before leaving, the officer leaned close to Mingyu's ear and warned him to remember this day well if he still wanted to stay alive. At Central Hospital A, everyone was watching a news report about a student victim of school violence who had jumped from a building after taking time off from school. Fortunately, he had survived. The program also announced that the ringleader had accepted all charges and would be dealt with according to the law. A couple watching the news could not help cursing the family that had raised that mastermind. They said a person like that deserved to spend the rest of his life behind bars. Just then, a figure appeared with a calculating expression after learning that Park Mingyu had taken all the blame. Jin Jiansheng quietly weighed every move, because he understood that if he acted rashly, the one who died would definitely be him. If he wanted to bring down Golden Ape, then he would have to make use of far more opportunities. Even so, he still wanted to enjoy the little toy in front of him while standing outside the hospital room. The main guy politely knocked on the door and only stepped in after hearing permission. The moment Jin Xiansheng appeared, Jin Sunzi's eyes turned red with rage. So he had finally shown up. Sunzi pointed straight at Xiansheng with hatred in her eyes, but he seemed far too used to that reaction already. She wanted to call a nurse, while the young man simply stood there in calm silence. Xiansheng said he had come with nothing but good intentions and only wanted to talk for a few moments, not do anything else. Sunzi remained extremely wary, because she could not understand why he would dare show his face here. Still, she knew he was not stupid enough to start trouble in a crowded hospital. He even reminded her that he had promised not to bully Rong Minghao anymore. But if Sunzi kept driving people away like this, then he could not guarantee what he might end up doing. As a mother who only cared about her child, Sunzi completely ignored everything he had said before that. All she heard was the threat at the end, and she instantly flew into a rage, ready to attack him if he dared lay a hand on Rong Minghao. Before leaving the room, Jin Sunzi still did not feel at ease, so she warned that if she heard even the slightest strange sound, she would rush right back in. Xiansheng only replied irritably, telling her to get out already so he could talk. Once the room finally fell quiet, Jane Xiansheng gently took Rong Minghao's hand and said that the whole way there, he had been praying in despair. He said he had only asked God to help Rong Minghao wake up as soon as possible. But in the end, it was all just a sick game. Xiansheng twisted into a warped laugh and repeatedly told Rong Minghao that he had to remember everything, from the past to the present. Even if he sank into an eternal sleep, he was not allowed to forget. In his eyes, the best thing Rong Minghao could do was accept his fate. Watching him struggle to live like some lowly insect brought Xiansheng immense pleasure. Jin Xiansheng had never intended to keep any promise he made to Rong Minghao, so if he wanted to live, then the best thing he could do was remain in a vegetative state just like this forever. Because the moment he woke up, Rong Minghao would only have to face that cruel reality all over again. After leaving the hospital, Jin Xiansheng stopped with Jin Seiyu to buy some food. He told himself that the path he was walking had never been about justice, only revenge. But the main guy could not allow himself to sink too deeply into hatred. In his mind, everyone wanted the people by their side to be happy. So when the store clerk recommended a nice-looking piece of fish, he agreed right away and put it in the basket. Xiansheng also remembered that he needed to prepare some fried eggs for Xiandi. Right then, a girl shopping nearby looked over, saw Jin Xiansheng, and instantly froze in fear with her eyes wide open. The cashier kept asking whether she wanted to collect points and telling her the total, but she just stood there like a statue. CG's expression changed at once, and she ran off so fast it looked like her pants were about to fall down. The cashier was left wondering whether the customer was even planning to buy anything anymore. Jin Xiansheng immediately recognized that terrified expression. It belonged to Suji. After getting home, he cooked while calling an acquaintance he had paid to investigate everything. The result was exactly what he expected. CG's family had bribed the doctor. There had never been any leg amputation at all, and the way her parents protected their daughter was touching enough to bring someone to tears. After finishing the report, the person asked whether Jin Xiansheng wanted any special handling, but he only replied coldly that they should be allowed to keep living. Xiansheng told Jin Seiyu that CG's father was extremely wealthy, so there was no way he would abandon his daughter so easily. After all, the man had once hired people from Golden Ape, which left Seiyu unable to understand why the main guy was still sparing them. Jin Xiansheng explained that every time CG went to the convenience store, she only bought a few quick foods that were easy to carry. She even kept herself hidden under a hood at all times, so no one would recognize her. All of it was just because she wanted to step outside and breathe a little fresh air. But apparently, this was not even the first time Ziji had secretly gone out. Those brief little outings did not change much because she lived every moment in fear that Jin Xiansheng might find out. Jin Xiansheng was full of confidence when he saw that although Ziji still had both legs, she did not even dare walk in front of other people. She did not dare open the door or leave the house, because she was enduring the same drawn-out pain as Rong Minghao. Looking at the pan of fried eggs in front of him, Jin Xiansheng let out a cruel laugh. What he had done was simple. He was merely returning every bit of suffering that he himself had once endured. As he remembered those earlier days, time seemed to slip past in silence. And through that unbearably long stretch, Jin Xiansheng had gone through countless horrifying things. In the end, Jin Xiansheng finally arranged to meet Jin Seiyu on a tension-filled fighting platform. Jin Xiansheng tilted his body and cleanly dodged the vicious strike rushing straight at him. Right after that, the main guy launched an immediate counter with a brutally heavy punch aimed at Jin Seiyu, but Gao Changfan stepped in just in time to block it. One fighter threw punches while the other kept whipping out kicks, and the ring grew hotter with every passing second. The two of them kept charging straight at each other, fighting head-on without the slightest intention of backing away. The clock kept ticking and their training time was almost up. Jin Seiyu finally dropped to one knee, gasping for breath, but Jin Xiansheng remained completely unfazed and mocked him for wanting to quit after only a few rounds. According to the plan, they were supposed to train for 5 full rounds, with each round lasting 5 minutes. To the main guy, this level of training was nothing at all, but just then, voices from a group of students suddenly rang out from outside. It turned out the coach had finally arrived. Seeing the two of them training so fiercely, he even tactfully looked ready to let them keep going a little longer. Just as everyone was in good spirits, the coach suddenly brought up the old days, when Jin Xiansheng had once held the ambition of becoming the strongest before the winter of his second year of high school. Zhang Duchuan announced that the training session was temporarily over, then told the main guy not to go anywhere yet, because there was still one final test left. When Xiansheng asked where they were going, he only answered that all of them would be heading to Jin Sayu's place together. A few days later, Zheng Dutian showed up at the gym, and his sudden appearance left everyone stunned and wondering why he was there. Some even whispered that he was the close friend of the coach who ran this place. The moment Li Duxiu walked in, he asked whether Zheng Dutian had been doing well lately. In return, the older man spoke to him warmly, just like two old friends catching up after a long time apart. Li Duxiu was incredibly busy these days because one of his trainees had just been selected for the UFL. Thanks to that, new enrollment had exploded so badly that he had already started turning applicants away. Zheng Dutian only gave a faint smile, because back in the day Li Duxiu had been a junior who admired him like an idol, but after the doping scandal broke, his own career had plunged straight into the abyss. After Zheng Dutian fell from grace, Li Duxiu became the next man to enter the UFL, and he even grew more famous than his senior. Still, no one knew that he too had once relied on performance-enhancing drugs. If Zheng Dutian's scandal had never been exposed back then Li Duxiu's current glory almost certainly would never have existed. But he never thought of it that way, and instead only blamed himself for being too weak. Zheng Dutian suggested that Li Duxiu let their students spar and exchange techniques, because he clearly understood that the training quality at Kim Si-woo's center far surpassed that of other places. Li Duxiu let out a mocking laugh and said that would be a little difficult. After all, since the two of them had known each other for years, he wanted to be honest and say a few things plainly. He deliberately dug into Zheng Dutian's painful past, saying that someone whose doping scandal had already become public knowledge would never be able to reclaim his old spotlight again. Li Duxiu even sneered that he also had to think carefully about who his own students fought. In his view, Zheng Dutian should stick to handling diet plans and body conditioning instead of trying to raise up disciples. Hearing that, Zheng Dutian only let out a bitter laugh, because thankfully Li Duxiu was still the same piece of trash he had always been, unchanged in the slightest. Zheng Dutian then burst into loud laughter and flatly denied that he had any desire to reclaim his reputation or prop anyone up. He simply did not think on the same level as Li Duxiu. That line only made Li Duxiu want even more to use this chance to humiliate Zheng Dutian and promote his own gym, so he agreed to the match on the spot without any hesitation. Walking behind him, Kim Si-woo looked around in shock at how different this place felt, to the point that Zheng Dutian had to remind him not to look so obviously like a country kid. Inside a private room, Li Duxiu spoke with his two prized students. One openly looked down on the situation after hearing he had to fight a high schooler. That man was Huang Diming, with 6 wins and 3 losses, while the other was Ndonju, a fighter from the National Martial Arts Association with 4 wins and 1 loss. Li Duxiu told them their opponents were just a bunch of students trained by Zheng Dutian, so beating them should be easy. On top of that, this match would attract media attention and make them even more famous. One of them agreed right away, while the other aggressively declared that he would crush those students into the dirt. Seeing that bloodthirsty attitude, Li Duxiu felt deeply satisfied and laughed in delight. In the public eye, Li Duxiu was seen as a towering icon of the UFL, but his real record was only 2 wins against 5 brutally embarrassing losses. Even with the help of banned drugs, Li Duxiu had never once managed to surpass Zheng Dutian, not even by the time the latter retired from the sport. Meeting Zheng Dutian again after so many years stirred a strange feeling inside Li Duxiu. More than anything, the look of expectation Zheng Dutian had for his students irritated him to no end. Li Duxiu quietly began nursing thoughts of revenge. He swore to himself that this time, he would defeat Zheng Dutian as a coach and prove once and for all that he was the better man. Meanwhile, Zheng Dutian arrived at the meeting place with his 2 students, Kim Hyeon-song and Kim Si-woo. As they walked, he noticed the place was full of famous faces and people from the Martial Arts Association, and he instantly realized Li Duxiu was stirring up trouble again. Zheng Dutian immediately called the 2 students over to his side. He personally put their gloves on for them and thought to himself that these kids truly did not know fear. Then he asked whether they understood why such a small match had drawn professionals and the Martial Arts Association here. Zheng Dutian smiled and said that did not mean this match would be difficult. On the contrary, if they won here, then no other high school student would be strong enough to stand against the 2 of them anymore. In that moment, Zheng Dutian felt the passion of being a teacher for the very first time. Seeing the determination and hunger for battle in his students' eyes made the blood in his veins boil fiercely. At last, the first match began. The referee called the fighters to their positions, and the opening bout was Ndonju against Kim Si-woo. The other man even smugly remarked that Li Duxiu had really arranged an execution for a high school student. Ndonju stared hard at Kim Si-woo and irritably thought that the kid had exactly the kind of face that made people want to punch him on sight. The bell rang and the tension in the arena instantly tightened. Ndonju charged straight at Kim Si-woo like a maddened bull, fully intending to smash his opponent's face in from the very start of the fight. But before the punch could could even land, Kim Se-woo fired off a lightning-fast sweep kick at his base. The other fighter was startled and wondered in shock whether his opponent knew kickboxing or taekwondo. Before he could recover his senses, Kim Se-woo was already preparing another strike. Donju confidently thought he had read the pattern and assumed it was nothing more than a feint. He planned to block the low kick and counterattack, but in the very next instant, the main fighter slammed another kick into his leg, sending a jolt of pain straight through him. Donju was badly shaken when he realized his opponent was using low kick techniques aimed directly at his calf. The continuous kick sent sharp pain through his calf and made moving harder with every second. Donju was completely helpless against Kim Se-woo's relentless, storm-like attack rhythm. The fighter gritted his teeth and cursed under his breath because he had never faced such an irritating combat style before in his life. He realized that Kim Se-woo was trying to shut down a boxer like him through leg attacks, so he swore that he would not allow his opponent to keep landing low kicks any longer. Kim Se-woo immediately adjusted his own strategy as well. He understood that the other man had started paying attention to his legs, but that was no issue, because the main fighter had already prepared his next answer. At that exact moment, Donju lunged in like a starving tiger, aiming straight for Kim Se-woo's lower half. Kim Se-woo instantly found a way to break the situation. He whipped his leg straight up at the man's face, leaving his opponent no time to defend. Being faster by even half a second was enough to completely overturn the entire flow of the match. The kick tore through the air like a bolt of lightning and crashed directly into Donju's jaw. The blow knocked him unconscious on the spot, and he collapsed in bitter humiliation. The referee immediately stopped the fight after seeing that the defeated man had been battered beyond any hope of resisting. Deep down, he understood that the main fighter might use his weakness as an excuse to cut him out of future plans. That was why, right here and now, he had to prove that he was more than just a black belt. At that moment, Kim Hyeon-song also stepped up onto the ring. Se-woo immediately taunted them, saying that their coach had once called him the vast ocean, yet that so-called professional fighter had not even lasted a single round. If that was the limit of their level, then the main fighter would not even need to step in. He alone was more than enough to deal with the remaining guy too. That lethal remark made Lee Duxu's face turn red with rage, and he nearly charged forward to settle the score with the young man. He roared that the brat had no manners, only to be hurriedly held back by his own student. Lee Duxu shouted directly in Jung Do-tian's face that his student was far too insolent. In his eyes, the previous match had only been a lucky fluke, yet that kid dared to brag as if he were some kind of evolving monster. Jung Do-tian refused to give ground and shot back that Se-woo had not said a single thing wrong. Lucky or not, Lee Duxu's student really had failed to last even one round. If you challenge someone, then you should come prepared, because that was how professionals handled business. Lee Duxu ground his teeth in fury, but he could not back down now. He knew that if he showed even a hint of hesitation, Jung Do-tian would have the chance to laugh in his face, and rumors would spread through the martial arts world at lightning speed. In a cold voice, he threatened that if Jung Do-tian's student ended up crippled, then no one should blame him for being merciless. Donju had just regained consciousness and called out to his coach, only to be met with a furious barrage from Lee Duxu. He told that idiot to shut up and get lost so he'd go train. After that, he turned to his remaining student, Hwang Daming, and asked whether he could handle it. The fighter answered with confidence that his coach knew perfectly well this kind of fight was exactly his specialty. Lee Duxu placed a hand on Deming's shoulder and said that he trusted him. On the other side, Jung Do-tian was also quickly reminding his student of the key points he needed to watch for. The bell rang out, officially signaling the start of the next match. Se-woo stayed on the ring and focused intently on every movement his opponent made. Lee Duxu's other students began whispering among themselves that Deming was fighting far too passively today. Normally, he was never this slow and cautious. Lee Duxu crossed his arms and smiled, because he knew his student was merely testing the range. He believed that once Deming had the distance figured out, he would utterly crush his opponent. A lightning-fast kick suddenly shot in and landed clean on target. Hwang Deming really was a master at controlling distance inside the ring. Jeong Duchian watched in silence, wondering how Se-woo would choose to turn the fight around. Unlike the previous match, Se-woo was truly being overwhelmed this time. He had to struggle just to endure blows that crashed down like sledgehammers. Deep down, he admitted his opponent was incredibly strong, but if he gave up here, then every bit of effort he had poured in before would become meaningless. He barely slipped past a devastating punch, and the ring barrier shook violently from the impact. Under that relentless pressure, he reminded himself why he had trained so brutally. Those dark days of getting beaten senseless could not be allowed to mean nothing. While defending, Se-woo suddenly spotted an opening in his opponent. The man's jaw was exposed, and at last, the chance to counterattack had arrived. But reality was cruel. He had fallen straight into Deming's trap, and his punch never even came close to the other man's jaw. Instead, he took a clean punch right to the face. As he was blasted back into the barrier, Se-woo actually thought it was perfect, because that strike had hit his face instead. Deming thought his opponent was finished, yet Se-woo did not waver at all and charged forward again. That left him stunned, unable to tell whether this kid was about to throw a hook or reveal some other hidden trump card. He blocked Siwoo's attack, and the two immediately launched into a savage exchange. In the middle of that suffocating pace, Siwoo found himself thinking of Kim Hyeon-song, of someone who used to be so cheerful, but had now become cruel in a way he could not understand. Even so, Siwoo knew that deep down, the main character was still that same person. He could not turn his back while that man was carrying all the danger alone. Maybe it would take him several lifetimes to fully understand the main character's thoughts and emotions. In that very moment, Siwoo was driven down to the mat by Deming. Even from that disadvantageous position, he remembered how the main character had pulled him out of the darkest days of his life. So this time, no matter what, he would not let go, and that resolve gave him the strength to reverse the match. Taking advantage of his position on the ground, Siwoo instantly wrapped both legs around Deming's neck, while trapping one of his arms at the same time. The vicious submission completely robbed Deming of any ability to resist. In the end, he was forced to tap the mat and surrender, and the referee immediately called the fight. The second victory went to Siwoo, representing Jeongdukcheon's gym, and the entire crowd fell silent in shock. Right after that, Siwoo stood up and told the main character that he had seen it for himself. Even though he was weaker, Siwoo had still beaten 2 professional fighters, so he could definitely be useful to his plan. Siwoo declared that he would become one of the main character's pieces and wanted to support him. Even if he was rejected, he would still act on his own, and maybe he would become the variable that man had never accounted for. When the main character asked why he would go this far, Siwoo fired the question right back. Then what about him? Why was he acting like his life was about to end? The main character only grew more confused, unable to figure out what Siwoo really wanted. Their conversation continued, with the tension stretched tight as a drawn bowstring. At that exact moment, Lee Do-hak played his final piece and shouted that there had been enough nonsense. The next match was starting immediately. The last person to step out was Shin Chang-hun. After suffering 2 humiliating losses to the disciples of his lifelong enemy, Lee Do-hak began imagining the disgraceful gossip the martial arts world would hurl at him. It was as if he could already hear the whispers, saying how pathetic it was for professionals to lose to high school students. Everyone would be asking what the hell Coach Lee Do-hak had been doing. Sweat poured down his face as he realized that if it ended here, his reputation would be ruined. One more loss, and people would say Jeongdukcheon was the better coach. Chang-hun calmly reminded his coach that he had not fought yet. Jin Chang-hun was Lee Do-hak's secret weapon, and also the greatest talent among all the athletes he had ever trained. Lee Do-hak had no choice but to flatter his finalists to save what little dignity he had left. He said it was only a small match, but one that could draw the audience's attention to him and preserve his own face. Chang-hun clicked his tongue in annoyance, yet in his mind he was already picturing a grand entrance that would turn him into a martial arts star. With towering arrogance, Chang-hun coldly told his coach that he owed him one. Lee Do-hak turned to Jeongdukcheon and said that if he wanted to see the limits of those 2 students, then he should send someone else in to face Chang-hun. Jeongdukcheon looked at Kim Hyeon-song and told him to decide for himself what he wanted to do. In that instant, the main character recalled memories from his previous life. In the future, there would be 2 names regarded as pillars of the national martial arts scene. One was Kim Mi-han, and the other was Shin Chang-hun. Among them, Shin Chang-hun had made a shocking debut and earned the nickname Explosive Force thanks to his monster-like rise through one explosive fight after another. Only 2 years after appearing, he had already drawn national attention and been called into the UFL. Thinking of that, the main character decided to step into the ring himself. Chang-hun had not yet reached his peak, but his talent was already formidable, and this was the perfect chance for him to prove his strength. The main character told Kim Se-woo they would deal with their issue later, then calmly walked forward. The moment the match began, the bell rang out sharply. The main character immediately rushed straight at his opponent, and Chang-hun found it intensely interesting. He thought to himself that his opponent had delivered himself to death's door. If he wanted this over that quickly, then Chang-hun was more than happy to oblige. Chang-hun unleashed a blade-fast kick that slashed straight toward his opponent, but the main character was even faster, driving a straight punch into Chang-hun's stomach before the kick could take effect. He was forced to retreat in frustration, then let out an irritated laugh at the main character's style, which showed no interest in probing or caution at all. The main character kept pressing with a non-stop barrage of ever-changing strikes aimed directly at Chang-hun. He could not understand why his opponent dared to clash head-on with him in such a reckless way. Even Jeongdukcheon found it strange, because this was nothing like the style the main character usually used. At that moment, the main character understood that overthinking was pointless. He was not sure how strong Chang-hun truly was, but this was still hostile territory, not yet fully explored and also the enemy's base, so he had to put him down as quickly as possible. The main character reminded himself to relax and trust his instincts, because he could not stay in perfect condition at all times while inside Kim Se-woo. The main character's chained attacks poured out like a storm of stray bullets, leaving his opponent no time to react. Changhyun only realized the tide had turned when he himself was driven into the corner. Changhyun froze when he realized that he really had been pushed all the way to the brink. Jeongducheon silently assessed that the main character's natural physique, judgment, talent, and willpower were all nearly perfect for a fighter. But the craziest part was that he cared nothing for his own safety, and always wanted to bring down his opponent no matter the cost. After taking a full barrage of punches and kicks that never missed once, Changhyun finally could not endure any longer and collapsed to the mat before everyone's stunned eyes. The most shocked of all was Lee Do-hak, who had never imagined that his strongest card, Shin Changhyun, would be knocked out so miserably after getting utterly overwhelmed by his opponent. The main character turned to the coach and said that he knew his request had been unreasonable and far from easy, but thanks to him, he had reached the level of strength he needed. The main character bowed deeply to express his gratitude to the coach who had kept his promise. Jeongducheon looked at his student with gentle eyes and only told him that he absolutely had to stay safe. Jeongducheon's students completely defeated Lee Do-hak's students in the exhibition match, sending a massive shock through the national martial arts world. Everyone who had witnessed the main character's farewell and training began to look forward to the rise of a new martial arts god. After that, messages flooded non-stop into Jeongducheon's phone. Some asked where he had found those kids, some wanted to invite his students to events, and even people who had ignored him before now reached out first. But to him, none of it mattered anymore. Jeongducheon sat there in a daze, surrounded by empty liquor bottles in the corner of the room, thinking he should have felt relieved once the deal ended and his two students left. But for some reason, he had completely lost his drive. At first, he did everything for the money, but while training them, he came to realize something. Deep down, he still loved teaching fighters more than anyone else. There was a time when he felt inferior to Lee Do-hak, but after teaching those two kids, that feeling slowly began to fade away. He could have kept them around and squeezed out more money, but could a real teacher truly do that? When his heart was still full of hesitation? Right then, someone stepped up in front of Jeongducheon and asked if he was Coach Jeongducheon. The young man said the match that day had left a huge impression on him. He did not care what other people were saying, because he believed Jeongducheon truly had real talent. That was why he wanted to train under him and become a champion. The sight of him suddenly made Jeongducheon think of the main character. Still slightly drunk, the man suddenly looked interested and asked the young man standing before him for his name. The boy replied that his name was Kim Myon. A few days later at the park, the main character met Kim Si-woo again and apologized for not being able to take him into that dangerous place. Si-woo immediately asked what all that training had been for then. The main character explained that not taking Si-woo along right now did not mean he had no use for him. When the right time came, he would contact him. Because when that moment arrived, the main character was certain he would need Si-woo, and he would accept his request then. Hearing that, Si-woo asked if, before that day came, he could hand the arena over to him. The next day at school, Si-woo went to find Bae Sung-ho and said he had a question he wanted to ask him. Bae Sung-ho guessed Si-woo wanted to know who would take control once the main character left. Even though he did not understand why, Si-woo still pressed him to answer clearly. Bae Sung-ho arrogantly declared that of course it would be him. Si-woo might be the main character's friend, but he had never done anything worth noting. Hearing that, Si-woo coldly replied that it looked like the real problem was right here. Si-woo understood very well that once the main character left and Bae Sung-ho graduated, the seat of power would be empty again. If he did not claim that position, the others would assume he ranked below Bae Sung-ho and start refusing to submit. Bae Sung-ho realized this was a challenge, so he immediately got into stance. He felt that Si-woo had finally caught the scent of power. Bae Sung-ho believed it was still far too early for Si-woo to rule this place. But Si-woo did not back down either, because he had learned a great deal while staying by the main character's side. Neither side was willing to give way, so the two of them charged at each other at once, igniting a fierce battle for control of the school. After that fight, students all over the school started spreading the word that Si-woo had fought Bae Sung-ho and defeated him. But the story did not end there, because people also heard that Si-woo was hunting down every last person who dared challenge him. At this point, Kim Si-woo was practically a martial war god. Everywhere he went, someone ended up on the ground. Even with a whole crowd cursing him as an arrogant bastard, he did not flinch in the slightest. He threw punches with such precise accuracy that not a single blow missed its target. After the fight with Bae Sung-ho, Si-woo began establishing his dominance starting with the third years, then moved down through the second years and first years, crushing everyone bold enough to challenge him. In the end, every one of them suffered a miserable defeat, while Si-woo completed his school-wide campaign of absolute beatdowns. One student asked Park Jin-woo why he was not making a move. Jin-woo replied that he was not some alpha dog who had to do something. If there was someone in first place, then there had to be someone in second, and he figured second place was fine. But the moment Kim Hyun-sung's name came up, that was a different story. Park Jin-woo awkwardly corrected himself and said that, actually, third place was not so bad either. It sounded ridiculous, but it was weirdly convincing, because everyone understood the reason. With his position secured, Si-woo officially became the top dog of John-in. Time flew by and the end-of-term exams came to a close, signaling the school year was about to end, leaving the students shouting in joy because freedom had finally arrived. In Kim Hyun-sung's classroom, the main character was calculating his perfect score target, aiming for straight hundreds in every subject. That was the reason behind everything he had been doing. In Gangnam, where college scores weighed as heavily as a rigid ranking system, the main character's existence and achievements were bound to cause a sieve shock. The main character knew the golden circle would not sit still if someone hired them to make a move. While he was lost in thought, a student slowly walked toward him. It was Lee Jong-min. He looked at the main character and said he had something he wanted to say. Jong-min confessed that when Park Min-chun's group had beaten and trampled him, the main character was the only one who stepped in to help. But afterward, he was the one who ignored him, so now he felt deeply ashamed and had no excuse for it. Jong-min said that after that incident, the entire school saw him as a selfish coward, and he ended up isolated all over again. But this time, that isolation nearly made Jong-min deliriously happy, because it was the only way he could avoid being harassed further by Park Min's gang. Only a few days later, Jong-min felt for the first time what it meant to value being alive, being able to breathe, and simply being allowed to exist like a normal person. Remembering those abandoned days with no friends, Jong-min could not hold back his tears. Even though he had been lonely for so long, he still would have chosen that over becoming a target for Park Min-chun's gang. Now, Jong-min had many more friends by his side, most of them students who had suffered the same fate of school violence. Sometimes he asked himself whether, if he could return to that school violence hearing back then, he might have made a different choice. Jong-min wore glasses to hide his swollen, tear-filled eyes and blamed himself. But he knew that even if he went back to the past, he still would have chosen to run, because he had been too terrified of Park Min-chun's threats. When he heard the main character was transferring schools, Jong-min could not do a thing. It was a day he could never forget, and he swore he would carry it in his heart forever. At last, Jong-min looked the main character straight in the eye and offered his sincere thanks from the bottom of his heart. Because of him, weak students like Jong-min and many others had been able to keep living normal lives. Jong-min's actions became the catalyst that led one student after another to approach the main character and thank him with bright smiles. But deep down, he knew he had not destroyed those bastards to save anyone. He had only done it because he found them revolting. That was why, whenever he received words of gratitude or people wanting to repay him, the main character always felt he did not deserve any of it. He believed his actions went against morality, born from personal malice, so they could not be called good deeds. Walking out of school with a heavy heart, the main character forced himself to forget all those grateful words, because if he let them seduce him, time would erode his memories and make him forget his true purpose. But the thanks did not stop at school. The moment he stepped outside, the main character ran into Si-woo, who immediately said that without him, the person Si-woo was today would never have existed. Hearing that, the main character only frowned in irritation and said it had nothing to do with him. He coldly walked away and denied all meaning behind what he had done. To him, it had all been just a way to prove his strength and crush those scumbags, so gratitude was unnecessary. Despite that indifferent attitude, Si-woo still called after him, saying he did not care what the real reason had been. Because of what the main character did, he had escaped a living hell. Si-woo handed his phone to the main character to prove that in Daesan, there were still many students just like him. On the screen was an SNS page where people could freely talk and share. After the main character defeated the Daesan thugs, they kept updating the page, leaving endless comments of thanks, and some even wished they could attend the same school as him. The main character could not help being stunned, because for every one of them, going to school had once felt no different from walking into a hellish dungeon. But because of him, a completely different world had opened up. Speaking on behalf of all those students, Si-woo offered their thanks. As he kept walking down the street, more and more people recognized the main character and smiled at him. That only made him remember the sheer terror in Kim Min-chun's group's eyes when he beat them down, those panic-stricken looks engraved deep in his mind. He had once believed that evil had to be destroyed by evil, because those people had been little different from demons from the start, and hatred could only be crushed by cruelty. But in the end, what the main character got back was nothing but the pain of the bullies and the growing feeling that he was becoming more and more like them. No matter how badly truth was twisted, no matter how warped justice became, something strange still happened. The main character thought he had already stepped deep into demonic mud, but the more he punished the trash, the more people were freed and able to smile. He realized that what he was doing was like holding the scales of justice with a sharpened sword, delivering bloody punishment onto the heads of the wicked. Either way, this world needed someone willing to do that. The main character decided he was ready to bear that burden, and that was also why he had returned to the past. Winter break finally arrived, marking the true end of the story between the main character and John In. The main character had finished his handoff arrangement with Oduan, and he also sent his regards to Kim Il-hang-jeon, but no one knew that the people who appeared in the main character's photo would never live in peace again. He had no intention of sparing those bastards, just because they had once helped him. Without him, they would have kept aiding other pieces of trash, so rot like that needed to be cut out. Lost in thought, the main character heard Choi Siona calling for him. She wanted to talk, and just as he was about to refuse, Siona suddenly said her father wanted to meet him. That caught the main character slightly off guard. In the tea room, Choi Siona's father welcomed the main character with great warmth and courtesy. He even invited him to dinner, saying he wanted the two of them to talk comfortably. The man in front of him was Choi Sung-bin, a former high-ranking official with a friendly smile. Searching through his memories, the main character recalled that this was the man who had lost his son, and now served as chairman of the School Violence Prevention Committee. He wanted this meeting because Choi Siona had told him a deeply impressive story about the young man. Choi Sung-bin had worked tirelessly to stop school violence, yet almost nothing had changed. So when a mere high school student managed to do what adults could not, his curiosity about the main character only grew stronger. When he heard that violence in Daesan had dropped sharply, the man felt both relieved and regretful. Kim Hyun-sung sat in silence, listening closely to every word of that painful confession. His voice choking up, he said that if his son had met someone brave enough to stand up back then, maybe that tragedy never would have happened. Setting his teacup down on the table, he trembled as he called himself a failed father. Choi Sung-bin was tormented by the fact that he had never noticed his son's cries for help, even when his son's grades were plummeting without end. Instead of asking why, he forced the boy to stay up all night studying. When his son wanted to transfer schools, he assumed it was just an attempt to run from academic pressure, so he angrily refused. Worse, he had unknowingly piled even more weight onto his late son's shoulders. Those painful memories still cut through his mind like knife wounds. All he had ever wanted was a happy family, yet in the end, his own choices had destroyed everything. After that tragedy, he moved his entire family to Daesan. Compared to his own rigid methods, he admitted that the young man's way of wiping out school violence through an organization that punished evil was far more effective. He knew that Kim Hun-sung was the true leader of that group, and the main character's transfer to Kim Si-woo meant he was carrying his ideals into a new land. Because of that mission, Choi Sung-bin wanted to make his stance clear. Looking straight into the young man's eyes, he declared that from now on, no matter what he did in Kim Si-woo, he would stand behind him and back him up. As long as his organization existed, no one would dare block his path. The man rose to his feet and extended his hand, firmly stating that there were still people in this world, like him, who were willing to protect justice. Kim Hyun-sung pulled back his chair and slowly stood up. The main character answered Choi Sung-bin with solemn sincerity. The two clasped hands tightly, as if forging a brand new pact. Later, he told Choi Siona everything while she sat swaying on a swing. Siona understood that her father was willing to destroy every person who had harmed her brother, but she herself did not have the courage to do the same. Kim Hyun-sung gently comforted Choi Siona. Because of him, she realized that those bastards were the ones truly in the wrong, and for the first time she had found a new dream. Choi Siona turned and smiled at him. She no longer cared how the main character had used his power, because what she had seen with her own eyes was enough to send chills all over her body. She came to understand that only power was strong enough to crush evil. That was also why this young man was determined to seize power for himself, and inspired by him, she decided to become a prosecutor, because then she too would have the power to live the way she truly wanted. She hoped he would become the guiding light that led her forward, because as long as she kept thinking of him, she would never give up. The main character smiled faintly and promised that he would sincerely support the path she chose. During winter break, Kim Hyun-sung devoted all his time to his family. He grilled meat for them himself, and his grandmother and younger brother were thrilled, since it was the first time they had ever enjoyed such a lavish meal. After finishing the grilling, he politely invited his grandmother to eat first, and then the whole family gathered together to enjoy the warm meal. Together, they watched the white snow falling and savored that rare moment of peace. The whole family happily visited an amusement park, then took pictures together filled with laughter. In one of those photos, Kim Hyun-sung's grandmother was smiling as brightly as a young girl, and it became a moment he could never forget. Outside, the snow fell in bitter cold, yet the basement room felt strangely warm. His grandmother rested her head on his lap, praised how soft his hands were, and even started talking about his future bride, even though the main character was only 19. After enduring countless hardships, he understood that family was the most precious thing of all. Gently stroking his grandmother's silver hair, he asked whether she wanted to dye it, saying he would gladly do it for her. But she refused, because to her, growing old was a natural law and something that did not need to be hidden. She sensed that something about him had changed, while Kim Hyun-sung treasured every single minute of the happiness he had now. The most wonderful thing about returning to the past was not revenge, but the fact that his family's pain of loss had disappeared completely. A message appeared on his phone saying everything was settled. It was time for him to leave Daesan behind and head for the bustling, glamorous city of Kim Si-woo. DT Hang Group was the third-largest chaebol force in South Korea, controlling massive business chains spanning electronics, automobiles, and insurance. At that moment, in front of D Hang Group's headquarters, a blonde-haired man stepped out of a luxurious car with commanding presence. The tall man slowly made his way into the company. It was also the dream workplace of countless college graduates. The moment An Han-min entered the lobby, he drew every eye in the room. Not only was he strikingly handsome, he was also the prestigious heir of DT Hang Group. An Han-min ran a hand through his hair with complete confidence, while the people around him kept whispering that he was not only handsome, but also famous for his flawless character. Amid countless admiring stares, the man lightly brushed back his golden hair and flashed a radiant smile as he greeted every employee in the company. After Ion Han-min stepped into the elevator, the female employees still watched after him with dreamy eyes. Every one of them hoped that one day he might notice her. But even in that crowd, someone clear-headed reminded the others that An Hyun-min was not some pampered rich boy who only knew how to indulge himself. He also possessed abilities far beyond ordinary people, making him someone almost no one could ever reach. The moment he reached his office, An Hyun-min immediately dropped into his chair. In total contrast to the angelic image from moments ago, his face instantly turned demonic. He grabbed a subordinate by the collar, glaring as he demanded to know what had happened. The scene shifted to Principal and Iksu's office at Disungmyeor School, where parents were crowding around him and demanding answers. Although he kept trying to calm them down, the atmosphere remained incredibly tense. The reason for the parents' outrage was an Iksu's announcement that the school was about to accept a new student, one who had ranked first in the nation on the mock exam. The parents immediately demanded that the principal clearly explain this decision. And Iksu tried to explain that everything had already been decided and could not be changed. But right then, a woman entered, and the entire room fell silent. That woman was Zoe Ju, president of the Daesungmyeor School Parents Association. She brazenly pressured the principal to revoke the top-ranked student's admission and used her past help in covering the school's scandals to force his hand. And Iksu found himself trapped in an impossible position. Even though he knew Zoe Ju had invested heavily in the school, he also understood that he had no way left to retreat. 1 month earlier, all the evidence of an Iksu's filthy deeds had suddenly been delivered straight into his hands. Those documents alone were enough to get him criminally prosecuted. As he read through each charge, from corruption to inappropriate relations with minors, Iksu was so terrified that his whole body trembled, because the other party threatened to expose everything to the public. With no other choice left, Iksu lowered his head in surrender and asked with a trembling voice what the other party wanted. The man in the hat, his face completely hidden, offered a very simple condition. He wanted to place a genius student into the school, and Iksu would have to deal with the parents himself. Even though he was terrified, Iksu still felt wary of the enormous power held by the Gangnam parent elite. Even his status as principal might not be enough to stand against them. The man in the hat reassured Iksu that he no longer needed to worry about the Parents' Association, because he had already arranged for someone to come and handle the entire situation. The moment he finished speaking, the phone immediately buzzed, notifying them that the person he had sent had already arrived. Back in the present, Iksu kept anxiously checking the clock, desperately hoping the backup would arrive in time. But before that, he had to stall for as long as possible. Iksu tried to explain to the parents that he had done everything he could to stop the transfer, but nothing could be changed. That student's record was simply too perfect, and rejecting him would only cause even bigger trouble. Even so, the parents kept screaming their fierce objections, because that decision could directly affect their children's war for college entrance exam ranking. The atmosphere grew more and more tense until Zohee Yu completely lost her composure. Her face hardened, radiating a murderous chill. She realized she had misjudged Iksu, because she had assumed that once he took the money, the principal would obediently follow her orders. Zohee Yu decided to escalate things by threatening to expose everything. She pointed right at Iksu's face and demanded that he bear the consequences of the scandal he had created. Before Iksu could even beg for mercy, Zoe Ju brought down a thunderous slap right across his face. The elegant socialite now looked no different from a street thug. She roared that if her child ran into any obstacle at all, it would be because of the principal's sheer incompetence. Iksu was thrown into total panic, because the situation had already spun completely beyond his control. Just as the chaos reached its peak, a woman suddenly walked into the room. The beautiful woman looked surprised by the scene in front of her, while Zohee Yu instantly recognized the identity of the newcomer. She remembered at once that this woman was Lee Miso, the mother of the student Min Woo. In her earlier memories, Lee Miso had once been so deeply adored by her mother-in-law that the older woman would personally peel apples and care for her by hand. Lee Miso's life changed completely after she met Kim Hyun-sung. Thanks to Kang Min-woo's dramatic academic rise, her reputation in Gangnam's private education circle exploded as well. Everything had begun with a phone call from Kim Hyun-sung asking for her help. Lee Miso did exactly as he requested, then began posting a flood of study tips across social media. In just a few weeks, the number of users on the DG John Sky Momcaf forum increased 30-fold. As a result, Lee Miso gained tremendous influence in the private education world. As the manager of Gangnam's top exam prep forum, she began her subtle counterattack against Zo Hee-ju. Lee Miso mocked Zo Hee-ju for threatening the principal over nothing more than one transfer student, but Zo Hee-ju stubbornly insisted that, as a parent, she could never accept this. Zo Hee-ju demanded that Lee Miso stop interfering in the school's internal matters. She merely replied with calm composure that she was the one who controlled the flow of information. Hearing that, Zo Hee-ju instantly broke out in a cold sweat. She could not understand why Lee Miso had stepped into this matter when her son did not even attend this school. Lee Miso smiled and openly revealed that the transfer student was Kim Hyun-sung, Min Woo's close friend. As a mother, she could not stand by and watch her son's friend be bullied. After making her reason clear, she coldly warned that anyone who opposed her would be treated as an enemy. Zo Hee-ju could only force out a stiff smile, because she had absolutely no way to refute her. The other parents instantly caught the implication in Lee Miso's words, changed their attitudes on the spot, and hurriedly made excuses to leave, leaving Zo Hee-ju utterly speechless. Grinding her teeth, Zo Hee-ju accepted it on the surface with a smile, but the bulging veins on her face revealed how furious she truly was. After everything came to a peaceful end, Lee Miso only gave a gentle nod in response. Lee Miso immediately called Kim Hyun-sung to tell him that everything had been resolved. The main character simply thanked her softly and promised he would never forget this debt of gratitude. Standing high above in his apartment, Kim Hyun-sung silently looked down over the entire school and told himself that this was only the beginning. The reason he chose Daesung High School was simple. This place was the most active stronghold of the Golden Thread. Kim Hyun-sung knew perfectly well that if a nationwide top-ranked student like him transferred in, he would definitely become their target. In a rotten school overflowing with corruption and cheating, being placed in their sights was hardly a big deal. Daesun's influence was almost useless in a place like this. But instead of fear, the main character felt overwhelming excitement. He had imagined the moment he would set foot in Gangnam for a very long time. Time passed exactly as planned, and the Golden Thread quickly issued the order to erase him. This rotten world truly had not changed at all. While listening to his assistant's report, Yoon Hyun-min casually swung his leg, because Kim Hyun-sung had already been on the organization's radar from the very beginning. The first broker, Gang Ta-gu, had failed, so the mission was handed over to the VIP Jung Chan-seo. After that, the organization received a report claiming the job had been completed, but the assistant immediately corrected that claim, saying the entire plan had actually ended in total failure. From the commissioner to everyone involved, all of them had been wiped out. Yoon Hyun-min frowned, unable to understand why this had never been reported to him. The assistant continued, saying that Jung Chan-seo and the mercenary Choi Ta-jun had joined hands with Kim Hyun-sung. After discovering the betrayal, the organization immediately began hunting Jung Chan-seo, but he had vanished along with all his luggage, as if he had prepared for this in advance. Based on everything they had investigated, the assistant concluded that Jung Chan-seo had joined the Golden Thread only to steal internal information, then bowed his head and apologized for the management failure. Yoon Hyun-min widened his eyes in visible impatience, waiting for the final conclusion from his subordinate. The assistant instantly dropped to his knees and repeatedly slammed his forehead against the floor in front of Yoon Hyun-min. Yoon Hyun-min slowly walked over, then planted his foot directly on the trembling assistant's head. Crushing the tea leaves underfoot, he spoke in an icy voice, clearly irritated that he had been forced to listen to such long-winded and meaningless excuses. Yoon Hyun-min calculated inwardly that if this information spread, every member of the Golden Thread would panic, and the resulting chaos would spiral beyond control. He could not allow the organization to collapse because of a few worthless fools. The Golden Thread had to continue existing at any cost. When he read Kim Hyun-sung's file, he found it extremely interesting. In his eyes, the main character was just a guy who could not graduate in peace at Daesun, so he had crawled his way over to Kim Si-woo. Yoon Hyun-min knew very well that Kim Hyun-sung was aiming straight at the Golden Thread. He knew Kim Hyun-sung was aiming directly at him, but Yoon Hyun-min was not shaken in the slightest, because everyone from the police, the justice system, and the press to the politicians had already knelt at his feet. Yoon Hyun-min coldly ordered them to take very good care of the main character at any cost after 1 month of enrollment, then revealed a sinister smile filled with killing intent. On the other side, the young man simply sat there in silent thought, as if calmly waiting for the storm that was about to descend. A man holding a remote turned on the screen and announced that the briefing meeting on the target, Kim Hyun-sung, was officially beginning. The presenter analyzed that the way he had handled the Golden Thread's demands proved he had already grasped part of the organization's system and internal structure. He had once unified all the schools in Daesun, where the competition was nowhere near as brutal as it was around Kim Si-woo, so his current strength was estimated to between A+ and S S rank. Below, the brokers buzzed with discussion, wondering why a mere high school student would dare be so reckless. The presenter continued, saying that the reason he had caused so much upheaval was because Principal Chun In-ho and homeroom teacher Kim Yang-chun were backing him. Not only that, he was also being financially supported from the shadows by Go Chang-byom, the CEO of Myeongjin Construction. On top of that, a parents' committee had once tried to stop him, but failed because of the intervention of Lee Mei-so, the wife of Deputy Chief Prosecutor Kang Dong-cheon. Lee Mei-so is currently running the Daechidong Sky Momcaf Forum, and she is believed to have a fairly close relationship with him. In short, he came to Gangnam with an extremely clear objective. The moderator asked whether anyone still had questions during the emergency meeting of the Golden Circle brokers regarding Kim Si-woo. One broker asked what kind of relationship he had with Vice Director Kang Dong-cheon. The moderator replied that he did not believe the man would personally step in to help him. Another person asked whether this matter was tied to the political world. The answer he got was that, for now, it was not. Park Hyung-jun of the Golden Circle Executive Board silently judged the boy to be impressive, since he had forced the organization to convene an entire meeting. But if he dared target them openly, they could never let it slide, because failure had never existed in the Golden Circle's history. Park Hyung-jun asked how many useful kids there were at Daesung-mara High School. The moderator answered that the school was under special management, so there were only 2 S-rank students there, and Choi Myung-hun had reached F+. Park Hyung-jun followed up by asking if that meant the students were nothing to worry about internally, and what the situation was on the teacher's side. The moderator gave a sinister smile and said that most of the teachers at Daesung worked for them. As for an Iksu, the troublemaker this time, he would be removed from his key position and replaced with a more obedient puppet. Hearing that, Park Hyung-jun clasped his hands together in satisfaction, then firmly declared that this time he would personally handle the problem. This matter had to be placed at the highest priority. He and his subordinates would request support whenever it became necessary. After that, he flashed a savage, self-assured grin. His superiors wanted the matter finished within a month, but he declared that 1 week would be enough to crush the target. Meanwhile, the main character was on his way to school, feeling as if he had only just arrived as Kim Si-woo yesterday. Time had passed so quickly that he could hardly believe the new term had already begun. Blue skies, white clouds, and radiant golden sunlight stretched overhead. Skyscrapers rose everywhere while luxury cars glided past nonstop, making the whole scene feel like a fantasy world built for the ultra-rich. Located near the subway station and blessed with a flawless exterior, Daesung-mara High School clearly proved that it stood at the center of power. To survive in Gangnam, you needed money, and money always came with power. The students here would eventually become the class that led South Korea's future. He looked toward the school and thought to himself that the moment he stepped through those gates, his true revenge would officially begin. A teacher stood at the front of the class, introducing the new student with an impressive list of achievements, then asked everyone to listen carefully. He said that they had probably all heard about the student who ranked first on the nationwide mock exam. That student was him, and he introduced himself as Jang Won-ji, the homeroom teacher of this class at Daesung-mara. Then he told the boy to introduce himself. The atmosphere felt far more unstable than when an ordinary transfer student appeared, and he immediately realized that the homeroom teacher seemed to have an issue with him. It was their first time meeting him, yet the student's eyes were already full of hostility, as if they had prepared some kind of plan together. He found the whole thing interesting. Whether it was because of his grades or because someone behind the scenes was pulling strings, he did not care in the slightest, since he had always liked chaos. Calmly, the young man introduced himself as Kim Hyun-sung. Homeroom teacher Jang Won-ji announced that the class would soon have a March SAS assessment, so everyone should prepare carefully. The main character understood at once that schools in Gangnam entered brutal study mode from the very start. The teacher walked over to his desk, handed out the test, and asked with a smile whether he was the student who had ranked first on the national mock exam. The man even praised his looks and said he wanted to see how the nationwide top scorer would handle this test. The main character stayed alert, because the issue was not the attention, but the fact that every teacher in the room felt strangely off. He recalled the odd looks from the other teachers, as if they were silently asking whether he could really solve this situation, or perhaps a nationwide top scorer truly was so exceptional that there was nothing left for them to teach him. He clearly understood that beneath those polite-sounding compliments lay wariness and hostility, carefully concealed. The feeling was as if they were openly declaring that they intended to drag his scores down. That brazen intent forced him to face an ugly reality almost immediately. The unruly students started talking loudly and cursing right in front of him, showing not the slightest restraint. They sneered that, so what if the top student had transferred in? All they saw was the unfairness of being stuck with a troublesome guy like him. In their eyes, the school had done nothing wrong. Every bit of trouble was caused by this transfer student. They mocked him, saying they could not understand why he had transferred to a school obsessed with grades just to throw everything into chaos, like some selfish lunatic. Another guy poured oil on the fire, saying everyone had seen how excited he got whenever a teacher called him up to solve a problem. He even mocked him, saying his confidence had shot all the way into the sky. Faced with those verbal attacks, the main character calmly kept writing. He thought to himself that these childish provocations meant nothing, because this was not Chun in high school, and they could not just do whatever they wanted. After cursing him to their heart's content, one of them lost patience and decided to turn violent by slamming his hand down hard on the notebook the boy was writing in. Through gritted teeth, he demanded to know whether the boy was deaf for not reacting, then ordered him to answer why he had transferred here. The main character calmly replied that he had no obligation to answer. Hearing that, the others burst into mocking laughter and said he really was reckless and troublesome. They asked whether he could not see how many people were already irritated because of him. They warned him that if he wanted to play it that way, then he had better be ready to face the consequences soon. The moment those words ended, that guy immediately self-destructed by smashing his own fist into his face, setting up a shameless false accusation. Watching that manhwa version of a classic self-framing thug, even the main character looked baffled, so he coldly asked what the hell the guy thought he was doing. The other boy curled his lips into a taunting smirk, then shot back asking what he was doing. The instant he finished speaking, he launched straight into his absurd little act. He clutched his face, collapsed onto the floor, and screamed that the new student had just hit him. That scream shocked everyone outside, and they came running over to see what had happened. The boy kept yelling for help as if he had just been attacked by a monster. Faced with that idiotic performance, Kim Hyun-sung could only look at him with contempt. Even so, both the main character and the other boy were summoned to the principal's office. The teacher kept criticizing him for hitting a classmate just to shut him up, then loudly demanded to know who Kim Hyun-sung thought he was. The teacher pressed even harder, asking how he intended to explain Go Dong-soo's battered face. Kim Hyun-sung remained perfectly calm and replied that he had done absolutely nothing. Refusing to let it go, the teacher turned to the other students and demanded that they serve as witnesses, answering whether Kim Hyun-sung had hit Go Dong-soo. The students immediately joined in with cowardly enthusiasm. One trembling boy claimed that the main character had struck first, while another teared up and said Go Dong-soo was innocent, and they had been too scared to stop it. The one who had been beaten instantly added more fuel to the fire by saying he had heard that Kim Hyun-sung had been a complete mad dog at his previous school. Looking at the scene before him, the main character wondered whether these people were acting under Golden Circle's orders, or whether they simply wanted to eliminate someone stronger than themselves. Whatever the reason, the young man had already fallen into a trap prepared in advance from the very first day of his transfer. That proved the Golden Circle had already discovered his existence, along with the entire plan he had used to stay hidden until now. Without Yang Chan-soo there to support him, the main character understood that from this point on, he would have to handle everything himself. This would be a full-scale war with no mercy. Kim Hyun-sung immediately argued that those students were friends of the alleged victim, so they were not qualified to serve as impartial witnesses. Hearing that, the teacher instantly cursed the main character for being shameless, then barked that Go Dong-soo's bruised face was the clearest proof of all. The teacher did not care in the least that the main character had once ranked first in the nation. Seeing that these people were beyond saving, Kim Hyun-sung immediately pulled out his phone and called the police. Calmly, the main character reported that a serious case of school violence was taking place at Daesungmara High School and requested that the police come immediately. The moment he hung up, the teacher turned pale and demanded to know what game he was playing. But the main character only said gently that everything needed to be clarified fairly. Kim Hyun-sung calmly added that every piece of evidence the teacher had been looking for was already right here. The moment he finished speaking, he pulled out a recording pen and both the teacher and the students instantly went pale. The main lead coldly sealed the deal, saying he had always been careful, leaving the whole group speechless and too scared to say another word. The police arrived quickly to take custody of the evidence, then remarked that these days even high school students hurting themselves to frame others was terrifying. The officer immediately scolded the student who had pretended to be the victim. Go Dong-soo could only lower his head, apologize, and confess that pressure over grades and jealousy of the main lead for ranking first nationwide had driven him. The officer then turned to the teacher who had been in on it and bluntly said this was criminal conduct. The man who had acted so aggressive just moments ago instantly bowed his head and admitted fault like a tame dog. The officer was furious when he thought about how the main lead had to endure this kind of pressure on his very first day after transferring, and how deeply unsettled he must feel. Right then, a woman spoke up and said that in Gangnam, grades were the thing that decided everything. That powerful woman was Daesungmara Jin Gyeong-hui, the school principal. She said students in their final year often acted on emotion, The principal went on to explain that teachers simply tended to favor students they knew better without realizing it, and that was what had led to this unfortunate misunderstanding. Even so, since the police had already filed a report, the school had no choice but to take action and promise to punish the student who caused the trouble severely. Jin Gyeong-hui also complained that the school was already in chaos because of an audit and the process of accepting transfer students, so she hoped everyone would understand. The officer replied that the future of young people was important, but the rights of the victim also had to be protected. The principal immediately promised a punishment harsh enough to serve as a warning, then turned and asked Kim Hyun-song how he wanted this handled. The officer suggested that since a sincere apology had been offered, perhaps the main lead could let the matter go. Kim Hyun-song instantly realized that everything felt exactly like a stage play, one designed to force everyone toward the ending they wanted. That sickening feeling made it seem as if he were reliving a familiar memory from the past. From the students and teachers to the police, they all belonged to the same web of interests in Gangnam. That only proved this place was the stronghold of the Golden Circle. After a long silence, Kim Hyun-song coldly said that the whole situation was strange. He had never said he would forgive anyone, yet the police had decided for him, while the principal kept negotiating as if forcing him to accept would make him the one ruining order if he refused. Hearing that, the principal hurriedly tried to smooth things over, saying she only did not want him to be hurt any further, while the officer also told the main lead he should listen to adults. Faced with that fake atmosphere, Kim Hyun-song started walking away as he calmly spoke. The main lead thanked everyone for their concern, but said he was only a student, so he probably should not argue with adults, then headed toward the door. The door opened and a low voice rang out in greeting to everyone inside. A large man walked in and introduced himself as the attorney representing Kim Hyun-song. It was Park Jong-soo. Even the main lead had not expected a variable named Lee Mi-so to appear in his plan. Her greatest advantage was her husband Kang Dong-cheon, who served as the deputy chief of the Central Prosecutor's Office, Kim Sayu. In prosecutorial circles, Kang Dong-cheon was famous as a justice fanatic willing to sacrifice everything for what was right, and he possessed both overwhelming ability and an incredibly powerful background. He had never made a mistake because he never allowed anyone to interfere with his work. That made him the complete opposite of Lee Mi-so, who was willing to throw mountains of money at her children. The main lead understood very clearly that if he approached someone like Kang Dong-cheon the wrong way, he would be crushed instantly. Kim Hyun-song knew this place was not the Golden Circle, but his instincts told him everything was slowly moving in the right direction. No matter what, he needed someone knowledgeable in the law behind him, and most importantly, a lawyer who had not been corrupted by money and fame. He recalled the moment he had personally called Lee Mi-so to ask for help. The instant she answered, she politely responded, "Yes, teacher, I am listening." The main lead quickly grasped the entire core of this complicated situation. Back in the moment when attorney Park Jong-soo entered the room, he stated that the case was serious enough to prosecute everyone involved, from intimidation to the crime of concealing the truth. The teacher's face instantly turned pale and trembling. He explained that it was all just a misunderstanding, and that they were trying to consider things from the student's perspective. The lawyer immediately glared at him and shot back, asking if he was trying to defend the perpetrators. He warned that if the school intended to brush this aside under the excuse of protecting students, then the school would bear full legal responsibility as well. The principal was genuinely panicking by then, but she still tried to stay composed as she said that treating such young students too harshly might be a bit excessive. Attorney Park Jong-soo responded coldly, his gaze razor sharp. He said he was not the one who would pass judgment, because that decision belonged to the judge. In the end, the student who specialized in acting out this bullying scheme had to drop to his knees and beg desperately, saying he would never do it again and asking to be spared this once. The lawyer looked him straight in the eye and declared sternly, "Listen, kid, a mistake is an accident, but an act committed with malice is a crime, and in a court of law, those two things are completely different." After that, he turned and directly asked the principal how she intended to deal with this now. Both the officer and the teacher were so terrified that they looked at each other while trembling uncontrollably. In the end, the principal had no choice but to accept the terms demanded by the lawyer and the main lead. At that point, the score tilted completely in Kim Hyun-song's favor with one perfectly timed move, though the price was far from small, since the attorney agreed to serve as his legal representative for an entire year. Every time he appeared, he would receive $10,000 just to handle matters outside the courtroom. If the case were actually taken to trial, the compensation would surely be far more terrifying. Park Jong-soo had once abandoned the path of a prosecutor for justice to become a defense attorney. He had seen countless filthy dark corners of society, but Kim Hyun-song's case fascinated him in a special way. On his very first day after transferring, this young man had become a victim in less than half a day, which only made the whole matter even stranger. After thinking for a while, the attorney decided to ask Kim Hyun-sung directly just who he really was. He calmly answered that he was not entirely sure himself, but there was one thing the main lead knew clearly: he was not welcome in this place at all. Meanwhile, the principal and her lackeys were furious, but there was nothing they could do. She immediately ordered the teacher to cleanly wrap up the incident. The teacher bowed his head in apology and explained that no one had expected Kim Hyun-sung to be carrying a recording device. Then he bent deeply at the waist like a loyal hound and promised he would not disappoint her again. The principal stressed that their superiors had already issued an urgent ultimatum, and if they failed, all of them would pay a heavy price. Because of that, the group had no choice but to be extremely cautious and keep everything looking as though nothing had ever happened. She decided to keep using the same old method, then turned to deal with Kim Hyun-sung by hiring a lawyer while the school suspended Go Dong-soo and his accomplices. Even though the main lead kept attending school, he constantly heard cautious whispers around him. The other students were so scared they did not even dare meet his eyes, afraid he would call in a lawyer to deal with them. From a student everyone had once been wary of, he now became someone everyone avoided. The students even muttered that no wonder he ranked first in the entire country. Even so, the trash still would not stop provoking him, asking if the main lead was eating garbage, and sneering that someone like him still had to survive somehow. Kim Hyun-sung thought to himself that he had never expected life at Kim Si-woo to be easy. The entire school's reaction only proved that the main character had truly stirred this place into chaos. While he was deep in thought, a blue-haired punk suddenly walked into the cafeteria and sneered. He mocked him for being the top-ranked student in the entire country, yet still being careful enough to come eat during lunch break. The guy kept staring at his lunch tray, then asked in a voice dripping with sarcasm whether the food tasted good. In Kim Hyun-sung's hand was a chunk of meat squeezed so hard it had gone misshapen, as if he were forcing down the anger sparked by those taunts. The blue-haired boy threw an arm around him and asked for a bite, but the main character instantly realized that the person he had been waiting for had finally appeared. It was Choi Myung-hun, the Golden Circle's S-rank assassin. As soon as he sat down, he gave a cold smirk and said the food here was absolute trash. He even deliberately asked whether that last comment had been recorded, then bluntly said he did not care in the slightest about those meaningless warnings. Choi Myung-hun coldly said that no one here would treat the main character like a human being. If he resisted, every teacher would rush in and tear him apart without mercy. He went on to say that a background from Dae-san meant nothing anymore, then revealed that a few very interesting things were about to happen. After that, Choi Myung-hun challenged Kim Hyun-sung to follow him and declared that he would crush him without the slightest bit of mercy. A murderous smile spread across his face as he welcomed the main character to Daesungmyeor Academy, as if personally guiding him into hell. In the hallway, Choi Myung-hun walked and chatted with Yoo Yeon-ho under the fearful gazes of everyone around them. Yoo Yeon-ho wondered why he had only warned Kim Hyun-sung, instead of beating him down properly. Choi Myung-hun glanced at him and explained that after reading the information provided by Golden Line, he realized Kim Hyun-sung was absolutely no ordinary opponent. Yoo Yeon-ho still could not understand just how terrifying the main character really was. In response, Choi Myung-hun recounted all of Kim Hyun-sung's exploits at Dae-san, where he had once stood alone against the entire school and smashed everything into chaos, leaving Yoo Yeon-ho pale with fear. The main character had sent every bully into juvenile detention or reduced them to vegetables. Even more ironically, those victims belonged to Golden Line's faction, making Choi Myung-hun laugh and call Kim Hyun-sung a genuine madman. But inside, Choi Myung-hun was thrilled. The stronger the main character looked, the more he thought about the 100 million reward and the huge payout Golden Line had promised him. Choi Myung-hun reminded Yoo Yeon-ho that Kim Hyun-sung could not be treated like everyone else, because the main character would never give up, even with broken arms or broken legs. The killing intent rolling off him sent a chill down Yoo Yeon-ho's. He said their goal was to make Kim Hyun-sung understand that unlike Dae-san, Kim Si-woo was a living hell, then forced Yoo Yeon-ho to confirm that he understood. In the exam room, Kim Hyun-sung quietly calculated that the deadline Golden Line had set was most likely the first midterm. If his grades dropped, the student commissioners would immediately start tailing him, and Golden Line would never let him off, even if he had recordings in hand. Suddenly, Kim Hyun-sung felt something fly straight toward the back of his neck, making him pause. What had been thrown at him was only a tiny piece, chipped off an eraser in the classroom. The main character glanced behind him, and just as expected, the culprit was Yoo Yeon-hong, sitting there with a smug sneer. Kim Hyun-sung had not expected these students to use such childish tactics. The moment he stared back, Yoo Yeon-ho immediately glared and snapped, asking what exactly he was looking at. After that stare, he kept flicking eraser bits at him over and over, as if testing how long the main character could endure it before finally losing his mind right there in class. Kim Hyun-sung only curled his lips into a cold smirk. They knew exactly how dangerous this young man was, yet still foolishly chose to to provoke him. The final bell rang. The main character quietly calculated that even if he took care of Choi Myung-hun, someone else would simply replace him. What he needed was to turn himself into a thorn that made the entire school system wary. He slowly walked over to Yu Yan-ho's desk, then asked in an icy voice if he really seemed to enjoy that little stunt. Even though panic was written all over his face, Yu Yan-ho still tried to act dumb and play tough. Kim Hyun-sung immediately stepped closer and asked him again. Right after that, the main character reached a hand toward the front of his own shirt. He pulled out a pen, then lightly clicked the top to switch off the recording device he had prepared beforehand. Without giving the other side a chance to react, Kim Hyun-sung lunged forward and drove an incredibly heavy punch straight into the center of Yu Yan-ho's chest. Yu Yan-ho was blasted onto the floor, clutching his chest and gasping. Everything had gone completely off script, and in shock, he blurted out a panicked question about why he was being hit. Not bothering to answer, the main character rushed him again. Yu Yan-ho screamed that this was school violence, but Kim Hyun-sung only coldly replied that he knew exactly what he was doing. Unlike the incident with Go Dong-soo, this time the young man had truly been provoked by the other side, and things had escalated to an entirely different level. He grabbed Yu Yan-ho by the hair and dragged him across the floor. Because every part of this had already been built into the plan the main character prepared in advance. Kim Hyun-sung shouted for everyone to open their eyes and watch, and the entire classroom instantly fell into fearful silence. The main character wanted every student in this place to become a witness to what was about to happen. After that, he turned on Yu Zeon-hong as well and beat him brutally, without the slightest shred of restraint. Kim Hyun-sung let out an exhilarated laugh, like a real monster that had finally broken free of its chains. After the chaotic fight, both of them were immediately taken to the teacher's office. Yu Yan-ho sat there silently with his head lowered, his face bruised and wrapped in bandages. The moment the timing felt right, Yu Yan-ho instantly put on an aggrieved act. He claimed that because he was upset about what happened to Go Dong-soo, he had only tossed an eraser at Kim Hyun-sung. Then after class, the main character had rushed in and beaten him. Yu Yan-ho shouted while pointing at his own swollen, bruised face. The teachers quickly concluded that he had been one-sidedly assaulted by Kim Hyun-sung. Jin Kang-hee admitted that how he handled Go Dong-soo earlier had been reasonable, and she was even satisfied that Yu Yan-ho had personally admitted to provoking him. However, she still reminded Kim Hyun-sung that using violence over a prank would make him no different from Go Dong-soo. The teachers gathered around the table now looked like a pack of demons waiting to tear the main character apart. Jin Kyung-hee continued mocking him, asking why he did not bring out that holy recording and prove himself. But contrary to everyone's expectations, Kim Hyun-sung calmly admitted everything. The main character even took the initiative to request a disciplinary council meeting, saying that if punishment was necessary, he would accept it as long as everything was handled fairly. But the teachers were completely stunned by how calm his response was. They began murmuring in confusion, wondering why someone careful enough to carry a recording device would willingly accept the risk of suspension. Jin Kyung-hee tapped her hand on the table and became certain that Kim Hyun-sung was quietly laying out a scheme to manipulate the council, but she believed that this time he had grown far too arrogant. This was Gangnam, not Daesan. In a place like this, status and backing meant nothing. While the teachers kept analyzing the main character, he simply sat there, with one leg crossed over the other and a confident smile on his face. Jin Kyung-hee continued reassuring everyone, then said with contempt that Kim Hyun-sung was only trying to improvise out of desperation and would definitely be expelled. The scene shifted to Lee Mi-so's house, where she had just sliced an apple onto a plate and was humming cheerfully as she walked toward her son's room. She gently opened the door, then softly called her son's name. Lee Mi-so stepped inside to ask about his studies, but immediately saw her son trembling as he held his phone and stared at her in panic. The boy said that Kim Hyun-sung had just texted that he could not continue tutoring anymore, and Lee Mi-so was so shocked that she dropped the plate of apples onto the floor. 7 days before the disciplinary meeting, Lee Mi-so had gathered the parents together and told them that their children's genius tutor, the national #1 student, had been accused of school violence after transferring to Gangnam. After hearing the whole story, the parents could only sigh in worry, because they had no idea what they should do. Lee Mi-so immediately called on everyone to work together to protect Kim Hyun-sung, so he would not be crushed by the forces operating behind the school. She hoped they would all show the main character their sincerity, so he could keep tutoring their children, and every parent agreed with serious determination. After the meeting, Lee Mi-soo returned home, helped her husband change clothes, and then broke down in tears, begging him to help Kim Hyun-sung. Even though he felt for his wife, who had spent so long struggling to care for their child, he still gritted his teeth and said that as a prosecutor, he could not abuse personal power. Lee Mi-soo stood frozen as she listened to her husband explain. He comforted her, saying that even if Mingyu failed to get into Korea University, it would not be her fault. Her husband gently wiped away her tears and said he understood that she had lived in isolation and under crushing pressure for all these years. He pulled her into his arms and promised that he would personally teach their son. He could not help as prosecutor Kang Dong-cheon, but he could help as her husband. 5 days before the council hearing at Park Jong-soo law office, he immediately questioned Kim Hyun-song, because this plan was completely different from anything the boy had done before. Attorney Park Jong-soo lost his composure and flatly said that he could not represent the main character in such an obvious school violence case. Park Jong-soo shouted in anger, while Kim Hyun-song calmly kept sipping his tea. He even said that if this was about buying him off with money, then they should find some other trash lawyer. Kim Hyun-song stayed silent, taking measured sips of tea, while Park Jong-soo, after his outburst, could only rub his forehead in exhaustion. Park Jong-soo sat down across from the main character and honestly confessed that ever since that night, he had not been able to sleep at all. Park Jong-soo truly could not understand who exactly was backing Kim Hyun-song from behind the scenes. He understood even less why everyone, from students and teachers to the police, treated the main character like a thorn that had to be removed. He could only bow his head and apologize for not standing by him right away. Gently setting down his teacup, Kim Hyun-song calmly said that all the contract terms remained the same. If Park wanted, he could cancel their cooperation without any penalty, but first he should hear him out. The main character coldly said that the dice had already been cast. Now all that remained was to see who would end up getting crushed. Park Jong-soo stared intently at the young man before him, as if trying to read every thought in his mind. Kim Hyun-song had never intended to stop. The day of the disciplinary council finally arrived, and the atmosphere in the meeting room was tight as a drawn bowstring. The Parents Association had also packed the room, and every single person wore a heavy, grim expression. Jin Gyung-hui stood up and declared that the meeting had begun. The main agenda was to deliberate over student Kim Hyun-song's act of school violence. A few days earlier, a conversation between the main character and a teacher had been played back from the recorder in his possession. The threats about crushing him were heard with perfect clarity. After the recording ended, Kim Hyun-song immediately pointed out that the teacher was the one intimidating him, and that proved he was the weak point of the golden line. His analysis left Park Jong-soo speechless. The main character was like a massive thorn that the golden line wanted to rip out at any cost. Kim Hyun-song bluntly asked whether fighting back against the golden line with violence was truly and absolutely wrong, leaving Park Jong-soo unable to answer. Thinking back on his past cases, Park Jong-soo realized that most of the victims he had once helped were connected to the golden line. Everyone who came to him had looked pitiful and terrified, but in the end, they all gave up halfway through, and every lawsuit was buried in frustration. Back then he had left his position as a prosecutor because he wanted to pursue pure justice, yet the farther he went, the more he doubted whether he had chosen the right path. Park Jong-soo had once exposed corruption within the system, so he was isolated and even lost his family. But if he threw away righteousness just to survive, then his life would lose all meaning. After everything, Park Jong-soo finally admitted that Kim Hyun-song was not wrong at all. The main character was simply risking his life to survive inside this rotten system. But contrary to Park's expectations, the main character asked him not to appear at the upcoming council hearing. At the meeting, the teachers began summarizing the entire incident. They claimed the cause started with Yu Yeon, whose impulsive act of deliberately throwing an eraser to provoke Kim Hyun-song. Even so, the council still concluded that the main character had overreacted with severe violence, causing Yu Yeon-ho to suffer grave injuries. One parent immediately panicked and asked what permanent injury meant, causing the entire room to erupt in murmurs. Some of the other parents even clutched their heads and cried out in shock at how serious the incident was. The teacher representing the school continued by presenting a hospital diagnosis confirming that Yu Yeon-ho had 3 teeth knocked out and would also need long-term psychological treatment. Right after the medical records, the council also revealed a petition from the parents of D. Sungmyeor School demanding severe punishment for Kim Hyun-song, which made Jin and Gyung-hui smile in triumph. Throughout the entire conclusion, the main character remained silent. The council teachers kept stressing that school violence could lead to even more serious deviant behavior, so he had to be punished harshly. After hearing everything, Lee Mi-soo completely fell apart because she felt that there was nothing more she could do to help Kim Hyun-song. In contrast to her calm exterior, Jin Gyung-hui was beginning to feel uneasy because of the main character's overly indifferent attitude. Even though everything was tilting entirely in her favor, she quickly realized that attorney Park Jong-soo had not shown up, and even more terrifying was the fact that Kim Hyun-song simply sat there listening in silence without offering any rebuttal. But after weighing everything, Jin Gyung-hui still believed the situation had been arranged perfectly. After this, Kim Hyun-song would never be able to hold his head high again, so she coldly ordered him to defend himself before the council. Kim Hyun-sung bluntly admitted that he had thrown the punch, but the main character absolutely refused to believe the school's diagnosis report. He thought the claim that Yu Yan had suffered permanent disability was nothing but a ridiculous fabrication. The moment he heard that, the teacher flew into a rage, shocked that the main character would dare question a doctor's conclusion. But before the man could finish speaking, the young man raised 2 fingers and declared that there were 2 extremely suspicious points. Kim Hyun-sung stared straight at Yu Yan-ho, making him break out in a cold sweat from sheer guilt. The first suspicious detail was the broken tooth, because right after the incident, he had shown absolutely no sign of pain or injury at all. After forcing Yu Yan-ho speechless, the main character turned to confront Vice Principal Jin Gyeong-hui. He brought up the earlier Go-dong-soo incident, when he had been falsely accused the moment he transferred in, proving he had been targeted from the very start. Based on that logic, Kim Hyun-sung confidently concluded that the school was simply abusing its disciplinary system without conducting any serious investigation. The main character had every reason to doubt the entire outcome, and Yu Yan-ho might even have falsified the report. The instant Yu Yan-ho heard that, his face went pale as if his soul had left his body. He froze where he stood, not daring to utter a single word in the face of the main character's counterattack. Seeing the disciplinary system dragged through the mud right in front of everyone, the teachers collectively erupted in anger and began criticizing Kim Hyun-sung. They insisted it was all baseless speculation, and his attitude showed not the slightest hint of remorse. Vice Principal Jin Gyeong-hee rested her chin on her hand and let out a smug, contemptuous laugh. She believed that no matter how well prepared a brat, like the main character might be, it was useless, because he had already admitted to the violent act himself. Thinking that, Jin Gyeong-hee stood up and declared that every rebuttal was meaningless, because there were already too many witnesses confirming the incident. On top of that, the main character's defiant attitude prompted the school to pull up the troubled record from his former school as well. As she said that, the vice principal could barely hide the satisfaction written all over her face. She immediately announced that Kim Hyun-sung was expelled on the spot. After hearing the ruling, the main character simply folded his arms and sat there without reacting. He even calmly thanked the vice principal, leaving everyone even more confused. The scene then shifted to Park Hyung-jun's office, where the old fox was on the phone with Jin Gyeong-hui. Even though he knew expelling Kim Hyun-sung could bring plenty of trouble, the client was extremely pleased, so he promised a huge reward and even backing to help her rise to principal. Hearing that, Jin Gyeong-hui grinned so hard her mouth nearly twisted. She was so overjoyed that she casually tossed her vice principal nameplate straight into the trash. After hanging up, she even cheerfully threw out an insult at Principal and Egsu, because everything was going far too smoothly. Just imagining a future with the golden line backing her as she sat in the principal's chair, Jin Gyeong-hui basked in the thrill of victory, as if she were climbing to the very peak of power. But reality was nothing like her dream. The very next morning, Jin Gyeong-hui stormed into Kim Hyun-sung's classroom in a rage, running in while screaming for him. She had completely lost the image of a vice principal and could only point and curse at the main character, calling him a bastard for daring to disregard her decision. Jin Gyeong-hui furiously demanded to know why he was still sitting there when the school had expelled him yesterday. Kim Hyun-sung coldly replied that he had no obligation to obey that ruling. Enraged beyond reason, Jin Gyeong-hui knocked his books away, insisting the decision had already been fully investigated. But at that very moment, the main character pulled out a document and told her to pick up his books and return them. He then casually added that if she had a problem with it, she could take it up with his lawyer. The moment Jin Gyeong-hui finished reading the paper, she completely froze. She could not stop herself from cursing, because what was written there was far too unbelievable. While listening to lawyer Park Jong-soo explain it, Jin Gyeong-hui grew so anxious that she kept biting her nails. Because yesterday's ruling had far too many flaws, Kim Hyun-sung's side had filed a request to suspend enforcement of the discipline. Even with the paper in her own hands, Jin Gyeong-hui still could not believe this was actually happening. Lawyer Park Jong-soo continued, explaining that if the stay was granted, then every disciplinary measure, from expulsion to forced transfer, would be frozen. No matter what the school tried to do, the main character would not have to comply. After saying that, Park Jong-soo firmly declared that he would drag the matter out by any means necessary. The only thing he wanted was for his client Kim Hyun-sung to graduate safely. He did not stop there. The lawyer even sneered that the Golden Line would definitely go insane if this suspension move actually succeeded. Jin Gyeong-hui was completely stunned, because she had never expected the main character to truly dare challenge the Golden Line head-on. Driven into a corner, Jin Gyeong-hui immediately turned hostile, crumpled the paper in her hand, and challenged Park Jong-soo. She did not believe things would go according to his plan. Jin Gyeong-hui even threw the balled-up paper straight at lawyer Park Jong-soo's face. She warned him that in Korea, no one could escape escape the Golden Line's sphere of influence. Park Jong-soo calmly smoothed the paper back out and declared that no matter how much money someone stuffed into the courts, they still could not replace a judge just to fabricate a ruling. That was exactly why legal precedent was so important. He pulled out a thick stack of documents and explained how the court system operated. If an irrational precedent existed, then the defendant had every right to appeal, and the entire trial from judge to prosecutor could be changed. Slamming the stack of papers onto the desk, Park Jong-soo declared that this was proof the Golden Line had repeatedly used this exact suspension tactic to escape punishment, just like the main character was doing now. Lawyer Park Jong-soo pointed at the mountain of files and asked Jin Dong-hui whether she finally understood what this really meant. After hearing that, her face turned pale and she was left speechless. Park Jong-soo let out a cold laugh and pointed directly at Jin Gyeong-hui, saying that if she tried to overturn Kim Hyeon-song's stay, she would be digging up every last one of the Golden Line's old scandals herself. The main character recalled his previous life, when he had been lying unconscious in a hospital bed. Back then, the news had reported a shocking case about a Korea University student who was falsely accused and driven to a failed suicide attempt. In truth, student had only fought back against violence, but because of a disciplinary suspension request, every punishment had been delayed indefinitely. Only when a final ruling came down was the suspension order lifted. Kim Hyeon-song had remembered that tactic for a long time. Returning to the present, the main character said he had already predicted he would be repeatedly summoned before the disciplinary committee if he kept studying at Daesongmayer. So he decided to strike back by using the Golden Line's own filthy method against them. The main character wanted to make sure that organization could no longer touch him whenever it pleased. As the flashback ended, Park Jong-soo began listing names one after another, such as Yi Ju-gon, Sin Min-hui, and Kwon Ja-hun. Every single one of them had once been clients of the Golden Line. After causing trouble, those people had all used the suspension trick and then calmly graduated as if nothing had happened. Now they were living in comfort, and the more Jin Gyeong-hui heard, the more violently she trembled. Park Jong-soo fixed the vice principal with an icy stare and declared that every prior precedent was the perfect weapon to protect Kim Hyeon-song in court. If the Golden Line kept targeting the main character, he would fight it to the bitter end. Jin Gyeong-hui was furious to the point of madness, because in her eyes, sacrificing a single judge meant nothing. The only thing she wanted was to crush Kim Hyeon-song at any cost. In a fit of rage, she shouted that lawyer Park and the main character were nothing at all. If they wanted a fight, then they should come with everything they had, because her side would protect their client to the very end as well. At the word client, Park Jong-soo suddenly remembered something and turned to look out the window. He added that the people backing her hated having their identities exposed more than anything. Jin Gyeong-hui followed Park Jong-soo's gaze toward the window. He calmly told her that if she wanted to blow this up, she should first look at the gift he had prepared before making her decision. Outside, a man holding a loudspeaker introduced himself as Cho Seung-bin, chairman of the School Violence Prevention Committee. Around him stood a crowd of people handing out flyers and carrying anti-school violence banners. Cho Seung-bin kept broadcasting that anyone could become a victim, and unusual changes in children were clear signs of emotional bullying. People began gathering to read the flyers, their faces filled with worry. The loudspeaker kept blaring, urging adults to act as early as possible if they wanted to save the children. Cho Seung-bin was determined to erase school violence, because he never wanted anyone else to suffer the pain of losing a child the way he had. By this point, Jin Gyeong-hui was in full panic, while Park Jong-soo's voice continued in the same steady tone. He admitted that he too longed for money and power, just like anyone else. Standing behind the vice principal, Park Jong-soo revealed a deeply sinister smile and asked whether money and power were truly enough to control even the Golden Line itself. After hearing the whole story, Park Hyeong-jun merely let out a scornful laugh. He had not expected Kim Hyeon-song to openly threaten the Golden Line, saying that if they touched him again, all of their dark secrets would be dragged into the light. Jin Gyeong-hui guessed that the main character was deliberately stirring things up to drag every shadowy corner of the Golden Line into public view. Park Hyeong-jun immediately agreed with that assessment. Holding the phone in her hand, the vice principal asked what they should do next. Park Hyeong-jun coldly ordered her to deal with Kim Hyeon-song as soon as possible, then quickly notify all the teachers. But the instant he picked up another incoming call, his expression immediately turned extremely ugly. In a low voice, he ordered the person on the other end not to make a move tomorrow under any circumstances. At Daesongmayer, the main character was not the Golden Line's only victim. In the restroom, another student was being brutally beaten as Cho Myung-hun punched him over and over, cursing him for acting like he was so smart. Cho Myung-hun grabbed Gang Jae-guk by the hair and threatened that if he wanted to live in peace, he needed to drop out or transfer immediately. All the boy could do was cry and apologize, his face swollen and bruised. But that apology was nowhere near enough to cool Cho Myung-hun's anger. He felt insulted that Gang Jae-guk still stubbornly kept coming to school even after being pressured to leave long ago. Picking up on the victim's state of mind, Cho Myung-hun mocked Gang Jae-guk as a pathetic rat, clinging to this school and refusing to let go. He grabbed Gang Jae-guk's index finger and began bending it back, as he threatened that if the boy wanted to stay alive, he had better disappear from this place immediately. A sharp crack rang out and Kang Jae-guk's finger was snapped on the spot. The unbearable pain made Kang Jae-guk's pupils contract in despair. Choi Myung-hun only laughed and mocked him, saying a man crying was pathetic, and no one ever died from just one broken finger. The story flashes back to freshman year when Kang Jae-guk ranked first on the midterm exam. Just a few days later, Choi Myung-hun came looking for him, and from that moment on, schoolyard hell began swallowing his life whole. Back in the present, Kang Jae-guk sat silently in class with his finger crushed and broken. His family had moved to Gangnam because all their hopes rested on him, but now he had finally reached the limit of what he could endure. Staring out the window, Kang Jae-guk began thinking about jumping and ending everything. The emotional pain had already gone far beyond what any ordinary student could bear. Lately, rumors had spread around school that Choi Myung-hun had once targeted Kim Hyun-sung with the exact same kind of bullying. But after hearing that the main character fought back and got dragged before the disciplinary committee, Kang Jae-guk fell even deeper into despair, convinced no one could ever escape him. But just a few days later, everything suddenly took a turn. Students around the school began whispering that Kim Hyun-sung was still showing up to class as usual, even after he had supposedly been expelled. News spread fast that the main character had appealed the school's decision, and the court had accepted a suspension of the disciplinary action. That meant he'd keep attending school until a final ruling came down. Hearing that, Kang Jae-guk realized Kim Hyun-sung was nothing like him. For the first time, a spark of hope appeared in his heart that if the main character won, then maybe he could be saved too. After gathering every ounce of courage he had, Kang Jae-guk decided to go find Kim Hyun-sung. There was something important he needed to say. Kang Jae-guk told him about the bullying he had suffered all this time, and at the same time warned him that Choi Myung-hun would come after the main character sooner or later. The main character didn't understand why Kang Jae-guk was telling him all this. The boy only lowered his head and said he truly hoped Kim Hyun-sung would win. But right that moment, something suddenly fell from above and slammed straight into the main character's head, sending water splashing everywhere. Kang Jae-guk panicked and asked if he was okay. The young man calmly replied that it was nothing, then slowly raised his head to look upward. Sure enough, Choi Myung-hun was standing on the upper floor, waving with open provocation. Kim Hyun-sung instantly understood that both he and Kang Jae-guk had been marked as targets. The main character brushed back his hair and told Kang Jae-guk not to get involved anymore. He said the trouble happening now had nothing to do with him, so staying far away was the best choice. One of Choi Myung-hun's lackeys reported that Kim Hyun-sung was coming up. Choi Myung-hun smirked through his cigarette and sneered that the main character really was an idiot for daring to look down on his group. Behind Choi Myung-hun, a whole crowd of thugs had already gathered on the rooftop, waiting in ambush. He coldly ordered everyone to get ready and carry out the plan. Kim Hyun-sung's footsteps echoed slowly, heavy with pressure as he climbed the stairs one step at a time. From above came a wave of other footsteps as well. The bullies were moving down like they were preparing for a real battle. At last, the two sides met in the rooftop stairwell. One guy standing above leaned down and asked if he was Senior Kim Hyun-sung. Another one grinned and said it was a pleasure to meet him. But before he could even finish the sentence, the main character drove a punch straight into his mouth. Kim Hyun-sung cursed right in all their faces, asking what kind of stupid idiots called him senior in a situation like this. Seeing that, the thugs immediately relied on their numbers and rushed him, shouting that they would beat him to death. But he stayed rooted in place, calmly waiting for them to get close. Kim Hyun-sung launched a brutal kick into one guy's stomach and sent him flying down the stairs. He had also already learned everything about Kang Jae-guk through information from Jong Chan-soo. Another thug charged in with a heavy punch, but the main character simply tilted his body and dodged with ease, as if he had already read the guy's movement in advance. The young man didn't even need to use much strength. With a few precise moves, he swept their legs out and sent the whole group crashing down on their own. The bullies tumbled down the stairs, screaming in agony. Even while fighting, the main character kept thinking about Kang Jae-guk's miserable situation, a student who only wanted to study hard and change his life. Right then, another guy charged down from the upper floor, crazily screaming for the main character to die. Kim Hyun-sung grabbed the guy's face with one hand, then remembered the desperate look in Kang Jae-guk's eyes when he begged for help. That instantly brought back memories of how hard he himself had once struggled to study. Without the slightest hesitation, the main character smashed the guy's head into the railing and dropped him on the spot. In that instant, he remembered his death in his previous life, when he himself had fallen from the rooftop. He swore to himself that if he walked out alive this time, everything had to change. As the main character stepped down the stairs one by one, deep in thought, a white-haired guy suddenly leaped from above and fired a kick straight at his face. but the main character dodged in time, making the white-haired thug lose his balance and fall off the rooftop by himself. He screamed in horror, like he could already see death waiting below. Watching the white-haired thug fall, Kim Han-sung wondered whether after all of this, he and Kang Jae-guk would ever be able to reclaim a peaceful life. The purple-haired punk who had been yelling so aggressively earlier could now only clutch the railing and curse through clenched teeth after witnessing the main character's strength with his own eyes. The beaten attackers were sprawled all across the stairwell, some groaning, some crying for help, while blood spread in streaks across the floor. Kim Hyun-sung grabbed one thug by the head while he was still lying on the ground. The guy angrily shouted, asking why his friends were just standing there instead of rushing in to help. The main character dragged him up the stairs and warned in a cold voice that this was only the beginning. The scene shifts to the classroom hallway, where Kang Jae-guk walked in a daze, unsure whether Kim Hyun-sung was still okay. He was certain the main character had gone up to the rooftop to face Choi Myung-hun. Lost in thought, he was suddenly jolted when a student came running back toward the classroom. The boy shouted that a violent fight had broken out in the stairwell of the building next door. Right after that, two other students laughed gleefully and said the main character was finished this time, because every fighter they knew had been called in to deal with him. The moment Kang Jae-guk heard that, he realized this was not a one-on-one fight, but a full-blown gang beating. Kang Jae-guk panicked when he realized all of this had been a trap set up in advance by Choi Myung-hun. If the main character went down, then his last shred of hope would be crushed too, so he had no choice but to act. The moment he made up his mind, Kang Jae-guk ran off to find a teacher. He burst into the meeting room with a frantic expression and reported that something extremely serious was happening. He hurriedly explained that in the building next door, the main character was being surrounded and beaten by a whole group of students. But the teacher didn't even let him finish before coldly throwing him out. Kang Jae-guk tried to explain that this was a huge situation, and that someone could even end up dead. But the teacher repeated only one thing, telling him to get out. The teacher glared at him with a vicious look and even threatened him, saying an important meeting was about to begin. If Kang Jae-guk knew what was good for him, he would disappear right now. Forced outside, Kang Jae-guk stood there frozen. He couldn't understand how the teacher could be so terrifyingly indifferent. In his despair, he suddenly thought of the police. Kang Jae-guk immediately pulled out his phone and called the station directly. As soon as someone picked up on the other end, he urgently reported that a serious fight was happening at Daesung Mariah High School. He begged the police to come right away. But instead of responding the way he expected, the police only asked whether it was really Daesung Mariah School. After getting confirmation, they immediately started looking for excuses to avoid coming. They said they wanted to come, but there had just been an accident near the station caused by a drunk driver, so they had to deal with that first. Kang Jae-guk could hardly believe what he was hearing. He stood there stiffly with the phone in his hand, then began piecing everything together. The teacher suddenly being in a meeting, the police suddenly being busy. These coincidences were far too suspicious. The story cuts back to the previous night, when Park Hang-jun was on the phone with someone. In a cold voice, he declared that tomorrow the law would not exist at Daesung Mariah School, and the mission to erase the main character would turn that place into a purge ground. The one on the other end of the call was Choi Myung-hun. He smoked and grinned with satisfaction, knowing no one would interfere. No witnesses, no evidence, and he was curious just how far Hwang Jum-seon would go to get rid of the main character. Back in the present, Kang Jae-guk stood in shock, not knowing whether he should run away or pretend he had seen nothing. Even if the main character was the only life raft he had, none of this was actually something he was obligated to get involved in. Then he remembered the words of concern he had heard earlier. Kang Jae-guk understood that the main character truly had been worried about him, and was also the first person to stand on his side. Kang Jae-guk decided he could not keep standing still like a loser any longer. He grabbed a mop, then snapped the handle with his foot and turned it into a weapon. Kang Jae-guk knew this was no longer just the main character's fight. This was a battle he himself had to step into as well. As he ran up to the rooftop, shrill screams began echoing down the stairwell. Kang Jae-guk had no idea what kind of horrifying scene was unfolding above him. He kicked the door wide open and shouted at the top of his lungs, asking if the main guy was okay. But the sight in front of him left him frozen stiff. Choi Myung-hun was pulling something out of the main guy's stomach, and a thick pool of crimson blood was spreading across the floor. At that moment, the pain in the main guy's eyes was so intense it was impossible to miss. Looking closer, Kang Jae-guk realized the object buried in the main guy's abdomen was a blood-soaked knife. Panicked, he screamed the main guy's name in utter despair. Time rewound to January of this year, before the main guy went to meet Kim Se-woo. Back then, he had run into Go Chang-byam at the gym and was hammering the punching bag with everything he had. The sheer intensity of his training left his whole body drenched in sweat. Drop after drop hit the floor like a grim omen, warning that a brutal fight was drawing near. The main guy narrowed his eyes, his face taut and rigid as if he were running through countless possible scenarios in his head. The clock ticked down to 0. The bell rang out, signaling the end of the training session. But the main guy still poured every last bit of strength he had left into one final punch. Go Changbyom walked over and told him to ease up on the intensity. If he kept training like that, the main guy might end up destroying himself. Go Changbyom said his goal of conquering Daesung had already succeeded. The main guy had already proven his worth. The main guy wiped the sweat from his forehead, but his eyes were still full of worry. He had no idea what vicious move the golden line would make, so he had to prepare for the worst. Back in the present, the main guy gathered every ounce of strength into his fist. He threw an incredibly heavy punch straight at the man in front of him. Every worst-case scenario he had predicted had come true, and that only proved he had been right. The remaining thugs watching from above were sweating in fear. They could not believe the main guy had nearly wiped out the entire assault team by himself. The main guy brushed back his hair and guessed that Choi Myung-hun had already briefed all of them in advance. The teachers and the police would not interfere, so if they wanted to do something, they should hurry up and save everyone some time. He let out a crazed laugh because he understood that this situation also worked in his favor. No matter what happened, the school and the police would be forced to pretend they knew nothing. Choi Myung-hun's final group was waiting behind the door that led to the rooftop. With a thunderous bang, the main guy kicked the door open and stepped inside, still gripping the shirt of one thug he had just taken down. When Choi Myung-hun saw him, he slowly started clapping. He was genuinely surprised that the main guy had managed to climb all the way up here on his own. Choi Myung-hun admitted that the main guy really was a certified psychopath, and to deal with a monster like that, he had already prepared a perfect script. He openly laid out his plan, without hesitation. According to him, the main guy would get provoked, start a fight with his classmates, then accidentally slip and fall from the rooftop. After that, the police would investigate the chaotic scene created by the main guy himself. The final conclusion would surely be that he was both the aggressor and the victim of a violent school accident. Choi Myung-hun rolled his wrist to loosen it up, then calmly painted the rest of the future. The main guy would make the news as a troublemaker and a pitiful victim, and the whole case would vanish into a haze of vague reports. The main guy coldly agreed with him on just one point. Today, someone really was going to die. The moment he finished speaking, he charged straight at Choi Myung-hun, and Choi Myung-hun did not back down for even a second as he lunged straight at the main guy. The two crashed into each other with thunderous punches, like two dungeon monsters fighting to decide the winner once and for all. The scene shifted to the vice principal's office, where Jang Won-ji sat there looking uneasy, unsure whether letting things go this far was really okay. Jin Kyung-hee coldly cut him off, saying that once an arrow had been fired, it could not be taken back, especially now that they had joined hands with the Golden Line. Jin Kyung-hee stubbed out her cigarette and tried to reassure Jang Won-ji by reminding him of the enormous forces backing the Golden Line, including police, prosecutors, and even politicians. That alone was enough to prove the organization could wipe away any trouble, so the only thing left to do was sit still and watch. But Jang Won-ji was still anxious, afraid the whole thing might fail in some unexpected way. Hearing that, Jin Kyung-hee immediately snapped, cursing him for being spineless, then declared that Choi Myung-hun was not the only S-rank at Dishon Mirai School. She was convinced Kim Han-sung would never leave that place in one piece, so instead of worrying about failure, they should start preparing to deal with the aftermath. On the other side, Kim Han-sung took a brutally powerful punch head-on. The main guy instantly glared at Choi Myung-hun with furious eyes and raged at being forced onto the defensive again and again. He should have been able to dodge that last blow, but after taking too many injuries downstairs, his body's reaction speed had dropped sharply. Even exhausted, the main guy showed no fear at all, instead broke into a deranged smile. From the very beginning, this had been an uneven fight, and if he lost, the only thing waiting for him was death. Staring at the murderous Choi Myung-hun across from him, the main guy admitted that this bastard was not weak, but even as an S-rank, he was still nothing compared to the one standing at the top of the Golden Line. Another punch came flying straight at his face, but this time he deliberately took the blow with his head. That insane headbutt made Choi Myung-hun's hand go numb with pain, forcing a curse out of him. The pain distracted him just enough that he failed to notice the main guy's counterattack already closing in. A split second later, Choi Myung-hun took a devastating punch cleanly and was blasted backward. Seizing the opening, the main guy rushed in and unleashed a non-stop barrage of blows, pressuring Choi Myung-hun so hard that all he could do was raise his arms to guard. The main guy fired a straight punch, but Choi Myung-hun still managed to read the line of attack and slipped to the side. He quickly threaded his arm through the opening in the guard and drove a punch straight into Kim Han-sung's face, sending blood spraying from his mouth. Choi Myung-hun sneered in mockery, saying that no matter how hard the main guy tried, he would never reach his level. He smiled with absolute arrogance because he knew Kim Han-sung had reached his limit and no longer had the power to resist. Choi Myung-hun shifted his weight into his legs, building momentum as he decided to throw the finishing blow and end the fight right there. But contrary to what he expected, the main guy still stood tall and refused to kneel before anyone. That mad, stubborn will made Choi Myung-hun go pale with fear. Even the underlings watching the fight could not believe what they were seeing right in front of them. Kim Hyun-sung was gasping from exhaustion, but he still smiled coldly and said that even if he had known this fight would be brutal, he could still endure it to the bitter end. The main guy's bloodshot eyes looked like those of an undefeated demon starving for blood. He burst into wild laughter and challenged Choi Myung-hun to come at him again and see who would be the last one left alive. Kim Hyun-sung's madness frightened Choi Myung-hun so badly that all the color drained from his face. He knew those earlier punches were enough to drop anyone, yet the main guy was still standing as if nothing had happened. Not only was Kim Hyun-sung still on his feet, he was striking back so fiercely that Choi Myung-hun grew more panicked with every exchange. He could not understand where this young man was getting such monstrous power to keep fighting like this. Inside his head, Choi Myung-hun kept cursing because no matter what he did, he simply could not put the main guy down. In Choi Myung-hun's eyes, Kim Hyun-sung now looked like a towering demon, and for the first time in his life, he began to feel the fear of defeat. Choi Myung-hun shouted at the top of his lungs to steady himself, then forced his mind back onto the fight. After that, Choi Myung-hun quickly gathered his strength and prepared to rush in for another attack. Right then, someone suddenly pulled a sharp knife from inside his jacket. Luckily, the main guy noticed that movement before it was too late. The one charging in with the knife was Go Dong-soo. Kim Hyun-sung immediately twisted to counter, but he was a beat too slow, and it looked like he had been hit. Blood kept pouring from the wound, while Go Dong-soo's hand was trembling too, strained from using so much force to keep the knife buried in place. At that exact moment, Kang Jae-guk appeared with a broken mop handle in his hand. The instant he saw the scene in front of him, he shouted Kim Hyun-sung's name. The moment Choi Myung-hun saw Go Dong-soo show up, his face lit up with relief. Then he immediately complained, asking why Gong-soo had waited so long to step in and let him get beaten senseless before finally appearing. While Go Dong-soo was going all out against Kim Hyun-sung, Choi Myung-hun kept rambling from behind, saying he had been searching everywhere for him. He even mocked the bunch supposedly headed for jail as if they were so reliable, making Go Dong-soo snap and glare back with veins bulging. Yet Choi Myung-hun still failed to read the room. Go Dong-soo completely lost it and shouted at Choi Myung-hun, calling him an idiot. He cursed him for not taking the chance to bring Kim Hyun-sung down, instead standing there babbling useless nonsense. It turned out the blade could not sink into the protagonist's body, because he had clamped it tightly with both hands. Kim Hyun-sung even squeezed so hard that the knife could not move forward another inch, and the insane sight made Go Dong-soo scream in terror that he really was a psychopath. Go Dong-soo's dirty sneak attack with a knife truly enraged Kim Hyun-sung. He despised the filthy way they fought and could not believe trash like them had earned S-rank status through nothing but cheap tricks, and to him pulling a knife when you could not win head-on was the lowest kind of cowardice. Seeing that Kim Hyun-sung still refused to go down even with his hand injured, Go Dong-soo's face turned pale on the spot. A second later, the protagonist grabbed him by the head, ready to vent every ounce of his fury. Kim Hyun-sung drove a brutally powerful knee straight into Go Dong-soo's body. Only after taking that hit did Guy realize he had picked a fight with the one person he never should have provoked. Struck by that devastating blow, Go Dong-soo was instantly knocked flat and collapsed on the floor. Everyone watching could only stare in horror at what had just happened. With one hand, the protagonist crushed the knife handle in his grip, then coldly asked Choi Myung-hun if that was really the full extent of his strength. The broken knife clattered to the ground, and Choi Myung-hun's spirit started falling apart along with it. Kim Hyun-sung coldly said that the reason he had rotted into someone like this was also the fault of irresponsible adults, teachers included. Looking at the blood-soaked knife, the protagonist continued speaking in an even tone. He stated that it was the indifference of adults that had destroyed children and twisted them into the warped monsters they had become today. Right then, Jang Won-ji and Jin Gyeong-hui suddenly appeared behind them. Jang Won-ji immediately demanded to know what Kim Hyun-sung had done and ordered him to explain himself at once. Kim Hyun-sung merely stepped on Go Dong-soo and coldly shot back at Jang Won-ji, asking if he was blind and could not see that Choi Myung-hun's group had started it first, and even threatened to bury him alive. Everything happening now was nothing more than the consequence of their own stupidity. Injured students were sprawled all over the stairwell, and blood was splattered everywhere. In a chilling voice, the protagonist told Jang Won-ji that he had better call 119 immediately, because sending all of them to the nurse's office would be useless. As he brushed past Jang Won-ji, the protagonist firmly stated that this incident was already far beyond what the school could handle. They should call 112 as well and stop pretending otherwise. Kang Jae-guk hurried after him, repeatedly asking about Kim Hyun-sung's condition. The protagonist, however, stayed completely silent and did not answer a word. Kim Hyun-sung kept walking toward class 21, leaving Kang Jae-guk baffled and unable to figure out what he intended to do there. The moment Kim Hyun-sung appeared, every student in the classroom turned deathly pale, and no one dared block his path. As he stepped inside, the protagonist demanded to know how they could gang up with dozens of people and even pull a knife to commit murder. Yet the police never came, and the teachers acted like none of it mattered. Blood continued dripping from Kim Hyun-sung onto the floor as he voiced one disturbing question after another. The ambulance had arrived, yet its siren was turned off and people were quietly taken away, while in the end the only one abandoned was the protagonist, even though he was the real victim, and nothing could be more absurd than that. At last, Kim Hyun-sung stopped in front of Myung-seok and asked who had really been pulling the strings behind everything, but Myung-seok could only tremble in fear and say that he knew nothing at all. Kim Hyun-sung turned his battered face toward Kang Kang-jae-guk behind him, then coldly brought up the name Golden Line. The protagonist already knew that the one behind this entire campaign of school violence was Myung-seok, and Kim Hyun-sung grabbed Myung-seok and by the collar and forced him to confirm everything through clenched teeth. He even cursed him to his face as a bastard, making the top student break out in a cold sweat. Jin Gyeong-hui immediately called an emergency meeting with every teacher in the school. She ordered them all to keep quiet and listen carefully to every single word she was about to say. She declared that today's incident could only be concluded as a conflict between students. Under no circumstances was anyone allowed to mention that a knife had been involved. When Jang Won-ji anxiously asked whether that was really okay, Jin Gyeong-hui instantly shouted him down. She warned that if they were stupid enough to tell the truth, every teacher there would end up buried with the scandal. Jin Gyeong-hui's face had gone pale with fear. She had used her authority to turn the school into a battlefield to crush Kim Hyun-sung, but she had never expected the protagonist to flip the board and throw everything into total chaos. The teachers were trapped in a no-win situation. Evidence was everywhere and the students had witnessed everything with their own eyes, so there was no way to silence them all, and if the matter blew up they were finished. But if they stayed quiet, Kim Han-sung could strike back with a lawyer at any time. After hearing all of that analysis, Jin Gyeong-hui adjusted her glasses and asked Jang Won-ji if he still wanted to push the issue. Realizing he had spoken out of turn, he could only lower his head and apologize. Jin Gyeong-hui continued threatening the entire faculty to keep the matter secret. She even prepared a ready-made statement, claiming the teachers had been in a meeting and could not intervene in time, and that someone would step forward to take all the blame. After dismissing the meeting, Jin Gyeong-hui told herself she could handle everything cleanly. Even so, a strange sense of unease began creeping up from deep inside her. She was certain she had not missed a single link in her plan. But just a few seconds later, Jin Gyeong-hui suddenly went pale, as if she had remembered something extremely dangerous. Jin Gyeong-hui immediately ordered Jang Won-ji to go to the classroom wing at once. He still could not understand why she had become so panicked. Jin Gyeong-hui shouted as if the sky were falling. She ordered Jang Won-ji to find Myung-seok and immediately and keep him under control. Back in class 2-1, Myung-seok and had already been beaten badly. Kim Hyun-sung calmly exposed the selfish nature of the student ranked second in the entire school and demanded to know why he had driven Kang Jae-guk into a corner. Kim Hyun-sung coldly laid bare Myung-seok's rotten character. Simply because he could not accept being surpassed by a poor student from the countryside, he had resorted to filthy schemes to destroy his rival. The instant Kim Hyun-sung mentioned the organization Golden Line, the entire class fell dead silent. The protagonist revealed that it was a group that took money to bully top students and force them out of school in order to manipulate the academic rankings. He concluded that every case of school violence in this place was really just a transaction between the one paying and the one doing the job. It only took a little thought to understand why the entire faculty council had targeted him today. After learning the truth, Kang Jae-guk clenched his teeth in fury. He knew for certain now that someone had hired Golden Line to ruin his life. Kim Han-sung looked up at the clock and said that everything he had just said probably sounded hard to believe. But in only 5 minutes, the protagonist would show everyone solid proof connected to Myung-seok. He let out a mocking laugh and posed a sharp question. If the teachers could ignore more than a dozen thugs beating someone on the stairs, then what would happen when the person being touched was the mastermind behind it all, someone like Myung-seok? Right then, Jang Won-ji and several teachers kicked open the door to class 2-1. He shouted Kim Hyun-sung's name and demanded that he stop immediately. But the moment Jang Won-ji stepped into the room, he froze at the strange atmosphere inside. Even so, he still forced himself to put on a stern front. Jang Won-ji aggressively charged over and demanded to know why Kim Hyun-sung dared bully an innocent student like Myung-seok. Kang Jae-guk was just about to speak when Jang Won-ji shoved him aside and kept hurling abuse at the protagonist without stopping. At that point, Kang Jae-guk finally exploded. He shouted for the teacher and cut straight through Jang Won-ji's stream of scolding. Kang Jae-guk kept demanding to know why. When he had asked for help about the fight between Kim Hyun-sung and Choi Myung-hun's group, Jiang Won-ji refused to meet him. Yet only a few minutes later, he had shown up in this classroom right away, even though no one had informed him. Kang Jae-guk pointed straight at Myung-suk and said that he and Kim Hyun-sung were the real victims. But no one cared, and the moment the top student got lightly roughed up, teachers swarmed in like ants. Every grievance Kang Jae-guk had been suppressing all this time came pouring out at once. He could not believe that people working in education would abandon students like this just because of Golden Line's money. Jiang Won-ji understood everything, but he still pretended to be clueless and gave no answer. He only said they would talk privately later, then helped Myung-seok and out of the classroom in an attempt to slip away. The scene then shifted to Park Hyung-jun's office. He sat there with one leg crossed over the other, his face filled with disbelief that such a carefully arranged plan had still ended in total failure. The person calling Park Hyung-jun was Vice Principal Jin Gyeong-hui. She said she could only keep the situation from getting worse, and that he would have to handle the rest himself. Park Hyung-jun was so furious his head started pounding. He understood that if this issue was not resolved quickly, the entire Golden Line organization would collapse. Park Hyung-jun began considering taking care of Kim Hyun-sung outside the school, but he also knew that Golden Line's operating rules had always been limited to the school environment. For a long time, adults had always downplayed school violence. That very blind spot was what allowed the Golden Line organization to survive for decades. Park Hyung-jun ground his teeth and laughed, then admitted that Kim Hyun-sung truly was an unprecedented exception, the kind that had never appeared since the organization was founded. Park Hyung-jun took a long drag from his cigarette and exhaled heavily. He knew that from this point on, he was about to become extremely busy. Just then his phone suddenly rang. The moment he saw the caller name, Myung-seok, he immediately felt that something had gone very wrong. Earlier, Myung-seok's father had arrived at the school and called Kim Hyun-sung a lunatic for daring to beat his son. He even threatened to destroy the protagonist's entire future. Myung-seok was the executive director of the gunmen group. He declared that he would use every connection he had to ruin Kim Hyun-sung completely, but the protagonist simply replied in a calm voice that he was welcome to try. Kim Hyun-sung slowly walked forward and stated that if criminal charges were brought against him, he would hire a private investigation agency to expose every rotten truth hidden inside this school. The protagonist calmly sat down in a chair, crossed his legs, and recited Myung-seok's background without missing a beat. He even accused him of being the client who had hired Golden Line to bully the school's top students for years. Kim Hyun-sung kept driving the killing blow home by bringing up Myung-seok's shaky director's chair. If his son's school violence scandal got exposed, the man would definitely lose everything. The moment Jiang Won-ji realized Myung-seok was only a regular client and not a VIP, her face instantly went pale with fear. Kim Hyun-sung let out a cold laugh and mocked Myung-seok for being far too naive to trust Golden Line. No matter how tight the security was, a secret like this was bound to come to light someday. Kim Hyun-sung slammed his hand down on the table and said that any explanation at this point was meaningless and nothing but a waste of time. He brushed past the speechless Myung-seok and declared that the ones who should be held responsible were not him, but the bastards at Golden Line who leaked customer information. He even wondered what kind of headline the media would run with. Right after his conversation with Kim Hyun-sung, Myung-seok immediately called Park Hyung-jun and tore into him. He demanded that this mess be handled at any cost, because his son had now been threatened. But in the middle of the call, Myung-seok suddenly changed his tone. He declared that he no longer trusted Golden Line and would file a complaint to every member of the organization, making Park Hyung-jun break out in a cold sweat. After that threat, Myung-seok really did spread the information to every single member of Golden Line. Park Hyung-jun's phone instantly blew up with calls demanding answers and threatening to pull out of the organization. After weathering that storm of calls, Park Hyung-jun pulled out a cigarette with trembling hands and tried to light it, but the lighter refused to spark over and over again. Furious and completely losing control, Park Hyung-jun slammed the lighter onto the table and cursed under his breath in bitter frustration. At this point, Park Hyung-jun had no way out left. At first, he had planned to avoid clashing with Kim Hyun-sung outside the school, but things had now spiraled beyond control. If he kept hesitating, he would be the first one dealt with, and his mind was so tangled he could no longer think straight. His phone kept vibrating nonstop, and Park Hyung-jun swore in irritation, not even knowing which bastard was calling this time. After reading the message that had just come in, Park Hyung-jun became even more determined to wipe those people out. By now, he had truly gone off the deep end. The scene quickly shifted to a luxurious restaurant, where a server was carrying food into a private VIP room. Inside the private room, Park Hyung-jun was meeting a representative who had come to deliver the intentions of Mr. Worm, the figure backing Golden Line. The man smiled politely and invited him to have some tea before the meal. Park Hang-jun immediately lifted the teacup with both hands in deep respect. The representative asked if he knew why he had been summoned, and of course he understood perfectly well. The representative coldly brought up the leak of customer information and directly named Jung Chan-soo as the traitor. Hearing that, even Park Hang-jun could not hide his shock. As he spoke, the representative poured hot tea until it spilled over Park Hang-jun's hand, burning him badly, yet he still did not dare make a sound. The man stressed that this was not the first incident, and that Jung Chan-soo had even stirred up trouble for customers around the Gangnam area. The representative made his displeasure clear, because this was the first time customer data had leaked outside. If that news spread, the reputation Golden Line had built for years would collapse completely. Park Hang-jun could only grit his teeth through the pain, because he understood exactly how important customer trust was. The representative remained calm as he explained the consequences of the incident. Golden Line's survival now depended entirely on how this one case was handled. Park Hang-jun immediately bowed his head, admitted fault, and swore he would resolve it no matter the cost. Only after deciding the punishment was enough did the representative set the teapot down. He believed this crisis could also become an opportunity to reinforce the customer's absolute trust and tighten the bonds within Golden Line even further. The representative poured himself a cup of tea and finally handed Park Hang-jun his mission. He ordered that Kim Hyun-sung had to be eliminated at any cost. Pulling that off would prove that Golden Line's methods were always right and that anyone connected to Kim Hyun-sung would have to pay. The representative even promised that Park Hang-jun would be allowed to meet Mr. Worm in person if he completed the task. Enduring the pain, Park Hang-jun raised the teacup in his hand and drained it in one gulp. He slammed the cup back onto the table, and with venom in his eyes, Park Hang-jun declared that he would definitely complete the mission, so there was nothing to worry about. The story then shifted back to the school as the final bell had already rung. Kim Hyun-sung clearly understood that this time, neither he nor Golden Line had gained any real result yet. The main lead knew he was still a massive thorn in Golden Line's side, and that organization would absolutely look for every possible way to erase him. He removed the medical bandage from his face and realized that if they really wanted to kill him, that organization would be forced to mobilize huge manpower and resources. That meant they would definitely expose an opening, and he needed to watch carefully enough to seize it. He himself was the perfect bait for this plan. Casually tossing the bandage aside, the young man kept walking while thinking through two important problems. First was the upcoming midterm exam, and while studying, he still had to keep a close eye on Golden Line's assassination plan. The scene cut back to the luxury restaurant, where a server was still pushing a food cart down the hallway to deliver more dishes into the room. Suddenly, Park Hang-jun appeared with both hands badly burned, making the server scream in shock. He was on the phone at the time, and in his hand were several strange pills. Park Hang-jun coldly tossed the pills into his palm and ordered his men to contact anyone who could be put to use. Park Hang-jun's gaze turned utterly merciless as he decided that from this moment on, he would clean out all of Daesun. Meanwhile, Kim Hyun-sung kept walking with complete calm, placing full trust in his teammates. He left everything in their hands to handle. In front of Daesun Science High School, students gradually began heading home as classes ended. From the black car parked outside the school gate came an irritated stream of grumbling. Jang Ji-ho could not believe he had to come to Daesun just because of one lunatic. Sitting in the car, he muttered with hatred that he wanted revenge and would make Kim Hyun-sung understand he had messed with the wrong person. No matter how hard the main lead tried, he would never be able to protect the people around him anymore. While Jang Ji-ho was still talking to himself, someone suddenly knocked on the car window. When he rolled the window down, Jang Ji-ho discovered that the person outside was a police officer. He had no idea why he had drawn attention. The officer explained that Jang Ji-ho had been parked in front of the school gate for too long, so they became suspicious and came over to check on him. After hearing the reason, Jang Ji-ho immediately put on a fake smile and explained that he had just finished a phone call and would leave right away. But inside he was extremely annoyed, cursing that Daesun was even stricter about parking than Kim Se-woo. Jang Ji-ho pulled the window back up and was about to leave, but the police officer immediately stopped him and asked to see his ID. The officer said they had just received a report that someone might be targeting students in the area. Because of that, they had increased patrols to make sure no scum showed up around dismissal time. The officer continued, explaining to Jang Ji-ho that this was only a routine procedure, so he needed him to cooperate and hand over his ID for inspection. With no other choice, Jang Ji-ho was forced to hand over his ID card, and the officer gently took it from him. After checking the information on the ID, the officer became even more certain that Jang Ji-ho was connected to Kim Se-woo. He seemed to have realized something, yet still pretended to guess that Jang had come here on business. Before letting Jang Ji-ho go, the officer suddenly stopped the window and leaned in close to him. In a warning tone, he told him to be very careful while he was in Daesun. The cryptic remark left Ji-ho deeply confused. At some point, the information sheet Jang Ji-ho had been holding slipped onto the car seat. It was Kim Hyun-sung's profile. While the officer's words still echoed that Daesan police had prepared thoroughly to ensure that not a single incident would happen. After hearing that warning, Jang Ji-ho instantly panicked. He could not believe the police here already knew exactly why he had come to Daesan. Jang Ji-ho quickly drove away, still unable to believe that on his very first day in Daesan, the police had already marked him. After driving into a residential neighborhood, Jang Ji-ho got out and looked around. A man named Kim Hyun-jin lived here, and Jang wanted to familiarize himself with the area so his first day would not be a total waste. Jang Ji-ho pulled a cigarette from his pocket, lit it, and smoked with obvious irritation. Only after taking a long drag did Jang Ji-ho feel a little better, but the moment he remembered that officer, an utterly insane thought crept into his head. He even regretted not gouging the man's eyes out on the spot. Just as he was smoking, a voice called out from behind him. Kim Si-woo and two others were walking over, asking if he was smoking. Jang Ji-ho immediately shot back, asking what the problem was if he was. The guy with the high cheekbones pointed at the no smoking sign and sarcastically told him to open his eyes and look. The one with the bowl-cut bangs laughed out loud and warned him to put the cigarette out fast, or they would handle it themselves. Jang Ji-ho completely brushed off the warning, cursed them for being insane, and demanded to know who they were. Kim Si-woo immediately snatched the cigarette from Jang Ji-ho's mouth and introduced them as the neighborhood youth council. If he knew what was good for him, he should go smoke in a place where it was actually allowed. Jang Ji-ho let out an irritated sigh, because ever since morning, no matter where he went, someone had been getting in his way. Unable to hold back any longer, Jang Ji-ho threw a sudden punch and cursed as he attacked, saying that Kim Si-woo's group was still far too green. But things did not go the way Jang Ji-ho wanted. His punch completely missed because Kim Si-woo had already slipped behind him before he even noticed. In the instant he lost track of his opponent's position, Jang Ji-ho was struck full in the face by a brutally powerful kick from Kim Si-woo. Jang Ji-ho was knocked backward, his head slamming hard against the ground. Kim Si-woo let out a mocking laugh and said he should have learned to listen to others if he didn't want to bring trouble on himself. The guy with the bowl cut stepped forward, pinned both of Jang Ji-ho's arms behind his back, and told him he ought to listen to their boss. The one with the high cheekbones clenched his fist and warned that if he was still cooking up some crazy plan, they would definitely meet again. Right after that, all three of them rushed together and beat Jang Ji-ho until he was black and blue. The entire scene was captured in full detail by a nearby security camera, without missing a single thing. Jang Ji-ho pointed straight at Kim Si-woo's group and accused them in front of the police, saying they were the ones who had beaten him into this state. He tried to argue that he didn't understand what was so wrong about smoking in an alley. Could that alone really give them the right to pick a fight and start trouble with someone else? Jang Ji-ho pointed up at the camera and urgently asked the police to check the footage. He believed that once they reviewed it, everyone would know exactly what had happened. Jang Ji-ho's face was swollen and bruised all over, but inside he was smirking in triumph. He was certain Kim Si-woo's bunch was finished this time. No matter how expensive a lawyer they hired, they wouldn't beat him so easily, and there would be nothing they could do. But unexpectedly, the police officer called Jang Ji-ho by name, leaving him stunned, because he couldn't understand how the officer knew who he was. The officer stepped closer and explained that they had seen Jang Ji-ho near the gate of Daesan Science High School, where Kim Hyun-sung's younger brother studied. On top of that, he had also been loitering around the Sancheon apartment complex where Kim Hyun-jin lived, leaving him speechless with no excuse to offer. The officer went on to say that the very camera Jang Ji-ho had pointed at was actually out of service. As for why the youth council stepped in, why those diligent students stopped him, it was because he had been trying to break into someone else's home. The moment the officer finished speaking, the bowl-cut guy immediately grabbed a baseball bat and smashed the window of a nearby house with one vicious swing. Jang Ji-ho stared in disbelief and shouted, asking if these people were insane. But the officer couldn't have cared less, lightly stepping on the shattered glass as he calmly confirmed that this was proof of illegal entry. The youth council were also eyewitnesses, which was already enough to charge him, and if he wanted a lawyer, he'd better hire one fast. Jang Ji-ho was genuinely driven mad. He could only watch helplessly as the police cuffed him, cursing that there was no way they could forge both evidence and witnesses this brazenly. The officer had no interest in arguing with him and merely mocked Jang Ji-ho for not reading the situation around him. If he had any sense, he should quietly come along, because if he kept resisting, obstruction of justice would be added to the charges waiting for him. The scene shifted to an office at Myeongjin Construction, where Go Changbyum was on the phone with someone. The person on the other end confirmed that every measure had already been put in place, though he still wasn't sure whether the arrangement was solid enough, while the higher-up was gradually taking the bait. After hearing that, Changbyum thanked manager and said that would be enough. Go Changbyum added that if anyone ran into trouble, Myeongjin Construction would take full responsibility. He also understood that the manager had been under tremendous pressure, and Myeongjin would definitely not forget this favor. Looking out the window, Go Changbyom cursed under his breath that this world truly was rotten. At first he had thought he might have crossed the line, but then even filthier people showed up to harass the protagonist's family. Staring at the stack of documents on his desk, Go Changbyom realized that the people trying to remove that kid might be a much greater force than he had imagined. Compared to them, he was nothing more than a tiny pawn in this dungeon of power. Go Changbyom closed the window and understood that Daisen was not a place anyone could casually touch. That meant those people would definitely mobilize greater resources and devise an even more vicious plan to get rid of him. Go Changbyom's expression hardened as he pressed and held a button on his phone, ordering them to prepare that thing for all of his subordinates immediately. The scene shifted to the front of Daisen police station, where Jong Ji-ho had just been released. While on the phone, he kept thanking the caller for getting him out so quickly, but the person on the other end only furiously told him to shut up and said he couldn't believe Daisen had prepared for this in advance. The caller turned out to be Park Hyong-jun. He understood that there was nothing left to gain from harassing that kid's family in Daisen. Bitter and furious, Park Hyong-jun wondered who the protagonist thought he was to dare push things this far. While cursing nonstop, he suddenly remembered that Go Changbyom was also in Daisen. Jong Ji-ho immediately chimed in and insisted that Go Changbyom winning the succession battle was extremely important. In the eyes of these two scumbags, Go Changbyom was just some country bumpkin, and country bumpkins tended to stick together. Park Hyong-jun flicked open the lighter in his hand and grinned, pleased that he had found his next target. He believed that people who held too much in their hands were usually terrified of losing it all, so he ordered Jong Ji-ho to go after Go Changbyom first. Everything else could be handled later, one step at a time. Park Hyong-jun guessed that Go Changbyom's side had definitely prepared for this too, so he told Jong Ji-ho to arrange everything carefully. Jong Ji-ho then suggested hitting both Go Changbyom and Kim Hyun-jin at the same time, leaving Park Hyong-jun unsure what exactly he was plotting. Jong Ji-ho brought up the golden line and said he wanted to use that organization's very own methods to deal with both targets. Hearing that, Park Hyong-jun immediately agreed to let him try. After hanging up, Jong Ji-ho widened his eyes and grinned like a savage, cursing that the protagonist really was an idiot for provoking the wrong person. He had once thought manipulating a bunch of minors would be easy, but reality turned out to be completely different. Jong Ji-ho offered 3,000 won to hire a group of students to bully the protagonist's younger brother Kim Hyun-jin, yet no one in Daisen dared take the job, because the price was laughably cheap compared to the consequences. The students said that if it were 10 billion won, they might at least consider it. Then they suddenly realized Jong Ji-ho was the same creep who had been hanging around Daisen high school students lately. They warned that if he kept acting like that, he would be in serious trouble, and told him to get out of Daisen as soon as possible. Hearing that, Jong Ji-ho was so shocked he nearly fell over, unable to grasp what the protagonist had done there to make everyone fear and respect him. His revenge ended before it even begun. A few days later, in front of Myeongjin Construction, a long line of specialized vehicles completely blocked the entrance. A group of sharply dressed people slowly walked into the company. Their representative introduced them as officials from the National Tax Service and ordered all employees to stop working so the tax agents could pack up the documents. The staff began unplugging power cables one by one, then carefully placed the hard drives into sealed boxes. While sipping a hot cup of coffee, Go Changbyom chatted with the National Tax Service representative. He said that in the past he had only heard stories about companies having their assets seized, but now that he was witnessing it in person, he was amazed that the National Tax Service could strip everything clean in just a single day. The National Tax Service side insisted it wasn't because they were exceptionally capable, but because Myeongjin Construction was entangled in corruption, making this action unavoidable. Outwardly, the representative remained polite, but inwardly he quietly judged Go Changbyom, wondering if the man had never even gone to college, because his questions were so pointless. Didn't he understand the situation he was in? Once the procedures were complete, the tax investigation team left the company with all of the evidence. The scene shifted to the chairman's office, where Go Myeongjin asked whether everything had been handled properly. Go Changbyom confirmed that the National Tax Service had taken everything they needed. Go Myeongjin admitted that the National Tax Service truly was a disaster no one ever wanted to get involved with. He asked his son whether he was confident enough. Go Changbyom answered firmly that he could do it, sir. Right after that, the chairman told him to call him chairman instead of father. Going back to 2 months earlier, after reviewing the full accounting records, Go Myeongjin angrily hurled the paperwork onto the floor. He questioned whether the chairman's seat could really be handed to Go Changbyom, because those records were under Myeongjin Construction's chairman's name, and money had been moved under countless other labels as well. Go Myongjin ordered Go Changbyam to get rid of that kid immediately if he wanted to become chairman, but Changbyam flatly refused. Go Changbyam repeated Go Myongjin's teaching that people must be treated fairly regardless of gender, age, or status. It was precisely because of that belief that he had been able to defeat Go Chang-seok. Looking out the window, Go Changbyam had already made a deal with that kid, and the protagonist had also promised to help him take the chairman's seat. Because of that, he would also support him in the battle ahead. Go Changbyam understood that Myongjin construction might suffer tremendous losses, but even so, he would never abandon the people who had stood by his side. Go Changbyam smiled with confidence and said he had engraved Go Myongjin's teachings into his very bones. He even felt fortunate that this terrible situation had happened before he became chairman, because Go Myongjin could still fire him at any time. Hearing that, Go Myongjin was momentarily left speechless. In Go Changbyam's eyes, this crisis was no different from a test, one that would let him prove himself with his own hands. Go Changbyam bowed his head before Go Myongjin and said that if his arrogance caused harm to the company, the smile vanished from Go Changbyam's face, replaced by a resolute gaze fixed directly on Go Myongjin as he declared that he would take full responsibility and step down on his own. After that, Go Changbyam bowed again with his hands clasped behind his back and solemnly told his father that if he were to fall like this, he paused, then corrected himself and said that if the company suffered massive losses because of him alone, then so be it. Meanwhile, Go Myongjin silently listened to the child he had never once seen as fully grown. The two stood before the glass windows, sunset blazing across the office. Then Go Changbyam raised his eyes, sharp and cold, his brows drawing together slightly as he vowed that if that happened, he would bear all responsibility and withdraw. Father, sir. Hearing that, Go Myongjin slowly walked toward the glass window with a calm expression and looked down below. He admitted that perhaps he had always seen his son as an immature child, and he apologized for that. Behind him, Go Changbyam stood straight while Go Myongjin continued, saying that yes, a man ought to live with that kind of resolve in his heart. Then Go Myongjin looked down at his son and said in a low voice that this matter was far too dangerous for Kim Hyeon-song and Go Changbyam, because it was not merely a matter of withdrawing from the front lines, it meant that his son would have to carry everything on his shoulders. Hearing that, Go Changbyam lowered his gaze and fell silent in thought. Go Myongjin continued, reminding him that resolve was precious, but stubbornness should only be used when it was truly necessary. At that, Go Changbyam lifted his head, hands still clasped behind his back, and looked seriously at his father as he spoke. Father, no chairman. As he spoke, he stepped closer and bowed respectfully, saying that he had always seen him as a true craftsman. Go Myongjin merely braced a hand and stared out through the glass without answering. Go Changbyam continued, saying, but I am not you. When it comes to how I treat people, I will stand by my own convictions. That is the life I chose for myself, and it is also the kind of chairman I want to become in the future. Go Myongjin immediately warned him that there had once been many construction companies even more prosperous than Myongjin, yet a single tax audit had brought them crashing down. He slowly walked farther inside and continued, saying that even a strong company could hardly bear fines worth hundreds of billions of won. After that, he took a bottle of liquor down from the shelf and calmly admitted that Myongjin Construction, the company he himself had built, was by no means clean. He returned to the desk, took out a glass, and with a faint, indifferent smile said that if that place had serious problems, then there were surely far more than outsiders could ever imagine. He added that once the tax investigation began, Myongjin would definitely be shaken to its very foundation. Holding the bottle, he poured liquor into the glass and declared that if it meant protecting the company, he was willing to throw anything out as bait. At last, Go Myongjin looked straight at Go Changbyam and emphasized that even if the thing thrown away was his own son, the same still applied. Changbyam silently watched his father pour the drink without saying a word, while the hand at his side tightened with tangled emotion. Elsewhere, the official in charge of the tax investigation said that Myongjin Construction no longer seemed like something they needed to worry about. He said the construction industry was already a mess to begin with, but Myongjin ranked among the worst of them. Just the slightest touch would be enough to make it collapse. On this end of the line, Park Hyun pressed the phone to his ear and listened as the tax office man said he only needed to decide the level of revenge. His face darkened with calculation. The voice on the other end asked whether they should merely warn the main character away or drag Go Changbam down with the collapse. Hearing that, Park Hyun calmly lowered the phone and said he understood and would contact him again later. After hanging up, he silently judged his opponent as nothing but a high school kid, foolish enough to oppose this kind of power. In the end, he was still just a child. Then he twisted his lips into a frightening grin and decided with interest that if Go Changbam abandoned him, the main character would have nothing left. Just as his phone screen lit up, he kept muttering excitedly that the board was already set, and all he had to do now was pressure Go Changbam. The phone rang, making him look at the screen in surprise as he wondered why a high-ranking official from that side would suddenly be calling him. Park Hang-jun carefully covered his mouth and stared tensely at the phone before answering. The moment he lifted it to his ear and said he had received the call, the person on the other end immediately ordered him to stop that matter at once. Park Hang-jun asked in confusion what he meant, only to wince as a shrill shout forced him to pull the phone away. The man on the other end yelled, asking if his ears were clogged, then demanded that he stop the tax investigation into Myungjin Construction immediately. Hearing that, he rubbed the back of his neck and gave an awkward laugh, though his expression turned pitch black. In his mind, he cursed the other man for thinking he held the highest authority. Once this was over, he would stand as that man's equal, so there was no way he would miss this chance. Park Hang-jun instantly glared and shouted into the phone that he was very sorry, but this was a special directive from above. If there was a problem, he should go speak to their superiors himself. Hearing that, the other man roared in fury and called him a bastard. The voice on the other end kept yelling that Myungjin was a ticking time bomb. At those words, Park Hang-jun suddenly fell silent, glaring as a flash of fear crossed his face. Meanwhile, the main character was sitting on the sofa, bandaging the wound on his hand beside a table high with medicine. He remembered the moment he had used his hand to block the knife, then smiled faintly. They had truly gone that far, and luckily, seemed no one had noticed yet. His eyes darkened as he tightened the gauze around his hand and told himself he had to control everything with absolute precision. He was certain they would target the people around him. Then he looked at his phone and read the message that had just arrived. I took care of Zhang Jihao, so don't worry. I'm heading back now, so protect yourself carefully. The main character thought he had prepared thoroughly for his family's safety, so it should be fine, but then he paused. He thought again of the people helping him, especially Go Changbem. Sitting before a whiteboard covered in charts and connecting lines, the main character sank into thought and judged him to be the perfect prey, because he had far too much to lose. The main character knew very well that if someone wanted to bring down a company, a tax investigation was both legal and brutally effective. In the construction industry, it was even easier. He closed the medicine box and admitted that even if he had predicted it, handling it perfectly was nearly impossible. But impossible did not mean there was no way. He remembered sitting in a cafe across from Go Changbem a few months earlier, smiling as he suggested they board this ship together. Hearing that, Go Changbem asked in confusion why they were working about a tax investigation, only for him to suddenly say something so strange. The main character took out a USB drive, pushed it toward Go Changbem, and said it was a list of people tied to Heavenly Summit that he had gathered through Zhang Kansu. Then he told him to use Myungjin's name to spread money among every force opposed to them. Go Changbem braced his hands on the table, leaned forward, and laughed as he understood the plan. Once that money stuck to their hands, they would have no way to escape the mud. The main character set down his drink, closed his eyes, and added that the tax investigation meant to bring down Myungjin would become a path leading them to their deaths. He placed both hands beside his glass and said that if they wanted to live, they would be forced to show themselves. Go Changbem listened closely while the main character continued, declaring that by then, they would find the rats hiding behind this power. The main character lifted his glass, gently rattled the ice inside, and smiled as he asked if that did not make him feel excited. Who would belong to Heavenly Summit, and just how powerful would the master manipulating everything really be? Then he remembered leaking information about the people once mentioned as members of Heavenly Summit in his previous life. The two men stared at the suitcases of cash before them, their eyes shining as they grinned from ear to ear. Through Kim Pan-ho, Go Changbem had connected with them and released the poison called money into the game. As Go Changbem's reputation in the business world grew, he folded his arms and smirked at the two men accepting the money. The main character confirmed that politicians, corporate directors, and high-ranking officials alike could not predict the consequences. And then, the day Myungjin was finally hit with a tax investigation arrived, Go Changbem leaned against his desk and made a call with an easygoing expression. "You've heard the news, sir." "That's right, Myungjin's ledgers have been seized." He kept smiling as he said the man already knew, so why ask how a good person like him could possibly interfere with what powerful officials were doing? Right after that, he rolled his eyes, smirked, and said there was no other way, since he, Go Changbem, had made a mistake and had to bear responsibility himself. But if someone gave him a little help, this pleasant relationship could still continue, could it not? Just like that, those suspected of being Heavenly Summit members were slowly squeezed under pressure. Go Changbem sat in his chair, looked toward the messy bookshelf, and smiled as he told himself he believed the main character's plan would succeed this time too. Then he bent forward, anxiously gripping his wrist, and thought this was not just a test of trust for that young man. As the number of recent construction contracts had surged, the surveillance around them had also increased. But if Myungjin still held firm after the tax investigation, Go Changbem stood up, looked at the window in front of him, and smirked. At that point, Myung-jin would undoubtedly rise to a whole new level. 1 year had been enough to turn him from a lazy good-for-nothing into a real businessman. A few days later, the phone on the desk kept ringing without a pause. Go Changbem sat at his desk, answered seriously, and introduced himself as the executive director of Myung-jin Construction. The person on the other end said he was Park Hang-jun from Golden Garden and wanted to meet him. Hearing that, Go Changbem shouted inwardly with joy that it had finally come. Soon after, he went to meet Park Hang-jun at a cafe. The man sat across from him with smug confidence and said that since Go Changbem surely understood the current situation, he would get straight to the point. Go Changbem simply stayed silent and listened calmly. Park Hang-jun closed his eyes and acted magnanimous as he proposed that Go Changbem withdraw from Myung-jin Construction. He picked up the cup on the table and said that if Go Changbem survived this purge, he would not have many options left. Hearing that, Go Changbem showed no fear at all. He tilted his head, narrowed his eyes, and smirked. He asked if Park thought he was stupid, talking like that the moment they met. Since the tax investigation failed to do anything, was he panicking now and pretending to be strong? Go Changbem lifted his chin, raised an eyebrow, and asked if he knew what calf this was. Park Hyung ground his teeth in rage but gave no answer. Go Changbem mocked him, saying that if he had not even investigated that much, then Golden Garden was not very frightening after all. He told Park Hang-jun that this was the place where he first met the main character. Back then, even though the other boy was only a high school student, his eyes did not look like someone worried about studying or dating. In his memory, that young man gripped the glass on the table with unwavering resolve and made his offer. Those eyes had flashed, paired with a smile as if he were ready to accept death the next day. Returning to the present, Go Changbem said coldly that he had not understood the reason then, but after seeing Park Hang-jun's face, everything had become clear. Hearing that, Park Hang-jun grimaced in anger and ground his teeth. Go Changbem calmly remarked that he was truly a greedy man, vicious to an absurd degree. The other man immediately fired back that if he rejected the offer, he would destroy Myung-jin and erase it from Korea. Go Changbem froze for a moment, then slammed the table in fury and demanded how someone who made money off the future's young sprouts dared threaten him. Then he growled that Park could do whatever he wanted, because he would drag down every person who had taken his money with him. Unable to keep his composure, Go Changbem grabbed him by the collar, yanked him up, and said this would become legendary. Park Hang-jun, choked by the grip, grimaced in fear as he stared at him. Go Changbem coldly added that this was his home turf. Immediately after, Go Changbem threw a straight punch into his face, sending Park Hang-jun crashing backward. The man rolled off his chair and slammed into another customer's seat, while Go Changbem stood over him with an icy stare. Every eye in the cafe instantly turned toward them. Murmurs rose asking if they should stop it, but someone else quickly replied to just ignore it, because that was Go Changbem. Seeing that, the man turned pale with fear and struggled to push himself up, staring at Kim Han-sung. Across from him, the main character simply slipped his hands into his pockets and looked down at him with contempt. The people in the cafe also hurriedly lowered their heads and scattered, not daring to stay. Go Changbem warned him coldly that he had better learn his place. Hearing that, the man's bruised red face twisted as he ground his teeth, glared with hatred, and screamed curses. Then Kim Hyun-sung added that Go Changbem was not the only one in trouble for stepping forward to help him. In another house, a phone rang loudly without stopping. "You said we were definitely going to win. The shock of losing is enough to require psychological treatment. I'm going to make you compensate me. What kind of lawyer even leaks the details of a consultation so everyone around me finds out like this?" Inside the law office, the phone kept ringing nonstop. Those bastards work like this, and still call themselves prosecution lawyers. They had better quit the profession. Park Jong-soo shut off the desk phone's automatic system and ground his teeth, cursing in frustration. He was so furious that he ripped the phone cord out completely, then shouted that he had handled every case with absolute integrity for all these years. Next, Park Jong-soo clenched his teeth, dropped heavily into his chair, and quickly realized something was wrong. Events happening all at once like this could not be a coincidence. Suddenly remembering something, Park Jong-soo's eyes widened in shock. Wait, could it really be that? He instantly recalled Kim Hyun-sung's words saying that once they began moving, someone would try to attack the lawyer. Sitting across from Park Jong-soo, the main character placed a folder on the table and calmly said they would do anything to bring the lawyer down. He continued assuring him that if they got through this together, he would compensate him properly. Across from him, Park Jong-soo only listened in silence. Back in the present, Park Jong-soo smiled, folded his arms and leaned back in his chair, confirming that Kim Hyun-sung's words had come true. He could not help cursing inwardly, wondering whether the kid could predict the future, or whether those bastards simply always acted the same way. Then Park Jong-soo shoved the stack of documents into his bag and silently confirmed that if he had wanted to give up, he would not have taken off his prosecutor's uniform in the first place. Those bastards could wait and see who would be the one to win. Next, he picked up the document bag, walked toward the door, and confidently declared that he had never overlooked a single file. This time, let them try laying a hand on his lawyer's suit. Then Park Jong-soo picked up his phone, his eyes brightening as he smiled and said it'd been a long time. On the other end of the line, the other person clearly showed irritation and distaste. Park Jong-soo then called out the name Kang Dong-cheon. Beneath a red awning, the two men soon sat side by side in an atmosphere thick with tension. Park Jong-soo glanced at Kang Dong-cheon and began by recalling how, when they had first entered the profession, they drank coffee here because it was the cheapest place around. Holding a cup of instant coffee, he asked if a personal matter was really so inconvenient, since they had once been a prosecutor and a lawyer. Meanwhile, Kang Dong-cheon merely held his side, leaned back uncomfortably, and drank his coffee without answering. Seeing that, Park Jong-soo only lowered his head sadly and asked if he had always been this cold. The man beside him raised the coffee to his lips and coldly asked why he had called him here. Right after that, Park Jong-soo took out the documents in front of Kang Dong-cheon and asked if he had ever heard of Golden Garden. He stated that he had gathered enough evidence of that organization's crimes. With eyes full of justice, he said Kang would understand what kind of insane organization it was once he read the file. Kang Dong-cheon also quietly set down his coffee and looked over. Kang Dong-cheon's sharp eyes swept over the stack of papers. Then he asked coldly if this was a personal request. Hearing that, Park Jong-soo simply smiled with calm ease and reminded him that this was an accusation made for society, as well as a poisoned holy grail. He continued, saying that if Kang took this case, he would certainly have to give up his current position. Then Park Jong-soo lowered his voice, dropped his hand, and stated that those people were no different from cancer cells that had to be removed. Kang Dong-cheon remained silent as he listened, while Park kept saying he had thought about it for a long time, but could not find anyone more suitable than him. Right after that, Park Jong-soo placed all the documents on the table and said he was leaving a copy here. Whether he read them or threw them away was entirely his choice. If he truly wanted to take the case, he just had to call him. Before leaving, Park Jong-soo also brought up Kim Hyun-sung. The moment he heard that name, Kang Dong-cheon's expression darkened as he stared at the file. Park Jong-soo firmly added that his comrade was one of their victims. Park Jong-soo then left, leaving Kang Dong-cheon sitting alone, drinking coffee with a stack of documents beside him. Kang Dong-cheon looked down at the pile of files and thought that he had already heard quite a bit about the Golden Circle. Staring hard at the dossier, he gritted his teeth and admitted that, although he still did not know exactly what this organization was, news tied to it had been surfacing more and more often lately. He loosened his tie with one hand, then roared inwardly that everything happening now was probably only the tip of the iceberg. Next, Kang Dong-cheon set down his coffee and began carefully reading every document. The more he read, the more stunned he became at the sheer amount of detail inside. If all of it was true, then South Korea had already rotted from the roots up. Returning to the present, Kang Dong-cheon picked up Kim Hyun-sung's file and repeated his name in his mind. Then he suddenly remembered that the young man was Min Woo's tutor. Kang Dong-cheon recalled that night and thought that if he had been willing to lend a hand back then, things might not have turned out like this. In his memory, that girl had blushed, leaned close, and said she had discussed it with the others, and that they only needed his help this once. Thinking back on it, he concluded that Kim Hyun-sung had truly been dragged into a ridiculous mess. Kang Dong-cheon drained his coffee, then lifted his head and sank into thought. The reason he could not interfere back then was because he was a prosecutor. He had not wanted anyone to use that fact as an excuse to come after him. But this time was different because an entire chaebol network was working together to manipulate both power and money. At that thought, Kang Dong-cheon tightened his grip on the empty cup and growled inwardly that the organization was trying to shove one man into the abyss. Kang Dong-cheon looked toward the sunset before him and wondered what choice he should make in a situation like this. But almost immediately, he found his answer. He could not go on living in shame any longer. At last, Kang Dong-cheon picked up his phone and called the person on the other end. "Yes, Chief, it's me. Please stop by my office tomorrow." Kang Dong-cheon's face darkened as he clenched the phone and said in a grave voice that it had been a long time since he had needed to ask this person for help. His other hand crumpled the file in a fit of rage. In his heart, he affirmed that as a prosecutor, he had more than enough reason to investigate this case. In a luxurious restaurant, a man calmly continued eating with his chopsticks, then closed his eyes and said he had already given him a chance before, yet things had still ended like this. Irritated, he remarked that the result was completely different from all the bold claims he had made. Outside the private dining room, Park Hang-jun was kneeling flat on the ground, apologizing over and over because he had no excuse for his failure. Bowing his head, he swore that this time he would definitely change the outcome. The The person inside kept eating without a care and coldly said that all he knew to do was run around everywhere without accomplishing anything. He went on to remind him that even the only way left to drag Kim Hyun-sung down was now gone. Outside, Park Hyung-jun kept his face pressed to the floor, flushed red with fear. The man in the dining room cast a sharp glance outside and emphasized that even members of the Heavenly Direction Society had now been touched. Their master was extremely displeased at the moment. Hearing that, Park Hyung-jun immediately began smashing his forehead against the floor again and again, shouting apologies as the impact echoed through the hallway. Only then did the man inside coldly say that this would be his final chance. Even with his face bruised and swollen, Park Hyung-jun joyfully bowed and flattered him, promising that he would risk his life to fulfill the order. The other man slowly poured wine into a glass and relayed the command that their master wanted all suspicion within their own ranks crushed first. Then he added that the Golden Circle had to complete its objective at any cost. He raised the wine glass to his lips and casually suggested that this midterm exam result had to sink to the absolute bottom. If not, then they should find a way to make sure they could not take the test at all. After that, he ordered them to deal with Kim Hyung-jun first. At those words, Park Hyung-jun immediately shouted that he would do it no matter what. Spittle flew from his mouth in his agitation as he swore that this time he would definitely prove his worth. At Go Changbem's company, he stood in front of the glass window, drew the curtains, and called Kim Hyun-sung to say that their threat had worked. His assistant was still cleaning up behind him as Go Changbem continued, saying that the tax office had announced the end of its investigation. Hearing that, the main character slipped a hand into his pocket, looked out through the window, and thanked Go Changbem for keeping his promise. He knew that choosing his side could not have been easy for Myungjin Construction. In response, Go Changbem laughed and asked if he really thought he had only learned how the world worked a day or two ago. Go Changbem went on to say that to run a company like this, he needed a brain like Kim Hyun-sung's. He also told him to be extremely careful. At that reminder, the main character simply closed his eyes, smiled faintly, and said he understood. Even so, Go Changbem still sounded deeply worried as he asked whether he was really alright. He judged that D-san was still someone they could handle, but Kim Se-woo was on an entirely different level. Hearing that, Kim Hyun-sung lowered the phone and calmly replied that he would handle the rest. After saying they would talk again later, the main character immediately hung up. After that, Kim Hyun-sung walked over to the desk covered in documents and the pinboard, then fell into deep thought. In the beginning, Go Changbem had been nothing more than a simple sacrificial pawn in his new life. But now that same man had become an ally, helping him stand against a colossal organization, facing the mountain of documents. The main character declared that thanks to this, he finally had a chance to dig deeper into the secrets of the Heavenly Ascension Society. At last, the massive labyrinth was beginning to reveal itself. Kim Hyun-sung guessed that a few people within the Heavenly Ascension Society likely already knew the true identity of the master behind everything. In his mind appeared the smiling face of Yeon Hyung-ming, along with two others. If those in power did not believe in the force behind the scenes, then the Golden Circle could never have survived until now. In Kim Hyun-sung's view, this tax investigation had been completely meaningless. Next, the main character picked up a sheet from the pile and confirmed that Assemblyman Lee Gyung-cheon was a key figure on the ruling side. He remembered that in his previous life, when the corruption scandal erupted, that man had stood before a crowd of protesters with passionate conviction. After building his reputation in politics for more than 20 years, there was a strong chance that the old fox had also had a hand in founding the Golden Circle. He had suspected it from the very start, so he secretly used Kim Ban-ho's connections to bribe the man. The moment he saw the suitcase full of cash in front of him, the bastard broke into a delighted grin and quickly accepted it. Afterward, he quickly realized that when his group used the tax investigation to put pressure on that assemblyman, the Golden Circle had reacted violently. Staring at his phone screen, the man suddenly shouted, his eyes wide with shock. The main character continued reasoning that it was not only Lee Gyung-cheon, but many others who had shown abnormal reactions as well. Kim Hyun-sung recalled director Im Chien-hui-ung with eyes as sharp as a hunting beast, and a smile dripping with falsehood. He then reviewed several more faces one by one and confirmed that all of them were members of the Heavenly Ascension Society he had already been watching, including Yang Chan-soo. Kim Hyun-sung also remembered the moment he took the phone from the unconscious man lying on the ground, along with the entire contact list that Park Hyung-jun had once been connected to. In the end, the main character recalled that man with the icy eyes and enigmatic smile, then confirmed that this was the movement route of the one known as the representative. He sank into thought and began linking together every piece of information he had. Staring at the paper in front of him, Kim Hyun-sung declared that as long as he could find the common thread tying everything together, he would uncover the path leading Dean to the Golden Circle. His fists clenched in excitement at the thought of tearing away the mask of the organization's true master and completing his bloody revenge. No matter what, he had to find the one behind it all. That night, the entire apartment complex lay in darkness. with only the main character's room still glowing with light. After the recent upheaval, the atmosphere at Dishonmure High School had completely changed. The next morning, Kim Hyun-sung still came to school as usual, and quickly noticed that the injured students, including Choi Myung-hun, had not returned yet. The others looked at him with a mix of fear and caution because of what he had done. In particular, all kinds of rumors connected to the Golden Circle had started spreading throughout the school. The moment the main character stepped into the hallway, the students around him instantly fell silent and moved aside in unison, their eyes filled with uneasy wariness. Jin Jiancheng instantly became the center of attention, as every student turned curious eyes toward him. What they wanted to know first was whether the Golden Circle truly existed, and if Ming Xuqing's demand was real, what kind of hell life at this school was about to become. But this was not something the students could solve with their own hands. The main character sat apart in a corner of the study area, while endless whispers swirled around him. He understood very well that they could only watch from a distance, helpless because they were not allowed to act, and that pressure was not felt by the students alone. Inside the vice principal's office, a cold voice came through the phone. Before midterms begin, subtly remind the other teachers to make things as difficult as possible for that student. Inside the room, Jin Kingxi bit her nails and trembled as she calculated her next move. Now even the teachers no longer trusted her, and the students were starting to waver. She wondered suspiciously if he planned to publicly promote the idea that the Golden Circle really existed. On the other end of the line, Jin Kingxi tried to stay calm, and said it would be best to hold back for now and observe the situation first. But Mr. Jun, reclining on the sofa, grew impatient, pulled the phone from his ear, and cut her off. Vice Principal Jin Kingxi, are we not in the same boat? He pressed the phone close to his ear, laughed like a madman, then growled a threat. If this fails, both you and I will have to take responsibility. Did you think I was some unrelated outsider? I am telling you now, I will not die alone. Hearing that, Jin Kingxi went pale, her hand tightening around the phone as she asked why he would say such a thing. On the other end, Pu Siwung answered in a trembling voice. You stepped into this and still do not understand. You are not knave enough to miss something like that. At that point, Jin Kingxi's expression slowly softened. She looked at her reflection in the glass, formed a twisted smile, and confirmed over the phone. Fine, we will proceed according to the plan. In the first class after the order came down, the main character walked in late. The teacher held his book, looked at him, and asked why he was late. He answered calmly, my Korean literature teacher asked me to help with a few things, so I arrived late, sir. Hearing that, the teacher immediately slammed the desk in anger. Helping someone is supposed to be an excuse. Helping is helping, and class is still class. Seeing the main character stand still, he grew even harsher. Since you ranked first nationwide, you think you can do whatever you want, is that it? He pointed straight at the boy's face, laughed with contempt, and asked, what are you looking at? Planning to hit your teacher too? The main character did not react, only looked back in silence. Seeing that, the teacher went even further, sneering that a student like this was impossible to teach. But the boy understood this was only the opening act. In another class, a teacher snapped the chalk in his hand right in front of the board and shouted, I told you to solve this problem using the standard method. Why do you keep doing it your own way? Next, another teacher held up the main character's assignment, waved it with disgust, and yelled, I already said last class that the homework had to be related to this section. Then yet another teacher looked at him with a dark expression, as if he were a thorn in his eye. What good are high scores if you do not focus in class? Because of kids like you, teachers lose all motivation to teach. Their words did not stop, only growing more vicious, and his name kept being dragged out in every class. After that, even students who did not know the truth realized the situation was far too abnormal. The main character was forced to kneel at the back of the classroom in a proper posture. The students around him looked grim, secretly glancing his way. In complete contrast, he calmly accepted everything. A few days later, the homeroom teacher called him to the office. The man crossed his legs, looked at the main character in anger, and asked if he had been showing a bad attitude in class lately. The boy clasped his hands behind his back and stayed silent. That gave the teacher a chance to berate him, saying, I know you are smart, but you still have to fulfill your duty as a student. He handed the boy 2 sheets of paper, smiled smugly, and ordered him to go write a reflection immediately. Then he lowered his voice and warned that if it was sloppy or failed to show remorse, he would have to rewrite it until it met the standard. Back in class, the main character obediently sat at his desk and wrote the reflection. Around him, his classmates began whispering among themselves, while instinctively keeping their distance from him. He quietly set his pen down, his eyes fixed on the paper in front of him as he made a silent assessment. They are trying to impose time and punishment on me. All of this is part of the Golden Circle's plan, is it not? not? Two classmates could not hold back their curiosity and walked closer. One asked worriedly if he was okay, and whether those teachers were deliberately making things hard for him. Then the student continued, "The golden circle took money and forced the teachers to torment you, right?" The main character only glanced at them calmly and listened. After that, he turned back and continued writing the reflection, confirming casually, "Yeah, that is right. The people in the golden circle ordered them to do it. But even if they do this is as far as they can go." He looked at the classmates gathered around him, closed his eyes, stopped his pen, and spoke in a serious voice. No matter how aggressive they get, they can only act within the limits allowed by the school. Then the main character turned to his friends with an extremely calm expression and gently reassured them. "So you do not need to worry too much. The ones with more to lose are not us, but the teachers and the golden circle." Right after that, he could not hide his smile as he picked up his pen and continued writing, thinking to himself, "When they break their own rules and reveal malice beyond the school's boundaries, I will counterattack. Under the current rules, they cannot deal with me." Next, the main character went to the teacher's office and placed the reflection in front of his homeroom teacher. "I finished writing it, sir." The man turned, swept his eyes over the boy, sneered, and reached out to take it. In his heart, he thought, "What a stubborn brat." He snatched the reflection from the boy's hand and thought with satisfaction, "Good, let us see how long you can endure. After all, you are only a high school student." But the moment he looked at the contents inside, his gaze froze. He stammered, "Wait, this is," then choked before he could finish. In the end, he shouted, "This brat has lost his mind." As for the main character, he only narrowed his eyes, looked at him with a shadowed face, and smiled. In a fit of rage, the homeroom teacher sprang up from his chair and shouted straight in the boy's face, "Damn it, you call this a reflection?" The main character still looked at him silently, without the slightest flinch. The reflection read, "The luxurious, gleaming watch on the homeroom teacher's wrist caught my attention. Moreover, the homeroom teacher lives lavishly and goes to bars and clubs every week. Does that mean you have another source of income besides your teacher's salary? I am truly moved by the sincere heart of a teacher who sold his students for long-term entertainment money. I also reflected on myself for being unable to live that way. If I live like a teacher," the backside ran out of lines. He lowered his head with a sneer, glanced at the teacher, and threatened him in an icy voice. "What do you think will happen if the misconduct of teachers at Miria School is exposed?" The main character paused, while the homeroom teacher's face darkened as he glared in fury. The boy's voice continued, "How do you think the golden circle will react?" He opened his eyes wide in complete calm, his smile growing colder and sharper. "I bet it will be interesting. No matter how big this incident becomes, will they really try to kill me?" The sentence stopped at exactly the right moment, making the air even heavier. Then he stared at the homeroom teacher, who was gritting his teeth in both fear and rage, and continued, "Or will they abandon disposable pawns like you?" The main character kindly reminded him that he had better prepare for every possible outcome. He continued his assessment, "My reflection is the most suitable tool for getting you fired, is it not?" At the same time, outside, Jiang Dongshan stepped out of the Ministry of Education headquarters with a stern face. And of course, by now the complaint had already been submitted to the education office. The main character watched the panicked teacher rush outside and thought calmly to himself, just as expected. Then he bent down and picked up the papers that had fallen on the floor. Not only did those people fail to handle their internal problem, they also failed to touch me. Even the Golden Circle has to cater to its clients in order to exist. Yet they cannot even stop a high school student like me. Their collapse is only a matter of time. Once there is no profit left to gain, they will definitely try to erase every trace connected to the Golden Circle. To them, he was no different from a moving time bomb. To maintain the organization, whoever stood behind the Golden Circle would surely find every possible way to deal with him. His hand tightened around the paper, then he stuffed it into his pants pocket. He walked to the window and continued calculating. Even if they want to strike, they will still use methods that stay within the boundaries of the school. That does not put me at a disadvantage, and I have to focus on exploiting that exact point. The scenes of being bullied by them appeared one after another in his mind, but in truth, those petty disruption tactics were not worth worrying about. The real problem lay in the possibility that they could change the answer key or manipulate the scores during the exam. Therefore, everything had to be handled before midterms, so they would not even dare think about those filthy tricks anymore. At that thought, a triumphant smile appeared on his face. Just as he predicted, Jiang Yuanji would definitely run to report the matter of the exam to Jin Qingxi. After that, Jin Qingxi would beg the Golden Circle to step in and resolve it. But at that point, everything would end. This issue would explode even more violently thanks to the spark he had quietly prepared in advance. In an office, an angry shout rang out. How can something like this happen? At a prestigious school like DC Myria, A teacher openly accepted money from parents connected to school violence. The man who appeared to be the department chief held a stack of documents and continued, "This may be the complaint support office, but with a report like this, quickly investigate the assets of teacher Jiang Yuanxi. Then you will see that everything I said is true." The man beside him hurriedly answered that they would do it, but first asked him to calm down. The chief immediately exploded. "How am I supposed to calm down? This case even involves the vice principal. There are signs of money exchanges with parents, and authority being used to manipulate leaves and absences at will. What is this supposed to mean?" After saying that, he threw the documents straight at the other man. The other man shouted in panic that he understood, but they still had to follow procedure. The chief immediately replied, "By then it will already be too late." Withdrawing his terrifying expression, he shifted into a sorrowful tone. "While you delayed verifying the truth, my son am a victim of school violence. I hate school violence to the bone, and this must be resolved quickly, so there will be no more victims." Everyone in the office stared blankly at his change in attitude, which had happened far too fast. Chants rang out from every direction. The Korean education system must clarify its role. That is right, the education system must wake up. Please conduct a thorough investigation into this case. The man who had just been shouted at darkened with anger and ground his teeth, thinking, "This is a real mess. Those civic groups showing up out of nowhere were already enough of a headache. Why did Jong and Inbo know and arrive so early? So someone is filming. No wonder everyone has been talking like they are acting in front of a camera." The department chief glanced at the reporters taking notes. The tip began with student Jin Xiancheng, and now even Jong and Inbo, a famous newspaper known for accuracy and honesty, had joined in. He smiled faintly, as if he had just grasped an extremely important clue. That meant behind the main character, there existed a force even greater than Mei Gyeongjin construction. Rewinding to a few days earlier, inside a sealed room, he looked at Jin Banhu and said calmly, "We need your help." From CEO Lin Kui Engsing of Miria Investment Group to other members of Gyeongsang and even figures spanning politics and finance, Jin Banhu looked at the stack of documents in his hand and thought to himself, did this brat really get hold of the Golden Circle's trail? In particular, Lee King-chun, a key figure in the ruling party, was an irresistible piece of bait to me. As he thought that, a dangerous smile unconsciously appeared on Jin Banhu's lips. The main character continued, "As I explained, I have already set up a board that you congressmen can step onto. If you capture Lee King-si and successfully deal with the hot-button issue, currently known as the Golden Circle." Jin Banhu listened in silence, his gaze growing sharper by the second. The boy continued, "You can become a presidential candidate without encountering any real obstacle." Jin Banhu stroked his beard as he calculated, "Fascinating. You kept your previous promise this perfectly. This brat truly makes people want to claim him." Then he burst out laughing and said, "Excellent, if the board is already set, then let the game begin. What rhythm should I dance to in order to make this even more interesting?" He immediately raised his hand and brought up the scandal at DC school, saying this would become the main headline. "Please invite a newspaper powerful enough to pressure Golden Circle, so everyone knows Assemblyman Kim Ban-ho is paying attention to this case." Hearing that, Kim Ban-ho burst out laughing. "Ahaha, if you need my business card, I will lend it to you right away." Back in the present, with the evidence laid out so clearly, civic groups lit the fuse, and Jong and Imbo quickly spread the story. The article barely mentioned Golden Circle directly, but once the information leaked, the organization had no choice but to back down and stop eyeing DC school. At the podium, a man spoke in a stern voice. "We are from the Department of Education. Write down honestly everything you have heard and seen until now, from school violence and corruption to anything else you know." Under public pressure, the Department of Education was forced to carry out this investigation. But the students were still afraid, worried that if they dared to report anything, they would be the ones to suffer the consequences. Kang Deok was no exception. He scratched at his hair, his mind a mess as he wondered what he should write. If he reported them, would everything really be resolved safely? Just how unfair and absurd had this school become? If it were that senior, what would he do in this situation? Kang Deok remembered what Kim Hyun-sung had once said. "No matter how hard things get, if you want to take control of your own life, you must never forget one thing. You have to show them that once they touch someone, they will pay a heavy price." Kang Deok clenched his fist and cursed under his breath. "Damn it, am I just going to sit still forever? Like before, I have to change too. The chance is right in front of me." With that thought, his hand immediately raced across the paper. The scene shifted to another room, where a worried man reported in. "Vice Principal, the current situation is very bad. The press has reported it, and the Department of Education has sent people to investigate. If this continues, we will be in serious trouble. Has Golden Circle made a move yet? No matter what happens, it looks like someone will soon have to step forward and take responsibility for all of this. The vice principal held a cigarette and calmly replied, "Just wait a little longer. I have already contacted them, and they will answer soon." The other man turned out to be teacher Jiang Yuanji, who anxiously asked, "What if they choose to abandon us? What will you do then?" Ever since they got involved with Kim Hyun-sung, they have not done a single proper thing. This incident is the same, yet you still want to trust them. Either way, in this situation, we have to do something ourselves. The vice principal put out her cigarette and said coldly, "Teacher Jiang Yuanji, calm down. No matter what you say, there is nothing we can do right now. You know that too." Jiang Yuanji lost control and shouted, "But principal." The vice principal snapped angrily, "Do you know how powerful an organization Golden Circle is?" But before she could finish, the phone on the desk began to ring. The scene moved to another room. Park Hang-jun told the vice principal, "The person we serve founded Golden Circle with a very unusual idea. But in truth, he is quite conservative and he is extremely firm about the principle of never crossing the boundaries of the school. I understand the reason as well. The excuse of school violence makes the incident easier to cover up. Outsiders will think it is only a childish mistake made by ordinary students. Who would ever imagine that an entire stage conspiracy is behind it?" Park Hang-jun lit a cigarette and continued, "For that very reason, if we only look at short-term benefits, we could absolutely eliminate Kim Hyun-sung. But that person believes even one exception is enough to create a fatal crack." The vice principal's face twisted, and she asked through clenched teeth, "Then what exactly are you planning to do now?" Park Hang-jun replied, "First, I will state that this is an unavoidable situation. This incident is not simple at all. Assemblyman Kim Ban-ho's side provided the information, and Jong and Imbo seized the opportunity. This is a perfect work created by a politician and a journalist. As a politician, he wants to raise his approval rating through this incident. But the problem is, this is not a field that can be easily covered up." Park Hang-jun raised an eyebrow and went on, "They will not withdraw easily. Therefore, our side has no choice but to offer something up." The vice principal shouted in fury, "Are you people really planning to abandon us?" She sprang to her feet and kept pressing him. "You want us to sit still and take the hit?" Park Hang-jun merely smiled and answered, "That would be best." Then he lowered his voice, half threatening and half coaxing, "If you trust us and do as we say, perhaps there will still be a chance for reinstatement later. But if you dare resist, then everything will truly be over. We are the strong and you are merely the weak. Consider this the price for everything you have received until now." Hearing those words, the vice principal's body trembled unconsciously with fear. In another room, a man stood silently before the window, with only one thought left in his mind. Everything was really over. Even though Golden Circle had promised financial compensation in exchange for his sacrifice, he still could not hold back his anger and punched the wall hard. "Damn it, do they really think those people will pay us? We saw with our own eyes how easily they throw away the weak." Kang Dong-cheon clutched his head in despair. "What am I supposed to do now? The house been mortgaged for 20 years of debt, the kids' tuition, and even my pension. Jin Kang-hee, that old hag, scraped up so much, while I have nothing. This is all because of that bastard. Everything is his fault. Wait, I once heard that as long as you follow this young man's words, Daesun will hand out money." Kang Dong-cheon could not believe his ears as he stared at the phone that had gone silent. It turned out that all this time, he had still been listening to a call. The next day, Kang Dong-cheon knelt at Kim Han-sung's feet, trembling as he begged, "I am sorry, this was truly not what I wanted. I still have to pay off a 20-year mortgage and raise 2 children. When you become the pillar of a family, you will understand. I was wrong, so please give me a chance to make it right. I heard about teacher Kim Yang-chun at Chenin School. I will make myself worthy of the money I receive, so please use me." He looked up at him, begging no differently from a dog. He calmly asked, "Do you remember a graduate from 5 years ago named Yang Jung-minho?" Kang Dong-cheon mumbled the name back under his breath. He continued he was an upperclassman with grades good enough to enter Korea University. But then, all of a sudden, he was bullied for reasons he could not even understand. Even so, he still managed to get into a prestigious university. But the psychological wounds from high school never disappeared, so he enlisted in the military as a way to run away. At that point, Kim Hyun-sung slowly stood up. Then he brought his face close to Kang Dong-cheon's, his voice cold enough to send chills down the spine. "But the question is, was the military really a good refuge? Not at all. 3 years ago, he ended his own life." Kang Dong-cheon's eyes widened in shock, and he asked again in a trembling voice, "What?" Kim Hyun-sung gave an eerie laugh after receiving the mission from Golden Circle. He coldly mocked them, saying those people could not possibly be stupid enough to fail to predict this outcome. In an icy voice, Kim Hyun-sung directly declared that senior Yang Jung-minho's death was definitely connected to Kang Dong-cheon. No matter how he struggled, his fate had already been decided, and his blood-stained hands shook with fear. He lightly patted the other man's shoulder and warned in a low voice that Kim Yang-chun was not living comfortably at all. He was only prey already locked inside a slaughterhouse. waiting for the day he would be processed. The young man continued speaking words of death, saying that people like him were the source of the rot. The Department of Education had always pretended not to see wrongdoing, but this time, everything would be thoroughly purged. After that, the media immediately received an urgent notice. The Department of Education confirmed that Vice Principal Jin Kyung-hee and teacher Jang Yuanji had committed misconduct involving parents, so they were dismissed and would face criminal action as a warning to society. On the surface, the Department of Education had cleanly resolved every case of wrongdoing inside the school. However, the investigation process revealed many testimonies directly connected to Golden Circle. Even so, only Jin Kyung-hee and Jang Yuanji were offered up as scapegoats. All information about Golden Circle was quickly blocked, leaving most of the public unaware of the truth behind the scenes. Still, the public began buzzing with discussion. Jong and Imbo kept reporting on the story, shocking many people when they learned that teachers had also been taking bribes so openly. Another person said bitterly that schools had always been like this. If you did not hand teachers an envelope, the student could only suffer. Now students have phones to record everything and upload it online. In many people's eyes, this is truly the perfect era for exposing the dark corners of schools. In the interrogation room, Jang Yuanji faced the prosecutor with a tense expression. He told himself that he only had to stay silent until Golden Circle's lawyer appeared. The prosecutor calmly looked through the documents and said coldly that Golden Circle would not abandon him easily, because he was holding far too many secrets. The prosecutor laughed with contempt and asked, "Even now, are you still placing your hopes in Golden Circle?" As soon as he finished speaking, he slowly took off his glasses, revealing a sharp, chilling gaze full of pressure. Then the prosecutor wore a sinister smile and confirmed that no lawyer would be coming, because his superiors had ordered the case to be handled cleanly. Handcuffed, Jiang Yuanji immediately slammed the table and screamed that everything had to be handled perfectly, so it would not affect Golden Circle. The prosecutor only shrugged and replied that he was simply following orders. Suddenly, he flicked something onto the table and said indifferently that if you want to climb high, you have to choose the right place to cling to. The prosecutor then asked him if he knew what he had received last night. A USB drive dropped in front of him, leaving Jiang Yuanji completely stunned. He curled his lips into a smirk and revealed that inside were recording files sent directly by Kim Hyun-sung. Hearing that, Jang Yuanji's face instantly turned deathly pale, as if every last shred of hope had been drained away. Every word from the prosecutor stabbed into his heart like a blade. Hwang Jinyuan knew that alone was not enough to connect the organization, so they deliberately sent more evidence to shatter his last remaining faith. Unable to accept the truth, Jiang Yuanji slammed the table like a madman and shouted that it was all slander. In his head, he kept cursing Kim Hyun-sung, convinced the guy was trying to destroy him. While the other man was still trembling, the prosecutor sternly demanded that the case be wrapped up quickly. He asked Jiang Yuanji whether he admitted to every charge, because even the right to remain silent was meaningless now. After sinking into despair, the man let both arms fall limp and muttered that everything would have been different if he had never gotten involved with Kim Hyun-sung. Jiang Yuanji lifted his head with a look of hopelessness and asked whether Hwang Jinyuan still had any intention of protecting him. The prosecutor replied calmly that the money he had received from the start was nothing more than the price of being offered up as a sacrifice. Hearing that answer, blue veins bulged across Jiang Yuanji's forehead in fury. At last, he understood that he had been nothing but a disposable pawn. The man instantly lost his mind, sprang up, and screamed that he would drag all of them down with him. Two nearby police officers had to rush in and restrain him, while the prosecutor coldly ordered the investigation to continue. Even while being held down, Jiang Yuanji glared at the prosecutor with pure hatred. But right after that, he suddenly froze when he saw the scene in front of him. Jin Kyung-hee was being rushed into emergency care while unconscious. Tears and drool streamed down her face, like someone whose mind had completely collapsed, making everyone panic and shout for the vice principal. The person beside Jiang Yuanji hurriedly caught him and called out to his teacher in a trembling voice, his face filled with worry. Rushed footsteps echoed on the stairs, mixed with anxious whispers. Everyone was afraid they would be dragged into this massive disaster. In the hallway, two teachers walked while talking to each other. The black-haired one bitterly admitted that none of them was completely innocent in this incident. The gray-haired one immediately turned and snapped that Hwang Jinyuan could not deal with every single person, so he should stop scaring himself. Then he leaned close to his colleague and warned in a low voice that the organization had designated only those two as sacrifices to end everything. The gray-haired man said it was best to stay quiet if they did not want to get dragged in. But the moment they opened the faculty office door, both of them froze at the scene inside. Kim Hyun-sung had been sitting there waiting for a long time. As soon as he saw them enter, he gave a cold smile and ordered them to call every teacher to the faculty office immediately. The protagonist's expression quickly turned ice cold, and he delivered one suffocating sentence. He was giving them exactly 10 minutes. Somewhere else, someone touched the doorknob and said that Jin Kyung-hee and Jiang Wan-ji could only worry about staying alive now. Kim Hyun-sung closed the door, then said in an icy voice that every teacher in that room was an accomplice, making all of their faces go pale with fear. He openly admitted that he was the one who sent the complaint to the Department of Education, and also the one who pushed those two into the abyss. Because of that, the teacher's future was now in his hands. One teacher asked in a trembling voice what he wanted from them. The man believed that gathering everyone here had to serve some other purpose. The young man answered calmly that they should keep living the way they always had. That sentence made the teacher's face turn deathly pale. Kim Han-sung coldly explained that no matter what orders Hwang Jinyuan gave, the teachers only needed to cover their ears, close their eyes, and pretend to be powerless, just like they had always done. He raised one finger and said that if they'd not become obstacles, he would have no reason to remove them. The protagonist stated that he had taken action, but had never once insulted anyone. As soon as he finished speaking, the door slammed shut, and his figure disappeared. After stepping outside, Kim Hyun-sung revealed a sinister smile. He believed the first stage of the purge was complete, and Hwang Jinyuan would have a hard time interfering now. He silently thought that the chessboard had been set, and the second move was about to begin. When Choi Myung-hun returned to school, everything would change completely. Outside the school, the situation had become more chaotic than ever. Teachers had been dismissed, and the prosecutor kept investigating, leaving everyone connected to the incident restless and terrified. After answering the phone, Choi Myung-hun hung up in panic and clenched his teeth, wondering how far that lunatic Kim Hyun-sung was planning to drag this whole thing. Hwang Jinyuan had always been nothing but a group of fanatics obsessed with perfection. But this time they unexpectedly stepped back, making everything even more frightening. No one believed something like that could happen. He was both curious and trembling with fear, unable to understand what that guy had turned into. Choi Myung-hun stared at his own twisted, panicked face in the mirror and gritted his teeth. By now, the school had probably fallen completely into Kim Hyun-sung's hands. The young man was so anxious he could barely breathe, because he had no idea what to do to survive. Right then, his phone rang with a notice ordering the whole group to gather tomorrow. Choi Myung-hun leaned against a large pillar and looked at the people in front of him. The protagonist said they had all been called here because of Kim Hyun-sung. The teachers had been fired, and Hwang Jinyuan had completely abandoned them. He tried to convince everyone that they had to work together if they wanted to survive. But no matter how much he talked, the whole group remained heavily silent, and no one answered. Too irritated to hold back, Choi Myung-hun immediately shouted at Do Min-seo, asking why he was keeping quiet when he was in S rank. The other guy angrily cursed back, saying even a knife could not injure Kim Hyun-sung. After the argument, the protagonist tried to stay calm and said they had to focus on surviving for now. They no longer had any choice except to protect themselves. The red-haired young man immediately agreed, his eyes filled with danger. He declared that if they just sat still, they would be crushed sooner or later. Hearing someone support him, Choi Myung-hun instantly regained his confidence. The protagonist warned that from now on, anyone who split away from the group would only have death waiting for them. A few days later, Choi Myung-hun returned to school. The underlings behind him still tried to look tough, even though no one had laid a hand on them. As the protagonist walked, he kept reassuring himself that everything would be fine. If the whole group charged in together, Kim Hyun-sung might not dare make a move. But the moment he opened the classroom door, he felt the air turn ice cold. Uncomfortable stares locked onto him, sending goosebumps across his skin. Choi Myung-hun sat down at his desk and kept checking his phone. He was so impatient that time felt like it was crawling slowly enough to suffocate him. Right then, a female student walked in and coldly called Choi Myung-hun's name. She said the teacher wanted the entire group to come to the physical training room immediately. When everyone arrived, Kim Hyun-sung was already standing there waiting. He spoke calmly as if he had prepared everything long ago. With an icy gaze, Kim Hyun-sung looked straight at the group and asked if it had been a while since they last met. Choi Myung-hun could only grit his teeth and force out a reluctant reply. Kim Hyun-sung smiled as he stepped forward and said he knew they must have thought a lot before daring to return to school, but he did not plan to kill them all, because that would only create more trouble. Kim Hyun-sung announced that as long as they obediently attended school until he graduated, they would be left alone. After hearing that, the whole group exhaled in relief, as if they had just escaped death's door. But immediately after, Kim Hyun-sung's face twisted like a demon's. In a cold voice, he said that not everyone necessarily had to survive. Choi Myung-hun's face went pale, but he still forced a smile. Meanwhile, that chilling voice, like it was rising from hell, continued to ring out. Kim Hyun-sung singled out Choi Myung-hun and Jo Min-seok as the ringleaders behind everything. Jo Min-seok was drenched in sweat from fear, while Kim Hyun-sung demanded that both of them kneel before him. Suddenly, all the underlings shouted at once and charged forward. They turned around and surrounded their own two leaders instead. The red-haired guy was the most aggressive of them all. He took the lead and punched Jo Min-seo straight in the face without the slightest hesitation. Choi Myung-hun had trained in martial arts, so he immediately fought back fiercely. The protagonist threw punches while screaming, unable to believe his underlings dared betray him. As he fought back, the young man raged inside his head. He understood that Kim Hyun-sung was deliberately playing a filthy manipulation game. Even though he was truly terrified, Choi Myung-hun still forced himself to endure. The protagonist thought that if he could just stall a little longer, class would begin. After fighting for a while, sweat soaked his body, and both hands had turned bright red from throwing punch after punch. Even so, he clung to the hope that the teachers would get suspicious if too many students disappeared. Yet the others still rushed in like maniacs and beat them down as a group. Meanwhile, Kim Hyun-sung merely stood aside and watched, as if he were enjoying a show. Kai Ming-sun forced himself to crawl closer to the camera, hoping it would record everything so the teachers would finally discover the truth. But Jan Xiancheng suddenly stepped over with his hands in his pockets and asked coldly what stalling for time could possibly change. Then he said every teacher already knew what was happening here. Kui Ming-sun's fragile hope shattered instantly, like lightning splitting his skull. At that moment, Kui Ming-sun looked exactly like a beast trapped inside an iron cage. He dropped to his knees in utter despair. A hand suddenly grabbed the iron hook, then called Kai Ming-sun's name in an ice-cold voice. Jin Xiancheng's face appeared like a demon's. He lifted the iron cage and said Kai Ming-sun had walked into this place of death all on his own. Even driven to the edge, Kui Ming-sun still tried to rile up the people around him. He screamed, asking if they really thought they could survive alone. He kicked one guy in the face and shouted that sooner or later, Jin Xiancheng would wipe them all out. But someone immediately shot back that it was just nonsense. And Hongzhen said coldly from behind that dying by the Golden Circle's hand or by Jan Xiancheng's made no difference. As long as they dealt with Kui Ming-sun, they would have a chance to survive. Kai Ming-sun screamed like a madman, asking if they were sure about this. But everyone ignored him and rushed in to choke him. The group pinned Kui Ming-sun to the floor and beat him without mercy. Amid the chaotic curses, Jin Xiancheng walked up from behind and said they had probably realized something was wrong by now. Jin Xiancheng went on, saying the Golden Circle knew exactly what was happening in the school, yet calmly chose to ignore it. The people before him could not resist that fear at all. He declared coldly that they were all just pawns used and thrown away. Kui Ming-sun lay trembling on the floor, clutching his stomach because he understood he had lost all value. Jin Xiancheng grabbed Kai Ming-sun by the hair and asked if he wanted to live. Then he ordered him to personally apply for withdrawal if he wanted survival. With eyes as cold as ice, Jin Xiancheng forced him to confess the whole truth and walk into juvenile detention himself. He gave him exactly 10 days to act. Not long after, Kai Ming-sun stood before a teacher and stammered that he wanted to drop out. The teacher only answered calmly that it was fine. Kai Ming-sun could not believe it, so he asked again. He also wondered why his homeroom teacher was not questioning him at all. The teacher said indifferently to stop getting into meaningless fights and find something more valuable than a diploma. If he wanted to withdraw, he only needed to bring a form signed by his parents. Kai Ming-sun angrily asked what the teacher meant by that, but the teacher only dismissed him with contempt and tossed him a withdrawal form. Kai Ming-sun ground his teeth in hatred. He could not understand what Jin Xiancheng had done to manipulate the entire school like this. According to Jin Xiancheng's calculations, Kai Ming-sun's only way to survive was to voluntarily withdraw from school with that form in hand. But could he really confess everything without feeling humiliated? As Kai Ming-sun stuffed his things into his bag, he thought the best move right now was to run from this place. Kai Ming-sun left the classroom with a face full of hatred. Jin Xiancheng understood clearly that this guy was definitely burning with thoughts of revenge. Of course, he could also abandon everything and walk into the reformatory like a complete loser. But after Jin Qingxi and Jiang Wenji collapsed, Kui Ming-sun would think that offer was just another trap, so he had only one choice left, to cling to the Golden Circle like a parasite. And the Golden Circle would surely keep using him, because he was the last pawn with any remaining value. Jin Xiancheng silently watched his back as he walked away. Midterm exams were approaching, so Jin Xiancheng no longer worried too much. He only needed to observe how Kui Ming-sun moved, and that would be enough to prepare a countermeasure. The moment Kui Ming-sun walked out of the school gate, he clenched his teeth and cursed. He knew Jin Xiancheng would never let the whole group live peacefully after this. Gao Dongsu immediately turned away, saying he would leave the group and let Jin Siwu fend for himself. Kui Ming-sun only sneered and mocked him as a coward. Then Kui Ming thought to himself that before everything spun out of control, he had to strike first. As long as he dealt with Jin Xiancheng, he would not have to enter the reformatory anymore. The conversation between Kui Ming-sun and Pu Hengjun quickly appeared on the screen. Both of them smiled, because each had his own scheme hid in mind. As soon as Pu Hengjun sent the message to the office, Kui Ming-sun burst into delighted laughter. This was exactly what he needed. Inside the smoke-filled office, Pu Hengjun leaned back on the sofa and muttered that it was truly astonishing for a high school student to win the Golden Circle's trust. He could not understand how Jin Xiansheng had manipulated everything. It was a perfect plan from beginning to end, one that even made him shudder. Looking at the chart where Jin Xiansheng's name was circled in red ink, Pu Hengjun sighed with regret. If that guy were an ally, everything would have been different. But immediately after that, Pu Hengjun coldly crossed out Jin Xiansheng's name. He declared that tomorrow Jin Xiansheng would pay for everything. A few days later, the school announced that midterm exams would begin next Monday. As Jin Xiansheng walked through the schoolyard, he found it strange that the golden circle was still silent. Thinking it over, he understood it was not hard to predict. In the crowded heart of Gangnam, causing trouble openly was not easy at all. Not long after, Jin Xiansheng returned to his apartment and calmly entered the door code. But the instant the door opened, he froze at the sight before him. The room had been smashed into complete chaos, making Jin Xiansheng frown. He clearly remembered Gao Kenbio saying the security system here was extremely strict. The young man stepped silently over shards of broken glass scattered across the floor. He checked each room and discovered that everything had been ransacked, with nothing left untouched. After entering the bathroom, Jin Xiansheng confirmed that, for the moment, no one else was inside the apartment. Right then, his phone suddenly vibrated, making him narrow his eyes slightly. A message from Kai Mingsun appeared, warning that because Jin Xiansheng was becoming famous in Gangnam, someone wanted to kill him. As he read it, he found the warning extremely suspicious. Immediately afterward, violent pounding sounded outside, along with shouts calling for Jin Xiansheng to come out. The people outside kept roaring, forcing him to open the door. Jin Xiansheng looked at the camera screen and realized there was more than just one of them. On top of that, they were wearing uniforms from different schools, as if they were deliberately disguising their identities. Jin Xiansheng instantly understood that Kui Mingsun's message had not been meaningless at all. The students in uniforms who had come to the apartment had clearly been arranged in advance. Every trace had been intentionally left behind to mislead whoever investigated the scene. If outsiders saw this, they would definitely assume it was just a brawl between high school students. That way, every trace connected to the golden circle would vanish cleanly. Jin Xiansheng quickly realized he had been pushed into a dead end with no retreat. The pounding grew more violent, making the door shake hard. He understood he had no more time to keep thinking. Outside, the group used iron bars to pry at the door while cursing and threatening him nonstop. But Jin Xiansheng realized they were walking straight into the trap he had prepared. He gave a faint, confident smile and took out his phone. For life or death situations like this, he always had a countermeasure ready. Jin Xiansheng understood that if his enemies were going to act like lunatics, he could no longer keep holding back. He pulled his shirt loose and readied himself for battle. The enemies outside were as numerous as a wolf pack, so even a single second of carelessness could cost him his life. Jin Xiansheng stared at the door as it shook violently. Calmly, he thought that the worst that could happen was death, and there was nothing left to fear. Suddenly, the noise at the door came to a dead stop. The people outside tightened their grips on their iron rods, waiting for the perfect moment to rush in. With a thunderous bang, Kim Hyun-sung suddenly kicked the door off its hinges and sent it flying straight outward. The terrifying kick knocked the two men standing in front of it off their feet, leaving them rolling on the ground in pain. Kim Hyun-sung calmly stepped out into the middle of the crowd, looking as if he had not been shaken in the slightest. He stared coldly at the whole group, then spat out with pure contempt, asking what the hell those pigs thought they were doing. Not only that, Kim Hyun-sung even raised his hand and taunted them, making the group even more furious. One man immediately roared and charged in, swinging his iron rod, but the protagonist lightly slipped to the side, making the attack miss completely. While his opponent was off balance, Kim Hyun-sung unleashed a brutal uppercut from below, sending the man flying backward. Another man tried to ambush him from behind, but Kim Hyun-sung dodged again. The iron rod accidentally smashed into an ally, throwing the whole group into chaos. Kim Hyun-sung did not miss the opening and drove another punch straight into his opponent's face. He silently calculated how to take down one by one in this survival fight. More and more people gathered in front of him, and Kim Hyun-sung understood that if he kept dragging this out, he would only be forced into a dead end. With that thought, the protagonist immediately charged forward to carve out a bloody path. Every strike dropped another man, leaving the crowd ahead unable to react in time. Faye suddenly drove his knee straight into the face of the man in front of him. The horrific impact instantly twisted the man's features out of shape. In the blink of an eye, this young man broke through the encirclement and created an escape route. The people behind him chased like mad, screaming as they ran that they had to catch Kim Hyun-sung no matter what. The protagonist instantly accelerated toward the nearest door, then locked it tight to shake off the killers pursuing him from behind. They quickly scattered across the stairwell to search. One man asked in a panic what floor this was, but another only cursed, because all of them had been pushed into a deadlock. One guy anxiously asked whether everything would end in this hallway. The man beside him immediately snapped that if he was scared, he should hurry up and get lost. Hidden in the darkness, Kim Hyun-sung watched with amusement and silently admitted that the scale and strength of Golden Garden truly exceeded his imagination. He quickly realized these people wanted to turn him into the victim of a riot arranged in advance. Looking at the chaos in the stairwell, he could not help but marvel. He ran a hand through his hair and laughed with crazed delight, as if he were enjoying the feeling of being hunted by an entire mob and treating it like an honor.